On the night of Chen Xiaochuan's university graduation, his girlfriend accompanied him to a hotel room, only to unwittingly fall into a trap where his kidney was harvested and his body discarded in the wilderness. Fortunately, he was rescued by a powerful immortal, who bestowed upon him a Divine Qilin Kidney and guided him into the realm of cultivation through a dual cultivation method, enabling him to rise against the tide in this materialistic city and ascend step by step to the pinnacle of his life. Chapter 1. The Exceptional Mistress. In Qinyan City, at the Zhouqian Chain Hotel, room 888, there lies a luxurious suite with a grand bed. The sound of running water resonates from the bathroom. Through the frosted glass door of the bathroom, a hazy silhouette can be discerned, with an alluring S-shaped figure that is both curvaceous and enticing. On the soft and comfortable bed, Chen Xiaochuan, clad only in a pair of shorts, sits cross-legged, his gaze fixated on the captivating scene before him, parched and restless within. Before long, the bathroom door swings open, revealing a beauty in her early 20s, standing a height of 1.68 meters, barefoot, as she steps out. She is wrapped in a white bath towel that clings to her delicate form, her damp long hair cascading casually over her snowy shoulders, while her gracefully rounded calves extend from beneath the towel. She is none other than Gui Yujiao, Chen Xiaochuan's girlfriend of 6 months. The fragrance of her presence, reminiscent of orchids, envelopes him, refreshing and intoxicating. Chuan Ge, do you think I look beautiful? Dare you remove the towel, so I can see more clearly? Chen Xiaochuan's eyes are drawn to Gui Yujiao as if magnetized, unable to look away, his throat dry as he swallows hard. Gui Yujiao smiles sweetly, pursing her alluring red lips, and loosens her grip on the towel's neckline. The white fabric slips down her body. In a gentle voice, she asks, "Is this how you want it?" An electrifying image materializes before Chen Xiaochuan's eyes. Gui Yujiao dons a set of black lingerie, her fullness accentuated, with her long, elegant legs bathed in the room's sultry light, exuding an untamed allure that reaches its zenith. Chen Xiaochuan's eyes widen, feeling a rush of blood surge through him, his nose bleeding. Although they have been in a relationship for 6 months, they've only held hands, and tonight, Gui Yujiao had promised him a surprise, which turned out to be this unexpected indulgence. Seeing his reaction, Gui Yujiao lets out a soft giggle. Chuan Ge, why so silent? Chen Xiaochuan swallows hard, regaining his senses, and lunges toward her. Well, I believe that after a shower, simply wrapping oneself in a towel suffices. There's no need for lingerie. This is a bad habit that must be corrected. Come, let me demonstrate something great. His mischievous hands reach out, intent on stripping Gui Yujiao bare. However, Gui Yujiao takes a step back, leaving Chen Xiaochuan grasping at air, placing a hand on his chest, her voice dripping with temptation. Don't be hasty. Let's take our time. Tonight will be our first together, and I wish to create beautiful romantic memories. Come, let us toast. At her words, Chen Xiaochuan chuckles. All right, I'm not in a rush. Who would have thought that his seemingly innocent girlfriend could be so daring? It seems she has been secretly watching those little videos to prepare for this evening. Gui Yujiao approaches with 2 large glasses of red wine, handing one to Chen Xiaochuan, saying softly, "Chuan Ge, let's share a cup of wine. Yes, and let's also celebrate our graduation today. Embarking on a new chapter in life. Jiao. I promise to find a job and work hard to secure your happiness for the rest of your life." Chen Xiaochuan nods, exhilarated as he clinks glasses with Gui Yujiao, his heart racing with excitement. He is on the brink of becoming a true man. What position should he take to begin? Urgently waiting, his mind flooded with vivid scenes from various films. Soon he would be able to demonstrate them personally. With a gulp, he finishes his drink. Chen Xiaochuan then pushes Gui Yujiao onto the bed, violently tearing away her last garment, the sound of fabric ripping heightening his senses. Ah, Gui Yujiao gasps, "Chuan Ge, don't." Chen Xiaochuan claims her lips with a dominating kiss. But as he prepares to proceed, a wave of drowsiness suddenly washes over him, his eyelids growing heavy, and he collapses atop Gui Yujiao, his hands sinking in her softness, unable to continue. What? I merely kissed her, and now I'm fainting? This is absurd. Chen Xiaochuan shakes his head, attempting to regain clarity, but the weight of sleep pulls him further down. With a click, the door to the room swings open. In strides a man with a center-parted hairstyle, holding a room card, instinctively closing the door behind him. "Yujiao, what's going on?" Gui Yujiao hastily pushed Chen Xiaochuan away, tears streaming down her face like rain-soaked pear blossoms, and lamented, "Chen Ge, sob. I never anticipated his impatience. I hadn't even reacted before he had me pinned beneath him. Thankfully, the sleeping pills he ingested took effect in time, or else I would have been truly violated, sob. The man from Fuqing, named Yang Lianqing, was one of the young masters of the Yang family, one of the 4 prominent families of Qinyan City, ranking 7th in the family hierarchy. Yang Lianqing's lips twitched with fury. His woman had been stripped and pinned down by a mere college student. In an instant, his eyes blazed with rage, and he spoke in a hushed tone. "Are you implying that you were merely pinned beneath him and not successfully conquered?" Gui Yujiao nodded fervently. Yes, yes, look, he hadn't even had the chance to remove his trousers. Upon seeing Chen Xiaochuan, though his upper body was bare, he still wore a pair of floral boxers on his lower half, which secretly relieved Yang Lianqing. He approached and flipped Chen Xiaochuan over, grinning maliciously. Humph, you pathetic loser, you may not know this, but the protagonist who is supposed to share a bed with Yu Jiao tonight is me, not you. Have you even looked in a mirror? A beauty like Yu Jiao is not someone you are worthy of. If it weren't for your kidneys, Yu Jiao would never make such a significant sacrifice. Simultaneously, he retrieved a surgical knife from his pocket, which gleamed with a sharp, cold light under the room's illumination, and commanded, Yu Jiao, come here and assist. Gui Yu Jiao approached, her body exposed. At that moment, Chen Xiaochuan was still in a hazy state, but upon hearing Yang Lianqing and Gui Yu Jiao's conversation, he suddenly awoke with clarity. A jolt of realization struck him. It turned out that Gui Yu Jiao's approach 6 months ago was not due to his charm, but rather because of his kidneys. Damn it, he had thought he was her Prince Charming, but he was merely a means to an end. Chen Xiaochuan understood that under such circumstances his time was limited, and he could only curse inwardly. You wretched couple, even as a ghost, I will not spare you. Yang Lianqing swiftly yanked down Chen Xiaochuan's boxers, shocked and envious as he exclaimed. Damn, who would have thought this kid had such assets? Gui Yujiao couldn't help but steal a glance, her face flushing and heart racing, secretly wishing, if only Chang'e had half of his size, then it wouldn't feel so dull every time. Yang Lianqing pointed the sharp surgical knife at Chen Xiaochuan's abdomen. Chang'e, shouldn't we administer some anesthesia first? Gui Yujiao hurriedly suggested upon seeing the situation. Anesthesia? That bastard just took advantage of you. I was furious thinking of his hand on your chest. Damn it, I want him to experience the sensation of having his kidneys harvested while in a semi-conscious state. Yang Lianqing scoffed, and with a swift motion, he made a cut across Chen Xiaochuan's abdomen, blood gushing forth. Despite having ingested a large amount of sleeping pills, the intense pain caused Chen Xiaochuan's body to convulse uncontrollably, and he emitted low groans of agony through his mouth and nose. Oops, my apologies, I cut the wrong spot. Let me try again. Yang Lianqing casually made another incision. Oh dear, wrong again, one more time. Gui Yujiao immediately realized that Yang Lianqing was doing this on purpose. It was only after the 5th incision that Yang Lianqing finally extracted Chen Xiaochuan's 2 kidneys, placing them in a plate held by Gui Yujiao, still dripping with blood and exuding warmth. All done. A bloodthirsty excitement gleamed in Yang Lianqing's eyes. Chen Xiaochuan finally succumbed to unconsciousness. 2 hours later, 100 kilometers from Qingyun City, at the edge of the Broken Soul Cliff, Yang Lianqing dragged Chen Xiaochuan's still warm corpse and unceremoniously tossed it over the edge. Gui Yujiao looked on with a calm demeanor, fully aware of the Yang families standing in Qingyun City. Even if Yang Lianqing committed murder, he could still escape unscathed, even if the truth came to light. In her heart, she mused, Chen Xiaochuan, do not blame me for being ruthless. Blame your lack of status, background, and power. As a mere impoverished loser, no one would dare to touch you, even if your blood type is rare. After disposing of Chen Xiaochuan's body, Yang Lianqing slid down his zipper and forcefully pressed Gui Yujiao's head down. A sound emerged from her mouth and nose. A week later, Chen Xiaochuan slowly regained consciousness, exclaiming, Have I arrived in the underworld? Cough, cough. Indeed, I thought you would awaken after a month, but here you are after just 7 days. A voice, gentle to the extreme, suddenly entered Chen Xiaochuan's ears. Is that you? Mengpa, he chuckled bitterly. Mengpa? What nonsense are you spouting? I am your master's wife. The woman's voice carried a hint of playful anger. Chen Xiaochuan became more lucid and beheld an extraordinarily voluptuous classical beauty appearing in his line of sight, the delightful fragrance of a maiden wafting toward him. My master's wife? Chen Xiaochuan's lips twitched. Had he not been robbed of his kidneys? How had he suddenly acquired a master's wife? Had he traversed into another world, inhabiting the body of some good-for-nothing? Damn, how cliché. The thought sent a chill through Chen Xiaochuan's heart. If that were the case, avenging himself would be impossible. Yes, your master has passed away, and I am here to take on disciples in his stead. I have waited 2,000 years for a peerless genius, but instead, I received a corpse. Thankfully, your 3 souls and 7 spirits have yet to depart, allowing me to bring you back. The classical beauty gently nodded and softly spoke. Do you mean to say that I have yet to traverse realms? Am I merely resurrected in the same place? Chen Xiaochuan suddenly grasped the implication, his eyes sparkling with realization as he hastily touched his abdomen, discovering that his well-defined 8-pack abs, honed during his university days, remained unscathed. Wasn't my kidney removed? Indeed, your master procured 2 Qilin kidneys long ago, yet before he could install them, he met his demise. Thus fortune favors you. The classical beauty affirmed with a nod, her voice a whisper. Chen Xiaochuan was momentarily taken aback, but he soon comprehended that his life had been salvaged by her, and the issue of his missing kidney had been flawlessly resolved. Now that you have awakened, I shall impart to you the cultivation methods practiced by your master. Before Chen Xiaochuan could react, the classical beauty's delicate jade finger touched his forehead, and a torrent of information surged into him. He also understood that this enchanting savior was intertwined with the memories of his deceased master. They were a married couple, their names unknown, practicing a cultivation technique known as the 9-yin and 9-yang harmonization art, while he was to be taught the 9-yang section. Of course, in addition to the cultivation technique, there were also teachings on medical arts, alchemy, artifact forging, and talisman crafting, among others. Chen Xiaochuan felt a jolt of astonishment. This world indeed harbored true cultivators. Yet, considering that his kidney had been taken, yet he was revived, it was undoubtedly a divine intervention. By the way, have you considered my feelings regarding your intention to take me as a disciple? This seems rather disrespectful. Chen Xiaochuan scratched his nose, gazing at the voluptuous beauty before him. The classical beauty smiled radiantly. If you are unwilling, it matters not. I shall retract all that I have granted you, allowing your flesh to decay and your soul to dissipate. Mistress, you have misunderstood my intentions. What I mean is, at the very least, allow me to pay my respects before imparting your teachings. Chen Xiaochuan quickly knelt on the ground, bowing his head. Disciple pays homage to the illustrious deceased master and to the heavenly, beautiful mistress. Indeed, mistress is aware that in this era, spiritual energy is nearly depleted, making the path of cultivation as arduous as ascending to the heavens. However, the dual cultivation technique practiced by your master and me can still be cultivated in these times. The classical beauty gently nodded. Mistress has limited time since awakening. Let us hasten. Allow me to guide you into my fold and simultaneously witness the true strength of your Qilin kidney. As her words faded, the classical beauty parted her crimson lips, and the white gauze of her dress slipped gradually from her fragrant shoulders, revealing skin as pure as mutton fat jade and an alluring collarbone. With the gown cascading to the floor, the sight of a voluptuous form exuding an irresistible allure unfolded before Chen Xiaochuan, resembling a masterpiece of art. Chapter 2. Unbearable. Upon witnessing the scene, Chen Xiaochuan was rendered utterly speechless. He had never anticipated that this strikingly beautiful master would confront him in such a manner. This, surely, was rather inappropriate. Chen Xiaochuan smacked his lips, his breath quickened, and an indescribable heat surged through him. It could be said that Gui Yujiao bore no comparison to this classical beauty. In contrast to the youthful starlets and supermodels he had come to know through entertainment news, she was a radiant gem, eclipsing them all. She was a paragon of allure that no man could possibly resist. Before Chen Xiaochuan could fully comprehend the situation, the classical beauty leaned in, delivering a searing kiss. In that instant, his mind went blank. It was so soft, so sweet. 10 days later, the classical beauty recoiled, gazing at Chen Xiaochuan with trepidation. No, let me rest. Truly, your vitality is formidable, she exclaimed, realizing that with the aid of the 9-yin and harmony technique, she could effortlessly sap a man's essence without deep engagement. Yet now, faced with Chen Xiaochuan, she openly admitted her inability to withstand it. Master, you are truly modest. I see that your complexion is vibrant and your spirit is robust. Do not hold back. Allow me the chance to be conquered once more. As the saying goes, it is the overworked ox that plows the field, not the exhausted land. You need not worry about exhausting your body. Should I become weary, it is of my own volition. So please, unleash your torment upon me. Chen Xiaochuan said, licking his lips as he gazed at the enchanting master. The classical beauty's lips twitched, and her legs pressed together. Torment you? This is clearly tormenting me. Get away. Get away. Aren't you supposed to be on your quest to become the most powerful person in the world? Weren't you seeking to indulge in the embrace of beauty while wielding dominion over all? Don't you wish to avenge your blood feud? You have reached the pinnacle of the qi refining stage. You are invincible. Go pursue what you desire. I have lost interest in tormenting you. Leave. Get out of my sight. The classical beauty waved her hand dismissively, taken aback by her disciple's audacity. If any cultivator were present, witnessing Chen Xiaochuan transform from a novice to a peak qi refining stage practitioner after merely 10 days with a woman, they would surely be astounded. For cultivator, even reaching the first layer of the qi refining stage requires about a year of arduous training under optimal conditions. While ordinary practitioners typically need 2 to 3 years to achieve such a feat. Wait, Master, I am merely at the pinnacle of the qi refining stage. Am I truly invincible? Despite being a novice, Chen Xiaochuan had gained a clear understanding of the hierarchy of cultivators during these 10 days of communion with his master. The Qi refining stage was merely the entry-level standard for cultivators, consisting of 9 layers. Beyond that, one must traverse the foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, God transformation, void refinement, integration, great ascension, and tribulation stages, each of which is further divided into initial, intermediate, advanced, and pinnacle tiers. Don't be so gullible. Do you think I'm like her, big-breasted and brainless? Of course. Having a background is a manifestation of strength. With me, your master, supporting you. Should you encounter an adversary, I shall swiftly negate them with a single stroke. If you're not invincible, who is? The classical beauty proudly arched her bosom, asserting her point. Chen Xiaochuan was momentarily taken aback. It seemed she had a point. However, through their exchanges over the past 10 days, he had also gleaned insights into his master's circumstances. Over 2,000 years ago, she and her master had been besieged by 10 masked, unparalleled powerhouses. Her master perished, and she sustained grave injuries, causing her cultivation to plummet. Fortunately, she possessed a treasured artifact, the infinite purgatory tower, which preserved her life. Through their mutual cultivation, she had managed to regain some of her powers. Given the current situation, could she truly negate a formidable opponent with a single stroke? That seemed utterly far-fetched. Just as Chen Xiaochuan prepared to counter her assertion, the classical beauty's head tilted, and she collapsed onto the ground. Master! Master! Chen Xiaochuan rushed to embrace her. Wait, she is dead? Could it be that she has known all along that her time was limited? After all, her master had not yet had the chance to implant the Qilin Kidney, leaving her a virgin for over 2,000 years. Yearning to experience the joys of womanhood before her demise, did I merely take advantage of her moment of pleasure, and now, having found satisfaction, she has departed without regrets? As for the earlier claim of negating opponents with a sword, perhaps that was simply her desire to save face, a boastful exaggeration. Rest assured, master, I shall diligently cultivate and one day avenge you and my master. Chen Xiaochuan lamented. Master, your master is not dead. Cease your weeping. At that moment, a voice echoed through the space. Not dead. Little tower, do not console me. My master clearly has no breath. Chen Xiaochuan replied, his expression sorrowful. The voice belonged to the infinite purgatory tower, which had been entrusted to Chen Xiaochuan over the past 10 days. For over 2 millennia, she had existed in this state. Devoid of breath, was that not entirely normal? The infinite purgatory tower responded with an air of incredulity. Oh, when will she awaken? Chen Xiaochuan inquired, curiosity piqued. With each major realm you ascend, she should awaken to cultivate with you once, until you reach the tribulation stage, at which point she shall emerge from this slumber. The infinite purgatory tower explained slowly. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiaochuan's eyes sparkled. The 10 days spent with his master had been the most exquisite moments of his life. An indescribable feeling of bliss. Now, having reached the pinnacle of the Qi refining stage, if he could successfully establish his foundation, he would be able to continue their profound connection. Little tower, let me ask you again, my master said that with her backing, I would be invincible. Is that true? Chen Xiaochuan blinked, posing the question once more. In a one-on-one confrontation, your deceased master would not be her match. In my memories, she is indeed invincible. However, I am currently in a half-damaged state, and many memories have been lost. But do not worry. Even though your master is presently diminished, I am here. With my support, even if you cannot win, I will ensure your escape. As long as you do not perish, you cannot be considered defeated. The infinite purgatory tower replied. Chen Xiaochuan's lips twitched. He hadn't anticipated that this infinite purgatory tower would be as boastful as his master. It gave an impression of being exceedingly unreliable. All right, enough. Please transport me out of here. Chen Xiaochuan set down his captivating master, his mind racing with thoughts of the deep-seated hatred he harbored towards Yang Lianqing and Gui Yujiao for their heinous acts. A fierce glint flickered in his eyes. Of course, the infinite purgatory tower responded cheerfully. In that instant, a white light enveloped Chen Xiaochuan's body. The next moment, he found himself in a pitch-black valley, the very place where Yang Lianqing had disposed of bodies at the bottom of the soul-severing cliff. As night descended, the moon shone dimly, and a profound silence enveloped the surroundings. Chen Xiaochuan shook his head, feeling the mysterious aura emanating from the black tower resting against his chest, confirming that this was no mere dream. He was no longer a virgin. He had become a cultivator. Watch me soar to great heights. Chen Xiaochuan's legs bent slightly before he sprang forth like a coiled spring. Oh dear, what a spectacle! In a mere 10 meters, he clung to the cliffside. Master, you are merely at the pinnacle of the Qi refining stage. Aspiring to soar through the skies is an ambition far beyond your reach. Cease your leaping and ascend with humility. The voice of the infinite purgatory tower echoed in Chen Xiaochuan's mind. Goodness, as a dignified cultivator, I must ascend in such a manner? How utterly humiliating. Yet no one is watching. Climb it is then. Thus, like a gecko, Chen Xiaochuan began to scale the rugged cliff face. At an altitude exceeding 2,000 meters, it took him over half an hour. But he finally stood atop the soul-severing cliff, gazing out at the vibrant city of Qingyun, illuminated by neon lights 100 kilometers away. His fists clenched tightly, producing a crackling sound. From this moment onward, I shall stand at the pinnacle of this world, compelling all beings to prostrate before me. Yang Lianjing, Guo Yujiao. You surely never imagined I still live, did you? Chapter 3. 5-Star Service. On the winding mountain road, a shadow swiftly darted past. It was Chen Xiaochuan. After descending from the soul-severing cliff, he sprinted down the road leading to Qingyun City, maintaining a pace of approximately 60 miles per hour, running 20 kilometers without a hint of fatigue. Chen Xiaochuan was astounded by his own extraordinary physical prowess. Just then, the roar of an engine grew louder, approaching rapidly. A Mercedes-Benz G-Class barreled towards him at a speed of 150 miles per hour, its laser headlights glaring, causing Chen Xiaochuan to squint slightly. Young Master Yang, it appears someone is in the way. Quick, slow down. How dare he obstruct my path? I'll run him over. In an instant, the Mercedes accelerated to 160 miles per hour, moving even faster. Bang! The figure was struck and hurled several dozen meters away, crashing into a tree with a diameter of approximately 60 centimeters, splitting it in half. The front of the Mercedes was severely dented, losing control and skidding into another tree before coming to a halt, smoke billowing from the hood. Damn it. This has delayed my time to gather yang grass for Chengge. Wang, are you certain that yang grass can be found on the cliffs of the soul-severing cliff? Tomorrow night is Changji's 27th birthday. If I cannot find it, I will have no face to meet him, especially after boasting so much in front of him. I cannot return empty-handed. A young man pushed open the car door, cursing as he stepped out. Rest assured, young Master Yang, 30% of the yang grass from the Sacred Hand sect is indeed harvested from the cliffs of the soul-severing cliff. You have experienced its effects. It can certainly alleviate your brother Yang Lianqing's condition from 10 seconds to at least half an hour. Oh, that is splendid. Unfortunately, the car is now ruined, and the summit is still several dozen kilometers away. I'll call for another vehicle. We should make it back in time for Changji's birthday bash. If this works out, I won't forget your benefits, Brother Wang. Ha! Young Master Yang, I won't even ask for money this time. Can I make another request? Brother Wang, you won't ask for money? A rare occurrence indeed. Pray tell, what is it that you desire? Well, I've seen that enchanting university student, Gui Yujiao, who is often by Yang Lianqing's side. I've heard that once you find the yang grass and satisfy your brother, he might let you have a turn with her. Is that true? Of course. Every time my brother tires of a woman, he always asks if I want to take over. What I'm suggesting is, once you grow weary of her, let me have my turn with Gui Yujiao. Consider it my reward for helping you gather the yang grass today. How does that sound? That's acceptable. When the time comes, I'll invite you to join in. It's better to enjoy together than alone. I'm most grateful. Young Master Yang. All right, let me call for a car. Just as the young Yang was about to pull out his phone, a dark figure emerged from the moonlight, ghostly in its presence. You are in league with Yang Lianqing? Chen Xiaochuan inquired, his expression frigid. Why, you're still alive? The young Yang gasped, recognizing Chen Xiaochuan as the individual he had just struck with his car. With lightning speed, Chen Xiaochuan seized the young Yang's neck. Kid, you possess quite the audacity to disrespect young Master Yang. Indeed, Yang Lianqing is none other than the 9th young master of the Yang family in Qingyun City. A cousin to Yang Lianqing. Release him at once, kneel, and confess your mistakes. Perhaps you may yet find a path to survival. The Wang youth from a Sacred Hand sect shouted. Crack! Chen Xiaochuan crushed Yang Lianhu's neck and discarded him like refuse, casting a sidelong glance at the Wang youth with a smile that bordered on sardonic. As he wished, he is free now. Yang Lianhu's eyes bulged in disbelief. Frozen in a state of shock, he had never imagined his demise would come so swiftly. The Wang youth stood aghast, throat dry as he realized that Yang Lianhu was at least a novice martial artist of a yellow rank, capable of breaking bricks with one hand or kicking through rebar. Typically, even 7 or 8 robust men would struggle to approach him. Yet this tattered youth had dispatched him as easily as swatting a fly. In martial arts, the Wang youth was on par with Yang Lianhu. Both were the yellow rank. This man is someone I cannot defeat. Good sir, I assure you, I am not in league with young Master Yang. I was merely hired to assist in gathering herbs. I hail from the Sacred Hand sect. My name is Wang Kuei. My master is the 10th elder of the Sacred Hand sect, Zhao Shun. I implore you to show mercy and let me go. I promise I won't say a word about tonight's events, just that Yang Lianhu died in a car accident. Wang Kuei quickly donned a sycophantic smile, eager to placate. Chen Xiaochuan's icy gaze pierced through him like a blade. Wang Kuei shivered uncontrollably, his body trembling as if he were a leaf in the wind. Chen Xiaochuan nodded, feigning amusement. Ah, so you are from the Sacred Hand sect. That sounds rather impressive. Tell me, did you bring any money? I did not bring cash, but I have a card with 20,000 yuan on it. The password is 168861. Feel free to use it. Wang Kuei hastily offered his bank card, secretly relieved, believing that his background had intimidated the other, thus allowing him to save face by asking for money. By the way, where is Yang Lianqing celebrating his birthday tonight? At the Zuanlong Club. Without hesitation, Chen Xiaochuan accepted the bank card, grinning widely. Well then, since you've offered your money, I cannot simply take it without giving something in return. Let me send you on your way. On my way. What do you mean? Kill me? Wang Kuei's eyes widened in horror. Congratulations, you are correct. Chen Xiaochuan's smile grew ever more sinister. A fist loomed large in Wang Kuei's vision. Wang Kuei's heart raced in panic. What? I paid, and I'm still to be killed? Do not be surprised. That 20,000 yuan is simply your ticket for a lifetime tour of the underworld. 5-star service, guaranteed to be swift and painless. Please no. Bang. A fist struck Wang Kuei's head with resounding force, causing it to shatter like a watermelon, his skull fracturing and brain matter splattering everywhere. Wang Kuei fell rigidly into a pool of blood. Little did he expect that, as a disciple of the Holy Hand sect, his adversary would dare to kill him. Chen Xiaochuan retracted his fist and cast his gaze towards the direction of Qinyan City. Yang Lianqing, is your birthday tomorrow night? Ha! Chapter 4. The Bar's Enchantress. When Chen Xiaochuan arrived in Qinyan City, it was merely a few minutes past 8 in the evening. The vibrant nightlife of the dazzling metropolis commenced at this hour. It was the sweltering summer season. Strolling along familiar streets, Chen Xiaochuan's dark, glimmering eyes darted around, fixating on the voluptuous figures of the ladies clad in body-hugging skirts, short shorts, and sheer stockings. Their alluring silhouettes were captivating, rendering him momentarily breathless, his throat dry as he swallowed hard, inwardly contemplating. In the past, I merely admired these long-legged beauties from afar. Now, I find myself utterly enthralled. The 2 Qilin kidneys bestowed upon me by my master are rather demanding to maintain. As the enchanting women passed by Chen Xiaochuan, they instinctively created distance, their expressions marred by disdain. He understood that this was due to his current disheveled appearance, with tattered clothing and unkempt hair, obscuring his otherwise handsome visage. Subsequently, Chen Xiaochuan entered a clothing store, spending 5,000 yuan on a new outfit, followed by a visit to a high-end salon where he invested 1,000 yuan for a stylish dragon beard hairstyle. His entire demeanor transformed, radiating newfound vigor. Afterward, Chen Xiaochuan confidently stepped into a bar named Night Enchantment. This marked his inaugural foray into such an establishment, as he had previously been merely a struggling college student. Now, he possessed a remaining sum of 14,000 yuan acquired from Wang Kuei. Having faced life and death, many of his perspectives had shifted. Life should be lived boldly, indulgently, and with a sense of immediacy. Upon entering the bar, he immediately attracted the attention of dozens of onlookers. Ladies, look, that guy is so handsome. Where's the handsome man? Let me see. Wow, he is truly striking, even more so than the new heartthrob Li Junfeng. My goodness, I'm smitten. Before Chen Xiaochuan could find a seat, he was surrounded by a throng of heavily made-up women, each exuding fiery enthusiasm, seemingly intent on devouring him whole. Handsome, can I buy you a drink? Hey there, let's connect on. I confess, I want you to ride me. Chen Xiaochuan could discern that these women were of dubious character, their sense a chaotic melange, clearly indicating they had been with countless men. As a cultivator and future magnate, despite possessing the Qilin kidneys, he was not inclined to accept just anyone. This scene evoked envy and resentment from the male patrons present. Damn it, that guy is so good-looking, attracting so many women. He is definitely in for a wild night. To the astonishment of the men, Chen Xiaochuan declined each advance. The rejected women, however, displayed no disappointment. They recognized his inexperience in nightlife from his expressions, which only heightened their excitement. They did not press further, instead slipping their business cards into his pockets, indicating they awaited a call. Some bolder women even dared to flirt while handing over their cards, playfully patting his backside. Chen Xiaochuan was taken aback, but chose not to dwell on it. Waiter, I'd like a martini, he called out, snapping his fingers at a male bartender while his gaze wandered to the center of the bar, where a dancer clad in minimal attire swayed to the pulsating music, a teasing smile gracing her lips. All right, please hold on a moment, the bartender replied. Soon, he slid a perfectly prepared martini across the bar to Chen Xiaochuan. Enjoy. Thank you. Chen Xiaochuan lifted the glass, swirled it slightly, and downed it in one go, feeling a wave of comfort wash over him. At that moment, a woman in a form-fitting black dress, appearing around 25 or 26, approached him. Her dark hair cascaded over her shoulders, and she exhaled a plume of white smoke from her luscious lips. with her sparkling eyes fixed on Chen Xiaochuan. She extended a delicate hand, and another patron presented 2 cocktails, one of which she offered him, her voice soft and inviting. "May I treat you to a drink?" Turning his head, Chen Xiaochuan beheld this alluring enchantress. The delightful scent of her perfume wafted towards him, causing his throat to constrict slightly. He could also detect that her fragrance was markedly different from the previous women. It was pure, likely indicating her untouched nature. Recognizing this, Chen Xiaochuan's interest intensified. "You're not trying to slip something into this drink, are you?" He declined a glass she offered, a playful smile gracing his lips. The enchantress couldn't help but chuckle softly. "Little handsome, do you often find yourself drugged?" She tossed her hair back, exuding an irresistible charm. "Indeed, just recently, I was drugged and had a kidney removed," Chen Xiaochuan replied with a grin. Her laughter erupted, vibrant and infectious. "I never expected you to be not only handsome, but also humorous." After taking a sip from the drink she had offered, she added, "I took a test sip. You can rest assured." Chen Xiaochuan, however, seized the untouched cocktail and downed it in one swift motion. "Thank you for the exquisite drink." The enchantress leaned closer, her breath warm against his ear as she whispered, "I have some rare spirits in my collection. Would you like to sample them?" "Absolutely." Chen Xiaochuan nodded eagerly. "Follow me." She beckoned, her alluring figure swaying as she turned away. "Man, you're amazing. Even our boss, you've managed to charm." At that moment, the bartender gave Chen Xiaochuan a thumbs up. "Your boss?" Chen Xiaochuan queried, surprise flashing in his eyes as he glanced at the enchantress's alluring silhouette, his heart racing with excitement. He swiftly followed her, leaving the bar's main hall behind. "Turns out that guy is after the boss lady, Hong Jie," murmured one male patron. "No wonder he rejected those other women. If it were me, I'd do the same. The boss lady is the goddess of my dreams." The realization struck. Money can only attract average women. To win over the elite beauties, one must be handsome. It seemed he needed to undergo some transformations to emulate Chen Xiaochuan and have a chance with the affluent women of Qinyan City. On the 3rd floor of the bar, the decor was opulent, a private space belonging to the bar's owner. The air was filled with an alluring fragrance. "I just overheard someone say that you're the owner of this bar?" Chen Xiaochuan swiftly closed the door behind him, gazing at Hong Jie's enchanting silhouette, before audaciously seating himself on the sofa in the living room. Hong Jie retrieved a bottle of 1982 Lafite from her wine cabinet, poured 2 glasses, and approached Chen Xiaochuan, perching herself directly on his lap, presenting a glass of red wine to him. "Yes, I am indeed the owner of this bar. Is there a problem?" As the beauty, reminiscent of a luscious peach, settled on his lap, Chen Xiaochuan felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. Accepting the wine from Hong Jie, he gulped it down in one swift motion, exclaiming, "No problem at all. Now don't speak, kiss me." With that, he firmly embraced the stunning woman in his arms and passionately pressed his lips against hers. Hong Jie let out a soft moan, feigning a token struggle before succumbing to Chen Xiaochuan's assertive advance. Internally, she mused, "Didn't you just say you wanted to kiss me? How did it turn into you kissing me?" During this conquest of Hong Jie, Chen Xiaochuan simultaneously activated the 9-yang harmony technique, his heart brimming with astonishment. He had not anticipated that the bar's proprietress was, in fact, a virgin. A wealth of pure, primal yin energy was absorbed by Chen Xiaochuan. "Master, she is merely an ordinary woman, and without the 9-yin harmony technique to complement it, after you absorb her primal yin, you must cease, or she will perish from your depletion." The voice of the Wajilian Yuta resonated in his mind. Chen Xiaochuan shuddered, jolted back to reality, and promptly halted the operation of the 9-yang harmony technique. The ensuing moments were dedicated to soothing the restless Qilin kidney within him. As time passed, dawn broke, and soon darkness enveloped the sky once more. Chen Xiaochuan glanced at the clock, noting it was nearly 8 o'clock, and reluctantly came to a halt. Hong Jie lay languidly against him, resembling a sleepy kitten, breathless. "You rascal, claiming your kidney was taken, yet you've exhausted me for an entire day and night. Have you taken some sort of medication?" "This is simply a manifestation of my exceptional talent and youthful vigor. Besides, have you ever seen anyone whose medication lasts an entire day and night? Those so-called brothers promoting it are merely good for a couple of hours." Chen Xiaochuan rolled his eyes dramatically. Hong Jie blinked her lovely eyes, giving a slight nod. "You're right. Even with Viagra, it wouldn't be this potent. All right, let us take a shower together." Chen Xiaochuan gently caressed Hong Jie's delicate face. "You go ahead. I'm utterly exhausted and can hardly move." Hong Jie shook her head, nodding. Chen Xiaochuan made his way into the bathroom, relishing a refreshing shower. Suddenly, he pondered whether this time, after absorbing Hong Jie's primal yin, he had entered the foundational stage. He sensed his cultivation level and felt a slight twitch of his mouth. What the hell? Why was he still at the peak of the qi refinement stage? ninth level. Yet, why did he feel that his cultivation had significantly improved? What was going on? Master, you are now at the 10th level of the Qi refinement stage. The Wajilian Yuda's voice echoed. Wait, ISNT, the Qi refinement stage, capped at 9 levels? I'm at the 10th level? Chen Xiaochuan was taken aback. Indeed, you are at the 10th level of Qi refinement. Perhaps it's due to your extraordinary talent, which sets you apart from others, allowing you to surpass the conventional limits. The Wajilian Yuda replied. That makes sense. Perhaps it's related to my Qilin kidney. Chen Xiaochuan nodded, deciding to let go of the matter. He exited the bathroom, approached Hongjia's bedside, and swiftly donned his clothing. Hongjia, I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Rest well. After dressing, Chen Xiaochuan placed a kiss on her forehead. Tonight marks Yang Lianqing's birthday, and he had not forgotten. A fleeting flicker of disappointment crossed Hongjia's eyes. She and T anticipated that this fellow would be so callous, dressing and preparing to leave. Where are you headed? Hongjia instinctively inquired. Me? I'm off to eliminate a couple of individuals. Chen Xiaochuan grinned. Hongjia's expression contorted in disbelief, rolling her eyes dramatically. Whatever, just go. This guy, not a single scar on him, claims to be fierce in bed, now talking about murder. He's just full of hot air. Handsome men are notoriously unreliable. Chen Xiaochuan felt exasperated. In this day and age, being an honest person was exceedingly difficult. No one believed the truth. Well, I'll take my leave then. You stay here and wait for me. I'll be back later tonight, Chen Xiaochuan declared. You're coming back? Hongjia's mouth twitched again. Of course. You know I'm a freshly graduated college student. I can't return to my dorm, and I have no place to stay. Your bed is quite comfortable. Besides, with a beauty like you around, how could I not return? After all, you've already shared a bed with me. Do you expect me to don my pants and act like a stranger? Chen Xiaochuan said with a cheeky grin. Hongjia was left utterly flabbergasted. This guy actually treated her place like a hotel. Not only was he freeloading, but he also expected her to take responsibility for him. My goodness, how audacious. Chapter 5. The Executioner. The Zuanlong Club is one of the top 10 nightclubs in Xinyun City and a property of the Yang family. Tonight, the Zuanlong Club is particularly lively as it hosts Yang Lianqing's 27th birthday celebration. A throng of guests fills the venue, and the atmosphere is electric. Dressed in a tailored suit, Yang Lianqing beamed at the wealthy young scions and numerous business owners who had come to celebrate him. Brother Cheng, happy birthday! Gui Yujiao, clad in a seductive black mini dress, revealed long, slender legs clad in black stockings, capturing the attention of many male guests at the birthday party. Envying gazes were cast towards Yang Lianqing. One could only imagine the ecstasy of having such a stunning university beauty in bed. Yang Lianqing's eyes roamed over Gui Yujiao's low-cut neckline, and he was momentarily enthralled, pulling her petite waist closer with a smirk. You little vixen, tonight, I will show you what it means to appreciate a man after 3 days apart. He had not divulged to Gui Yujiao about the men from the Holy Hand sect who were sent to procure Yang Chao, choosing instead to surprise her in bed later that night. Brother Cheng, I am eagerly anticipating it. Gui Yujiao playfully bit her alluring red lip. Her expression one of feigned adoration. Yet, internally, she was scoffing. If it weren't for your influence and power, I wouldn't bother with you. Each encounter lasts no more than a minute. What a letdown. Besides, your development is akin to that of an 8-year-old. Chen Xiaochuan, however, now that's a stimulating prospect. Just then, a shadow flickered into view, ghostly and swift. Before Yang Lianqing could comprehend what was happening, he felt a tightening around his neck. His feet lifting off the ground as suffocating pressure enveloped him. Gui Yujiao's eyes widened in horror, her lips trembling. Chen Xiaochuan, impossible. He is not dead. The hundreds of attendees stared in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief. Yang Lianqing found himself ensnared by a remarkably handsome figure, lifted by the neck as though he were a mere chick. The expressions around him morphed into a tapestry of astonishment. Who is this audacious fellow daring to treat young Master Yang in such a manner? I am unfamiliar with him. Yet, he certainly possesses striking looks. I recognize him. He appears to be a student from Xinyun University, once a romantic partner of Gui Yujiao, who is now by young Master Yang's side. However, this student is but a loser, lacking any notable background, which led to his dismissal by Gui Yujiao. So, he is but a rival in love. Yet, for a mere loser to create such a ruckus over a woman is utterly foolish. He is bound to meet a dreadful fate. Poor lad, how impulsive. Indeed, is it worth it for the sake of a woman? There are plenty of young models in this club. A few days of labor could earn one a night with them. In the meantime, Yang Lianqing recognized Chen Xiaochuan, his body trembling involuntarily, utterly perplexed as to how someone who had once been cast aside like refuse could still be alive. However, Yang soon reassured himself, thinking, Chen Xiaochuan is merely a loser. Even if he survives, what is there to fear? With this thought, Despite being restrained, a flicker of derision danced in his eyes as he sneered. Chen Xiaochuan, do you dare choke me? You're courting death. At this moment, Gui Yujiao regained her composure, realizing that even if this young man had not perished, he remained a penniless loser, inconsequential in the presence of young Master Yang. How humiliating it was to have been frightened by him. Simultaneously, 13 muscular henchmen, adorned with tattoos, surged forth from the nightclub. Each of them, seasoned fighters, bore an intimidating presence, resembling ravenous wolves as they snarled at Chen Xiaochuan. You little brat, release young Master Yang, or I shall slay you. Are you deaf, you pathetic wretch? Yet, Chen Xiaochuan released Miled serenely, nonchalantly tossing young Lianzheng aside. The henchmen assumed that their ferocious demeanor had intimidated him. Before they could rejoice, Chen Xiaochuan lunged forward like a tiger amongst sheep. His strikes were as swift as lightning. Bang, bang, bang. In mere moments, he dispatched one after another, some with shattered skulls, others with punctured chests, and still others with broken necks. Within approximately 10 seconds, all 13 henchmen lay lifeless in a pool of blood, their fates gruesome to behold. The overwhelming scent of blood filled the air, and the venue fell into a hushed silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Waves of shock coursed through the onlookers. It was inconceivable that this seemingly fragile university student could, unarmed and unscathed, eliminate 13 of Yang's professional thugs. Yang Lianqing's throat constricted as he gazed in disbelief at the scene before him, while Gui Yujiao cowered behind him, her legs trembling, her body quaking with fear. They had never anticipated that Chen Xiaochuan would be so formidable, and that his lethal prowess would be executed with such ease. He was no longer the easily bullied student. He was akin to a harbinger of death from the depths of hell. Chen Xiaochuan surveyed the carnage with a mocking expression. You adorned yourselves with tattoos. Yet here you are, pretending to be fierce? Who are you attempting to intimidate? A bunch of fools. His gaze shifted toward Yang Lianqing, who, now pale as a ghost, wished desperately to flee home to his mother. With terror etched in his eyes, he stammered, Don't come any closer, with a disarming smile that belied his intentions. Chen Xiaochuan strolled leisurely up to Yang Lianqing. Young Master Yang, fear not. I harbor no ill will this evening. The crowd broke into a cold sweat. You, having slaughtered over a dozen of Yang's thugs, dare to claim no malice? Yang Lianqing, rendered speechless by fear, could scarcely articulate his thoughts. No malice? I believe you not. I am aware that you are celebrating your 27th birthday tonight. Regrettably, I arrived in haste without a gift. Therefore, allow me to present you with a few slaps as a token of my goodwill. Happy birthday. As he uttered the last words, Chen Xiaochuan delivered several resounding slaps to Yang Lianqing's face, the sound echoing through the air. After 6 strikes, Yang's face swelled grotesquely, 2 vivid crimson handprints marking his cheeks. Such an extravagant gift, and you fail to express your gratitude? Chen Xiaochuan shook his head, delivering another resounding slap, this time knocking out Yang Lianqing's teeth. Blood spewed forth as he spat, his mouth filled with the metallic taste of his own blood, and the sight was mortifying for the onlookers. At that moment, a shadow darted forward, its piercing gaze locking onto Chen Xiaochuan. Recognizing the figure, Yang Lianqing's face lit up with hope as he cried out, Master Zhou, save me. This man, Zhou Gang, was one of the highly paid guardians of the Yang family, a true protector of the Dragon Respect Society, possessing martial prowess at the initial stage of the Xian realm. It was said that his strength could unleash a force equivalent to 1,000 pounds, capable of effortlessly slaying a bull. Indeed, it is Zhou Gang, the legendary martial arts master. Only affluent families could afford to engage martial experts to safeguard them or even to take them on as disciples. Zhou Gang will intervene. Let us see how this young man fares. However, to everyone's astonishment, Zhou Gang did not heed Yang Lianqing's plea. Instead, he turned his attention to Chen Xiaochuan and stated, I recognize you as a fellow martial artist. I shall not impede you. Grant me this favor, and let tonight's events conclude here. You may depart. Zhou Gang refrained from taking action, having realized that he could not discern Chen Xiaochuan's capabilities, and he was merely a hired hand. Risking his life was out of the question. A martial artist? Chen Xiaochuan scoffed inwardly. I am a cultivator. He regarded Zhou Gang as a mere weakling attempting to assert dominance in his presence. With a mocking expression, Chen Xiaochuan vanished from sight in an instant. A fist expanded rapidly in Zhou Gang's vision, the sound of whistling wind piercing the air. What incredible speed! Zhou Gang's eyes widened in realization that evasion was futile. He immediately spread his legs, sinking into a stance, crossing his arms in defense. In the next moment, Chen Xiaochuan's fist collided violently with Zhou Gang's arms. A crisp crack echoed as Zhou Gang's arms were brutally shattered. Chen Xiaochuan's punch, having broken Zhou Gang's arms, surged forward like a cannonball, piercing through his chest. Blood gushed forth as Zhou Gang's heart exploded. Incredible. Zhou Gang's eyes widened in shock, unable to fathom that he, a distinguished martial artist at the initial stage of the Xian realm, could be dispatched with a single blow. This youth's cultivation must at least be at the mid-Xian realm. In the next instant, Zhou Gang's head tilted, hanging limply as he succumbed, eyes wide open in a final expression of disbelief. The entire assembly was left utterly astounded. Eyes wide in disbelief. Good heavens, Zhou Gang was actually killed with a single punch. This young man is extraordinarily powerful. No wonder he exudes such arrogance. Yang Lianqing felt as if his world had crumbled. His greatest support had been extinguished just like that, and his gaze towards Chen Xiaochuan was laden with despair. He could hardly fathom that this was the very same pathetic university student from whom he had extracted his kidneys. Chen Xiaochuan turned, lifting Yang Lianqing once more. My kidneys, you say? Of course, even if he retrieved them, they could never be reattached. The allure of the Qilin kidney was far too enticing. Nevertheless, one must reclaim what is rightfully theirs. I don't know. It wasn't me who wanted your kidneys. It was my uncle, Yang Tianyan. After I severed them, I handed them over to him. Every grievance has its origin. Please, spare me. I was wrong. How much do you want? I'll compensate you. And as for Gui Yujiao, don't you fancy her? I'll give her to you. She is quite delightful. Yang Lianqing pleaded like a dog, utterly bereft of the demeanor of a young master of the Yang family. What? That young man is so formidable, and yet Yang Lianqing managed to extract his kidneys? The realization dawned upon the crowd. All these enmities were not over a woman, but rather a grudge over the kidneys. No wonder the strikes were so merciless. The onlookers finally comprehended. Yet, what baffled them was how a person who had been deprived of their kidneys could still possess such strength. It was utterly grotesque. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Chen Xiaochuan's eyes as he suddenly thrust his fingers like a blade, brutally penetrating Yang Lianqing's abdomen, and with a savage yank, he extracted one of his kidneys. Yang Lianqing emitted a series of agonizing screams, his body convulsing and trembling. Chen Xiaochuan clenched his fist, and with a sickening squelch, that blood-soaked kidney was reduced to mere pulp within his grasp. Following that, he seized the other kidney and crushed it, while simultaneously gouging out Yang Lianqing's eyes, transforming them into mush. Finally, he discarded the grotesque remains of Yang Lianqing, akin to a dead dog, before mercilessly stomping down upon his head. With a resounding crack, his skull burst, white matter splattering everywhere. Yang Lianqing met his demise at the age of 27, unable to believe that his birthday had turned into his day of reckoning. Gui Yujiao had never witnessed such a sanguinary scene, her screams piercing the air. Meanwhile, the onlookers trembled in fear, several fainting from sheer fright. Chen Xiaochuan, with bloodied hands, swiftly seized Gui Yujiao by the neck, lifting her effortlessly. Her voice was abruptly silenced, a wave of suffocation washing over her. The shadow of death jolted her into awareness, stirring a desperate will to survive. Xiaochuan, brother Chuan, I was coerced by Yang Lianqing. I had no choice. I love you. Can we start anew? Just tonight, I promise to be pristine and serve you well, ensuring your utmost comfort. Gui Yujiao hastily shifted the blame onto Yang Lianqing. Chen Xiaochuan smiled nonchalantly. I know you're not truly like that. All right, later, freshen up for me. Let us see just how delightful you can be. A flicker of joy crossed Gui Yujiao's eyes. She hadn't anticipated that persuading Chen Xiaochuan would be so effortless. Truly, the ancients were not mistaken when they said that even heroes can falter before the beauty of a woman. However, scarcely had Chen Xiaochuan finished speaking when Gui Yujiao's delight lasted but 3 seconds. A sharp crack echoed through the air as Chen Xiaochuan twisted her neck, discarding her lifeless body to the ground. What a worthless wretch, daring to entertain thoughts of sharing my bed. Gui Yujiao's eyes widened in shock. Unable to close them even in death, she had never imagined that after such sweet words, Chen Xiaochuan would so easily end her life. A deceiver. Many men present lamented silently. How ruthless Chen Xiaochuan was to slay such a beauty without granting himself a moment of indulgence. Having dispatched these 2 treacherous individuals, Chen Xiaochuan felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. Yet he understood that this matter was far from concluded. Every individual tied to his kidneys would pay the price. Casting a devilish glance across the assembly, his gaze compelled all to lower their heads, too fearful to meet his eyes. I am aware that some of you are from the Yang family. Return and inform your patriarch that tomorrow morning I shall personally pay a visit to demand an explanation. With those words, Chen Xiaochuan strode boldly towards the entrance of the nightclub, leaving behind a crowd ensnared in fear. Just a couple of steps away, a voice boomed like thunder from outside, resonating throughout the hall. One arrogant young man. I, Yang Kun, the head of the Yang family, am here. While I bear no account to offer, You shall provide your explanation here tonight." Hearing this, Chen Xiaochuan paused momentarily. He then beheld an elderly man clad in a black robe, approximately 60 years of age, accompanied by over 20 men exuding an aura of menace as they entered. The Yang family's intelligence network was astoundingly efficient, reacting with remarkable swiftness. No wonder they were one of the 4 prominent families of Qinyan. Indeed, it was unexpected that the leader would be the rarely seen patriarch of the Yang family, Yang Qilin. After all, it was no surprise he could not remain idle with his descendants slaughtered. This promised to be an exhilarating spectacle. Although Chen Xiaochuan was decisive in his actions, the onlookers gradually realized the principle of every grievance has its origin. They could safely observe as bystanders, unconcerned with the unfolding events. Initially fearful, many now felt a surge of excitement as they watched Yang Qilin and his entourage enter. Chen Xiaochuan's piercing gaze shot towards Yang Qilin like a drawn sword. To the spectators, Yang Qilin's imposing presence was overwhelming, suffocating them with pressure. Yet, to Chen Xiaochuan, the aura radiating from this group posed no threat whatsoever. It was nothing short of a farce. He mused to himself. My mentor said that the current world is devoid of spiritual energy, unsuitable for cultivation. And indeed, it appears that those who once seemed formidable in my eyes are merely mediocre martial artists, none capable of a decent fight. Do you, a ragtag assembly, truly expect me to provide an explanation here? Do you think boasting will spare you? Chen Xiaochuan rolled his eyes dramatically, his expression one of pure derision. Upon hearing this, Yang Qilin and the martial artist behind him were left dumbfounded. We are a ragtag assembly? This young man held them in utter contempt. It should be noted that Yang Qilin, as the patriarch of the Yang family, was a formidable martial artist at the pinnacle of the Earth stage, flanked by 2 other peak Earth stage cultivators brought in by the Yang family. The rest of the group comprised individuals at least at the mid-Earth stage, many at the late Earth stage, and even some who had achieved complete mastery. This formation was the very foundation that allowed the Yang family to establish themselves in Qinyan City. They could even hold their ground against a nascent celestial stage powerhouse. The crowd felt the weight of the situation. They believed Chen Xiaochuan was far too arrogant. Damn it, what an audacious young man. Yang Qilin has summoned me, Lei Batian, to confront him. A peak Earth stage man, offended by Chen Xiaochuan's demeanor, surged forward at lightning speed, hurtling towards him. The speed at which Lei Batian charged was swift, yet his return was even swifter. The onlookers could only witness as Lei Batian lunged towards Chen Xiaochuan, with no one perceiving the latter's movements. Suddenly, a resounding thud echoed, and Lei Batian, akin to a severed kite, was sent hurtling backwards, crashing to the ground. An imprint of a fist was indented into his chest, his neck twisted at an unnatural angle, and his eyes widened in shock. As he succumbed to death on the spot, gasp. Observing this, the crowd collectively inhaled sharply. Good heavens! The peak of the Xian rank, Lei Batian, was effortlessly vanquished by that young man in a single strike. That lad must be a formidable warrior of the Earth rank, but he appears so astonishingly youthful. In the minds of the spectators, one would typically expect a martial artist of the Earth rank to be at least in their 30s. Yet, Chen Xiaochuan seemed to be barely past 20. Even Yang Qilin and other Earth rank warriors were momentarily taken aback. Xiaomo, let us 3 engage together. Let us conclude this swiftly. Yang Qilin promptly invited his 2 Earth rank companions. They nodded in agreement. Recognizing that Chen Xiaochuan had revealed the ability to dispatch a peak Xian rank opponent in an instant, they dared no longer to underestimate him, speculating that he might even possess the strength of a celestial rank master. With the 3 peak Earth rank warriors joining forces, they believed they could contend with even an early celestial rank expert. In the next moment, 3 figures lunged towards Chen Xiaochuan with the ferocity of wild wolves. Yet, an astonishing spectacle unfolded once more. Bang, bang, bang. 3 dull thuds resonated as Yang Qilin and his companions were similarly sent flying, crashing to the ground like meteors, blood spewing from their mouths. The 2 attendants, surnamed Xiao and Mo, perished on the spot, leaving only Yang Qilin clinging to life, gasping for breath. His eyes, filled with terror, regarded Chen Xiaochuan. In a single encounter, 2 were dead and 1 grievously wounded. There was only one conclusion. The opponent's martial prowess had reached above mid-celestial rank. To cultivate a celestial rank master at the tender age of 20, this young man's background must be extraordinary. The scene fell into a suffocating silence, as no one could fathom that the 3 peak warriors of the Yang family were so utterly outmatched before Chen Xiaochuan. With a casual flick of his wrist, Chen Xiaochuan approached Het Yang Qilin. The latter's face turned as pale as a sheet. Who are you? Chen Xiaochuan replied with a chilling smile. Have Yang Tianyan come to see me. You have 10 minutes, or I shall sever your head. At this moment, Yang Kuan realized that his continued existence was not due to the opponent's lack of ability to kill him, but rather that he was deemed useful to Chen Xiaochuan. Otherwise, he would have met the same fate as the two Earth rank attendants. He is Yang Tianyun, Yang Kuan stammered, pointing tremblingly at one of his entourage. Chen Xiaochuan's gaze followed the direction of Yang Kuan's finger, quickly locking onto Yang Tianyun. Thud! Overwhelmed by the pressure, Yang Tianyun knelt, screaming in terror, "Please spare me. I was wrong. I beg you, do not kill me." Chen Xiaochuan coldly retorted, "My two kidneys? I have already delivered your kidneys to Duke Qingyun. I am merely carrying out his bidding. I implore you, considering we are not the masterminds, grant the Yang family a reprieve." Yang Tianyun, still in a state of shock, spoke hastily. The mention of Duke Qingyun caused the crowd to gasp in collective horror, their minds shaking. Good heavens! This matter actually involves Duke Qingyun. He is a behemoth in the entire Qingyun city, commanding 30,000 Qingyun troops and surrounded by powerful allies. His very presence could make the city tremble. Chen Xiaochuan, having heard of Duke Qingyun during his studies, regarded him as an almost mythical figure beyond reach. Yet, he never anticipated he would one day confront such a person. Now, as a cultivator, Chen Xiaochuan faced Duke Qingyun with no trepidation. He was curious to discover whether the powerful allies of Duke Qingyun could overpower a qi refining stage cultivator. Seeing Chen Xiaochuan momentarily lost in thought, Yang Kuan and the others assumed he was intimidated by the name of Duke Qingyun. A name holds power. The three characters of Duke Qingyun embodied supreme authority. After a brief pause, Chen Xiaochuan regained his composure. "Since you're not the mastermind, you may leave." "Ah, thank you," Yang Tianyun exclaimed joyfully, astonished to find he could preserve his life. However, after uttering this, Chen Xiaochuan swiftly struck Yang Tianyun on the crown of his head. Crack! A sharp sound rang out as Yang Tianyun's skull shattered, blood and brain matter exploding forth, his vitality rapidly fading. With a complex expression, he gazed at Chen Xiaochuan before collapsing, bewildered by the betrayal of the promise of freedom. Chen Xiaochuan, no longer paying heed to the lifeless Yang Tianyun, turned his attention to Yang Kuan and the remaining dozen or so Yang family warriors, who were now utterly silent. The atmosphere thickened with tension as everyone held their breath, fearing what Chen Xiaochuan would do next. Did he intend to eradicate them all? Yang Kuan, sensing the murderous intent in Chen Xiaochuan's gaze, hastily said, "It was Yang Tianyun who took your kidneys. We had no prior knowledge of this. Now that the culprit has been dealt with, I hope you can show mercy. From now on, the Yang family shall follow your lead." Upon hearing this, countless envious eyes fixated on Chen Xiaochuan. To have slain members of the Yang family, yet still command such a formidable force to submit to him was astounding. Indeed, once one transcends the ordinary realm, truth lies solely in the might of one's fist. Strong prevail. This is the essence of supremacy. When shall I also attain such grandeur? Then my life shall be worth living. Little did they know, Chen Xiaochuan raised a finger, recalling Yang Kuan's earlier claim that if he could not defeat them, they would spare him. TSK, since you all came together, you must leave together. I shall reluctantly send you on your way. Fear not. I am swift in my killings. It does not hurt at all. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Xiaochuan moved like lightning, closing in on Yang Kuan, seizing him by the throat and twisting with force. Crack! Yang Kuan's neck snapped, his wide-eyed head drooping lifelessly onto his shoulder. Screams erupted from the remaining Yang family warriors, who panicked and scattered like chickens, devoid of any courage to fight back. Fear not. Killing doesn't hurt, they thought, incredulous at his words. Yet, none managed to escape the doors of the nightclub in time, for their speed was vastly inferior to Chen Xiaochuan's, and they were all subsequently dispatched by his fists. From beginning to end, Chen Xiaochuan lost not a single hair. It was a one-sided slaughter. After finishing off the foes, he swaggered out of the nightclub, leaving behind 100 stunned onlookers, unable to regain their senses. Simultaneously, a question surged in their minds. Did that young man dare to provoke Duke Qingyun? Or, having killed members of the Yang family, could he withstand the wrath of Duke Qingyun? However, the majority of people were convinced that Chen Xiaochuan would never dare to confront Qingyun head-on. Perhaps he would flee before nightfall. After leaving the Zunlong Society, Chen Xiaochuan hurriedly made his way to the night no-return bar. There was no choice. The Qilin Kidney was overwhelmingly potent, leaving him in a state of unbearable agitation. This was also the reason Chen Xiaochuan decided to postpone confronting the Yang family until the following morning. Little did he know, the Yang family members would unexpectedly appear, effectively courting their own demise. As for Qingyun, that could wait until tomorrow. The urgent matter at hand was to seek out Hongjie and resolve his restlessness. Thoughts of Hongjie's alluring and fragrant form only heightened his impatience, causing him to hasten his pace. After Chen Xiaochuan departed, Hongjie fell into a light slumber. Around 10 o'clock that evening, a cacophony of disturbing noises jolted her awake, followed by a resounding crash. The steel security door of Hongjie's residence collapsed with a thunderous roar, and in rushed a group of ferocious-looking individuals. The abrupt clamor startled Hongjie from her dreams. Upon seeing the intruders, her initial panic quickly subsided when she recognized the leader, Long Qi. "What brings you here?" she demanded. Long Qi, the personal bodyguard of Li Yunfei, the third young master of the Li family, one of the four great families of Qingyun City, was a formidable warrior at the pinnacle of the Xian rank. Long Qi's gaze scanned the room, momentarily revealing a flicker of surprise. "A lover?" he mused. Hongjie's complexion shifted slightly as she grasped Long Qi's intent. Recently, Li Yunfei had taken a liking to her, granting her 3 days to contemplate becoming his mistress. She understood that facing Li Yunfei, she had no grounds for refusal, and that the 3 days he offered were merely to allow her to prepare herself mentally. This also explained why, upon meeting the dashing Chen Xiaochuan, she willingly surrendered herself. She thought to herself that since she was destined to become a prominent figure's lover, she might as well not let Li Yunfei have the upper hand. Her precious first time was bestowed upon the captivating Chen Xiaochuan. To this day, she harbored no regrets, though she felt guilty for involving Chen Xiaochuan in this predicament. "What lover? That was my own choice. He has already left. If you have grievances, direct them at me," Hongjie asserted, puffing out her chest, prepared to shoulder the consequences with an air of defiance. "Search," Long Qi commanded, and his entourage of a dozen subordinates surged in like bandits, ransacking Hongjie's private sanctuary. However, they found no trace of the supposed lover. Long Qi furrowed his brow and pulled out his phone, preparing to report the situation. A languid voice interrupted from the doorway. "Are you looking for me?" Chapter 7. The Fool is Myself. At the sound, all eyes turned toward the entrance to behold a dashing young man sauntering in with a nonchalant smirk, exuding an air of playful arrogance. "Ah!" Hongjie was momentarily taken aback. This fellow had truly returned. Regaining her composure, she shouted, "You little rascal, what are you doing back here? It's dangerous. Run, hurry." Yet, to her dismay, Chen Xiaochuan appeared unfazed, swaggering into the room. This fool was courting death. A glimmer of surprise crossed Long Qi's eyes, followed by a slight smirk as he halted his phone call, tucking the device back into his pocket. He was no fool. He immediately recognized that this young man was indeed the lover mentioned in the intelligence report. However, he hadn't anticipated that the lover would be so young and handsome. No wonder Hongjie was smitten. With a mere glance, Long Qi signaled to 3 of his subordinates, who promptly surrounded Chen Xiaochuan, blocking his escape route. "So, you are the lover who spent the night with Hongjie?" Long Qi inquired gravely. "No, he is not. He is my distant cousin," Hongjie quickly interjected. Chen Xiaochuan, however, nodded cheerfully and declared, "Indeed, I spent last night with Hongjie from around 7 or 8 o'clock until this evening. I'm the lover you speak of, not her cousin. Surely, you've come here collectively to learn the art of seduction from me. Haven to you? I'm quite the generous soul. As long as you kneel and bow to me, bringing along your girlfriends, I will be delighted to provide a grand demonstration." Hongjie plopped down onto the ground, utterly dumbfounded. She never expected this handsome lad to be formidable in bed, yet lack a few screws upstairs. What a fool. What a talent. She mused. Long Qi and his men exchanged incredulous glances. This guy had stolen the affections of the woman coveted by Li Sanshao, and now he was attempting to woo their girlfriends? The audacity. Quickly, Long Qi came to a realization. This young man must be a few fries short of a happy meal. Otherwise, how could he remain unperturbed in the presence of such menacing figures? He had the audacity to walk in and proclaim his intention to teach them the art of flirting. "You needn't concern yourself with teaching us. Li Sanshao wishes to see you. Come with us," Long Qi said, his expression darkening. After all, Li Sanshao had requested to take the individual back without any stipulation of inflicting harm. "Oh, so it's Li Sanshao who wants to learn the art of seduction. Very well, let us go. He should prepare his wife or girlfriend, and I shall provide a comprehensive demonstration without reservation. Guaranteed to teach effectively, fair and square." Chen Xiaochuan's eyes gleamed with excitement, eager to showcase his skills. Long Qi and his men were left in a state of disbelief. It was now abundantly clear that this fellow was indeed not all there. Hongjie had actually given herself to such a simpleton. One wondered how Li Sanshao would react upon learning this. Would he vomit blood in sheer disbelief? "All right, let us go," Long Qi finally said, unable to bear it any longer as he approached Chen Xiaochuan and slung an arm around his shoulder, ready to depart. "Agreed," Chen Xiaochuan nodded, chatting amiably as they exited together. Hongjia, snapping back to reality, called out, Chen Xiaochuan, don't go with them. They will kill you. Chen Xiaochuan turned back to her, grinning. Hongjia, don't be ridiculous. They're merely seeking to learn from me. We are all adults here and capable of reasoning. Even if I teach for free, it wouldn't lead to murder. Hongjia collapsed onto the ground in despair, realizing the vast chasm in understanding between her and Chen Xiaochuan. Yet, she soon recalled his earlier remarks about wanting to kill someone, awakening to the realization that her precious first time had been sacrificed to a charming lunatic. What a dizzying predicament. As Long Qi departed with Chen Xiaochuan, he made sure to leave 2 individuals stationed at the entrance. Although Li Sanshao did not explicitly state that he would spare Hongjia, he also refrained from outlining any course of action, thus necessitating her temporary confinement. Observing Chen Xiaochuan being taken away, Hongjia wore a sorrowful expression, her heart aching like a blade. She murmured, Xiaochuan, I'm sorry. I have brought you harm. I'm so sorry. In her eyes, after tonight, there would no longer exist anyone by the name of Chen Xiaochuan in this world. In these times, the disappearance of a university student lacking any identity or background was hardly a matter of concern. Approximately half an hour later, Chen Xiaochuan, following Long Qi, arrived at a villa community named Qingshui Bay, entering a grand mansion covering around 2,000 square meters. The Qingshui Bay villa community was quite renowned in Qingyun City. Those who resided there were either affluent or noble. For Chen Xiaochuan, just over half a month ago, such a place was beyond his wildest dreams. Yet, the current Chen Xiaochuan exhibited an unshakable composure, remarkably steady. Before long, on the lawn of the villa, he encountered Li Yunfei, a man in his early 30s sporting a slicked-back hairstyle, 2 fingers pinching a cigar, exuding an air of authority. Third young master. I brought the scoundrel. Long Qi announced quietly, standing behind Li Yunfei. Li Yunfei turned around, his jaw dropping in astonishment. Was this Long Qi? How are you handling things? I instructed you to capture him, not to invite him over as if for a gathering. In Li Yunfei's view, a scoundrel ought to be bound and bloodied, dragged in as a captive. Long Qi offered a wry smile. Third young master, this lad may appear presentable, yet he is a fool. He believes you summoned him to impart some techniques for courting women, insisting that you prepare your wife or girlfriend for a live demonstration. What? A fool? Li Yunfei was taken aback, utterly flabbergasted. That wretched Hong Jia actually slept with a fool? Indeed, I surmised that initially, Hong Jia could not discern his foolishness. Otherwise, no matter how handsome he may be, she would not resort to such desperate measures. Long Qi replied, nodding. Hey, I say, third young master. Are you interested in learning? Call your wife out quickly. Chen Xiaochuan interjected. Li Yunfei's gaze fell once more upon Chen Xiaochuan's face, his expression darkening and contorting into a snarl. Even if he is a fool, he has sullied my woman, and he must pay the price. Cut off his and toss it away. No sooner had he spoken than Li Yunfei felt a sudden flash before his eyes. A powerful hand gripped his neck, fingers tightening abruptly, a wave of intense suffocation washing over him. You wish to learn how to court women, yet you require my assistance to sever your... It was the first time he had heard such a request, and Chen Xiaochuan, with a playful smile, hoisted Li Yunfei up by his neck. This scene left Long Qi utterly astonished. As a peak martial arts practitioner, he was stunned to witness such an act unfold before him without being able to react. It was a tremendous slap to his face. Li Yunfei, too, was taken aback. As a mid-level Huang-class warrior, he was impervious to any threat. Yet he was ambushed by a fool. It was a disgrace. Just as Long Qi and Li Yunfei prepared to unleash their fury upon Chen Xiaochuan, an astonishing scene unfolded that left everyone present wide-eyed. Chen Xiaochuan reached out with one hand and called out, "Knife come!" A knife, resting on a stone table beside a watermelon platter, was drawn to his hand from a distance. With a swift motion, blood erupted forth. The front of Li Yunfei's trousers was stained crimson, a gruesome mass falling to the ground. Li Yunfei cried out, clutching his groin in agony, his complexion turning a deep shade of purple. Chen Xiaochuan released Li Yunfei's neck, dusted off his hands, and declared, "All done. Now, about that surgical fee of 100,000, could you please settle it?" Aside from Li Yunfei's anguished cries, the others stood frozen in silence, their minds swirling with tumultuous thoughts, their eyes filled with disbelief. Heavens, what did we just witness? The ability to manipulate objects from afar. This young man possesses such extraordinary skill. As practitioners of martial arts, they understood the significance of such an ability. Only those who had achieved the mid-level status of a martial arts master could master such a technique capable of precisely controlling their internal energy. To them, a martial arts master was akin to a divine dragon, a transcendent being deserving of utmost respect, even from the likes of Qingyun Marquis. Now, it became painfully clear that this young man was far from a fool. He was, in fact, a prodigious martial arts master, and remarkably youthful at that. They also comprehended why Chen Xiaochuan spoke of teaching them the art of seduction. It had all been a jest. After all this time, the true fool had been none other than themselves. Despite his excruciating pain, Li Yunfei felt no animosity. He was utterly astonished by Chen Xiaochuan's supernatural ability. He realized that the woman he had pursued was indeed a martial arts master. Oh my God, I have inadvertently provoked a martial arts master. Such an affront could bring ruin upon the Li family. Li Yunfei stifled his agony, grateful for the intervention, and rest assured, I will cover the surgical fee of 100,000. Would you prefer WeChat transfer or bank transfer? Let us use WeChat. Chen Xiaochuan replied, pulling out his phone and displaying the payment code. Li Yunfei hurriedly scanned the code. 10,000 was successfully received via WeChat. Chen Xiaochuan's expression brightened, his gaze shifting to Long, Qi, and the others. Would you all like to partake as well? Since you're not the boss, I will offer an 8% discount. It will only be 80,000. Upon hearing this, Long Qi and his companions snapped back to reality, shaking their heads fervently. We do not require it. Thank you for your kind offer. Chen Xiaochuan frowned. Are you implying that you doubt my skills with a knife? Do you think my work is inadequate? No. Your knife skills are truly unparalleled, like nothing I have ever witnessed. My admiration for your technique is boundless, akin to the ceaseless flow of a mighty river. To look down upon you would be utterly inconceivable. Long Qi hastily replied, though his smile appeared more akin to a grimace. The others echoed in agreement. I feel the same. Chen Xiaochuan rubbed his nose, nodding. It is evident that you genuinely admire my prowess. Very well. I am a reasonable person. If you do not wish to partake, I shall not force you. Is there anything else you require? If not, I shall take my leave. And no, nothing at all. Long Qi quickly responded. Li Yunfei chimed in, no, nothing more. Are you certain there's nothing else? Chen Xiaochuan inquired, his smile warm. Absolutely nothing. Li Yunfei insisted, his face pale as he forced a smile. Then I shall take my leave, Chen Xiaochuan concluded. Li Yunfei and the others nodded vigorously, like chicks pecking at grains. Desperate for the departure of the formidable Chen Xiaochuan, the psychological pressure weighed heavily upon him, rendering him almost oblivious to the pain of the severed parts. As if he had gone numb. Next time, if anyone else requires a similar procedure, do kindly refer them to me. I shall offer a generous discount of 20%. Chen Xiaochuan remarked further. Certainly, absolutely. Li Yunfei hastily nodded in agreement. With that, Chen Xiaochuan strode away. Only then did Li Yunfei, Long Qi, and the others exhale in relief, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for air, their bodies drenched in cold sweat. The sensation of having brushed against death was utterly terrifying. Quick, take me to the hospital. Perhaps it can still be reattached, Li Yunfei suddenly exclaimed, hastily seizing the bloody remnant that lay on the ground, instructing urgently. Understood. Third young master, Long Qi promptly sprang into action. As for thoughts of revenge, not a single one among them dared to entertain such notions. It was absurd. To seek vengeance against a martial arts master? That would be akin to searching for excrement with a lantern. Surviving today was already akin to a miraculous blessing from their ancestors. While Long Qi was on his way to fetch the car, an idea struck him, and he quickly pulled out his phone to make a call. As the line connected, the voice on the other end spoke first. Seventh brother. We have a firm hold on Hongjia. She cannot escape. Do you have any instructions? Shut your mouth and return immediately. Long Qi bellowed, not allowing the other party to respond before he ended the call. After departing from the villa where Li Yunfei resided, Chen Xiaochuan hailed a taxi back to the Night Never Returns bar. Damn it, the legendary cultivators are said to fly about at will. Yet here I am, a cultivator. Haven't taken a taxi. If I cannot fly, I should at least possess my own vehicle. Otherwise, it tarnishes my celestial identity. After all, I obtained my driver's license during my third year of college, so driving is not an issue. Chen Xiaochuan mused as he observed the swiftly passing scenery outside the car window, contemplating the idea of purchasing a car. Half an hour later, Chen Xiaochuan arrived once more at Hongjia as private quarters. At that moment, she was curled up in the room, her gaze vacant, her delicate body trembling intermittently, as if her very soul had been scattered. Hongjia, I'm back, Chen Xiaochuan greeted with a smile. Chapter 8, Shock. Upon hearing Chen Xiaochuan's voice, Hongjia's petite form jolted as if struck by lightning. She swiftly raised her head to find Chen Xiaochuan standing before her. You fool, no, Xiaochuan. How did you return? Are you all right? Did they harm you? Hongjia sprang up, her delicate hands exploring Chen Xiaochuan's body in a frantic manner. Heje Hongjia. What could possibly happen to me? Look, I'm perfectly fine. All my parts are intact. Would you like me to remove my pants for a thorough examination? Chen Xiaochuan replied with a playful grin. A thought crossed Hong Jie's mind, and her fair cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, akin to the application of rouge, rendering her even more alluring. You rascal, can you not be serious for a moment? Come, tell me what transpired after you left with him. Why did they let you go? Hong Jie pressed, her lips pursed, as she pulled Chen Xiaochuan down to sit beside her, her tone softening. It's nothing much, really. Their boss, a certain Li Yunfei, instead of learning how to flirt with women, absurdly expressed a desire to become a eunuch and asked me to assist him with the procedure. After I performed the operation, he paid me a surgical fee of 100,000 yuan, and then I returned, Chen Xiaochuan stated earnestly. Hong Jie was momentarily flabbergasted, rolling her eyes in disbelief. Her beautiful orbs reflected her skepticism. In her view, Chen Xiaochuan was merely spinning a fanciful tale. Li Yunfei was notorious as a notorious playboy, having ruined countless virtuous women. Would he truly wish to become a eunuch? Was this not utterly ridiculous? Surely, Li Yunfei must have recognized that this young man was not mentally stable and thus chose to release him instead. However, Chen Xiaochuan extended a finger, gently lifting Hong Jie's delicate chin, his throat rolling as he licked his lips, and said, Hong Jie, it's getting late. Let us retire for the night. At his words, Hong Jie snapped back to reality, instinctively tightening her legs, her beautiful eyes widening in surprise at the unexpected implication that he wished to share a bed with her. In that moment, she found herself at a loss, as a normal woman could hardly resist the allure of such a vigorous and handsome young man. Yet, the thought struck her that if she were to succumb to the advances of this seemingly simple-minded fool, it would be a source of embarrassment beyond measure. Chen Xiaochuan had already wrapped his arms around her, leaning in to kiss her fiery red lips. By the time Hong Jie realized what was happening, her fragrant lips had already been forcefully sealed by Chen Xiaochuan's fervent kiss. No, je m'aime con hiestragal momentarily. But her mind went blank as Chen Xiaochuan overpowered her with his passionate advance. At the First People's Hospital of Qingyun City, in an upscale VIP room, the attending physician, drenched in perspiration, removed his mask and reported, Mr. Li, I have successfully reattached it after 8 hours of effort. However, I must inform you that it is unlikely to function normally in the future. What? It won't function? What use is it then? Li Yunfei's emotions erupted like a powder keg, as the grim thought of never being able to engage with women again loomed over him, rendering life devoid of joy. Mr. Li, please do not be agitated. While it cannot be used at present, this is merely due to my limited medical expertise. If you seek out a renowned physician in the future, it is possible that they may restore its function, thus laying the groundwork for your revival. Had I not reattached it tonight, it would have decayed and become utterly useless, leaving even the most skilled physician with no recourse. The attending physician hastily clarified. Upon hearing this explanation, Li Yunfei gradually calmed down, nodding in acknowledgement. Dr. Huang, I apologize for my earlier outburst. Long Qi, prepare a red envelope for Dr. Huang. Understood. Third young master. Long Qi promptly stuffed a sizable red envelope of 10,000 yuan into Dr. Huang's hands. After some back and forth, Dr. Huang accepted it with a smile. Mr. Li, please take care and rest. I shall not disturb you further, Dr. Huang said, wiping the sweat from his brow. Thank you, Dr. Huang, for your hard work tonight. Do get some rest yourself, Li Yunfei replied, nodding. After Dr. Huang departed, the head of the Li family, Li Zhongtian, along with several high-ranking members of the Li clan, approached Li Yunfei's bedside, including Li Yunfei's father, Li Xuanqi. Li Zhongtian, being Li Yunfei's grandfather, inquired coldly. What transpired, Yunfei? Who dared to lay hands on you? The gravity of the situation weighed heavily, as the act of mutilation was a direct affront to the Li family's honor. Li Yunfei quickly gestured for Long Qi to close the VIP room door. Sure, Grandpa, keep your voice down. He raised a finger to his lips, a look of panic on his face, as if fearing eavesdroppers. Seeing this, Li Zhongtian understood that whoever had dared to castrate his grandson must possess significant power. However, it mattered little. The Li family had the backing of the Marquis of Qingyun. Yet this was knowledge only he, the elder, possessed. No matter the might of the foe, could they surpass the Marquis of Qingyun? Grandfather, I accept my fate in this matter. The person involved is far beyond the reach of our Li family, Li Yunfei declared resolutely. Upon hearing this, the 10 or so core members of the Li family in the hospital room were rendered speechless. Yunfei, could it be that the one who harmed you hails from the Seven Mouse Hall? Or perhaps the Yunlong Society? Li Xuanqi blurted out. In Qingyun City, the 4 prominent families held considerable influence but were still categorized as third-rate powers. In contrast, the Seven Mouse Hall and the Yunlong Society were classified as second-rate forces, overshadowing the 4 families. They represented 2 titans of the underworld in Qingyun City, each boasting formidable masters at the early or even mid-stages of the celestial realm. The first-rate powers included official entities like the Martial Arts Association of Qinyan City, while the Qinyan Marquis stood alone as a super first-rate entity. Child, speak boldly. Even if it is the overlords of the Seven Mouths Hall and the Yunlong Society, I, your grandfather, will seek justice for you, Li Zhongtian pronounced with unwavering conviction. His deep voice resonated throughout the hospital room. Li Yunfei shook his head with a bitter smile, lamenting, "Grandfather, it's not them. The individual I have provoked is a master of martial arts." A master of martial arts? What do you mean? Wait, did you just say master of martial arts? Li Zhongtian's demeanor shifted dramatically, his eyes widening in shock. Li Xuanqi and the others were equally stunned, their hearts racing with trepidation. Yunfei, are you certain? Li Xuanqi felt a chill run down his spine. If the one who had assaulted his son was indeed a master of martial arts, then the Li family was in grave danger. Even the Qinyan Marquis would not risk repercussions with such a formidable figure and might sacrifice the Li family to maintain good relations with the master. Such masters must not be insulted was not merely an empty phrase. Before Li Yunfei could respond, Long Qi interjected, "Grandfather Li, I can confirm it. That was indeed a master of martial arts." All of us were left dumbfounded. The master effortlessly summoned a watermelon knife from 10 meters away with a mere gesture. A collective gasp filled the room at Long Qi's words. The ability to manipulate objects from a distance was indeed a hallmark of a martial arts master. Li Zhongtian's legs buckled, and he staggered. Had it not been for Li Xuanqi's quick reflexes to support him, the elder would have collapsed in shock. The other core members of the Li family fell silent, some trembling with fear. "Quickly, tell me how my unfilial grandson managed to provoke such a master of martial arts." Li Zhongtian demandó urgently. His protective instincts had swiftly morphed into disdain and anger, wishing to crush his grandson into pulp. If that master sought revenge, the Li family would face annihilation. Li Yunfei, unable to conceal the truth, recounted the entire incident in detail. After he incapacitated you, he merely demanded 100,000 yuan and left. Li Zhongtian was momentarily at a loss. Logically, a master of martial arts, even if driven by passion, would never be motivated by monetary gain. Such a paltry sum would hardly pique their interest. Yet, according to his grandson's account, the master seemed disinterested in pursuing further action, which alleviated some of the tension for Li Zhongtian and the others. Immediately dispatch someone to ascertain whether that master remains in the night return bar with Red Sister. And I must personally extend my apologies, Li Zhongtian resolved decisively. After a night of passionate entanglement, the troubles brought to Chen Xiaochuan by the Qilin essence had significantly eased. "Red Sister, come, cover yourself with a blanket. You mustn't catch a chill." He gently draped a thin summer quilt over her bare form, though it could hardly conceal her allure. Red Sister, breathless, was exhausted and on the verge of sleep, her eyelids heavy. Fortunately, being on the third floor, her employees would not intrude uninvited. Otherwise, the chaos of their night would have been exposed. Just as Red Sister prepared to indulge in a deep slumber, a voice echoed from the second floor. "Boss, Mr. Li Yunfei has arrived." "What? Li Yunfei is here?" Red Sister jolted awake, fear replacing her drowsiness. Curling up in Chen Xiaochuan's embrace, trembling. It seemed the other party had no intention of letting her go. Perhaps, after escaping last night, Li Yunfei had come personally to confront her today. Realizing this, Red Sister felt her composure shatter, uncertain of how to respond. Meanwhile, a glint of cold fury flickered in Chen Xiaochuan's eyes. He thought, something is amiss. That fellow was more obedient than a kitten last night. Yet today he dares come looking for trouble. Does he not know I am here? And is he venting his frustrations on a woman? Sensing Red Sister's fear, a fleeting moment of murderous intent crossed Chen Xiaochuan's gaze before he smiled and said, "Red Sister, someone is looking for you. Quickly put on your clothes and go see what the situation is." Red Sister gradually regained her composure, reasoning that what is destined cannot be avoided. She nodded in agreement. After dressing, she descended to the second floor, where she found Li Yunfei standing behind several imposing men, with none other than Li Zhongtian, the head of the Li family. At the forefront, the sight struck Red Sister with an overwhelming sense of pressure. Before she could utter a word, Li Yunfei suddenly knelt, exclaiming, "Red Sister, I am sorry. I was blind to my own ignorance before. I come to you now to apologize. Please forgive me." Red Sister was taken aback. What is happening? Li Yunfei, kneeling before her to apologize? Was the sun rising in the west? Who could explain the situation to her? To her astonishment, Li Zhongtian also kneeled, saying, "Red Sister, I have failed as a parent, and I humbly apologize." Red Sister was left utterly stunned. It was already absurd for Li Yunfei to kneel, but now the formidable head of the Li family, a man who commanded respect in Qinyan City, was doing the same. Was this some kind of dream? Struggling to accept the reality before her, she pinched her thigh sharply. Pain. This was no dream. After a moment of dazed shock, she turned to Li Yunfei and said, Li Xiao. Red sister, just call me Xiao Li or Li Yunfei. The title of Li Xiao is too much for me. He quickly corrected her. Red sister bit her lip. Li Yunfei, I have a question for you. Red sister, feel free to ask. Whatever I know, I will answer, and if I don't, I will find a way to satisfy you. Li Yunfei promised earnestly. Red sister's breath quickened, her chest rising and falling with anticipation. After you summoned Chen Xiaochuan to your side, he said you asked him to incapacitate you? Without hesitation, Li Yunfei nodded, responding, Red sister, Mr. Chen is indeed correct. I did request him to perform that act on me. Due to my overwhelming curiosity, I yearn to experience what it feels like for a man to be devoid of that particular appendage. What? Is it possible that he spoke the truth? Hongjie exclaimed in astonishment. At that moment, Chen Xiaochuan emerged from behind Hongjie, wrapping his arm around her delicate waist with a grin, and said, Hongjie, after all this time, you actually didn't believe what I told you last night. It truly saddens me. We have shared such an intimate understanding, and yet you doubt my words. This cannot stand. Tonight, I shall impose a punishment upon you. Hongjie's mind buzzed with confusion. She could not quite grasp what Chen Xiaochuan was saying. Yet, she suddenly realized that Chen Xiaochuan was not merely the naive grassroots college student he portrayed himself to be. Far from being a fool, he was a person of considerable stature. Otherwise, how would the formidable Li family kneel before someone as humble as a bar owner? Who exactly is this young man? Li Yunfei quickly donned a smile, exclaiming, Good morning, Mr. Chen. Upon seeing Chen Xiaochuan, Li Zhongtian was equally astonished. Although he had learned from his grandson Li Yunfei that the martial arts master they had provoked was remarkably young, witnessing him in person left him utterly astounded. In his early 20s, he had already reached the pinnacle of mastery. Could Yunfei have been mistaken? Chapter 9. Half Mountain Villa No. One Chen Xiaochuan's gaze leisurely settled upon Li Yunfei's face as he teased. Oh, Boss Li, so early in the day, you've brought along so many people. Are you all here to partake in some mischief? Upon hearing this, Li Zhongtian and the other senior members of the Li family displayed unmistakable fear, each feeling an involuntary chill in their lower regions. And no, Mr. Chen, you misunderstand. I am this brat's grandfather and the current head of the Li family. We have failed in our duty to raise him properly, which led to his offense against you. I have come today to offer my apologies. After a moment of shock, Li Zhongtian quickly explained, presenting a set of electronic key cards with both hands, saying, Our subordinates from the Li family damaged the gate here last night, disturbing your rest. This is the key to Half Mountain Villa No. 1, as compensation for your inconvenience. Please accept it as a token of our apology, Mr. Chen. At the mention of Half Mountain Villa No. 1, Hongjie visibly trembled, a look of astonishment crossing her features. For the citizens of Qingyun City, Half Mountain Villa is a household name. It represents the most luxurious villa community in Qingyun City, developed by a real estate company under the Li family. Those who can reside there are the pinnacle figures of Qingyun City. Not even the Li family, the developers, have taken up residence there, as their status is deemed insufficient. Despite this, villas number 1 through number 3 remain unoccupied and are still on the market. The price for villa number 1 is 168 million. For villa no. 2 it is 158 million, and for villa number 3, it is 138 million. These figures are astronomical for Qingyun City. However, there are certainly many who can afford them. The reason they remain unsold is that these 3 villas are known as the kings of the building. The elite are acutely aware that residing in these villas would inevitably thrust them into the spotlight. Even the most prominent individuals in Qingyun City must consider the repercussions of such a move. They possess self-awareness. They can navigate Qingyun City with ease. But when faced with the broader context of Long Country or even the neighboring Jiangnan region, they realize their limitations. The world is indeed profoundly intricate, lacking the power to dominate. There are times when one must remain low-key. Once, the Li family had intended to gift Villa No. 1 to the Marquis of Qingyun, but he declined. The Li family recognized that someone of his stature would have his reservations. This is also why, since the development of Half Mountain Villa, no member of the Li family has taken up residence there. They're content to sell the properties instead. Having studied for 4 years at a university in Qingyun City, Chen Xiaochuan understood the significance of Half Mountain Villa and the unparalleled status of Villa No. 1. He knew all too well that even with relentless hard work, whether laboring during the day or delivering takeout at night, he could never afford even a fragment of that villa. In truth, he hadn't even dared to dream in that direction. But now, the key to Half Mountain Villa No. 1 lay before him. For a moment, Chen Xiaochuan felt a wave of disbelief wash over him, silently marveling. Indeed, as long as one is alive, life presents boundless possibilities. One must never underestimate oneself. Seeing Chen Xiaochuan hesitate to accept the key, Li Zhongtian inwardly mused. It seems this young man is reluctant to stand in the limelight. Little did he know that upon returning to reality, Chen Xiaochuan smiled and reached out to grasp the key card from Li Zhongtian's hands, nodding in agreement. Indeed, you make a valid point. Your people damaged my friend Hongjie Estor. It is only fitting that you compensate with a villa. Very well, I shall accept the key. If you wish to avoid further repercussions, you may leave now. Upon hearing this, Li Zhongtian quickly replied, Thank you, Mr. Chen, for your understanding. Should you have any further requests, please do not hesitate to command us. The Li family will comply without question. We shall not disturb you further, and will take our leave. Chen Xiaochuan waved them off, turning to the still-shocked Hongjie, shaking the key card in his hand with a grin. Hongjie, let's head to my villa for a while. Hongjie snapped back to reality, her eyes widening in surprise. Go for a while? All right. A realization struck her, and her cheeks flushed a rosy hue reminiscent of the evening sky. The thought of sharing Villa Number 1 with the enigmatic Chen Xiaochuan stirred ripples of excitement within her. More importantly, she was eager to delve deeper into Chen Xiaochuan's true identity. Thus, she found herself unable to decline his invitation. With assuredness, Chen Xiaochuan scooped Hongjie up in his arms and strode toward the bar's exit. The staff, who had been observing from the periphery, stood in awe, having witnessed the entire scene unfold. Even in their ignorance, they understood that this young man, who had won over Hongjie, was an extraordinary individual. How could a mere pretty boy command the respect of the Li family head? Initially, they had thought that the young man simply had good looks, but it turned out he was not only handsome, but also possessed a powerful background. Indeed, a second-generation heir. Alas, why must my parents be mere farmers? Otherwise, it would be me holding Hongjie in my arms. One employee lamented, thumping his chest in despair, feeling the unfairness of fate. Why must the disparities between people be so vast? Indeed, it appears that I no longer need to undergo cosmetic surgery, even if I were to enhance my appearance. It would bear little significance. I shall dedicate my spare time to reading and furthering my education, striving to secure a government position before I turn 35. For one must possess a notable status. Otherwise, I would have no hope at all. Another university graduate, who had been working as a waitress for 2 years, sighed in agreement. I am but a woman who sings, serves drinks, and performs on a pole. If that charming gentleman Chen were to take notice of me, I would have thought he had turned over a new leaf. What a fanciful notion. We, the women of the world, even if we offered our services for free, would not be accepted. Such is fate. Meanwhile, many others present were curious about the background of Chen Xiaochuan, wondering if they could attach themselves to that young man and soar to great heights. In Qingyun City, the half-mountain villa stands majestic. Here lies Villa Number 1, indeed imposing. Chen Xiaochuan stood atop the villa, overlooking the entire half-mountain, feeling as though he was surveying the world from a great height. Bieno. One is perched at the pinnacle of this residential area, allowing one to behold the entire breathtaking landscape. The breeze from above is particularly refreshing. Hongjie stood beside Chen Xiaochuan, sensing an aura of sovereignty emanating from him. Xiaochuan, who exactly are you? Why are the Li family so fearful of you? After taking a deep breath, Hongjie summoned her courage to voice her curiosity. Hongjie, did I not mention? I am merely a recent graduate from Qingyun University. My parents are farmers. The Li family does not fear me. They are merely being reasonable. We are all civilized individuals, and they are simply compensating for the damage done to your door. Chen Xiaochuan replied earnestly. Hongjie's lips twitched in disbelief. To ruin a door and compensate with a villa worth over 100 million? That is utterly absurd. Forget it. She huffed. All right then, considering you have not turned your back on me after I put on a dress, I shall reveal the truth to you. Chen Xiaochuan pulled Hongjie into an embrace, inhaling the delightful fragrance emanating from her hair, and softly spoke. Hongjie rolled her eyes dramatically. Clearly, she was the one at a disadvantage. Yet this fellow appeared to revel in his perceived triumph, prompting her small fist to playfully strike his chest as she feigned annoyance. You rascal, you've left me so flustered that I can barely walk straight, and yet you claim to be the one at a loss. Have you not heard the saying, there are no fields ruined, only weary oxen? Moreover, did you not entice me into your room the other night? Chen Xiaochuan teased with a grin. Hongjie felt a surge of frustration, realizing that despite his nonsensical reasoning, she found herself unable to counter his claims. Engaging him seriously would surely lead to vexation. All right, enough of this banter. Get to the point, she insisted, her ample bosom rising and falling dramatically. In truth, the reason they are willing to be reasonable is that I am a cultivator. They cannot afford to provoke me, Chen Xiaochuan declared, enunciating each word with conviction. You're a cultivator? Hongjie felt as if she had been duped once more. Indeed, Chen Xiaochuan nodded firmly. Then show me your abilities, she challenged, pointing toward the mountains below. I cannot fly. Chen Xiaochuan shrugged, shaking his head. Hongjie fell silent. If he could not even fly, how would he claim to be a cultivator? How absurd. She had resigned herself to the fact that discovering Chen Xiaochuan's true identity through inquiry was futile. However, one thing was certain. This young man was extraordinary. At the very least, with him as her ally, she could hold her head high in Qingyun City without fearing the scrutiny of powerful individuals. Observing the expression on Hongjie's face, Chen Xiaochuan understood her disbelief and felt rather exasperated. In this day and age, it seemed that honesty was met with skepticism. What world we live in? Chen Xiaochuan chose not to provide further explanations. Whether she believed him or not was of little consequence. Suddenly, Hongjie lifted her gaze, gazing at Chen Xiaochuan with an expression full of longing, her eyes shimmering like a captivating autumn stream. She bit her luscious red lips and softly said, "If you won't demonstrate, would you let me take the lead? What are you waiting for? Take the lead?" Chen Xiaochuan looked into her expectant eyes and recalled his earlier words. He had spoken of sitting, not engaging in that. Where's her mind wandering? Without waiting for a response, Hongjie pressed her lips against his, igniting a passionate kiss. Their lips met, a fiery contact that set their hearts ablaze. As a man endowed with exceptional vitality, Chen Xiaochuan had no reason to refuse such an opportunity and reciprocated fervently. Hongjie's garments were swiftly discarded, and he fervently kissed her from head to toe. The passionate encounter continued until dusk settled upon the horizon, gradually coming to a close. Both Chen Xiaochuan and Hongjie experienced a unique sensation, marveling at how different it felt atop Villa No. 1, exposed to the elements yet untroubled by prying eyes. The thrill of their clandestine rendezvous was beyond mere words. Only the two of them could truly comprehend the experience. Meanwhile, upon returning to the Li family, Li Zhongtian, having led his team, was met with a dossier containing Chen Xiaochuan's personal information through his intelligence network. Chen Xiaochuan, male, 22 years of age, hailing from Xinghua Village in Zhongjiang Province, recent graduate in engineering management from Qingyun University. Upon reviewing this information regarding Chen Xiaochuan's background, the core members of the Li family were momentarily rendered speechless. Have we, the Li family, truly been bested by a mere university student? Even the president of Qingyun University treats the head of the Li family with utmost respect. Grandfather, this information must be false. We witnessed that young man performing feats of extraordinary prowess. Li Yunfei shook his head, unable to accept the simplistic nature of Chen Xiaochuan's identity. After a deep breath, Li Zhongtian contemplated for a moment, his eyes suddenly widening as he crumpled the paper in his hand, stating, "This information cannot be false. However, it is undoubtedly the persona that Mr. Chen has chosen to present to the world. As a master of martial arts, achieving such a facade is trivial for him. Father, should we not send someone to Xinghua Village to investigate and ascertain if his parents are indeed farmers?" Li Shuangqi suggested. Li Zhongtian waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Our inquiry into Mr. Chen's identity ends here. Since he has accepted Villa No. 1, it signifies that he will not retaliate against the Li family. There is no need for us to engage in a feudal conflict with a martial arts master. Now, having moved into Villa No. 1 with that woman, he will truly become the talk of the town in Qingyun City. I believe many influential figures will soon focus their attention on him. As the saying goes, a tall tree invites the wind. His good fortune may soon come to an end. The Li family need only sit back and watch the ensuing struggle while remaining comfortably uninvolved, as steadfast as an old dog. Father, grandfather, wise and sagacious." The core members of the Li family cast adoring glances towards the venerable elder. Li Zhongtian's lips curled into a subtle smile as he inwardly reveled. Chen Xiaochuan. "Oh, Chen Xiaochuan, my villa on the mountainside is merely a trap. You are still too youthful." Chapter 10, The She-Dragon. As the sun descended in the west, the evening air grew warm. Hongjie, glistening with perspiration and a look of contentment, nestled against Chen Xiaochuan, breathing slightly heavier. Chen Xiaochuan glanced at the rosy clouds in the sky and then at the beauty in his embrace, softly uttering, "Hongjie, given our current circumstances, do you not intend to grant me a title?" In the midst of her tranquil enjoyment, Hongjie, upon hearing his words, suddenly spluttered. Typically men who confer titles upon women? Why are you asking me for one?" She rolled her eyes, her tone laced with irritation. "Of course. After all, you were the one who caught my fancy. Each time, I am left utterly satisfied. What? Are you not planning to take responsibility?" Chen Xiaochuan replied with a playful grin, his hand gently caressing Hongjie's delicate, rosy skin. However, Hongjie's thoughts began to stir. Upon reflection, she realized that Chen Xiaochuan's seemingly frivolous question was, in fact, a sincere expression of his desire to establish a relationship after their many encounters. He was offering her the opportunity to become his woman. while also placing the initiative in her hands. This revealed a tremendous sincerity and respect for her, a woman of lower social standing. Realizing this, Hong Jie felt a warmth in her heart. She hadn't anticipated that this brash second-generation heir could be so considerate, but she remained grounded, aware of her own position. As a mere bar owner, she was a cut above ordinary workers or entertainers. In the presence of genuine influential figures, she was but an insignificant insect. She would have to smile even at the slightest whim of a city official, let alone the powerful. Thus, she concluded that she could not become the woman of such a second-generation heir. Even if he were to accept her, his esteemed elders would undoubtedly disapprove. Families of significant influence place great importance on social standing. She simply did not measure up. To establish a relationship would inevitably end in tragedy. With this thought, Hong Jie's mood darkened. After a fleeting moment of contemplation, she made her decision. Since you want me to be responsible, then I shall indeed take on that responsibility. Otherwise, you might accuse me of not recognizing you when I wear a dress, she said with a cheerful smile. Then, let us consider you my lover. In this way, should you encounter other women you fancy, you need not concern yourself with my feelings. As long as it is mutual, you may indulge freely. Chen Xiaochuan was momentarily taken aback by Hong Jie's understanding nature, allowing him to be her lover, thus not hindering his encounters with other beauties. However, having experienced betrayal and death at the hands of a woman before, and now as a cultivator, his mindset had become far more open. He sought the freedom to live as he wished, and thus would not be genuinely bound by any woman. Well then, it is settled. He chuckled, unaware of the fleeting sorrow that glimmered in Hong Jie's eyes. Although he enjoyed frolicking against the soft contours of her body, he had not forgotten his vendetta nor his ambition to become the most powerful figure in the world, standing atop the pinnacle and surveying all below. After sharing a passionate kiss with Hong Jie, Chen Xiaochuan departed from the mountainside villa alongside her. As night enveloped the sky, Hong Jie, under Chen Xiaochuan's escort, returned to the night enchantment bar to resume her business. You're not coming in? Where are you headed? Hong Jie inquired, her beautiful eyes blinking with curiosity as she noticed Chen Xiaochuan's reluctance to enter the bar. He pinched her cheek playfully. I have some business to attend to tonight. Oh, never mind, I should have asked. Off you go. Hong Jie sighed in exasperation, turning to enter the bar. Chen Xiaochuan rubbed his nose, watching her graceful silhouette fade into the night, thinking, well, it seems that being an honest man makes one susceptible to being taken for granted. Next, he pulled out his phone and called for a ride, heading directly to the Li family residence. Upon learning of Chen Xiaochuan's visit, the Li family was thrown into a state of great excitement. Good evening, Mr. Chen. Li Zhongqian, accompanied by Li Yunfei and others, approached respectfully to greet him. Chen Xiaochuan nodded, scanning the faces of Li Zhongqian and his companions, and spoke, Relax. There is no need for tension or fear. I am here tonight for 2 matters. Mr. Chen, even if there were 200 matters, the Li family would go through fire and water for you, Li Zhongqian promptly declared. The first matter is concerning Hong Jie from the night enchantment bar. I do not wish for anyone to cause her trouble, as I cannot be there every day. Chen Xiaochuan stated calmly. Rest assured, Mr. Chen, this matter is on us. If anyone dares to harm a hair on Hong Jie, they will be at odds with the Li family, Li Zhongqian assured, pounding his chest with conviction. Good. The second matter is much simpler. Does Qin Yunho reside at the Qin Yun camp on the outskirts of the city? Chen Xiaochuan inquired, nodding. Li Zhongqian was momentarily taken aback, surprised that Chen Xiaochuan was inquiring about Qin Yunho. What could he possibly want? The Qin Yun camp was home to the 30,000 troops of Qin Yunho, yet he typically resided at the Shueiyue Villa by Qin Yun Lake. After a brief pause, Li Zhongqian replied earnestly yes. Thank you. However, if anyone from the Li family cannot handle trouble regarding Hong Jie, you must contact me immediately. Understood? Understood. Li Zhongqian nudda biguruzli. As Chen Xiaochuan turned to leave, a sudden commotion erupted. Dozens of armored vehicles, flashing their lights, sped towards them. Following closely, over 100 fully armed law enforcement officers emerged from the vehicles. Leading them was a short-haired, curvaceous female officer. A flicker of surprise crossed Li Zhongqian's face. He thought to himself, why has the security and anti-explosion team arrived? And why is Yang Yin, the fierce female officer, leading them? The security and anti-explosion team is part of the Public Security Bureau, the enforcement agency of Longhua. Under normal circumstances, they dispatch ordinary officers, yet today they sent the anti-explosion team, indicating that something significant had stirred the authorities. Once the 100 or so anti-explosion officers disembarked, they swiftly surrounded the area, their black assault rifles aimed directly at Chen Xiaochuan. The female officer, gripping a black pistol, stepped forward to stand 3 meters from Chen Xiaochuan. Her gun aimed at his forehead as she coldly stated, Chen Xiaochuan, You are suspected of being involved in the murder of Yang Kuan and his family last night. I am here as an officer of Qingyan City to arrest you for questioning. I hope you do not resist, or I will have no choice but to execute you on the spot." At these words, Li Zhongqian and the others felt their hearts drop, their pupils constricting in shock. What? Mr. Chen was responsible for the murder of Yang Kuan's family last night? It struck them profoundly how fortunate they were to still be alive at that moment. Truly, a master of martial arts. The Yang family of the four great clans is indeed ruthless. They kill without hesitation. Yet, Chen Xiaochuan remains utterly unperturbed. Had he still been a university student, he would undoubtedly have been terrified by such a spectacle. However, the current Chen Xiaochuan is devoid of fear, boldly allowing his gaze to wander over the alluring figure of the female enforcer, Yang Yan. Her curves are pronounced, her skin taut, and despite her short hair, she possesses a unique charm. Clad in her enforcer's uniform, she exudes a tantalizing allure. Yang Yan's lips twitch slightly. She is taken aback by the audacity of this man, who not only disregards her words, but also leers at her with a lascivious gaze. This impudent rogue is courting death. What are you staring at? Be cautious, or I shall gouge out your eyes and toss them to the ground for you to step on. Yang Yan seethes, her face a mask of fury. Behind her, the hundreds of enforcers cast gleeful glances at Chen Xiaochuan. This young man truly has the audacity to look at their captain in such a manner. After all, she is a fierce tigress, beautiful yet dangerous. Anyone who crosses her will surely regret it. There was a male enforcer from a neighboring province who, after merely expressing his admiration for her, was brutally beaten. By the time he returned home, all his limbs were broken, bound in bandages, and most tragically, he was rendered impotent. Remarkably, Yang Yan faced no repercussions for her actions and continued her duties as usual, while that incident faded into obscurity. Thus, it is well known that while men may express interest in women, one must never show such inclination towards this female captain. It is easy to predict the dire fate that awaits this Chen Xiaochuan once he is captured. Yet, Chen Xiaochuan cannot help but chuckle. I must say, Captain Yang, you possess quite the fiery temperament, and I find it rather appealing. Yang Yan instantly resembled a cat whose tail had been stepped on, her anger flaring. You dare to laugh? I am aware that you are a celestial tier martial artist, but rest assured, our firearms are enhanced. Even a martial arts master would not dare to withstand them. Get down on your knees and cover your head. If I count to 3 and you do not comply, I shall order my men to turn you into a sieve. Li family, step aside. I will not be held responsible for any casualties. Li Zhongtian and the others hastily dispersed. They did not wish to become victims of the enforcer's weapons. Prepare. 3, 2, 1. Yang Yan began her countdown. At the moment she reached 1, Chen Xiaochuan's eyes twinkled with mischief, and he quickly raised his hands, exclaiming, "Don't shoot. I'm going down." He then crouched down, covering his head. The hundreds of enforcers showed no signs of surprise at his submission. However, the Li family members exchanged glances, astonished. They had not anticipated that this young master, faced with Yang Yan's riot control team, would lack the courage to resist and would instead yield. Even if he could not win, given his prowess as a martial arts master, he still had a substantial chance to escape. Yang Yan's lips curled into a cruel smirk, a glimmer of triumph in her eyes, yet her weapon remained aimed at Chen Xiaochuan's forehead. She signaled to her 2 formidable male enforcers, who swiftly approached and secured him with specially designed handcuffs and shackles, leading him to a riot control vehicle as they departed, leaving the Li family in disarray. Grandfather, that man was taken away by Yang Yan, and he dared to gaze at her so lecherously. He will undoubtedly not emerge unscathed. He will surely be handed over to the Martial Arts Association for judgment. Even if he escapes execution, he will spend his life toiling away, Li Yunfei remarked, the scene before him feeling surreal. Indeed, even if he manages to return, he will be utterly incapacitated. No one who has fallen into the grasp of that female tyrant has ever emerged whole, Li Zhongtian concurred. Initially, it was thought that Chen Xiaochuan's downfall would take time to unfold. Yet it was unexpected that he had already slaughtered members of the Yang family the night before and would announce his demise today. Had they known, they would not have rushed to apologize and humiliate themselves. They should have allowed the bullets to fly a while longer. The grudge against that red sister for incapacitating me can now be avenged tonight. A flicker of malice crossed Li Yunfei's eyes. With Chen Xiaochuan's threat neutralized, Li Yunfei's true nature began to resurface. However, Li Zhongtian raised a hand, saying, "Yunfei, there is no need for haste. Let us wait until this matter settles. While it is true that no one who falls into Yang Yan's hands meets a good end, we must not underestimate the unexpected. Very well, I shall allow that red sister a few more days of peace." Li Yunfei, now composed, resolved to heed advice. Should Chen Xiaochuan return, they would not know how he might meet his end. Now, let us investigate the circumstances surrounding the slaughter of the Yang family. Li Zongtian instructa. Yes, grandfather. Li Yunfei nodded in agreement. In less than 20 minutes, Chen Xiaochuan was taken to the enforcement bureau and confined within a small dark room. Half an hour later, the 20-centimeter thick steel door of the chamber creaked open, allowing light to stream in. A sinuous figure sauntered in, and with a resounding bang, the heavy metallic door slammed shut. The stark illumination of the small room flickered on, illuminating Yang's icy gaze as it fell upon Chen Xiaochuan, her lips twitching violently as she nearly exploded with rage. For within the confines of the small room, despite being shackled to the steel wall, Chen Xiaochuan wore a grin, completely devoid of the demeanor expected of a captive. It was as if he were lounging in a five-star hotel suite. Under normal circumstances, criminals apprehended by her would display signs of terror. Hello, beautiful. Good evening. I know you've brought me here because you're intrigued by me, right? I never imagined you enjoyed such playful games, hanging me on the wall like this for your amusement. I like it. Chen Xiaochuan broke the silence, greeting her with a smile. Slap. Yang Yin's face turned pale with fury, her entire body trembling, her chest heaving violently. The long whip in her hand cracked against the ground, producing a terrifying sound, leaving a shallow mark on the steel surface. It was evident that a strike from that whip would be excruciating. You scoundrel. Her voice, gritted with rage, echoed within the small room. Chapter 11. This slap is a gift. Come on, you haven't even seen it, yet you already assume my prowess? Captain Yang, you truly are remarkable. Don't tell me you've awakened some sort of X-ray vision. How naughty of you to peek at me. Chen Xiaochuan maintained his carefree demeanor, grinning playfully. Yang Yin took a deep breath, striving to regain her composure, her eyes blazing with fury as she glared at Chen Xiaochuan, her teeth clenched. Listen, Chen. Spare me your banter. I have no interest in you. Now, I shall ask you, did you kill Yang Kuin and his 38 family members, including a female university student? She activated the enforcement recorder on her chest. The frivolous gaze of Chen Xiaochuan continued to boldly sweep over Yang Yin, and indeed, they were all slain by my hand. Drip! A flicker of excitement danced in Yang Yan's eyes. She had not anticipated Chen Xiaochuan's candid admission. She promptly turned off the law enforcement recording device. Now, with irrefutable evidence in hand, she could unleash her wrath upon this audacious murderer, a means to alleviate the resentment he had inflicted upon her. Very well. Since you have confessed, by the weight of your sins, you are deserving of death. Yang Yin regarded Chen Xiaochuan, who hung against the steel wall, with a playful glint in her eyes. The whip in her hand let out a sharp, piercing whistle as it sliced through the air. The long whip traced a fleeting shadow before striking fiercely at Chen Xiaochuan. Crack! The resounding sound echoed. Yang Yan's lips twitched. She had struck nothing but air. The steel wall bore no trace of Chen Xiaochuan, only a few specially crafted steel chains, as well as shackles, swaying against the wall. The wall was marked with shallow whip marks, clearly indicating that her strike had landed upon it, leaving her in solitude. Where has he gone? Yang Yen estroat instinctively dignet, and her breath quickened. Are you looking for me? At that moment, a teasing voice emerged from behind her. Yang Yen hastily turned around, only to be met with a handsome face, so close that her ample bosom pressed against Chen Xiaochuan's chest. The proximity between them was undeniably intimate, allowing them to breathe in each other's essence. You! In the blink of an eye, Yang Yin reacted. She quickly stepped back, attempting to distance herself. Yet, little did she know, a powerful hand from Chen Xiaochuan swiftly clasped around her waist, holding her firmly in place, preventing her escape. This was the first time in her life that Yang Yin found herself in such close, intimate contact with a man. She could distinctly perceive the masculine scent of Chen Xiaochuan, a unique aroma of virility, and even through their clothing, she could feel the intense warmth radiating from his hand on her waist. An unfamiliar sensation coursed through her, causing her body to quiver slightly, as a tingling feeling surged within her. Instinctively, Yang Yin raised the hand that held the whip, ready to strike Chen Xiaochuan once more. Captain Yang, hitting is wrong. You know, Chen Xiaochuan's speed outmatched hers, as he swiftly grasped her wrist, rendering her immobile. In an instant, Yang Yin found herself unable to move. Let go of me. I will make you pay. Yang Yin struggled fiercely, yet she was no match for Chen Xiaochuan's overwhelming strength. Her efforts appeared futile. I want to let go. What can you do about it? Chen Xiaochuan replied with a grin, leaning closer until their faces nearly touched. Breathing in the fragrant scent emanating from Yang Yan's mouth and nose, Chen Xiaochuan felt a stirring in his throat, his desires igniting. As a rush of heat coursed through him, Yang Yan's face flushed with indignation. I, Yang Yan, swear you will meet a gruesome end. TSK, already in my grasp. And you dare to threaten me? It seems you're in dire need of a lesson. You've been spoiled all your life, thinking all men cater to you. believing that being a bomb disposal team captain instills fear in others, unaware that countless men have fantasized about you in their dreams. Unfortunately for you, you have encountered me, Chen Xiaochuan, and I will not indulge your foul temper. With that, Chen Xiaochuan pushed Yang Yin down onto the interrogation table, tossing her whip aside with ease. Crack! The sharp sound reverberated through the room. Yang Yin was momentarily stunned, then cried out in indignation, You scoundrel! How dare you strike my backside? I will kill you! I will kill you! Crack! Another resounding slap followed. Yang Yin shrieked again, the fiery pain bringing tears to her eyes. This man was truly striking her. Slap! 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 Chen Xiaochuan delivered a series of blows. Do you understand your mistake now? Still refusing to admit it? I shall continue until you relent. Initially, Yang Yin stubbornly refused to yield, only emitting pain cries. However, after enduring 20 strikes, she could no longer withstand it. Knowing that if this continued, her backside would surely be bruised. Once she stepped out of here, her dignity would be utterly shattered. Thankfully, this small, dark room was a confined space, and she had instructed her subordinates not to enter without her command. Otherwise, her reputation would be irreparably tarnished. I was wrong. Please spare me. Yang Yin finale capitulate. TSK. That hardly sounds like an admission of guilt. Your tone reeks of arrogance. With precision. Chen Xiaochuan struck again. Yang Yin cried out, hastily adopting a gentler tone. I was wrong. Please don't hit me. I truly made a mistake. Boo-hoo. And what exactly was your mistake? Chen Xiaochuan inquired playfully. I should not have captured you, nor should I have locked you in this dark room. Yang Yin quickly explained, secretly vowing to repay him 100-fold once she escaped. Slap. Another strike landed, causing Yang Yin's tender form to shudder, the pain intensifying. Bull. You scoundrel. I already admitted my fault, yet you continue to hit me. You are untrustworthy. Tears streamed down her face, her sorrow evident. Your admission lacked sincerity, Chen Xiaochuan remarked with a knowing smirk. What was lacking? I spoke gently, did I not? Boo-hoo. At that moment, Yang Yin had shed her fierce demeanor, resembling a delicate girl instead. Very well, let me offer you a friendly suggestion. As an enforcer, detaining individuals and placing them in dark rooms is not inherently wrong. Think again about where your true mistake lies. Chen Xiaochuan spoke slowly. Yang Yin was taken aback, not expecting Chen Xiaochuan to say such a thing. After a moment of contemplation, she replied softly, I understand now. I should not have engaged in extrajudicial punishment. Crack. Yang Yin exclaimed. Is extrajudicial punishment not wrong then? Tears welled in her eyes, unable to fathom the absurdity. Of course it is not wrong. Chen Xiaochuan replied with a smile. Yang Yin was utterly bewildered, if that is the case. I truly do not know where my mistake lies. I captured you, locked you in a dark room, and then assaulted you. If none of this is wrong, I am at a loss. Then let me ask you, what is the purpose of law enforcement? Chen Xiaochuan asked earnestly. To combat crime and uphold social order. Yang Yin replied without hesitation. Well said. Indeed, I have committed murder. But do you know why I killed? Chen Xiaochuan laughed heartily. No matter the reason. Murder is wrong. Yang Yin bit her lip, her brows furrowing slightly. 20 days ago, when I was brutally mutilated and discarded in the wilderness, did you take action against the criminals? Did you uphold social order? As Chen Xiaochuan mentioned the incident, a flicker of malevolence surfaced in his eyes, only to be swiftly suppressed. Are you implying that the Yang family members had your kidney removed and discarded your body? Yang Yin blurted out. Indeed, I am merely a recent graduate, a mere nobody without power, connections, or influence. My death would be inconsequential to you, even if you were aware. You would dare not offend those in power. Hence they live unscathed. Given such a corrupt world, what crime is there in seeking justice for myself? Chen Xiaochuan spoke calmly. Yang Yin fell silent. Had I known you were subjected to such brutality, even against the Yang family, I would have dared to apprehend them. I am not one to cower before the powerful. However, I truly was unaware of this incident. Wait, you deceiver. If you were indeed mutilated and discarded, then you should be dead. How can you possibly be alive? Please, your excuse for murder should at least adhere to some semblance of logic. Furthermore, you are a celestial tier expert, while the strongest martial artist of the Yang family barely reaches the pinnacle of the earthly tier. Even if they wished to remove your kidney, they would lack the capability. That was merely luck. I was saved by a skilled individual who imparted their knowledge to me. Otherwise, I would have long been a vengeful spirit in the netherworld. Chen Xiaochuan replied with a serene smile. If what you say is true, then I have indeed been mistaken. Mistaken in distinguishing right from wrong. Yang Yin Sigit, recognizing one's mistakes is a significant step towards improvement. Chen Xiaochuan nodded in satisfaction. Can I be released now? Yang Yin inquired softly. Smack! A resounding slap echoed through the room. The searing pain elicited another scream from Yang Yin. Ah, I've acknowledged my mistakes. Why do you still strike me? She was on the verge of losing her composure. That slap was an additional gift, Chen Xiaochuan remarked, feeling the soft, resilient sensation in his palm. He understood that he should not continue. Otherwise, he might leave her in a state of severe injury, which would be quite unsightly. Our Chen Xiaochuan, it seems, possesses a degree of tenderness. If he had unleashed his full strength, a single slap could have left Yang Yin severely wounded. Fortunately, Chen Xiaochuan released her. Yang Yin quickly distanced herself from him, warily observing him, her chest heaving with agitation. Unable to calm down, Chen Xiaochuan, however, remained relaxed, gazing at Yang Yin. So, can I be free now, Officer Yang? Yang Yin bit her lip and nodded. You may leave, but I will continue to investigate your case. If what you say is true, I may absolve you of legal responsibility. If your claims are lies, I will collaborate with the Martial Arts Association to apprehend you. Even martial artists cannot disregard the laws of our dragon country. Chen Xiaochuan displayed a nonchalant expression. Very well. Pursue your investigation. Let me recount the details of how my kidney was taken from me by Yang Lianqing after I was lured by my girlfriend. This should expedite your inquiry. He then succinctly recounted how he had been deceived into a hotel room, leading to his kidney being removed. Upon hearing this, Yang Yan's eyes widened in surprise. I never imagined this young man fell victim to a beauty trap. He seems rather pitiable. Well, you may go now, Yang Yan said, straightening her disheveled clothing. As she moved, a sharp pain shot through her backside, causing her to gasp involuntarily. After inputting a code, the steel door slowly opened. You may leave, Yang Yin spoke softly. Chen Xiaochuan did not depart immediately. Instead, he leaned closer to her, inhaling deeply. You smell delightful. Before striding away, Yang Yin contemplated retaliating, but realized she was no match for him. Moreover, should she scream, it would draw the attention of her colleagues outside, exposing the humiliation she had endured in the dim room. She could not afford to lose face. Watching Chen Xiaochuan's retreating figure, Yang Yin internally vowed, even if your motives for murder are justified in seeking revenge, your teasing and the slap on my backside will not go unpunished. Though I may not be your equal, the power behind me far surpasses that of a mere rogue martial artist like you. Chen Xiaochuan, you will eventually find yourself at my mercy, and then I shall make you repent, ensuring your backside bears the marks of my vengeance. Meanwhile, the law enforcement officers outside were astonished to see Chen Xiaochuan emerge unscathed and striding confidently, a smile on his face, seemingly unaffected by the ordeal. Could it be? Has he truly come out? And smiling, no less. Has the sun risen in the west? He didn't suffer our captain's inhumane treatment? They were baffled, unable to comprehend the scene before them. Stop right there, a male officer bellowed suddenly. Let him go, came Yang Yan's icy voice from within the room. Oh, the male officer replied and stepped aside to allow Chen Xiaochuan to pass. Chen Xiaochuan paid them no heed and continued on his way. Yang Yin then slowly emerged, deliberately moving slowly due to the discomfort in her backside. Officer Yang, one of the male officers began, but was abruptly cut off by Yang Yin. Are you questioning me? She retorted, her expression as cold as ice. The officer trembled in fear, quickly backpedaling. Officer Yang, you misunderstand. We wholeheartedly support your decision and sincerely endorse it. I was merely concerned that you looked fatigued and wanted to offer you some tea to refresh you. I will brew it right away. Chapter 12, Borrowing Ahead. Nightfall, 3 minutes past 9. Yang Yin returned home, her body weary. She approached the full-length mirror and removed her bomb-proof attire, revealing her fair, S-shaped figure. The visibility of her chiseled abdomen, devoid of any excess flesh, was particularly striking. As she shed her black undergarments, Yang Yin bit her lip and turned her back to the mirror, glancing over her shoulder to see her reddened and swollen backside. Gently, she touched it, unable to suppress a sharp intake of breath. Ouch. That scoundrel struck me with such force, leaving me bruised. Yang Yan. Swear I will not let this grievance go unpunished. Fuming with indignation, she then rubbed her stomach, recalling how that fiend had concealed a hard object against her while embracing her, causing her discomfort. No, that was a hard object, that scoundrel. Suddenly, a realization struck her, and her face flushed a deep crimson, reaching to her ears. The once fierce and commanding presence she maintained now appeared even more alluring, exuding an irresistible charm. Subsequently, Yang Yin sashayed over to the sofa, only to bounce back up with a yelp of pain as soon as she sat down. Alas, the searing discomfort radiated from her derriere compelled her to lie down flat on the bed. With a sigh, she retrieved her phone and dialed a number. Before long, the call connected. The speakerphone activated, and a melodious voice, akin to the chime of silver bells, resonated from the receiver. Oh, Yinzi, at this late hour, instead of patrolling. What brings you to call me? Senior Sister Linghua, I've been bullied, and you must help me. Yang Yin replied, her tone imbued with a sense of grievance. Surely not. In Qingyun City, who is unaware of your formidable prowess as the flower of the tyrant? Who would dare to bully you? You must be jesting. Linghua chuckled lightly. Senior sister Linghua, I speak the truth. Yang Yin retorted, her voice laced with indignation. Oh, and who has dared to mistreat you? After all, you are a formidable practitioner at the mid-stage of the heavenly realm. Not to mention your esteemed background and the fact that you lead an anti-riot squad. Even the esteemed Qingyun Marquis must show you some respect. Linghua continued in her teasing manner. It was a vile scoundrel, Yang Yin fumed, her anger boiling over at the mention of Chen Xiaochuan. I never expected that fellow, barely in his 20s, to possess a cultivation level surpassing mine. At least at the late stage of the heavenly realm, possibly even at its pinnacle. And he is utterly shameless. I was caught off guard and fell into a trap. Yang Yin then recounted the details of how she had been bested by Chen Xiaochuan, omitting certain intimate specifics. After listening, Linghua erupted into laughter over the phone, her mirth causing her to tremble with glee. I see. Had you brought along a subordinate at that moment, you would not have been so easily bullied. It seems you were simply too accustomed to a smooth sail, lacking in experience. Alas, senior sister, mock me all you wish, but spare me the idle chatter. Hurry over and apply some ointment to my rear. Also, assist me in avenging this affront. I cannot let my family discover this. So you're the only one I can confide in. Yang Yan Botet, I refuse to believe that you, as a martial arts master and one of our esteemed academy's finest students, cannot handle that scoundrel. Now, pray, I am on vacation in the Magic City. Linghua retorted with an exaggerated eye roll. Get on the next flight over. Do not feign being too busy with male models. Yang Yan Breset insistently. Bah, you are the one preoccupied with male models. Very well, I'm hanging up now. I shall fly over immediately. Hee hee, Linghua concluded, and the call ended with the sound of a busy tone echoing in Yang Yan's ears. After exiting the Public Security Bureau, Chen Xiaochuan hailed a taxi, heading straight for the Water Moon Villa by Qingyun Lake, where the Qingyun Marquis resided. His departure did not go unnoticed, as the news swiftly reached Li Zhongtian's ears. What? That brat emerged unscathed from the Public Security Bureau? He toyed with the female tyrant and escaped without a scratch? Even a martial arts master could not manage that. This indicates that he possesses an extraordinary background. Even the female tyrant must swallow this humiliation. Indeed, thank goodness my grandfather advised me not to act recklessly. Otherwise, our Li family would follow in the footsteps of the Yang family. Li Zhongtian and his associates were engulfed in waves of anxiety. In his natural demeanor, Li Yunfei shrank back like a frightened quail. However, Li Zhongtian's eyes suddenly sparkled with a glint of determination as he turned to Li Yunfei. Yunfei, I intend to take a gamble. From this moment on, you shall do everything in your power to curry favor with Mr. Chen. If we can secure this powerful ally, our Li family shall soar to greatness. Yes, grandfather. Li Yunfei nodded fervently, and the other core members of the Li family voiced no objections. After all, there was no one else in Qingyun City who had the audacity to toy with the female tyrant and emerge unscathed. Such a formidable ally was not to be overlooked. By the way, intelligence suggests that this young man seems intent on confronting the Qingyun Marquis. No wonder he'd previously inquired about the Marquis's residence. Let's not miss out on this spectacle. Indeed, if he manages to take down the Qingyun Marquis, then my earlier decision will be proven most astute. The members of the Li family became increasingly exhilarated. 50 minutes later, Chen Xiaochuan arrived at Qingyun Lake. The moon hung high, a sparse array of stars twinkling in the night sky. The clear lake water rippled gently in the breeze, the moonlight shimmering like fragmented jewels upon its surface. Gazing across the lake, Chen Xiaochuan discerned several illuminated buildings in the distance. Standing at the water's edge, he surveyed the scene with an inscrutable expression. At that moment, he raised an eyebrow, noticing a throng of onlookers along the lakeshore. With his arrival, the atmosphere around the lake grew charged with excitement. These individuals were witnesses to the massacre of the upper echelon of the Yang family, and they had gathered here in anticipation. That brat truly came. Such audacity. I thought he would flee after the killings, murmured the crowd, their excitement palpable. Chen Xiaochuan overheard snippets of their conversation, realizing they were merely spectators eager for entertainment. Thus, he turned his gaze back to the task at hand. In full view of the hundreds of onlookers, Chen Xiaochuan leaped gracefully onto the lake's surface, executing a technique akin to a dragonfly skimming the water, propelling himself towards the Water Moon Villa across the lake. This technique, known as dragonfly touches the water, could be effortlessly performed by any martial artist above the Earth realm. Consequently, Chen Xiaochuan's display elicited little more than mild interest from the crowd. However, they were thrilled that he dared to skim across the lake to confront the Qingyun Marquis. Crossing the 10-mile-wide lake took him a little over 10 minutes, and he landed steadily before the entrance of the Watermoon Villa. At the moment he touched down, a fierce shout echoed as 5 figures emerged, surrounding Chen Xiaochuan. They were the 5 guards of the Watermoon Villa, each possessing martial prowess at the initial stage of the heavenly realm. Impudent rascal! How dare you intrude upon the Qingyun Marquis's sanctuary? Chen Xiaochuan noted that these 5 were significantly weaker than those he had previously dispatched, such as Yang Cohen. Yet, compared to the anti-riot squad's formidable matriarch, they still fell short. Given the Qingyun Marquis's illustrious reputation, he was surprised to see such feeble protectors. Step aside. Summon a true expert. I do not wish to waste my time dealing with you weaklings. Chen Xiaochuan regarded the 5 with disdain. At this, the 5 heavenly realm practitioners displayed expressions of fury. How dare this mere boy look down upon them, the martial arts elite? We have encountered arrogance before, but this level of hubris is truly unprecedented. You dare to challenge us? One of them fumed, brimming with rage. Chen Xiaochuan raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the audacity of their challenge. In the next instant, he vanished from sight. Under the moonlight, a fleeting shadow darted by. With a crisp snap, that thunderous warrior of the heavenly stage, before he could even strike at Chen Xiaochuan, found his neck twisted and snapped by Chen Xiaochuan's lightning-fast hand, discarded carelessly onto the ground like refuse. Does anyone else wish to try their luck? Chen Xiaochuan remarked nonchalantly, casting a casual glance at the remaining 4 individuals. At that moment, those 4 were rendered mute, shivering in terror as the chilling breeze felt like daggers against their skin. Their gazes toward Chen Xiaochuan were filled with palpable fear. My goodness, this young man was capable of effortlessly dispatching a companion at the initial stage of the heavenly stage. It dawned on them that when Chen Xiaochuan had earlier dismissed them as weak, it was not mere bravado. In his eyes, they were indeed feeble. Could it be that this youth had already reached the mid or even late stages of the heavenly stage? Onlookers by the lake, using binoculars, witnessed as Chen Xiaochuan casually crushed a guard of the Qingyun Marquis. A wave of exhilaration surged through the crowd. Incredible! This lad had just dispatched a guard of the Qingyun Marquis with a mere flick of his wrist. This was a true show of lethal prowess. It was well known that the guards of the Qingyun Marquis were formidable fighters at the initial stage of the heavenly stage, any one of whom could establish a power stronger than the 4 great families. Could this young man's cultivation possibly be at the pinnacle of the heavenly stage? At this moment, Li Zhongtian and others arrived at the lakeside, overhearing the discussions among the crowd. They chose to remain silent, inwardly contemplating. Pinnacle of the heavenly stage? A gaggle of blind fools. Mr. Chun is a martial arts master. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit? One of the guards asked cautiously, his demeanor now exceedingly respectful, a far cry from his previous arrogance. Actually, it's nothing of great consequence. I merely seek to attend to a minor matter. Chen Xiaochuan replied casually. Oh, if that is the case, please feel free to instruct us. We can certainly assist with minor tasks. The guard quickly responded with utmost deference. Though they were aware that even behind them, the Shuiwa Mountain Villa housed more powerful entities, they dared not act out of line. As they all felt as though their lives were in Chen Xiaochuan's grip, any sign of dissatisfaction could lead to their own demise. They could only choose to feign compliance, hoping to buy time for the mid to late stage, heavenly stage experts within the villa to react. Oh, my minor task involves borrowing something from Shuiwa Mountain Villa, Chen Xiaochuan said, a playful glint in his eyes as he regarded the 4 guards, now trembling like quails. Borrow what? The 4 guards instinctively inquired. The head of the Qingyun Marquis, Chen Xiaochuan, stated nonchalantly. That is not an issue. We will seek approval. Wait, what did you say? Borrow the head of the Qingyun Marquis? As the realization struck, shock coursed through each of their eyes, their bodies trembling in fear. Heavens! Does that not imply the intention to kill the Qingyun Marquis? You call this a minor matter? Chen Xiaochuan nodded. Can you assist with this? This. The 4 guards were at a loss for words, their thoughts racing, cursing inwardly. Assist you? How audacious! Do you think the head of our esteemed Qingyun Marquis can be borrowed so easily? At that moment, a figure swept forth from the villa with an uncanny grace. The 4 guards gasped in unison. Lord Chao. The newcomer was none other than Chao Jian, the foremost expert of Shuiwa Mountain Villa, a pinnacle heavenly stage warrior, renowned as the greatest beneath the martial arts masters. It was rumored that he was invincible beneath the martial arts masters, matching 1 for 1 against those above the heavenly stage. Incredible! The one reputed as the greatest beneath the martial arts masters has made his entrance. This is bound to be a spectacular showdown. The onlookers buzzed with excitement once more. Li Zhongtian and the others shared in their quiet thrill, knowing that Chen Xiaochuan was a youthful master. Chao Jian, despite being at the pinnacle of the heavenly stage. Was he truly a match for Mr. Chen? Chen Xiaochuan observed the grandiose entrance of Chao Jian and sensed a slight superiority in his aura compared to the brutish guards. However, it was merely marginal. A flicker of disappointment crossed his eyes. Are you implying that with your presence, I cannot borrow it? Chen Xiaochuan inquired coolly, fixing his gaze on Chao Jian. Chao Jian smiled ominously indeed. You appear quite confident. What stage of martial artist are you? At the pinnacle of the heavenly stage, Chao Jian declared with pride. You cannot even discern my cultivation level and dare to cause a ruckus here. Well, you may as well prepare to die. The farce ends here. As his words concluded, a flash of sword light sliced through the darkness, and in an instant, Chao Jian vanished from sight. But the next moment he was left dumbfounded, for his lightning-fast strike aimed at Chen Xiaochuan's throat was effortlessly caught between two of Chen Xiaochuan's fingers. Chao Jian Hanti even comprehended how Chen Xiaochuan had executed the move. With a slight pressure, Chen Xiaochuan snapped the tungsten steel sword in two. How is this possible? Shock etched itself across Chao Jian's features. Chapter 13, Lackey. Why the sudden silence? You were laughing quite heartily just a moment ago. I preferred your earlier brash demeanor. Chen Xiaochuan teased, gazing at him mockingly. Chao Jian swallowed hard, his eyes now filled with trepidation as he looked at Chen Xiaochuan. You are a martial arts master? He stammered instinctively. Why should I disclose my level to you, you fool? Chen Xiaochuan retorted impatiently. Did you not just ask me? Gaozian Shalit Duike. Your arrogance is laughable. Can you even compare with me? Are you as handsome as I? Can you defeat me? Chen Xiaochuan rolled his eyes dramatically, echoing Chao Jian's previous words. The farce ends here. You may prepare to die. If you lack the ability, do not attempt to act grand. Do not repeat this folly in your next life. Come now, do not fear. I kill swiftly at one T-hurt a bit. With that, Chen Xiaochuan launched a kick. A look of horror flickered in Chao Jian's eyes as he sensed the terrifying power behind the kick, akin to a cannonball hurtling toward him, instilling an overwhelming feeling of helplessness. Wait, Gaozian Baolao. Chen Xiaochuan's raised foot paused momentarily, and he blinked. Do you have anything else to say? Very well. I am a reasonable person. I shall grant you an opportunity for your last words. Chao Jian, his throat dry and breathing rapid, managed to say, I believe you do not know much about me. Know about what? I have no interest in men. Chen Xiaochuan quipped, preparing to resume his assault. Wait, can you let me finish? Chao Jian quickly interjected. All right, you have 10 seconds. Chen Xiaochuan conceded, watching him with amusement. Chao Jian is revered as the foremost figure beneath the Grandmaster. Unrivaled among those below the Grandmaster, he stands invincible. In a confrontation against a heavenly tier adversary, it becomes a matter of 1 for 1. Should I fight with all my might, we shall both descend into the abyss together. I do not wish to perish, and I believe you harbor the same desire for survival. Thus, I propose we cease hostilities here and now. With fervor, Chao Jian articulated the thoughts that had been brewing within him. The onlookers by the lakeside gasped in astonishment, their excitement palpable. My heavens! I had thought that lad was merely a master of the heavenly tier, but to my astonishment, he is a grandmaster, forcing Chao Jian, a peak heavenly tier cultivator, into such a dire predicament. A grandmaster so young is utterly disheartening. At barely 20, here I am, still languishing in a mid-yellow tier. Indeed, comparing oneself to others can be infuriating. Chen Xiaochuan rolled his eyes dramatically. You are quite the confident one. Very well. I shall witness how you intend to engage in a 1-for-1 exchange. With a swift motion, he propelled himself forward, the sound of rushing air accompanying his strike. Chao Jian was taken aback by the opponent's willingness to fight to the death. He certainly did not wish for a 1-for-1 exchange. I shall evade. There was no time for a direct confrontation. Survival took precedence. After all, having cultivated to the pinnacle of the heavenly tier, there remained a chance to break through to the Grandmaster level and transform from serpent to dragon. Chao Jian had no intention of meeting his end just yet. However, Chao Jian's reflexes, though quick, paled in comparison to Chen Xiaochuan's. No matter how he attempted to dodge, Chen Xiaochuan's kick was relentless, striking him squarely in the abdomen. Ack! Chao Jian felt as if he had been struck by a locomotive, his body bending like a shrimp. A broken kite soaring sideways before crashing against the gates of Shueyue Villa. A dull thud echoed as he collided with the entrance. His internal organs shattered. His eyes widened in horror, blood streaming from his 7 orifices as he slid down against the heavily cracked gate, lying on the ground like a lifeless doll. The 4 guards stood frozen in disbelief. My God, how could the peak heavenly tier, Chao Jian, be slain with a mere kick? The onlookers by the lakeside fell into a stunned silence, their eyes wide with shock, unable to comprehend that Chao Jian had perished in a 1-for-1 exchange while Chen Xiaochuan remained unscathed. This child is truly formidable. Impressive. Li Zhongqian and others could not help but exclaim, their blood boiling in excitement as they envisioned the rise of the Li family. After dispatching Chao Jian, Chen Xiaochuan paid no heed to the four guards. To him, unless they sought death, they could only stand aside like ornamental figures. Qingyan Marquis, your strongest bodyguard has been vanquished. Will you not make your appearance? Chen Xiaochuan called out, his voice resonating like rolling thunder. Mr. Chen, our Qingyan Marquis is not present at Shuiwei Villa. One of the guards mustered the courage to reply. What? He's not here? Chen Xiaochuan's lips twitched in irritation. Then where is he? The esteemed Marquis left Qingyun City 20 days ago. We are unaware of his destination, the guard said cautiously. If you do not believe me, you may search for yourself. Damn. Chen Xiaochuan could not help but curse, realizing his visit tonight had been in vain. Do you know when the Qingyun Marquis will return? You should be back in a day or two. The guard replied. In that case, I shall return in a couple of days. Chen Xiaochuan shrugged, turning away to once again skim across the 10-mile lake surface, arriving at the shore. Hundreds of eager eyes were fixed upon Chen Xiaochuan, many reflecting admiration. It is well known that the Qingyun Marquis is a unique figure in Qingyun City, a superpower that none dare provoke. Yet, this lad had the audacity to trample upon the Qingyun Marquis, accomplishing what countless others had only dared to dream. Li Zhongqian quickly rallied his people, standing at attention. Mr. Chen, good evening. Chen Xiaochuan was momentarily taken aback, surprised to see the Li family observing the spectacle, all in a subservient posture. It became clear to him that the Li family was making an overture of allegiance. Is this attitude indicative of your intent to be my underlings? Chen Xiaochuan stated plainly. Upon hearing this, the corners of Li Zhongtian's mouth twitched. Underlings? That term is rather unflattering. It is exceedingly derogatory. Could we not be described as associates instead? However, they dared not voice any objections. Indeed, Mr. Chen, we hope you might grant us this opportunity. Li Zhongtian exclaimed, quickly donning a smiling facade. Having come this far, retreating would render their efforts futile. Without a backing, they would inevitably become targets of the Qingyun Marquis. They had no choice but to proceed forward. Indeed, Li Zhongtian's response left those around them astonished. The Li family is rather shameless, willing to become underlings just to cling to a grandmaster's coattails. Chen Xiaochuan scratched his nose, pondering that although he was currently at the 10th level of qi refinement, with the backing of the Wujilin prison tower and his slumbering master, he remained a solitary figure. Continuing in this manner would not align with his pursuit of supreme power, and it would be rather unreasonable to lack even a subordinate by his side. The Li family had presented him with a perfect opportunity. Nodding, Chen Xiaochuan declared, since you are all so sincere, I shall grant you an opportunity. You will serve a month as interns, and should you prove inadequate, you shall no longer qualify to be my underlings. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Li Zhongtian expressed his gratitude earnestly. Well then, have you brought a vehicle? Chen Xiaochuan felt his excitement surging. Of course. Li Zhongtian nodded eagerly, signaling, Yunfei, go fetch the car. Yes, Grandpa. Li Yunfei dashed to the roadside, retrieving a BMW 740, and personally opened the rear door, respectfully stating, Mr. Chen, please, take me to Night Mealy Bar. Chen Xiaochuan unceremoniously slipped inside. Relishing the sensation of having a subordinate at his service, it felt rather splendid. This is what it means to be a person of stature. Yes, Mr. Chen. Li Yunfei raplia tsarafuli. Oh, Li Zhongqian, you should join us in the car. Chen Xiaochuan suddenly waved him over. All right. Li Zhongqian was taken aback, but quickly climbed into the vehicle, taking a seat beside Chen Xiaochuan in the back. With a bang, the car door closed, and Li Yunfei drove straight to Night Mealy Bar. As Chen Xiaochuan departed, the crowd of onlookers dispersed, returning to their homes to unwind, awaiting the return of the Qingyun Marquis to see what further developments might unfold. In the meantime, Chen Xiaochuan's reputation swiftly spread throughout Qingyun City. The audacity to demand the head of the Qingyun Marquis sent shockwaves through the upper echelons of Qingyun City, creating an uproar. No one could fathom when such an extraordinary figure had emerged. Yet, to the majority, Chen Xiaochuan's provocation of the Qingyun Marquis was a foolhardy endeavor, even if he was a youthful grandmaster. Inside the BMW 7 Series, Chen Xiaochuan spoke up. Li Zhongtian, are you familiar with martial artists? I mean, what ranks do martial artists possess? Could you enlighten me? Upon hearing this, Li Zhongqian was taken aback. How could Mr. Chen be unaware of the classifications of martial artists? Was this a jest? No, perhaps Mr. Chen was testing me, or there was some ulterior motive. With this thought, Li Zhongtian regained his composure and nodded earnestly. Mr. Chen, martial artists are categorized from low to high as follows: Yellow rank, Xian rank, Earth rank, and Heaven rank. Each level is further divided into 4 stages: beginner, intermediate, advanced, and peak. Beyond the peak of high ranks lies the Grandmaster, a status akin to that of yourself, Mr. Chun. Above the Grandmaster is the Martial King. And beyond that, there exist even more formidable realms, but such levels are far beyond our reach. Chen Xiaochuan narrowed his eyes slightly, fully aware that he was no Grandmaster. His path diverged from that of martial arts, leading instead towards the cultivation of immortality. Yet, he refrained from explaining this to Li Zhongtian. Have you ever heard of cultivators? Chen Xiaochuan promptly inquired. Cultivators? In truth, once martial artists reach the Grandmaster level, they can project their inner energy outward, manipulating objects from a distance, which, in the eyes of ordinary mortals, seems like divine intervention. Ultimately, cultivators are merely martial artists of a more advanced caliber. Li Zhongtian chuckled, sharing his perspective. Chen Xiaochuan nodded, choosing not to contradict him. It appeared that, as his master had said, this world, having drained its spiritual essence, had essentially eradicated the existence of cultivators, leaving behind only martial artists. Li Zhongtian's lack of experience was understandable. However, it was evident that martial artists who ascended to the Grandmaster level were extraordinarily powerful. It seemed that only those of the Grandmaster rank could compel him to take matters seriously. He pondered, with my chi refinement at the 10th level. What rank of martial artist could I achieve? A Grandmaster, or perhaps a Martial King, or even beyond that? Sigh, how lonely it is to be invincible. Soon, Chen Xiaochuan found himself at the Night Dream Bar. You may return now. After stepping out of the car, he waved his hand. Mr. Chun, please rest early. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to call. We are on standby, 24 hours a day, Li Yunfei said earnestly. Chen Xiaochuan nodded and promptly entered the Night Dream Bar. Big Beauty Hongjia, I have arrived. At midnight, at 2:30, the doorbell chimed. Yang Yin approached the door, activated the visual doorbell, and was greeted by the sight of a stunning woman standing outside. Her eyes sparkled with delight as she hurriedly opened the door. Linghua Shiji, you have finally arrived. At this moment, Yang Yin was not in a state of undress. She had donned a soft, dark golden nightgown with her fair, rounded legs extending from beneath the hem. Even though her ample bosom was obscured by the sleepwear, it still rose majestically like two towering peaks, exuding an irresistible allure. Linghua's gaze swept over Yang Yin, and with a smile, she stepped inside and closed the door. Yang Shimi, it has been too long. I feel your bosom has grown, Linghua remarked, her eyes fixating on Yang Yin's noticeably fuller chest. Not as grand as yours, Yang Yin retorted with an exaggerated eye roll. That is indeed a fact. Linghua proudly puffed out her chest, provocatively gazing at Yang Yin. Yang Yin rolled her eyes again, having long since grown accustomed to her sister's mischievous demeanor. Enough chatter. Quickly help me apply the aloe vera gel. Yang Yin tossed a bottle of aloe vera gel to Linghua. Linghua caught it effortlessly, grinning as she said, Then you better hurry and lie down. Let me see just how badly you were beaten. Yang Yin pouted and made her way to the room. Lying down on the soft bed, her back revealing a smooth silhouette, her pert derriere undeniably on display. It must be said that a woman with an attractive figure is a visual delight, regardless of her pose. Linghua then jumped onto the bed, swiftly lifting Yang Yin's nightgown, exclaiming, Oh my, so red and swollen. My goodness, that Chen Xiaochuan truly struck hard. He clearly has no regard for the delicate. She clicked her tongue. Has he been kicked in the head by a donkey? Indeed, he is a complete scoundrel. Shiji, you must help me take revenge. Yang Yin greeted Hertuet. Of course. My shimmy, only I am allowed to hit. That brat dares to strike you. He is challenging me, Linghua, and has slapped my face. Linghua declared seriously, raising her hand and delivering a playful smack to Yang Yan's backside. Smack! A crisp sound echoed. Ah, Shiji, what are you doing? Yang Yan's body jolted as if struck by lightning, her face paling, her mouth forming an O. Ah, well, seeing how red and swollen you are, I couldn't resist giving it a smack to test the sensation. My dear Shimmy, forgive me, I couldn't hold back. Come, let me apply the aloe vera gel for you. Linghua said with a bright smile. Oh, after a slight twitch at the corner of her mouth, Yang Yin began to scream. Ah, Linghua, you wicked person, I will fight you. Chapter 14. Today's youngsters are full of vigor. Following this, the two voluptuous beauties became entangled in a playful scuffle, devoid of any semblance of martial arts demeanor, resembling nothing more than street ruffians in a fracas. The soft pink bed soon lay in disarray, a chaotic mess. Linghua, you scoundrel, you've torn my clothes to shreds. Yang Yin Zhiyet, and you dare speak? My dress and bra have been shredded by you. You are the true scoundrel. Who told you to smack my bottom? Oof, that Chen Xiaochuan hit me, so why shouldn't I retaliate? Besides, you forced me to come over at this late hour and hit me. All right, let's put today's events to rest. Quickly help me apply the aloe vera gel. Yang Yin lay sprawled on the disheveled bed, utterly exhausted, her face flushed, resembling a blooming rose. Hee, then you better lift your hips a bit. Otherwise, it will be hard to apply. Linghua giggled mischievously. Yang Yin quickly arched her back. Next, Linghua began to apply the aloe vera gel on Yang Yin. The scene was harmonious, as if the earlier frenzy had never occurred. All right, all done. Linghua tossed aside the remaining aloe vera gel, clapped her hands, and declared, "Now you can provide me with that brat's specific details and coordinates. Tonight, I shall bring him before you and give him a taste of his own medicine." "Is that too fast?" Yang Yin pondered aloud. "What? Are you reluctant to part with that brat? Have you taken a liking to him?" TSK. I never expected our frosty goddess, known for her disdain for men, would have a moment of yearning. Linghua teased. I shall fetch him for you. Let you enjoy to your heart's content, and then deal with him." Linghua's manner of speaking was bold and unrefined, seemingly oblivious to her femininity, akin to a street thug. "Go away. I would rather kill him than be smitten." Linghua Shiji, do not speak nonsense. I am merely a person of principle. I must avenge the wrongs he has inflicted upon me. However, I need to investigate the matter of him being attacked first. Once I uncover the truth, you can take action. Moreover, your clothes are in tatters. Do you truly have the audacity to venture out in such a state? Those repugnant men will surely gawk at you, and you would be at a significant loss. Yang Yin remarked with utmost seriousness. "Well, true enough. I could fit into your pants, but your modest chest leave your attire unwearable for me. I shall procure a new outfit tomorrow, and we can act under the cover of night then. Let that fellow squander another day outside." Linghua glanced at the remnants of her shredded clothing, playfully stuck out her delicate pink tongue, leaned back, and languidly reclined beside Yang Yin. "Sister, let us retire for the night." "Shoo, I'm not made of glass, so spare me your antics," Yang Yin retorted, a shiver of goosebumps rising on her skin. "Though I am not, I still cherish the sensation of holding you while we sleep. Do you recall those days in the police academy when we would snuggle together? Have you forgotten our sisterly bond since graduating and entering the workforce?" Linghua said with a cheerful smile. "All right, but I must stipulate that your hands must not roam indiscriminately," Yang Yin cautioned, recalling how Linghua had playfully pinched her for 4 years in the school dormitory. At that time, it felt inconsequential, but now, perhaps due to age, it had become somewhat distasteful. After all, although Yang Yin had no fondness for men, she certainly could not tolerate any form of intimacy with another woman. "Fear not. Your endowments are no match for mine. I am far too disinterested to indulge. Moreover, medical science asserts that frequent handling encourages growth, and I surely do not wish for you to surpass me." Linghua said, her beautiful eyes twinkling with delight. Just as Yang Yin settled down, her phone abruptly chimed. A frown creased her brow as she discreetly retrieved her phone. Upon seeing the name informant, she answered the call. "Speak." 5 minutes later, the conversation concluded. Yang Yin opened WeChat, observing a video sent by the informant. It detailed the surveillance footage from the 9-day chain hotel from 20 days prior. The very night, Chen Xiaochuan claimed he had been assaulted. Indeed, he had entered room 888 with a sultry, alluring woman and had not emerged since. During that time, the already deceased Yang Lianqing had entered the room, followed by an exit alongside the female college student, dragging a heavy suitcase. It seems that the young man was speaking the truth. Yang Yin bit her red lip, pondering. Who would have thought that the Yang family would possess such audacity to engage in transactions under heavy scrutiny? Believing that their martial prowess could render the Public Security Bureau obsolete? More astonishingly, this incident had entangled the Qingyun Marquis, who had brazenly ventured to his doorstep tonight. How audacious, indeed, to seek retribution for oneself. However, now that the truth has been unveiled, you, as a martial artist, fall outside the jurisdiction of the Public Security Bureau. While I can overlook the act of murder, you must resolve the matter of my dignity being affronted. Moreover, it must be swift. Should the Qingyun Marquis return and eliminate that young man, I shall never have the chance to avenge myself. Sister, how about tonight? Yang Yin turned to see that Linghua had already drifted into a deep slumber. Perhaps it was best to postpone until tomorrow. Let Chen Xiaochuan consider this a compensation for the mistaken apprehension. I hope the Qingyun Marquis does not return too soon. Nestled beside Linghua, she too unintentionally succumbed to sleep. In the headquarters of the Martial Arts Association in Qingyun City, Chen Xiaochuan, age 22, a graduate of Qingyun University, a martial arts master? Yet, our association's records bear no registration of his martial artist information. He appears to be a rogue, audaciously threatening the Qingyun Marquis. How intriguing. The youth of today certainly exude a fiery vigor, seemingly oblivious to their own limitations in pursuit of fame. This was articulated by a refined, middle-aged gentleman named Xia Dongqing, the president of the Qingyun Martial Arts Association. As he spoke, he meticulously penned characters with a brush, each stroke imbued with strength and vigor. "Shall our association intervene?" inquired another man, the president's assistant, named Yu Zifeng. Xia Dongqing shook his head. "Since this involves the Qingyun Marquis, any rash action on our part may incite his displeasure. After all, he is but a dying man." At this, he lifted the brush sharply, completing the final stroke. The rice paper before him bore the bold inscription, "I am the strongest in Qingyun." Upon seeing the characters, Yu Zifeng exhibited neither surprise nor any other emotion. Rather, he maintained an air of calm acceptance, evidently accustomed to Xia Dongqing's self-assessments. In Yu Zifeng's view, while the Qingyun Marquis held an exalted status, even President Xia Dongqing could not sit alongside him as equals. Though the Qingyun Marquis may not have reached the heights of a provincial governor, he was nonetheless a local sovereign, legally commanding 30,000 Qingyun troops. However, in terms of individual prowess within the martial arts realm, the Qingyun Marquis could not compare to Xia Dongqing. After all, to ascend to the position of president of a martial arts association in a city of over 1 million inhabitants, one must possess considerable strength to maintain such a role. Each branch leader within the martial arts associations holds significant renown in the martial arts community. Without mastery, they lack the qualifications to sit at the table, and their status is exceptionally esteemed. Indeed, Yu Zifeng nodded, falling silent. As for the impossibility of the Qingyun Marquis subduing Chen Xiaochuan, they deemed it an unlikely scenario. That night, Chen Xiaochuan lingered at the night enchantment bar with Hongjie, choosing not to return to Villa No. 1 at the mountainside to avoid wasting time. After a night of fervor, Hongjie found herself increasingly attached to Chen Xiaochuan. The relentless intensity of their encounters was utterly addictive. This man, he seemed to possess the vigor of a mechanical stallion, terrifyingly potent. Alas, this man was one she could not hold on to. The following morning, Chen Xiaochuan and Hongjie shared breakfast together. "Here, Hongjie, have some milk." "Thank you, Xiaochuan. And do have a sausage. This one is truly different from last night's. You should have some bread as well. This too is unlike last night's." "Haha, Hongjie, you've turned mischievous." Hongjie rolled her eyes, yet reveled in the joy of the moment. She understood that once this young man grew weary of her, he would undoubtedly leave without a second thought. Such second-generation heirs often display their charm during the initial thrill, only to become the most heartless once the novelty fades. Just then, Chen Xiaochuan's phone buzzed. He casually glanced at it, but his expression quickly shifted to one of gravity. I need to take this call. Please continue," Chen Xiaochuan said, retrieving his phone and stepping outside to a secluded area before answering. His throat tightened, and he called out, "Mom." "Xiaochuan, since your graduation, you've been so busy that you haven't even called your mother," came the familiar, gentle voice of his mother from the receiver. Chen Xiaochuan felt tears welling in his eyes. Reflecting on the path his life could have taken, Chen Xiaochuan couldn't help but think that, had he not encountered his mentor, he might have become nothing more than a decaying corpse at the foot of the soul-severing cliff infested with maggots. However, such thoughts were not something he would share with his mother. He had no desire to burden her with worry or frighten her into a stupor. Indeed, after graduation, he was preoccupied with interviews and job hunting, intending to reach out to her and his father once he secured employment. Suppressing the pangs of sorrow, he feigned nonchalance, saying, "I just knew it must be for this reason. I hesitated to call, fearing it would add to your stress, but it has been ages since you heard my voice. So I wanted to speak with you." His mother responded cheerfully over the phone. "Oh, then you speak, dear." Tears brimmed in Chen Xiaochuan's eyes, cascading down his cheeks uncontrollably. In truth, upon graduating, one shouldn't place excessive pressure on oneself. Finding a job is a gradual process. You are still young, and opportunities abound. Besides, your father and I can sustain ourselves through farming. You need not worry about us. Take care of your health while you are out there. "Yes, I understand, Mom." Chen Xiaochuan nodded in response. "However, I have a suggestion. Finding a job is ultimately about working for others. In these times, it is quite challenging for workers to find a partner. If there are civil service examinations, I hope you will consider them. A formal and respectable job would make it easier to find a spouse and bring honor to our Chen family." Chen Xiaochuan's lips twitched slightly. "I become a cultivator. My mother is suggesting I take civil service exams and that I can't find a wife? If she only knew that I've been sharing a bed with the stunning Hongjie these past few days, she would be utterly astonished." Yet, he ultimately decided against sharing this information with his mother, concerned that she might think he had lost his mind. After all, the existence of cultivators would astound ordinary people. It would be far more acceptable to say he was practicing martial arts or something of the sort, even if it meant wasting the 4 years of higher education he had acquired. Thus, Chen Xiaochuan replied, "Mom, I understand. Rest assured, I will take charge of my own life. Well, phone bills are expensive, and charging requires electricity. Let's leave it at that. No matter how you fare in the coming months, if you feel homesick, you can always return, and you must come back for the new year." His mother said earnestly. All right then, let's leave it at that. Goodbye. Chen Xiaochuan's voice caught in his throat as he thought of the sumptuous life he was leading, indulging in luxuries and sharing a bed with a beautiful woman, while his parents were still curtailing their conversation to save on phone expenses, filling him with a deep sense of sorrow. It seemed imperative that he establish a status that would satisfy his parents, for only then would they be able to accept the life he could provide for them without reservation. Chen Xiaochuan began contemplating how to navigate his future once he reclaimed his vitality. At that moment, Hongjia approached him from behind. Chen Xiaochuan snapped back to reality, quickly wiping away his tears and smiling. It's nothing. Have you been crying? Hongjia asked, a hint of surprise flickering in her eyes. No, just got some sand in my eyes. He definitely lied. Let me blow it away for you, she said, rising on her toes. All right, Chen Xiaochuan obliged, lifting his eyelids. Hongjia gently blew on his eyelids, asking, is that better? Much better. Your blowing skills are simply remarkable, Chen Xiaochuan exclaimed, giving her a thumbs up. Do you need more blowing? She inquired softly. Not for now. Let's save it for later tonight, he replied with a mischievous smile. Just then, a panicked woman rushed into the bar, exclaiming, Hongjia, something's wrong. Chen Xiaochuan instinctively withdrew his hand from Hongjia's neckline. What's the matter, Lanjia? Hongjia asked, her eyes wide. There's a military unit outside. They have so many people with guns, and they completely surrounded our night enchantment bar. Lanjia gusped. Breathless and frantic. A military unit? Hongjia's body trembled slightly, unaware that Chen Xiaochuan had been involved in a violent confrontation the previous night, targeting the Qinyan Marquis. How could her bar have attracted the attention of military personnel? Was it possible that an undercover officer had come the night before and was now seeking vengeance? Yes. Lanjia nodded vigorously. Oh dear. Hongjia took a deep breath. Xiaochuan, we should go out and take a look. In her heart, she hoped that Chen Xiaochuan's mysterious background would dissuade them from causing any further trouble. Simultaneously, she began to consider whether she ought to change her profession. Running a bar seemed perilous, as it was difficult to please both sides of the law. With a single misstep, she could lose everything, and without a formidable backing, sustaining such a business was precarious, easily leading to ruin. Chen Xiaochuan nodded, having understood the implications of the term military unit. This was coming after him. Could it be that the Qinyan Marquis had returned to settle the score? The thought ignited a thrill within him. Recalling his days as a struggling university student, he had often indulged in films and novels featuring formidable characters who boldly confronted military forces, reigning supreme. Little did he know that he too would have the opportunity to experience such a moment. As Chen Xiaochuan and Hongjia stepped out of their sanctuary, they entered the bar's main hall to find over 20 soldiers wielding enhanced submachine guns, wreaking havoc throughout the establishment, the sound of destruction echoing incessantly. Terrified, the bar staff huddled on the ground, trembling in fear. Leading the charge was a short-haired man dressed in military attire, exuding an aura of formidable power. With a mere glance, Hongjia felt a suffocating sensation wash over her, her legs growing weak. Had Chen Xiaochuan not been holding her waist, she would have collapsed. As Chen Xiaochuan met the gaze of the short-haired man with an air of calm, the man's voice cut through the tension. You are Chen Xiaochuan. As he spoke, 12 gunmen behind him trained their weapons on Chen Xiaochuan's head. At a single command from their leader, they would not hesitate to pull the trigger and turn him into a sieve. The atmosphere was thick with an oppressive sense of impending doom. Yet Chen Xiaochuan remained composed and unyielding. Before him stood a man with a buzz cut, whose prowess evidently surpassed that of Chao Jian from the Watermoon Manor. Likely an entry-level master of martial arts. Yet he remained no match for Chen Xiaochuan. The ominous barrels of the guns indeed emanated an aura that quickened Chen Xiaochuan's heartbeat. Nevertheless, he felt no fear. In a contest of speed against bullets, he was aware he could not compete. However, when it came to human opponents, he harbored no doubts that none present could rival him, not even with Hongjia by his side. Before the adversary could pull the trigger, Chen Xiaochuan was confident he could subdue the commanding officer. As the saying goes, to capture a thief, one must first seize the king. Once the leader was apprehended, the soldiers wielding firearms would hesitate, becoming little more than straw men. This was the source of Chen Xiaochuan's confidence. Indeed, I am Chen Xiaochuan. What? Do you admire my good looks and wish to take a photograph with me? Chen Xiaochuan chuckled, wholly unfazed by the gravity of the situation before him. This demeanor caused the officer in charge to furrow his brow, a flicker of surprise crossing his gaze. This young man dared to storm the Watermoon Manor, the stronghold of the Qinyan Marquis. Truly, he was a reckless individual. Faced with such an intimidating display, he still had the audacity to be so brazen. What astonished the officer most was the complete absence of any martial aura emanating from Chen Xiaochuan. Were it not for his certainty that Chao Jian had perished at this youth's hands, he might have dismissed him as an ordinary individual. Perhaps merely an enthusiast of boxing or taekwondo. I am Zhang Xiong, the deputy commander of the Qingyun Legion under the Qingyun Marquis. You killed the Marquis's men last night at the Watermoon Manor, and I am here by orders to apprehend you. I advise you not to resist. You are surrounded by 3,000 of my troops. Escape is impossible. Zhang Xiong spoke in a deep tone. He refrained from issuing a direct order to execute, as the Qingyun Marquis had requested that he attempt to capture Chen Xiaochuan alive. If all else failed, he would resort to lethal force. Upon hearing this, Hongjie recalled Chen Xiaochuan's word from the previous night, which she had initially dismissed as mere bravado. To her astonishment, he had indeed gone out to commit murder. And not just any murder, but that of the Qingyun Marquis's men. Heaven, did he not understand the weight of the Qingyun Marquis's influence? How could he dare to act so? She also grasped the reason behind the siege of the night in Chambar. She had failed to recognize how much trouble this man could stir. If the Qingyun Marquis wishes to capture me, he should come himself. Sending someone as worthless as you is merely a death sentence. I truly pity you for having such a leader. Chen Xiaochuan remarked with an air of disdain, casually cleaning his ears. Zhang Xiong's lips twitched. As one of the pinnacle figures in this realm, a master at the initial stage of cultivation, he could not claim to be the strongest in Qingyun, but was certainly ranked among the top 10. Yet, he found himself belittled by a nameless youth, which left him rather displeased. Even if I am not your match in a one-on-one duel, I have brought an entire contingent armed with enhanced weaponry. Do you truly believe you have a chance to act? Each bullet could pierce through you, even if you were at the peak of the master stage. In this world, firepower reigns supreme. The Qingyun Marquis has decreed that you should be taken alive, so it would be wise not to resist unnecessarily. You might just prolong your life. Perhaps, if the Marquis recognizes your potential, he may even recruit you. Zhang Xiong spoke slowly, his gaze fixed intently on Chen Xiaochuan, ready to issue the order to fire at the slightest hint of movement. Although he could not discern the true nature of Chen Xiaochuan's capabilities, his sharp instincts sensed a perilous aura lurking within the seemingly arrogant youth. Chen Xiaochuan erupted into laughter. The Qingyun Marquis, recruit me? That pompous fool is not worthy. Damn it, he might as well consider me an accessory. Come on. Zhang Xiong gestured, and hundreds of soldiers surged forward. Hundreds of ominous gun barrels were aimed squarely at Chen Xiaochuan and Hongjie. Hongjie had never encountered such a formidable display and nearly fainted from fear, her heart racing uncontrollably. Wasn't Xiaochuan supposed to have a powerful background? Did the Qingyun Marquis and this deputy commander not see it? Or perhaps, in the face of the Qingyun Marquis, Xiaochuan's background was rendered insignificant, ineffective? Chen Xiaochuan, I have thousands of enhanced machine guns outside, and I have secretly positioned at least 200 snipers. Even if you possess the ability to break through, do you truly believe you can escape my encirclement? This is your final chance. I will count down to 3, and if you do not surrender, I will order the execution. Zhang Xiong sneered, expecting to witness panic in Chen Xiaochuan's eyes. Little did he know, Chen Xiaochuan remained as nonchalant as ever. The sensation of being heavily surrounded was exhilarating. Xiaoda, if I falter and fail to subdue Zhang Xiong, can you ensure my safety? Chen Xiaochuan pondered internally. The weapons in their hands were not overly formidable. However, at the 10th level of Qi refinement, he could not withstand them. Yet, it was inconceivable that they could take his life. Rest assured, I will ensure both you and your beloved depart safely. Just focus on maintaining your bravado. The infinite refining tower spoke with an air of indifference regarding the situation. With your assurance, I can relax. Chen Xiaochuan nodded internally. 3. Zhang Xiong began his countdown. 2. Chen Xiaochuan retained his playful smile, preparing for a thrilling moment, intending to act as soon as the countdown reached 3 and Zhang Xiong commanded to fire. His internal energy was primed and ready. 1. As Zhang Xiong uttered the final number, believing Chen Xiaochuan would crumble under his overwhelming presence, he was taken aback when a young man showed no inclination to surrender. Fire. The command for gunfire hung in the air, yet a voice suddenly rang out from outside. Hold on. Zhang Xiong's brow furrowed. The command he was about to issue swallowed back as he turned to the entrance, where a short-haired beauty strode in with an air of confidence. The newcomer was none other than Yang Yan, the captain of the riot police, whom Chen Xiaochuan had bruised the previous day. Captain Yang, what is the meaning of your arrival? Zhang Xiong's eyes flickered with surprise. He had not anticipated this fierce woman from Qingyun City would appear so suddenly. Given the status of the Qingyun Marquis and his own, he naturally did not regard Yang Yan lightly. Yet he was compelled to show her some respect, as she held an official title. As he observed Yang Yan enter, her ample bosom swayed enticingly. Chen Xiaochuan blinked. What was this girl doing here at such a time? Yang Yan stepped forward, positioning herself deliberately between Zhang Xiong and Chen Xiaochuan. The soldiers, who had already prepared to pull the trigger, were compelled to relax their fingers, maintaining their stance, but no longer poised to shoot. Yang Yin cast a glance at Chen Xiaochuan before turning her attention to Zhang Xiong. As for this Chen fellow, I will take responsibility for him. You may leave. Zhang Xiong, momentarily taken aback, erupted into laughter. Captain Yang, do you comprehend the gravity of your words? Your public security riot squad has no authority over my Qilin Corps. Upon witnessing Yang Yin, Hong Jie couldn't help but muse, so it turns out Xiaochuan is acquainted with the riot squad's Yang Yin. Yet, it appears this deputy commander shows her little respect. This was troubling. In terms of stature and demeanor, Hong Jie believed she was not inferior to Yang Yin. However, the latter's identity and the aura of a public servant left Hong Jie feeling inadequate, as she was merely a bar owner, while Yang Yin held a respectable position. Yang Yin maintained her frosty demeanor, speaking in a deep voice. Is that so? Before you make your decision, you might want to call Lord Qinyan. Observing Yang Yan's attitude. Zhang Xiong's expression shifted between uncertainty and resolve. Ultimately, he took out his phone, stepped aside, and called Lord Qinyan, recounting the situation in detail. After the call ended, Zhang Xiong raised his hand, commanding withdraw. The sound of submachine guns brushing against clothing echoed through the air as Zhang Xiong turned his back and retreated like a receding tide. Chen Xiaochuan, poised to take action, was caught off guard by Yang Yan's intervention. Yet, she did not speak to him. After a lingering gaze, she departed. Hong Jie finally exhaled in relief, realizing she had been drenched in cold sweat, causing her dress to cling tightly to her skin, accentuating her alluring figure. Xiaochuan truly has connections. No wonder he remained so composed. Zhang Xiong's abrupt withdrawal did not dishearten Chen Xiaochuan. After all, his primary objective was Lord Qinyan. He pondered Yang Yan's sudden involvement, wondering if perhaps, after being struck by him, she had developed feelings for him. After all, he was quite handsome and charismatic. Next time we meet, I must inquire about this. Hong Jie, rest assured, I will compensate you tenfold for the damages incurred today. Coming back to his senses, Chen Xiaochuan embraced Hong Jie, gently stroking her hair. Hong Jie nodded, then, as if struck by a thought, asked, what is your relationship with Yang Yan? Can you share? Chen Xiaochuan chuckled. I have no significant relationship with her. We merely met once yesterday, and I may have playfully spanked her. That should classify our relationship as rather unfriendly. Hong Jie inadvertently sprayed Chen Xiaochuan with her drink. This guy was once again spouting nonsense. Yesterday, he claimed he was going to kill someone, and he actually did. However, she would never believe his latest claim. Are you joking? You really spanked a girl, and she still came to assist you? That is preposterous. Noticing her disbelief, Chen Xiaochuan's lips twitched. He realized Hong Jie thought he was bragging again. He couldn't possibly rush to capture Yang Yan, strip her of her pants, and prove his story to Hong Jie. Besides, judging by Yang Yan's gait earlier, it was evident she had already recovered. Was he supposed to hit her again? Please, Chen Xiaochuan, am at least an exemplary university student. I would never stoop to such behavior. At that moment, Chen Xiaochuan's phone rang again. Chapter 16. The call from the campus bell. Hearing the ringtone, Chen Xiaochuan's expression twitched slightly. Why are there so many calls today? He grumbled. Nonetheless, he instinctively retrieved his phone, and the screen displayed 3 characters. Huasiyuan. The mention of her name conjured an image of a youthful beauty in his mind. He was exceedingly familiar with her, as Huasiyuan had been his classmate for 4 years in university, serving as the class leader in their engineering management course, and was one of the 4 campus bells of Qingyun University. Chen Xiaochuan was also one of the boys she secretly admired, but due to his insecurities, he never confessed. He ended up with Guiyu Jiao, primarily because she proactively pursued him and bore a resemblance to Huasiyuan. Why would the campus bell be calling me? Chen Xiaochuan wondered, perplexed as he answered the call. Hello, class leader. Cohen Xiaochuan, where are you right now? Huasiyuan's gentle voice came through the receiver. Chen Xiaochuan glanced at Hong Jie, thinking it unwise to admit he was at the night enchantment bar. Huasiyuan, evidently impatient, continued, are you still in Qingyun City? Already gone to Modu or Kyoto for work? I'm still in Qingyun City. Chen Xiaochuan replied promptly. That's good. At 7:30 this evening, I've arranged to meet several classmates still in Qingyun City at the school gate. Since I'm flying to the beautiful country tomorrow, it may be a long time before we see each other again. I hope you can come. Huasiyuan softly stated. I've posted this in our class Q group, and everyone has responded except for you. So, I specifically called to check on you. Terribly sorry. My Q account has been on a retreat lately, so I haven't logged in. Chen Xiaochuan replied jokingly. Huasiyuan rolled her eyes and then chuckled. It seems you haven't been beaten down by society since graduation. You're still as humorous as ever. I'm just open-minded. Even when faced with setbacks, I refuse to change who I am. Chen Xiaochuan laughed. Internally, he mused. I've been through so much, and you think I haven't faced the harsh realities of life? All right, enough about that. Have you decided if you can meet up? Hua Siyuan redirected the conversation. Of course, I must honor the class leader's request. Chen Xiaochuan replied eagerly. Good, then it's settled. Talk to you later. With that, Hua Siyuan decisively hung up. Upon hearing the exchange, Hong Jie remarked with a hint of jealousy, that classmate of yours must be a stunning beauty. Chen Xiaochuan tucked his phone back into his pocket, grinning. Indeed, she is a great beauty. Your ability to gauge someone's character by their voice is impressive. I believe she called you specifically to inform you of her departure tomorrow, so you must seize this opportunity tonight. Hong Ye spoke softly. Hong Ye, she and I are merely classmates. Our relationship is not as complicated as you think. We are quite innocent. Chen Xiaochuan teased, lifting Hong Ji as chin playfully. Your mischief needs no teaching. Hong Jie rolled her eyes dramatically. Is that so? Chen Xiaochuan playfully pinned Hong Jie against the wall. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiong led his team away from night enchantment. One of his subordinates, Lu Hai, puzzled, asked, Deputy Commander Zhang, what did Lord Qingyan say to you? Why do we withdraw so abruptly? The guy seemed quite arrogant. I wish to beat him to a pulp. Zhang Xiong's expression remained as unpredictable as ever. The Marquis of Qingyun suggested that I give Yang Yin a little consideration, stating that this matter should be resolved personally upon his return tomorrow, allowing that young man a reprieve of a day or two. It appears that Yang Yan's connections are indeed as formidable as the rumors suggest, instilling a sense of caution even in the Marquis of Qingyun. Lu Hai nodded in agreement. Of course, otherwise, how could someone as striking as Yang Yan, with such a notorious temper, have remained in Qingyun for so many years without being ousted? Surely, she must have someone backing her. She wouldn't dare to be so brazen without it. Fortunately, our Marquis of Qingyun is no fool. Zhang Xiong scoffed lightly. After leaving the nightly enchantment bar, Yang Yin drove directly back to the office of the captain of the Explosive Ordnance Disposal Unit at the Public Security Bureau to continue her work. My Captain Yang, back so soon. You claim you're not intrigued by that young man, yet here you are, rushing to his aid upon hearing that the troops of the Marquis of Qingyun have surrounded him. Linghua remarked, lounging in Yang Yan's office chair, her long legs crossed and resting on the desk, completely abandoning any semblance of ladylike decorum. Bah, as if I were emotionally invested. If that young man were to be taken by the Marquis's men, it would render my visit pointless, and my vengeance for that slap on the backside would go unfulfilled. Once I've settled my score, his entanglements with the Marquis are of no concern to me. Yang Yin retorted, irritation evident in her tone. Hee, look at you. I merely jest, yet you grow anxious. It's clear you're feeling guilty. Very well. Tonight, I shall retrieve him for you. Then we shall see how stubborn you can remain. Linghua exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with mischief. All right. I shall await your return tonight. A glimmer of anticipation shone in Yang Yan's eyes. Linghua then shifted the conversation. By the way, share with me the details on Chen Xiaochuan. I suspect the real Chen Xiaochuan is dead, and this one is an imposter. Huh? What do you mean? A hint of confusion flickered in Yang Yan's beautiful gaze. Linghua tapped her fingers on the desk, continuing. The records indicate that Chen Xiaochuan was killed after having his kidney removed and subsequently discarded. He was then revived by a master. While that sounds plausible, have you considered that he bears no scars? Even if a master were to save him, is it reasonable to think he could be trained to the late celestial stage or even the early master stage in just 20 days? Even the leaders of those secluded sects on the mountains lack such capability. So what are you implying? Yang Yin pursed her sexy red lips. I firmly believe that Chen Xiaochuan is deceased, and the person we see now is his twin brother, who upon his brother's demise has assumed his identity to exact revenge. Linghua stated with conviction. Your analysis does hold merit, senior sister, but regardless of whether he is truly that university student Chen Xiaochuan or not, he is the one who struck me, and this debt must be settled, Yang Yin declared through gritted teeth. The news that the Qingyun army had surrounded the nightly enchantment bar to capture Chen Xiaochuan, only for Yang Yin to intervene, brought a smile to Li Zhongtian's lips. This is becoming increasingly interesting, he mused. Grandfather, our brazen approach towards Chen Xiaochuan. If he were to falter, wouldn't that spell disaster for the Li family as well? Li Yunfei expressed his concerns. This is what they call fortune favors the bold. However, if things do go awry, we shall simply claim we were coerced by Chen Xiaochuan. As long as we play our cards right, the Marquis of Qingyun will not annihilate us. Li Zhongtian replied with a shrewd demeanor. At 7 in the evening, Chen Xiaochuan, feeling quite satisfied, rose from Hong Jie's embrace. She promptly got up to dress him, fastening his belt. Go on. As I've said before, seize the opportunity. Your squad leader definitely has ulterior motives. This way, I can also enjoy a restful evening. Chen Xiaochuan punched Hong Jie's chin, teasing. If my squad leader truly desires me, then I might not return tonight. If you miss me and can't sleep, just send me a discreet message, and I'll send you my location. You can come find me, and we can have some fun together. Hong Jie rolled her eyes dramatically, playfully punching his firm chest. Dream on. You are my lover, but I, Hong Jie, have principles. I will never share you with anyone else. All right then, I respect your choice. But if you change your mind, don't worry about me mocking you. Just bring it on. After sharing a passionate kiss with Hong Jie, Chen Xiaochuan reluctantly took his leave, feeling quite sweet. At the entrance of Qingyun University, the setting sun cast a warm glow across the sky, painting the evening clouds beautifully. Chen Xiaochuan arrived 3 minutes early, finding 8 classmates already gathered, animatedly chatting. At first glance, Huasiyu spotted Chen Xiaochuan stepping out of a ride-hailing vehicle. Class leader, Chen Xiaochuan called out, even as the others turned their gazes toward him. Upon realizing he had arrived via a ride-hailing service, they quickly returned to their own conversations. As Chen Xiaochuan approached, he noticed Huasiyu's attire was markedly different from her school days. Throughout those 4 years, she had always embodied a pure, youthful charm. Now, however, she wore a pair of form-fitting blue jeans that accentuated her long, shapely legs. The white short-sleeve shirt she donned was buttoned up, yet the fullness of her chest suggested it could burst forth at any moment, creating a striking visual impact. Her style had transformed into that of a mature woman, rendering Huasiyu even more alluring. Merely glancing at her made Chen Xiaochuan's heart race. He thought to himself, it seems that my time with Hong Jie has been in vain. Seeing Huasiyu now, I find myself utterly captivated. He was certain that his attraction to Huasiyu was not merely a result of his previous encounters. Hello, class leader. Despite his tumultuous emotions, Chen Xiaochuan managed to greet her. Yes, we just need to wait for Lu Daming, and then we can head out for dinner. Huasiyu replied with a smile. Chen Xiaochuan nodded. Sure, I'll follow your lead. By the way, how's it going with that Gui Yujiao? Huasiyu inquired, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. We broke up. Chen Xiaochuan replied nonchalantly. Huasiyu let out a sigh of relief. Can you share why? She said I was too handsome for her and that I deserved someone better. I thought she made a valid point. So I agreed to the breakup. Chen Xiaochuan responded with carefree confidence. Huasiyu, unable to contain herself, inadvertently sprayed Chen Xiaochuan with water as she laughed. Chen Xiaochuan's lips twitched. After all, the school beauty was different. Her saliva carried a sweet scent. I'm so sorry, Huasiyu exclaimed, flustered, as she hurriedly tried to wipe the water off his face. No worries. No need to clean it. Saliva possesses antiseptic properties. During our childhood, when we fell and sustained injuries, a mere application of saliva would suffice for healing. How fortuitous that I can now utilize it to cleanse my face. Chen Xiaochuan halted the other person's movements. Huasiyu couldn't help but smile, reassured by his carefree demeanor. There's something I'm uncertain whether to disclose concerning your ex-girlfriend, Gui Yujiao. I fear you may not take it well. Do share. Chen Xiaochuan responded nonchalantly. She is merely an ex. Even if she is currently indulging in some affluent gentleman's embrace, it wouldn't trouble me in the slightest, he declared with a casual air. Why should I concern myself with someone who has passed from my life? Huasiyu spoke earnestly. It must have been before graduation when I happened to see her in close proximity to another man, hand in hand, with him occasionally kissing her cheek. At that time, you two must not have broken up yet. Fortunately, you did part ways eventually, otherwise I would truly feel for you, being toyed with by a woman. She was aware that it was likely due to Gui Yujiao having found a new love, leading to Chen Xiaochuan's dismissal. Thus, she found no credence in his earlier claims. Never mind, the past is but a fleeting cloud. Chen Xiaochuan waved his hand dismissively. Just then, an Audi A8 came to a halt at the campus gate. The door swung open, revealing a sharply dressed man with slicked back hair. His polished shoes gleamed brilliantly. Classmates, long time no see. It was none other than Lu Daming. Lu Daming, wow, you've done well for yourself. Just 20 days post-graduation, and you're already driving an Audi A8, exclaimed his peers. While we're still job hunting, you've soared to success. You claimed your parents were farmers. Was that merely a ruse? Clearly, you're a bona fide, rich second generation. Let me see. Is this the 20T or the 30T model? No way, it's the 30T, my dream car. Indeed, my parents are farmers. I am not a rich second generation. The specifics can wait. You didn't rent this car, did you? But even renting such a luxury vehicle is impressive. This is my registration certificate. I, Lu Daming, would never rent a car just to save face. Impressive, it truly is your vehicle. Moreover, it's a pristine first-hand car, worth over 100,000. After showcasing his driving license, Lu Daming produced a pack of fine cigarettes, offering them to the male classmates. However, upon noticing Chen Xiaochuan and Huasiyu engaged in cheerful conversation, a fleeting shadow of displeasure crossed his eyes. The surrounding classmates cast envious and admiring glances at Lu Daming. All having graduated from the same class, why were their fortunes so disparate? Surely, they must glean insights from Lu Daming's success. Eventually, Lu Daming approached Chen Xiaochuan and Huasiyu. Chen Xiaochuan, long time no see. Here, have a cigarette, he said with a genial smile, extending the pack. Chen Xiaochuan paused, suddenly recalling that he hadn't smoked in over 20 days since his return from the Cliff of Despair. Aside from engaging in certain activities, he had refrained from smoking. How inconvenient. Red sister didn't even offer me one. Seeing Chen Xiaochuan momentarily stunned, Lu Daming assumed his fine cigarettes had left him speechless. After all, such premium cigarettes were a luxury most could not afford. This was the chasm of disparity. Ah, does your charm mean nothing? In society, it's all about power, connections, social status, and, most importantly, wealth. Don't even dream of the class flower. Chen Xiaochuan, have you quit smoking since graduation? Lu Daming asked, a glint of pride in his eyes. Chen Xiaochuan snapped back to reality, smiling as he pinched 2 fingers around the cigarette Lu Daming offered. Even if he had sworn off smoking, one must honor the camaraderie of an old friend. The moment he spoke, Lu Daming nearly burst with joy. Indeed, some things need not be articulated. The luxury car speaks volumes on its own. This fellow is clearly attempting to curry favor with me. Huh. The sensation of towering over the handsome, yet impoverished classmate is truly exhilarating. Here, let me light it for you, Lu Daming said, quickly producing a lighter. Ah. Chen Xiaochuan inhaled deeply, the embers flickering, and he slowly exhaled a ring of smoke, feeling a wave of comfort wash over him. Just then a thought struck him. Little tower, will smoking affect my cultivation? It won't. A mere wisp of smoke cannot hinder one's progress in cultivation. If it could, then what would be the essence of a cultivator? Echoed the voice of the infinite refining prison tower in his mind. That's a relief, Chen Xiaochuan replied, taking another hearty drag. Well, now that everyone is present, I've reserved a large private room at Wang's restaurant across from the school gate. With 11 of us, it's the perfect size for a grand table, Huasiyu exclaimed joyfully. Subsequently, the group, jovial and animated, made their way to the spacious private room at Wang's restaurant. Soon, a lavish spread of dishes was served. This wine is rather mediocre. Waiter, please replace it all with 53-degree Maotai, Lu Daming declared generously. Class monitor, though you organized this gathering, tonight's feast is on me. No one dare compete with me. Lu Daming's generosity was impressive. Indeed, in just 20 days post-graduation, you've acquired an Audi A8. Even Mr. Ma from Westlake cannot rival your swift ascent. You're right. I believe that in 3 to 5 years, our Lu classmate will undoubtedly secure a place on the list of China's wealthy elite, surpassing the likes of Wang and Ma. Haha, you flatter me, dear classmates, but I must confess, that is indeed my aspiration. I hope that in 10 years, I can present 100 billion and redefine the essence of small goals. The admiration in the room was palpable, all eyes fixated on Lu Daming. Even Huasiyu regarded him with a glimmer of admiration. As a young person in this era, one ought to aspire like Lu Daming, daring to dream and brimming with ambition. Only Chen Xiaochuan remained aloof, noticeably out of sync with the atmosphere. Yet, Lu Daming took note of this, interpreting it as Chen Xiaochuan's self-doubt. How intoxicating it is to bask in this unspoken superiority. By the way, Lu Daming, could you share your journey to success with us? Someone prompted. Yes, please enlighten us, so we can learn from your experience. Quickly, share your wisdom. You know, I recently applied to several companies, but was met with rejection, citing my lack of experience as a recent graduate. Same here. I even lowered my standards and applied for a security guard position. But guess what? They deemed me too young and unreliable. They only want middle-aged men with only a junior high education, as they are deemed more dependable. The female classmates echoed similar sentiments, lamenting their own rejections after applying to various companies, contemplating the futility of holding onto their academic status in a landscape flooded with graduates. Thus, I resolved to seek employment in some embroidery factory, merely to earn a living while pursuing other opportunities. However, the factories turned me away, stating they only hired individuals with at least a college diploma. Such is the harsh reality of society. Consequently, our classmate Lu Daming, born to humble farming origins and devoid of connections or background, managed to drive an A8 within a mere 20 days. Truly a miracle. As my classmates chattered excitedly, Lu Daming nodded in acknowledgement. After all, we shared 4 years together, classmates for life, and I am more than willing to share the journey of my post-graduation experiences. Upon uttering these words, silence enveloped the room, with all eyes fixated on Lu Daming. The feeling of being the center of attention was immensely gratifying for him. At that moment, the waiter delivered 8 bottles of Maotai. Let us raise a toast first, and then I shall recount my tale. Lu Daming proclaimed as he poured drinks for everyone. Cheers! He invited, lifting his glass. Chen Xiaochuan followed suit, raising his glass as well, then quietly resumed eating, aware that such an occasion was not suited for his spoken contributions. After a sip, the classmates eagerly urged Lu Daming to divulge the secrets of his success. I currently serve as the project manager at Shenglong Group with an annual salary of 1 million, along with performance bonuses and various benefits. Conservatively, my yearly earnings amount to approximately 1,800,000. That Audi A8? It was a welcome gift from the company on my first day. Lu Daming began to boast with great pride. My goodness, Shenglong Group is among the top 10 real estate firms in our city. You've managed to land a position at such a prestigious company as a project manager. An annual salary nearing 2 million? Incredible. The classmates exclaimed, their enthusiasm ignited. How did you manage to get in? Yes, that's the crux of the matter. They pressed on, their interest peaked. They understood that Lu Daming owning an Audi signified success, yet they had not anticipated it to be this remarkable. After taking a bite of food, Lu Daming remarked, I have contemplated this question myself. I can only say it's fate. When fortune smiles upon a person, there's no stopping it. I encountered a benefactor whose single word propelled me to success. The group nodded in agreement. Indeed, it was all about destiny. With good fortune, one could win 5 million in the lottery or assist an elderly lady across the street and inadvertently connect with a billionaire. Conversely, with bad luck, even drinking water could lead to misfortune. Suddenly, a classmate's eyes lit up with inspiration, and he spoke up, Lu Daming, wait. Mr. Lu, since you're now the project manager at Shenglong Group, are you in need of more hands? How about I join you? You are our benefactor right here. Please take me under your wing. This revelation jolted the classmates into excitement. Indeed, Mr. Lu, we need not seek benefactors elsewhere. You are our benefactor. We seek your support. They implored, their eyes gleaming with anticipation as they looked at Lu Daming, even addressing him as Mr. Lu. Among them, only Chen Xiaochuan and Hui Xiao remained silent. Lu Daming nodded thoughtfully, saying, since my classmates hold me in such high regard, I shall see if there are suitable positions available for you. His gaze shifted to Hui Xiao's face as he added with a smile, Hui class monitor, why don't you reconsider going abroad? I happen to need a secretary. Would you like to take on the role? The salary is 30,000 per month, plus benefits and year-end bonuses, ensuring an annual income of no less than 500,000. What do you think? Upon hearing this, the other female classmates cast envious glances at Hui Xiao. They understood that Lu Daming's offer stemmed from Hui Xiao's beauty. It was evident to all that such a secretarial position would soon lead her to become the manager's wife. After all, it was common knowledge that Hui Xiao did not hail from a powerful lineage. Her parents were merely small-time merchants. Hui Xiao, however, smiled gently and replied, thank you for your kind offer, Lu Daming, but my trip abroad is already arranged and cannot be changed. This opportunity should be afforded to the other female classmates. A flicker of disappointment crossed Lu Daming's eyes. He anticipated that his newfound success would not be enough to keep Hui Xiao by his side. The other female classmates, however, brightened at the prospect of becoming Mr. Lu's secretary, envisioning a life of luxury ahead. Lu Daming took a deep breath, then clapped his hands. At that moment, the door to the private room swung open, revealing two beautiful waitresses pushing a cart adorned with vibrant red roses, which they presented to Hui Xiao. The female classmates nearly swooned at the sight. Lu Daming retrieved a ring from his pocket and, kneeling before Hui Xiao, professed earnestly, Xiao, I have harbored feelings for you for 4 years, ever since the first moment I saw you in class. Yet, I never had the courage to express it. I felt inferior, knowing I was merely a farmer's child unable to offer you a life of happiness. But now, I possess the means to secure a future, so tonight, I confess my love for you. I ask you to stay and entrust your life to me. I will cherish you and provide you with a blissful existence. This unexpected declaration left Hui Xiao in a state of shock. As the classmates regained their composure, they began to cheer, accept him, accept him. Once Hui Xiao collected herself, she shook her head and responded, I'm sorry. We can only remain classmates. You are truly exceptional. You will find someone even better. Just then, the door to the private room burst open. A man in his early 30s, flanked by a dozen subordinates, strode in, his gaze quickly landing on Hui Xiao. Ha! Xiao was right. He said I'd find a stunning beauty at the entrance of Qingyun University. And here she is. The man, slightly intoxicated, disregarded everyone in the room and approached Hui Xiao, leering, beautiful lady, come with me tonight. If you please me, I will grant you your freedom in a few days and even reward you handsomely. If you resist, however, once I tire of you, I'll have you peddling yourself in the nightlife. Hui Xiao turned pale with fear. The classmates fell silent, aware that this man was not to be trifled with. Lu Daming sprang to his feet, glaring at the man and stating, "I am Lu Daming, project manager at Shenglong Group. This is my girlfriend. You would do well to apologize immediately, or I shall not hold back." Slap. The man struck Lu Daming across the face. "Project manager at Shenglong Group? Huh. I thought you were some sort of prince of Qinyan. How dare you act so high and mighty?" Take him down, with a single command. 3 of the man's subordinates lunged at Lu Daming, swiftly bringing him to the ground, followed by his cries of agony. "Hold him up," the man ordered. Bloodied and battered, Lu Daming was hoisted before him. "You have a chance to call someone. Make your call." The man sneered. Lu Daming quickly pulled out his phone and dialed. "Mr. Bai, I'm at Wang's restaurant by Qinyan University, and I'm being attacked." "Who is it, Mr.?" Bai's voice was cold. I. Lu Daming realized he had no idea who his assailant was. "Mr. Bai, it's Lin Feng. Are you going to stand up for your subordinate?" Lin Feng snatched the phone away, interrupting with a cold smirk. "What? Lin Feng, young Master Lin?" Lu Daming. "Young Master Lin is the son of the chairman of our Shenglong Group. You better acknowledge your mistake and seek his forgiveness quickly. Otherwise, no one will be able to save you." President Bai's voice trembled with fear. Lu Daming was rendered utterly speechless. He could never have imagined that this debauched young man before him was the son of a powerful tycoon. His own backing, President Bai, was merely working for the other party. Damn it, he had kicked a stone and hurt his own foot. "Young Master Lin, I was wrong. I failed to recognize your greatness. Please let me go, as if I were nothing." With a thud, Lu Daming fell to his knees. The bravado he had just displayed vanishing in an instant. Lin Feng patted Lu Daming's face and asked, "So, can I have a go with your girlfriend?" Sure." Lu Daming hesitated for a moment, but could only nod in submission. Huasiyu's face had turned pale as a sheet, her delicate body trembling slightly. Her eyes filled with despair. Lin Feng smiled nonchalantly, then turned his gaze to Huasiyu. "Beautiful lady, come with me." As he spoke, he reached out to grasp her hand. However, just as Lin Feng's hand extended, it was firmly seized by a larger hand. "Who the hell are you? Seeking death?" Lin Feng turned to see a handsome, yet aloof face staring back at him. Upon realizing it was a poor student, his rage surged. "Who am I? Mentioning my name might scare you into submission." Chen Xiaochuan replied with a smirk. "Is that so? Then how about you introduce yourself?" Lin Feng's heart sank as he racked his brain for any young man he knew from Qinyan City who might fit the description, but he couldn't find a match. "Just so you know, I am her classmate," Chen Xiaochuan asserted confidently. The classmates were stunned to see Chen Xiaochuan stepping forward. "Xiaochuan, has he lost his mind? That guy is the son of the chairman of Shenglong Group. His backing is immense, especially the last statement, 'I am her classmate,' left their peers utterly flabbergasted. Come on, that's not how you act tough. Someone's going to get hurt." Chapter 18, Evil Cannot Overcome Justice. A flicker of surprise crossed Huasiyu's beautiful eyes. She had not anticipated that in such a situation, Chen Xiaochuan would act in stark contrast to Lu Daming. While Lu Daming crumbled before the powerful, Chen Xiaochuan boldly stepped forward. Her heart warmed momentarily, but then tightened with concern. This kid thought a mere declaration of "I'm her classmate" would intimidate the other party? Wasn't that a bit too reckless? Upon hearing Chen Xiaochuan's words, Lin Feng first froze, then burst into laughter. "Huh, I thought you had some impressive identity. So you're just her classmate? You must be joking." Crack! A sharp sound echoed. Lin Feng felt a jolt of pain in his wrist as his hand dropped limply. "Oh, what the hell? You broke my hand." Lin Feng's scream was akin to that of a slaughtered pig. "Apologies, I may have applied a bit too much force. Let me fix that for you." Another crack resounded. Lin Feng's fractured wrist was reset, only to be met with another agonizing scream. "There, all fixed. Although, I feel a bit rusty with my technique. Wasn't quite perfect, so I might need to do it a few more times." Crack. Broke again. Crack. Fix again. This torturous cycle continued for over a dozen repetitions. Lin Feng trembled in pain, his cries echoing through the room. "Are you all idiots? Finish him off. Kill him." While writhing in agony, Lin Feng noticed his entourage, who had been rendered motionless in shock. Lin Feng's henchmen finally snapped out of their stupor. "How dare you treat our young Master Lin this way? You're asking for death." With a howl, more than 10 of them lunged at Chen Xiaochuan like a pack of ravenous wolves. "You all ganging up on me? How unfair. Let us settle this one-on-one." Chen Xiaochuan regarded the oncoming horde with a slight smirk, his eyes reflecting no hint of fear. Of the group, only 2 were martial artists, and they were merely at the initial stage of the yellow rank. The rest were, at best, martial arts enthusiasts, a bunch of insignificant weaklings. One-on-one, someone shouted angrily. Bang! Chen Xiaochuan delivered a swift kick to Lin Feng's abdomen, sending him crashing sideways into the concrete wall of the private room. He then slid down to the ground, convulsing in pain, unable to rise. Chen Xiaochuan casually grabbed a bottle and smashed it over the head of the thug at the forefront, blood gushing from a wound. Bang, bang, bang. Within moments, the remaining assailants were all taken down by Chen Xiaochuan, crying out in agony. The scene left was Siyu, Lu Daming, and their classmates utterly speechless. Even Lin Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. He had never expected that this kid, who had been so eager for a one-on-one, would prove to be such a formidable fighter. After dusting off his hands, Chen Xiaochuan approached Lin Feng. How dare you strike me? You're finished. My father is Lin Bufan, the chairman of Shenglong Group, and his subordinates are experts galore. Lin Feng glared viciously at Chen Xiaochuan. Chen Xiaochuan smiled indifferently. Very well. I'll give you a chance. Call your father over. Lin Feng's lips twitched. Just moments ago, he had been demanding others to call for help. And now he was the one who needed to make the call. The humiliation he felt was overwhelming. Let us see how cocky you are then. Lin Feng quickly fished out his phone and dialed Lin Bufan's number. The call connected swiftly. Without waiting for Lin Bufan to speak, Lin Feng shouted, Dad, I was attacked at Wang's restaurant across from Qingyun University. You need to come with Uncle Zhang and help me get revenge. Who the hell dares to lay a hand on Lin Bufan's son? They must be courting death. Don't worry, Xiaofeng, I'm nearby and will be there shortly. Lin Bufan hung up the phone with a grim expression. My father is coming right now. Let's see how you handle this. Lin Feng grinned maniacally. Chen Xiaochuan remained unfazed. I trust that your father, being the chairman of Shenglong Group, is a reasonable man and won't behave as irrationally as you do. Lin Feng couldn't help but burst into laughter. But the classmates felt a knot tightening in their stomachs. They had just been astonished by Chen Xiaochuan's terrifying combat skills. But now, hearing that his trump card was hoping for rational discourse, it seemed incredibly naive. Clearly, he had not been in society long enough to understand its harsh realities. This could end badly. Chen Xiaochuan, we should make a run for it. There's no need to escalate this. A classmate suggested, trembling. Run? Huh. I've noted all your faces down. Not one of you will escape tonight. Anyone who dares to flee will pay with their life. And your families will suffer the consequences too. Lin Feng sneered, a venomous glint in his eyes. Young Master Lin, we haven't offended you. Yes. We haven't dared to utter a word. Please let us go. The 7 or 8 classmates were on the verge of tears, feeling utterly wronged to have stumbled into such murky waters. Chen Xiaochuan's eyes narrowed slightly, a fleeting glimmer of menace flashing within them. Moments ago, he had refrained from lethal action out of concern for the other students present, yet he had not anticipated that Lin Feng possessed such inherent malice. It was likely that he had bullied others with impunity in the past. This individual was a veritable scourge upon humanity and must be dealt with accordingly. Lin Feng, oblivious to the death sentence Chen Xiaochuan had just decreed upon him, exclaimed in frustration, Who dared to strike my son? At that moment, Lin Bufan burst in, flanked by 3 henchmen. Dad, it's him, that scoundrel from Qingyun University. Lin Feng pointed accusingly at Chen Xiaochuan, who stood with his back to Lin Bufan. With a look of venomous rage, Lin Bufan commanded, Son, rise and strike him. If he dares retaliate, I shall shatter his limbs. Dad, I can't get up. My stomach hurts. Lin Feng protested. Why not just kill him and feed him to the dogs? He struggled to his feet, but failed. The onlooking classmates were utterly bewildered. Lin Bufan's fearsome demeanor left no impression of reason. Chen Xiaochuan, I believe you are quite stunned by this turn of events. Yet, instead of cowering, Chen Xiaochuan slowly turned to face Lin Bufan, raising his hand with a smile. Chairman Lin, which limb shall I sacrifice first? I shall comply with your wishes. As Lin Bufan registered Chen Xiaochuan's presence, his arrogant ferocity evaporated, replaced by sheer horror. Heavens, it's him. With a thud, Lin Bufan fell to his knees, slapping his own face in desperation. Mr. Chen, I apologize. I had no idea it was you. Otherwise, not even 1,000 lifetimes would have made me dare offend you. Please, I beg you to show mercy. The entire assembly was rendered speechless. No one had foreseen the fearsome Lin Bufan would so suddenly kneel. Huo Xiyo and her companions gaped in disbelief. When Chen Xiaochuan suggested cooperating with the dismemberment, they had thought he was capitulating. Little did they know, in a heartbeat, the once mighty Lin Bufan was on his knees, begging for forgiveness. Who can explain this madness? Lin Feng swallowed hard, rubbing his eyes, convinced he was mistaken. Chen Xiaochuan smiled serenely. Classmates, I previously stated that Chairman Lin, as a man of success, is undoubtedly a reasonable individual, unlike his son, who is entirely unreasonable. Was I exaggerating? In truth, everything was under Chen Xiaochuan's control. Though he had not met the chairman of Shenglong Group, he resided in the luxury development known as Hansan No. 1, created by the very group that belonged to the Li family. The Li family had become his subservient allies. And Chen Xiaochuan was confident that several key figures within the family had seen his photograph. It was only natural for Lin Bufan to recognize him. Indeed, the moment he turned, Lin Bufan was so terrified he knelt. The classmates could only nod in mute astonishment, still struggling to grasp the reality. Yes, indeed, I am a reasonable person, Lin Bufan hastily echoed, his expression more grotesque than sorrowful. Chen Xiaochuan then turned to Lu Daming. Lu Daming, Lin Feng struck you. Go and retaliate. Aye. Lu Daming snapped back to reality, opened his mouth as if in a dream. What? You lack the courage? Chen Xiaochuan's smile remained warm. Aye. Perhaps it's best to let it go. Although Lu Daming yearned to retaliate, he realized that in Lin Feng's eyes, he was insignificant. Even if he struck back, the inevitable retaliation from Lin Feng would be unbearable. Chen Xiaochuan nodded, respecting Lu Daming's decision, and addressed Lin Bufan, Chairman Lin. Your son just expressed a desire to kill me and feed me to the dogs. I believe he is a young man full of ambition and potential. He is truly a talent. You must nurture him well. At this, Lin Bufan's formidable form trembled, a flicker of shock crossing his face. He stood, affirming Mr. Chun is correct. I shall ensure he is well cultivated. He approached Lin Feng. Dad, who is this guy? Why are you so frightened? Despite Lin Feng's usual bravado, he now comprehended that Chen Xiaochuan was not a man to be trifled with. Lin Bufan seized Lin Feng by the neck, lifting him off the ground. Little Feng, Mr. Chun, is someone our family can never provoke, so do not blame your father. Crack! A sharp sound echoed as Lin Bufan crushed Lin Feng's neck, his eyes bulging, his head drooping, a look of death upon him. In that final moment, Lin Feng realized the terrifying extent of Chen Xiaochuan's identity. His father had been so fearful that he did not hesitate to kill his own son. Regret consumed him, but it was far too late. Witnessing the scene, the onlookers fell silent, several classmates collapsing in shock, wetting themselves in fear. Lin Bufan dropped the still-warm body of Lin Feng to the ground and turned once more to kneel before Chen Xiaochuan. Chairman Lin, this is let be. He is your son. If you wish to kill him, so be it. I have no authority to intervene. We still need to eat. Shall we not sit together for a drink? Chen Xiaochuan said cheerfully. Mr. Chun, we shall not impose further. Lin Bufan, as if granted a reprieve, hastily rose, cradling his son's lifeless body, and left the scene with his entourage in haste. At this moment, Huoxiao and the others finally regained their composure, their gazes towards Chen Xiaochuan brimming with questions. Lu Daming, however, wished desperately to disappear into the ground. Only now did he realize how juvenile his earlier displays had been. He understood that Chen Xiaochuan's silence was not due to insecurity, but rather because he viewed Lu Daming as nothing more than a jest. Simply by standing there, he had compelled a figure as formidable as Lin Bufan to kneel and beg for forgiveness. The status of this classmate must indeed reach a level of unimaginable terror. He had unwittingly played the fool for an entire evening. At that moment, Lu Daming's head hung low, too ashamed to lift it. Chen Xiaochuan, what kind of terrifying identity do you possess that can instill such fear in the chairman of Shenglong Group? Huoxiao's throat tightened, unable to suppress her curiosity. She voiced her question. The other classmates, too, perked up their ears, eager to discern the true nature of their peer. Chen Xiaochuan grinned broadly. The chairman isn't afraid of me. He simply values reason and distinguishes right from wrong. I am merely a law-abiding citizen of the Dragon Kingdom. As the saying goes, justice prevails over evil. Huoxiao rolled her eyes dramatically. Do you take me for a fool? If you're not going to say it, then forget it. Very well, I shall be candid. He fears me because he knows I can kill without a second thought. He fears I might eliminate his entire family. Chen Xiaochuan added with a cheerful tone. Huoxiao rolled her eyes once more. Fine, let's not dwell on it. After such an eventful day, I propose we forego dinner and disperse. Other students clearly did not believe Chen Xiaochuan's words. To them, he was undoubtedly the illegitimate child of a prominent figure, merely fallen into a farmer's household, now returning to reclaim his noble lineage. Many classmates silently lamented, wondering when their own illustrious biological parents would come to acknowledge them. Chen Xiaochuan noticed their skepticism despite speaking the truth, and decided to refrain from further explanations, instead addressing Huoxiao. Huoxiao, having been startled earlier, contemplated Chen Xiaochuan's mysterious and intimidating identity, and nodded, indicating her willingness to rely on him. The journey was silent. Half an hour later, Chen Xiaochuan escorted Huoxiao to the entrance of her rented apartment. Wishing you a smooth journey tomorrow. He waved goodbye. Suddenly, Huoxiao turned, her enchanting eyes fixed on Chen Xiaochuan. Chen Xiaochuan, before I leave, I have a question for you. Feel free to ask, he nodded. Have you ever liked me? Huoxiao gazed intently at Chen Xiaochuan, her breath fragrant as a blooming orchid, her ample bosom beneath her white shirt beginning to rise and fall rapidly. Chen Xiaochuan was momentarily taken aback, suddenly recalling what Hongjie had said. Could it be that Huoxiao's so-called gathering tonight was actually aimed at him? with everyone else merely serving as a backdrop? As this thought crossed his mind, inhaling the intoxicating scent emanating from the captivating school bell, his heart raced. Chapter 19. I've been displeased with you for quite some time. Even if you say you don't like me, it's all right. I simply wish to know. Seeing Chen Xiaochuan remain silent, Hua Xiao bit her lip, her voice barely above a whisper. Chen Xiaochuan continued to be silent, but he was stirred to action. Yes. Before Hua Xiao could fully comprehend, Chen Xiaochuan pressed her against the door of her apartment and kissed her, prying open her lips for a passionate French kiss. Hua Xiao quickly reacted, struggling fiercely. Yet, under Chen Xiaochuan's powerful embrace, her resistance felt utterly futile. Soon, she found herself succumbing to his strength, even becoming enamored with the electrifying sensation of being kissed so fervently. After an intense kiss, Chen Xiaochuan finally released Hua Xiao. At that moment, her face was flushed. Perhaps due to the earlier struggle, one of her buttons had come undone, revealing a glimpse of her alluring cleavage, subtly enticing. With each breath, it rose and fell rhythmically. Chen Xiaochuan stole a glance, his adrenaline surging once more. After secretly harboring feelings for this school beauty for over 4 years, this was the first time he had glimpsed her figure in such a manner. It was impossible. Hua Xiao had always dressed conservatively, allowing only the slightest hint of her form to be seen. Now, with this unexpected revelation, how could anyone remain composed? Chen Xiaochuan's gaze was magnetically drawn to the exposed glimpse, unable to tear himself away. Hua Xiao, blushing furiously, averted her eyes from him, blissfully unaware that he was captivated by her neckline. After swallowing hard, Chen Xiaochuan boldly lifted her delicate chin, their eyes locking. Are you satisfied with my answer? You. Hua Xiao's lips twitched slightly, surprised that the usually courteous Chen Xiaochuan could exhibit such wildness. If my answer seems vague, then I shall have to take further action, providing you with a clear view. A playful smile danced on his lips as he effortlessly lifted Hua Xiao, cradling her gently, preparing to enter her apartment. What are you doing? Hua Xiao gasped, feeling her heart race as she was swept into his arms, overwhelmed by his masculine presence. Her voice softened. You want to know if I like you? Well, I shall reveal my true feelings, but you must do the same. Only through mutual honesty can we truly understand one another. Chen Xiaochuan grinned. You rogue. Hua Xiao summoned an unexpected strength, breaking free from his embrace and shoving him outside, slamming the door shut behind her. Leaning against the door, her chest heaving, she was left breathless. Chen Xiaochuan chuckled. Hua class leader, it seems your intuition is quite sharp. You've inferred my answer without the need for further honesty. Rest well, I shall take my leave. At that moment, his own desires were tumultuous, aware that pursuing the school beauty tonight was unrealistic and too abrupt. Thus, he resolved to return to seek further escapades with Hongjia. Meanwhile, Hua Xiao's mind replayed the moment Chen Xiaochuan had held her so closely. It was her first experience of such intimacy with a male, an addictive sensation, especially with someone so strikingly handsome. Reflecting on his parting words, she couldn't help but scoff. What intuition? It's so obvious he desires me. Does he think I'm foolish? But if I don't resist, it would seem too hasty, as if I'm a loose woman. Why didn't I persist a little longer? Alas, perhaps our connection is nothing more than a fleeting romance. If only Chen Xiaochuan knew her thoughts, he would likely have already swept her off her feet. Half an hour later, Chen Xiaochuan rushed back to the night enchantment bar. He found Hongjia reclining languidly on the bed, seemingly dozing. Like a ravenous wolf, he pounced upon her, enveloping her in his embrace. Hongjia, I missed you terribly during this brief absence. Hongjia attempted to speak, but her soft lips were silenced by his fervent kiss. Just as he was about to undress her completely, a tinkling voice echoed in the room. I never imagined the notorious Chen Xiaochuan was actually a lecherous fiend. At the sound, Chen Xiaochuan's actions abruptly halted. Hongjia, startled, hugged herself tightly, curling up as she hurriedly adjusted her disheveled clothing, though unable to conceal her alluring figure. Chen Xiaochuan maintained his composure, releasing the voluptuous beauty in his arms and turning to see a stunning woman in a white dress, with fair skin and long legs, stepping into his line of sight. She appeared to be of similar age to Hongjia, exuding a ripe beauty reminiscent of a peach. Her voluptuousness seemed even more pronounced than Hongjia's. An enchanting fragrance wafted from her, utterly captivating. My dear lady, you've arrived uninvited. It seems you wish to join us? As for your earlier remark about me being a flower destroyer, that is but a rumor. I am, in fact, a protector of flowers, quite adept at cherishing beauty. If you don't believe me, come closer, and I shall let you experience it firsthand. Chen Xiaochuan winked, beckoning the enchanting woman with a finger. Little pervert, I never expected your audacity to be so thick-skinned, claiming to offer free experiences. She chuckled, I've encountered shameless individuals before, but none quite like you. The beauty in the white dress smiled playfully, her enchanting gaze scrutinizing Chen Xiaochuan from head to toe several times. You don't wish to join in? Do you merely intend to observe and glean some experience? Chen Xiaochuan nodded slightly, wearing an expression that suggested he had seen through her intentions. As for me, I have no objections. After all, I'm a person who delights in selfless contributions. However, I cannot speak for my sister Hong. Let me inquire with her. He turned to Hong Jie, asking, Sister Hong, would you permit her to watch? Hong Jie's lips twitched slightly before she shook her head. That's just too bizarre. I refuse. It's a joke. Xiaochuan is practically a machine when it comes to combat. He invariably brings people to tears. Such a mortifying scene should never be witnessed by a third party. Apologies, fair lady, but my sister Hong has declined, Chen Xiaochuan said to the beauty in white, adopting a tone of helplessness. All right, you little lecher, who would be interested in watching you engage in such distasteful activities? Let's get back on track. We have business to discuss. Come with me. The beauty in white spoke with a serious demeanor, yet her stern expression still exuded an intoxicating allure. Come with you? TSK. So you are craving my company, yet you feign shyness. Very well. I shall accompany you and see what tricks you have up your sleeve. Chen Xiaochuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had not anticipated her forthrightness. He felt as though fortune had smiled upon him, and he could hardly contain his exhilaration. The beauty in white flashed a charming smile, providing no further explanation, and turned to leave. Little did she realize how smoothly events were unfolding, akin to the effortless glide of butter. Sister Hong, you should rest well tonight. I am off to meet this woman. I sense she harbors ill intentions. Chen Xiaochuan promptly addressed Hong Jie. Go ahead. Give her a taste of her own medicine. Hong Jie waved him off, secretly relieved that this young man would not linger here tonight, lest her own departure be hindered the following day. Absolutely. Chen Xiaochuan felt elated. Hong Jie truly understood him. He promptly rose and followed in the footsteps of the beauty in white. Fair lady, let us introduce ourselves properly. I am Chen Xiaochuan, standing at a height of 1.88 m, 22 years of age, a graduate of a full-time university program, currently unemployed. My ambition is to become a person of unparalleled power while alleviating the loneliness of countless beautiful women. Chen Xiaochuan hastened to walk alongside the beauty in white, their shoulders brushing against each other intermittently, igniting a thrilling sense of intimacy within him. The beauty in white rolled her eyes, thinking to herself that this lad seemed anything but the ruthless heartbreaker he pretended to be. He was clearly just a cheeky rogue. Could it be that she had mistaken him for someone else? She opened her phone and glanced at a photo. Indeed, it was him. I am Ling Hua, 26 years old, standing at 1.72 m, also a graduate of a full-time university program. Ling Hua regarded Chen Xiaochuan with a playful smile, responding softly, not bad. Only 4 years my senior. An elder brother type, I like it. By the way, mind sharing your measurements? At least your chest size, so I'll know what to get you in gifts. Chen Xiaochuan's gaze lingered on Ling Hua, his eyes sweeping over her. Ling Hua rolled her eyes but then blurted out, 36. Wow, no wonder. You certainly stand out from the crowd. Chen Xiaochuan recalled that Hong Jie had mentioned her size was 36D, which had left him astonished. Now, he realized that Ling Hua was even more prominent. Moreover, unlike some, who were large yet lacked any elegance, Ling Hua exuded a captivating beauty. At that moment, they had exited the bar and arrived at the parking lot. Ling Hua opened the door of a red Panamera and slid inside, beckoning Chen Xiaochuan. Get in. TSK. Sister Ling Hua, you certainly know how to have fun. Let me experience the space in this Panamera and see if it affects my performance. Chen Xiaochuan circled the front of the car, opened the passenger door, and settled into the seat, fastening his seatbelt while exclaiming, not bad. This Panamera is extended, right? The space feels quite good. A cold smirk flickered in Ling Hua's eyes, and without further ado, she pressed the accelerator. The car's engine roared to life, and with a powerful launch, they sped away. Chen Xiaochuan's back pressed firmly against the seat. Wow, no wonder it's a luxury car worth millions. This feeling of acceleration is even stronger than what one would experience with a skilled driver. Chen Xiaochuan felt exuberant, his gaze wandering over Ling Hua's long legs extending from beneath her skirt. After about 20 minutes, Ling Hua drove Chen Xiaochuan into an underground parking garage of a residential complex. Get out, she instructed as she exited the vehicle. I thought you were going to play some tricks in the car. Why the sudden change of heart? Women are truly fickle. Very well, if you wish to exit, I, as a gentleman, shall fully respect your choices. Chen Xiaochuan chuckled as he stepped out of the car. Ling Hua turned and led him into the elevator, ascending until they arrived at an apartment. Young, I brought him, she called out to one of the rooms. As expected, My sister Ling Hua effortlessly handled that lad. A voice emerged from the room, and Yang Yin stepped out. It's you? Chen Xiaochuan's eyes widened in surprise upon seeing Yang Yin, the fierce woman known for her domineering presence. Yang Yin was equally astonished. Sister, why isn't he tied up? Ling Hua shrugged. I let him come with me, and he came willingly. There was no need for force, hence he remains untied. Well, sister, quickly subdue him. We must not allow him to escape. Yang Yin gritted her teeth and drew out a belt from her waist. I intend to reclaim my dignity today. However, as she pulled out the belt, her loose-fitting pants slipped down. Her beautiful legs and the revealing black shorts beneath were completely exposed. Chen Xiaochuan's eyes widened. Whoa. She's taking off her pants right away. She's even more eager than I am. Yang Yin gasped, hastily pulling her pants up and retreating into the room. Huh. Ling Hua laughed so hard that tears nearly streamed down her face. A few minutes later, Yang Yin emerged holding the belt, her face still flushed. Chun, our grievances must be settled. The incident where you spanked me must be addressed today. With my sister here, you won't be able to stir up any trouble. I advise you to lie down on the ground and let me strike you until I am satisfied. Chen Xiaochuan finally grasped the situation. It turned out they intended to exact revenge on him. Furthermore, as a man, how could he lie down as commanded? He was a university graduate. Did he not care about his dignity? Ling Hua smirked. Actually, I found you quite displeasing for a while now. Since you don't care for your own dignity, I shall ensure you do so in style. A powerful aura emanated from Ling Hua as she spoke. I've heard you are a master. Allow me, Ling Hua, to witness your skills. A beautiful leg sliced through the air, accompanied by a sharp and piercing sound, descending towards Chen Xiaochuan's shoulder and neck with formidable force. Chapter 20. Unyielding? Such a notion is non-existent. This fierce kick was the envy of Yang Yin. She gasped in astonishment. Sister Ling Hua truly exemplified a master-level martial artist. Had that kick landed on me, I would have surely perished on the spot. You little rascal, let us see how you swagger now. In the face of this powerful strike, a flicker of intense fervor crossed Chen Xiaochuan's eyes. He leisurely extended his hand, appearing neither rushed nor slow. Yet his grasp landed precisely on Ling Hua's ankle. Upon witnessing Chen Xiaochuan reach out to seize her foot, a hint of disdain flitted across Ling Hua's lips. How dare he attempt to catch her foot, utterly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Bang! A dull thud echoed. In an instant, Ling Hua's kick struck fiercely against Chen Xiaochuan's hand. Yet the next moment, Ling Hua stood dumbfounded. To her astonishment, Chen Xiaochuan was able to withstand the tremendous force of her kick with just one hand. It was crucial to note that this was a blow from a mid-tier, master-level martial artist. Even a wooden stick as thick as a bowl could have been easily split in two. Most importantly, when Ling Hua attempted to pull her foot back with force, it felt as though it were trapped in a steel vise, unable to escape. TSK, Sister Ling Hua, as a lady you ought to embody grace, gentleness, kindness, and charm. Engaging in such physical confrontation is hardly ladylike. Chen Xiaochuan remarked while clutching Ling Hua's ankle, his gaze trailing up her leg. Realizing the implications, Ling Hua quickly exclaimed, "Let go of me, you little rascal. What are you staring at?" Yang Yin initially believed that Ling Hua would easily subdue the rogue Chen Xiaochuan with her prowess. Little did she know that Ling Hua would find herself in such a predicament. Sister Ling Hua was a formidable mid-tier martial artist. How could she not overpower this boy? Was he perhaps of a higher tier? Was he truly such a prodigy? With this thought, Yang Yan's mouth fell agape, wide enough to fit a banana. You raised your leg and assaulted my eyes, and now you blame me for looking? Chen Xiaochuan grinned. One must not be so shameless. As for your request for me to release you, do we share such familiarity? Just because you ask, should I relinquish my dignity? By the way, your leg smells delightful. What brand of perfume or body wash do you use? Ling Hua's expression soured dramatically. Despite harnessing her inner energy as a master-level martial artist, she could not break free from Chen Xiaochuan's grip. A tempest brewed within her. She could now ascertain that Chen Xiaochuan's cultivation level undoubtedly exceeded that of a mid-tier master. His prowess surpasses mine, and he is even younger? How disheartening. I have miscalculated. I have struck a hard surface and stumbled. Ling Hua's lips quivered in frustration. Being mocked was one thing, but allowing this boy to gawk at her while her leg was held aloft was utterly unacceptable. Regaining her composure, she reasoned that it was merely one leg being restrained. She still had two hands and another leg to maneuver. Thus, with her captured leg bending sharply, she propelled herself upward, aiming her knee straight towards Chen Xiaochuan's face. She understood that she was no match for him, yet he showed no intent to harm her. So this strike was merely to force him back and liberate herself from his grasp. However, the ideal scenario was far removed from the harsh reality. With her airborne knee, she inadvertently drew closer to Chen Xiaochuan. Oh, still seeking to strike? Chen Xiaochuan remarked nonchalantly, tilting his head to evade her knee strike. In one fluid motion, he wrapped an arm around Ling Hua's soft waist, pulling her into an embrace. Their bodies pressed closely together. At that moment, with one hand gripping Ling Hua's leg and the other encircling her waist, Chen Xiaochuan resembled a ballet dancer. The intimate contact allowed him to feel the astonishing softness and fullness that Ling Hua possessed. Ling Hua gasped, completely unprepared for the embrace that followed her movement. She struggled, but to no avail. The elder once said, if a woman is not disciplined for 3 days, she will take liberties. Just look at Captain Yang. After I dealt with her once, she learned her lesson. Even if she wished to retaliate, she dared not lay a hand on me. Yet you chose to be the martyr, and so I shall let you experience the treatment once meted out to Captain Yang. I pride myself on fairness and justice. Chen Xiaochuan extended a leg, firmly pressing Ling Hua down onto his thigh, face towards the ground, back towards the sky. Thus, her delicate form was showcased before him. How dare you? With a resounding slap, he struck her rear. Ugh. Ling Hua's eyes widened as an indescribable pain shot through her. She felt her legs tremble. At this point in her life, it was the first time she had been struck in that area, and by a man no less. Ling Hua couldn't help but question her existence. She finally understood Yang Yan's sentiments. Such grievances could not go unavenged. You scoundrel! How dare you strike my backside? I shall tear you apart. Ling Hua shouted in a furious frenzy, akin to a raging tigress. Oh, still unyielding? Chen Xiaochuan raised his hand for another slap. Smack! 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 Are you yielding now? Have you realized your mistake? Chen Xiaochuan relished the moment. Each slap against her soft, resilient form was a sheer delight. You scoundrel! You scoundrel! Ling Hua struggled with all her might, yet she remained ensnared. It appeared she was still defiant. Chen Xiaochuan chuckled, raising his hand to continue. The sound of slapping echoed, a continuous rhythm. Yang Yin was left utterly bewildered. She had called for her sister to seek vengeance on her behalf and to restore order. Little did she know, her sister would also be subjected to such treatment. What in the world is happening here? After what felt like 100 slaps, Ling Hua felt as though her backside might burst. The unbearable pain made her grimace in agony. Stop! I was wrong. I was wrong. Is that enough? Ling Hua finally conceded. Smack! That hurts. I've admitted my error. Why do you continue? She whimpered. Li Hua's nose tinged with a sense of sorrow, and she could no longer contain her tears, which cascaded like large pearls from her eyes, falling rhythmically onto the pale pink tiles beneath her. Your tone lacks any semblance of sincerity. Chen Xiaochuan remarked with a wry smile. I was wrong, brother. I beg you, spare me. Li Hua said gently. In what way did you err? Chen Xiaochuan inquired again. I was wrong for resorting to violence against you. Li Hua lamented with a heart full of grievance. Now that's more like it. A young lady ought to speak with such gentleness. Chen Xiaochuan released Li Hua from his grip. You cannot be persuaded through punishment? That is simply inconceivable. Li Hua winced. Oh, it hurts. Yang Yin, hurry and support me. She wobbled precariously, almost collapsing to the ground. She understood that if she sat down, the pain would only worsen. Yang Yin snapped out of her reverie and rushed over to steady Li Hua. With that, Li Hua sighed in relief, though her chest continued to rise and fall with fervor. Chen Xiaochuan, with a bemused expression, turned to Yang Yin and said, Captain Yang, you have greatly disappointed me. That day, you admitted your error, yet you turned around and sought someone to deal with me. Sigh, how should I express my gratitude to you? At this, Yang Yin felt a tightening in her chest, her complexion paling. See Chen Xiaochuan, please don't hit me, woo-woo, she exclaimed, bursting into tears. Oh dear. Chen Xiaochuan twitched his mouth. And just like that, tears flow. This aligns perfectly with the notion that women cry, fuss, and threaten to hang themselves. Yet, seeing the beautiful Yang Yin in tears softened Chen Xiaochuan's heart, as he held no deep-seated animosity towards her. In fact, he was rather fond of her. Let us consider today, as events concluded. Let us regard it as a jest between us. However, if Captain Yang remains dissatisfied, I kindly suggest you summon someone more formidable next time. Someone like this weakling should not be allowed to humiliate herself. He gestured towards Li Hua. Li Hua felt a wave of despondency wash over her. How could a mid-tier master of martial arts be deemed weak? Yet, faced with Chen Xiaochuan, who could easily overpower her, she could only swallow her indignation, unable to utter a word in rebuttal. Yang Yin felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment, acutely aware that Chen Xiaochuan's words were laden with insult, and she could only lower her head in silence. Chen Xiaochuan then turned his gaze back to Li Hua, flashed a grin revealing a row of perfectly white teeth, and said, Sister Li Hua, before I take my leave, allow me to offer you a word of caution. Li Hua looked at him, her eyes filled with trepidation. What kind of warning? Chen Xiaochuan leaned closer, whispering heatedly near her earlobe. I noticed that the seam of your pants has burst. Your safety shorts are hardly safe at all, perhaps even inferior to a mere thong. At this, Li Hua sputtered, spraying a mouthful of water and hastily covering her skirt, her complexion paling to an alarming degree. She wished for nothing more than to burrow into the ground. Heavens! If that is the case, he must have seen everything. Oh no, how will I ever face anyone again? After uttering these words, Chen Xiaochuan turned and strode away. Sister Li Hua, what did that scoundrel say to you? Yang Yin asked curiously, unable to comprehend why her sister's reaction was so extreme. Seeming more upset than if she had been physically harmed. Li Hua nearly blurted out Chen Xiaochuan's words, but suddenly recalled something, thinking to herself, no, I cannot disclose this to my junior sister. If it inadvertently spreads, how will I ever show my face again? That wretched boy has seen me exposed. Sob sob. Please don't ask. Sob sob sob. Li Hua buried her face in Yang Yin's ample bosom, weeping as if her heart were breaking. Sister, I'm so sorry. I never anticipated that he would be even stronger than you. Yang Yin gently patted Li Hua's back, offering her solace. It's not your fault. It's that scoundrel who, despite his immense strength, behaves like a total rogue, bullying us women. How disgraceful. Indeed, that scoundrel is a total rogue. No sense of chivalry. Yang Yin ichoit angrili. By the way, Sister Li Hua, can you discern his martial arts level? Li Hua shook her head. I cannot tell. On the surface, he exudes no martial aura at all, but upon engagement, he is terrifyingly strong. At least a late-stage martial master, possibly even at the pinnacle. Could he be a practitioner of external martial arts, focusing on physical training rather than inner strength? Yang Yin pondered, her brow furrowing slightly. As martial artists, they understood that some individuals in the martial world could not cultivate inner energy, but instead forge their bodies, achieving the status of masters, even warriors. These practitioners were known as external martial artists. Yes, he must surely be an external martial artist. No wonder I couldn't gauge his depth. Li Hua affirmed, yet the limit for external martial artists is typically early-stage warrior. Advancing beyond that is exceedingly challenging. I have never heard of one surpassing mid-stage warrior. Li Hua nodded repeatedly. Ouch. Yang junior sister, quickly, help me to your room and fetch some aloe vera gel. All right. Yang Yin nodded, carefully assisting Li Hua inside and helping her lie on the bed. Go wash your hands before applying it, lest you risk infection. Li Hua commanded. Understood. Yang Yin nodded and exited the room. Enduring the pain, Li Hua hastily removed her torn safety shorts, glancing at them, her mouth twitching again. Indeed, the seams had ripped apart. Online shopping can be quite a scam. What a deceitful merchant. Damn it. Hearing the sound of Yang Yin's footsteps returning, Li Hua quickly hid the damaged garment, knowing she could never let Yang Yin see it, or her secret would be out. When Yang Yin re-entered the room, her eyes widened in shock. Sister, you've already taken off your pants? Yes. It hurt too much, so I took them off to let them breathe. I feel a bit better. Do you think my injuries are as severe as yours that day? Li Hua hastily replied. Yang Yin approached the bedside, observing Li Hua's reddened and swollen rear. It looks about the same. If it continues, you might bloom. That scoundrel, a mere lecher, shows no regard for tender feelings and strikes with such force against a beauty like me. Li Hua cried once more, her heart heavy with sorrow. Indeed, he's a rogue. Come, sister, don't move around. I'll apply the medication. Yang Yin seethed at the mention of Chen Xiaochuan. Hurry, apply it quickly, Li Hua urged, arching her back as much as she could. Suddenly, a mischievous glint sparkled in Yang Yan's eyes as she slapped Li Hua's rear soundly, the sound echoing clearly. W, what are you doing, Yang junior sister? Li Hua's delicate body jolted, her face turning ashen. Hee, that slap is payback. Yang Yan chuklet heartili. Her laughter ringing like a melodious chime. Chapter 21. The Return of the Qingyun Marquis. 10 minutes later, Yang Yin finished applying the ointment on Li Hua. Sister Linghua, you mentioned that we have been thoroughly humiliated by that fellow named Chen. Are we to simply accept this defeat? A flicker of indignation passed through Yang Yan's eyes. Simply accepting it? That is utterly unacceptable. My derriere is certainly not so easily targeted. This grievance must be avenged. Linghua clenched her teeth in frustration. Who shall we enlist to stand up for us then? Yang Yan's beautiful eyes blinked gently. Linghua narrowed her gaze slightly, contemplating that the boy's martial prowess likely reached the pinnacle of mastery, perhaps even the initial stage of a martial king. Therefore, to avoid further mishaps, we must seek the assistance of a formidable martial king. Unfortunately, our senior brothers and sisters at the academy, those who have attained such levels, are all occupied with clandestine missions, diligently shouldering burdens for the peace of our nation. It seems we have only Instructor Wan as an option, but Instructor Wan is so busy. Can she spare the time to retaliate on our behalf? Yang Yin harbored little hope for Instructor Wan. Linghua sighed softly. Indeed, she is a busy person. For now, I shall bide my time until my bruises heal tomorrow, and then I will act according to the circumstances. I refuse to believe I cannot find someone capable of subduing that boy. Very well. It seems the burden falls upon you, Sister Linghua. Yang Yan nodded, aware that within her family, there were those capable of reaching the peak of martial king. In the eyes of ordinary people, and even ordinary martial artists, achieving mastery is indeed a remarkable feat. However, Yang Yin understood that the depths of this world are profound. While a martial master may reign supreme in second or third-tier cities, in larger provincial capitals or first-tier cities, such power tends to falter. Yang Yin refrained from calling upon her family's resources because her current situation was delicate. Should her family learn of this incident, it would surely become a source of ridicule, and Chen Xiaochuan would undoubtedly face severe repercussions. Yang Yin sought revenge against Chen Xiaochuan, but not his death. However, that boy has a conflict with the Duke of Qingyun, who is set to return tomorrow. If that boy is killed, how could we possibly avenge ourselves? Yang Yin furrowed her brow in thought. She could leverage her family's influence to assist Chen Xiaochuan once, but certainly not repeatedly. As you mentioned, the boy, his twin brother's kidney, was taken by the Duke of Qingyun. In this matter, the Duke of Qingyun is indeed in the wrong, having broken the law. He should be apprehended and held accountable. Alas, the local martial arts association and your law enforcement system lack the authority to detain him. This situation is exceedingly complicated, especially considering the formidable power backing the Duke of Qingyun. Thus, persuading the authorities to take action against him is a formidable challenge. Does that mean we are at an impasse? Yang Yin felt a wave of confusion wash over her. After a moment of contemplation, Linghua's eyes suddenly brightened, and she snapped her fingers, speaking gently. I have it. We have fallen into a misconception, since the enmity between the Duke of Qingyun and that boy is intensifying. We shall observe from the sidelines. If the Duke cannot deal with him, I will devise a plan to find someone to handle the situation. But if the Duke manages to subdue that boy, I believe that with our identities, we can persuade him to spare the boy's life, allowing us to exact our revenge before handing him over to the Duke. In this manner, our vendetta will be satisfied without hindering the Duke's resolution with that boy. After we've dealt with that scoundrel, whether he lives or dies is of no concern to us. Upon hearing this, Yang Yin came to a realization. Indeed, sister, you possess great insight. I shall learn from you henceforth. Linghua chuckled softly, inwardly thinking, Oh Yang, how dare you strike me? Once my swelling subsides tomorrow, I shall see how I deal with you, and then you will understand the true weight of a master's oppression against someone of your caliber. Sister Linghua, that boy is clearly a callous brute who shows no compassion. How can you label him a scoundrel? Young and asked curiously. When it comes to Chen Xiaochuan, Linghua recalled the earlier incident where he took advantage of her breath quickening once more. However, she would not deliberately bring it up to avoid deepening Yang Yin's impression. Instead, she said, that boy appears to be a straightforward man, but in truth, he is anything but. When I brought him here, I happened upon him passionately kissing the owner of that bar, Night Enchantment. If I had arrived a moment later, that owner's clothes would have been stripped away, and they might have been engaged in a more intimate encounter. He can actually play with women? Yang Yin was astonished. Thus, the adage holds true. No man is to be trusted. I believe he only struck us out of fear of your position as the captain of the riot police. Should matters escalate, he would fear the consequences. Otherwise, in a different circumstance, we would have surely suffered at his hands. Linghua scoffed lightly. That makes sense. Yang Yin took a deep breath. Initially, she felt a twinge of reluctance at the thought of leveraging the Duke of Qingyun's help to subdue Chen Xiaochuan, only for the Duke to ultimately deal with him. But now, her mindset shifted. A scoundrel deserves to be punished. Sister Hong lay languidly on her bed when she was suddenly enveloped in a pair of strong arms. Startled, she opened her eyes wide, nearly gasping in surprise. Upon realizing it was Chen Xiaochuan, the cry that had nearly escaped her lips was swallowed back. What brings you back? A hint of surprise flickered in Sister Hong's eyes. Chen Xiaochuan embraced her and kissed her fervently. After 10 minutes, their lips parted, and he finally spoke. I missed you. I don't believe you. Who was that beautiful woman just now? Sister Hong rolled her eyes dramatically. I don't even know her. Chen Xiaochuan replied with a wry smile. You don't know her, yet you brought her to your side? Is she a prostitute? Seeing you were handsome, did she wish to offer herself to you for free? Sister Hong blinked her enchanting eyes and spoke softly. She's not a prostitute. It's just that I am handsome, and she wanted to get to know me, but I turned her down. After all, I'm not someone who is easily swayed. Chen Xiaochuan proclaimed earnestly. When you let loose, you become quite something, don't you? Sister Hong chuckled. Chen Xiaochuan was at a loss for words. By the way, what happened to your class reunion? Did no female classmates linger around you? Sister Hong inquired further. Between classmates, it's purely platonic friendship. Sister Hong, you are overthinking it. Now, let me help you loosen your clothes. Let us get some rest early. Chen Xiaochuan, cradling the alluring beauty in his arms, and having been provoked by several women that evening, was on the verge of losing control. Wait. Sister Hong pressed down on Chen Xiaochuan's hand, saying, "You can't deceive me. Since you returned from the reunion, when you kissed me, I caught a whiff of another woman's scent on your lips. It means you kissed someone else." The corners of Chen Xiaochuan's mouth twitched. Damn, is Sister Hong a bloodhound? The ability to discern even the faintest of scents is astonishing. Sighing, Chen Xiaochuan, appearing outwardly calm, remarked, "All right, I concede. I was indeed forcefully kissed. In that moment, I was quite impulsive, yet I understand that certain actions carry responsibilities. Just like with you, as your lover, I wish to bear no excessive burdens. I undoubtedly struggled fiercely, rejecting the advances of the other party. I surmise it was the same for you otherwise. Given your fervent desire for women and your formidable prowess in persuasion, you certainly would not have returned tonight." Sister Hong smiled charmingly, her delicate arms, akin to serpentine water, suddenly entwined around Chen Xiaochuan's neck, delivering a passionate kiss. Chen Xiaochuan's eyes widened, yet he soon succumbed to this tender embrace, realizing that Sister Hong was indeed a source of indulgence. At 3 o'clock the following afternoon, Zhang Xiong, accompanied by 300 armed soldiers, arrived at the airport of Qingyun City. By this time, the airport had been completely cleared. The 300 soldiers stood in formation, impeccably aligned, an invisible aura of oppression sweeping over the scene. 10 minutes later, a private jet descended from the distant sky. Observing this, Zhang Xiong promptly stood at attention and barked, "All personnel, attention, at ease, stand straight, at ease." The sound of polished shoes striking the ground resonated powerfully. All eyes turned towards the landing aircraft, their gazes sharp and focused. Moments later, the private jet gently touched down on the runway, gliding to a halt before Zhang Xiong and his regiment. As the aircraft came to a stop and the cabin door opened, two beautiful flight attendants emerged, standing gracefully at either side of the doorway. Their professional smiles, albeit charming, were truly captivating, each undoubtedly among the top contenders for the title of Miss Hong Kong. Following them, a man in casual attire, appearing to be in his 40s, stepped out. This man was none other than the illustrious Duke of Qingyun City. "All personnel, attention!" Zhang Xiong shouted, saluting. The Duke stood at the entrance, his expression composed yet authoritative, exuding the undeniable aura of a superior. He surveyed his regiment, the atmosphere thick with a sense of solemnity, before returning the salute. "Greetings, Duke." The crowd responded in unison. The Duke nodded, acknowledging "Greetings, comrades." He then proceeded to descend the red-carpeted boarding stairs. This spectacle ignited fervor in the hearts of the two flight attendants. Such was the grandeur befitting a figure of power. Though the Duke was old enough to be their father, it did not quell their desire to become one of his consorts. Of course, their bodies had long been claimed by the Duke, yet they were acutely aware that in his eyes, they were but mere instruments. They understood that during their next encounter, the Duke would likely not remember their names. Presently, however, their aspirations extended beyond being mere tools for his indulgence. They yearned to be recognized as lovers, or even mistresses, at least that would afford them a semblance of status rather than being regarded as mere disposable objects. As the Duke descended the boarding stairs, Zhang Xiong hurriedly approached him, standing at attention. "Duke, your subordinate has come to welcome you. May I inquire whether we shall return to Shuiwen Mountain Villa or proceed to the military camp?" The Duke inclined his head slightly and murmured, "Where is Chen Xiaochuan at this moment?" "Reporting to you, Duke, according to our surveillance, he should currently be at the Night Enchantment Bar." Zhang Xiong responded robustly. "Oh, he has not fled? What is he doing at the bar?" The Duke's eyes narrowed slightly. "Reporting to you, Duke, based on intelligence, it is surmised that he is likely sleeping with the bar owner." Zhang Xiong's voice boomed with conviction. A flicker of anger crossed the Duke's eyes. The audacity of the young man to remain and indulge in women, rather than flee, was utterly outrageous and disrespectful to the Duke of Qingyun. "Very well. Mobilize immediately to the Night Enchantment Bar." "Yes, Duke." Zhang Xiong complied, rallying the troops. "All personnel, heed my command. We are heading to the Night Enchantment Bar." The regiment promptly boarded the green military vehicles parked nearby. Zhang Xiong opened the door of the Rolls-Royce station in front and respectfully invited, "Duke, please enter the vehicle." The Duke nodded and entered the car. Zhang Xiong took his place in the driver's seat, starting the engine and heading straight for the Night Enchantment Bar. 15 military vehicles followed closely behind, advancing in a formidable formation. Inside the vehicle, Zhang Xiong could not restrain his curiosity any longer. "Duke, what is the nature of that fellow's relationship with Yang Yan?" "My investigation reveals that the young man has no connections to her family." Perhaps it is due to his commendable appearance and martial prowess that Yang Yin has chosen to back him. Leaning against the seat, the Duke closed his eyes slightly and spoke slowly. So he is merely a wandering cultivator with no significant background. To dare challenge the Duke, huh? One can only say that when the Duke does not assert his authority, they presume him to be a frail cat. This time, we shall seize him to establish our might. Otherwise, they will continue to think the Duke is incapable of dealing with such insolence. Zhang Xiong sneered. His disdain for Chen Xiaochuan was palpable. He wished nothing more than to crush him underfoot. To prevent that brat from escaping, we must immediately deploy to seal off all routes out of Qinyan City, while also dispatching 5,000 men to surround the night enchantment bar. Not a single fly shall be allowed to enter or exit. In short, that young man is doomed today. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in the Duke's eyes. News of the Duke's return to Qinyan City swiftly spread among the upper echelons of society. The Duke has returned. I must see this spectacle unfold. Hurry, let us secure prime positions near the night enchantment bar. Indeed, today marks the end for that Chen Xiaochuan. This commotion is a must-see. The Duke's grandeur is not something one witnesses every day. Absolutely, the Duke is my idol. When will I ever attain such a status in society? Life would then hold no further aspirations. Chapter 22. The Hunt for the Master. Near the night enchantment bar in Qinyan City, within a radius of 300 meters. Ordinary citizens were ordered to close their doors and windows, drawing the curtains. All businesses ceased operations. The streets were filled with fully armed soldiers from the Qinyan army, while 2 green-armed helicopters circled above. This area was enveloped in an atmosphere of intimidation. Even prominent figures in Qinyan City could only stand at the periphery, estimated to number in the hundreds. The spectacle incited a flurry of discussions, creating quite a buzz. I have never witnessed such an impressive display. It seems the Duke is genuinely angered this time. Isn't that the case? When the Duke first established himself in Qinyan City, there was a certain Wang who dared to provoke the Duke's authority. His entire family was annihilated, and the Wang family has since been consigned to the annals of history. Who would have thought that 10 years later, another challenger would arise, even killing the Duke's guards at Shuiwen Mountain Villa? It would be strange if the Duke did not take offense. Indeed, in this formidable situation, one must ask the formidable figures of Qinyan City, who possesses the strength to endure. That young man, oblivious to the weight of the heavens and the earth. Endure? Huh. What a farce. They have merely mobilized a contingent of 5,000 or 6,000 troops. It is worth noting that the Qinyan Marquis commands an army of 30,000 elite soldiers. Look, the Marquis's official vehicle has arrived. The cacophony of voices abruptly ceased. Hundreds of gazes fixated upon the exclusive Rolls-Royce of the Qinyan Marquis, each person holding their breath in awe. Among the throng of spectators stood Li Zhongtian, Li Yunfei, and others, their confidence in Chen Xiaochuan wavering in the face of such a display. With this spectacle, that Chen fellow certainly cannot withstand it. Fortunately, after today, they could still claim to be victims of Chen Xiaochuan's coercion, hoping to deceive the Qinyan Marquis. Though Li Zhongtian refrained from speech, a twinge of regret surged within him for having allied himself too swiftly with Chen Xiaochuan. He noticed many prominent individuals around them casting glances imbued with schadenfreude. At this juncture, the duo of Yang Yin and Ling Hua donned casual attire and masks, ascending to the rooftop of a nearby skyscraper, armed with binoculars to observe the unfolding events at the night enchantment bar. Ling Hua, surveying the grandeur of the Qinyan Marquis, spoke thoughtfully in this display. Even a peak master under the martial king would surely perish. These soldiers are equipped with enhanced assault rifles, meticulously tailored for martial artists. Only those of the martial king caliber can hope to break free from such encirclement. In the face of such a fully armed battalion, martial artists ultimately appear inadequate. That young man is surely trapped today. Let us remain poised. Once he is captured by the Qinyan Marquis, Sister Yang, you shall call to convey our demands. Yang Yin nodded solemnly, her expression grave. Upon learning of Chen Xiaochuan's lecherous nature, her heart remained remarkably tranquil, devoid of any turmoil. At 5:03 in the afternoon, Chen Xiaochuan yawned, extricating himself from the embrace of Hongjie's delicate limbs. With her enchanting eyes barely open, Hongjie gazed at him with allure. You've toiled all night. Why not indulge in a bit more slumber? Chen Xiaochuan, smiling as he beheld Hongjie's flawless, ivory form, replied. Last night was merely a warm-up. It bore no relation to exhaustion. My only concern was for your stamina. Otherwise, I would not have lingered until this hour. Hongjie rolled her eyes, but refrained from countering his words, fully aware of his extraordinary physical prowess, which transcended human limits and resembled an unstoppable force. Can't you spare me a modicum of dignity? You're mortifying me, she retorted playfully. Observing her captivating demeanor stirred something within Chen Xiaochuan. prompting him to reflect. While sharing a bed with a woman, especially one as enchanting as her, is undeniably a grand pleasure. He mused that he could not spend his entire life languishing in such indulgence. He refused to let his desires dictate his existence. Nor would he allow himself to become a mere stud, akin to livestock. No need for silence now, Hongjie remarked, noticing his fluctuating expression. Chen Xiaochuan snapped back to reality. Grinning as he mused, I was just pondering whether our frequent encounters might lead to you becoming pregnant. Would you give birth? During his time in the infinite purgatory tower, he learned from his master that using the 9-sun technique during their dual cultivation rendered a woman incapable of conception. However, aside from their initial encounter where he employed the technique, the subsequent pleasures were purely to quell his restless nature. To his surprise, Hongjie chuckled, "Worry not. That won't happen. After our first time, I took emergency contraception and even had a procedure done at the hospital. You are merely my lover, not my husband. I have no intentions of bearing your child. Besides, I have never considered motherhood. I cannot impose my burdens and anxieties on a future child, subjecting them to a life of toil and hardship in this unforgiving world." Chen Xiaochuan nodded in agreement, realizing that Hongjie had thought further ahead than he had anticipated. He had been too focused on the present pleasure, neglecting such considerations. Her mature perspective reassured him that he could indulge without reservations in their relationship. He wholeheartedly concurred with her views on procreation. If his parents had wielded power and influence, who would dare seize his vitality? Those women would likely yearn to submit to his will daily. Yet, rather than resent his parents for their lack of means, he felt profound gratitude for the life they bestowed upon him. Despite society's harshness, he cherished his father and mother deeply. With parents devoid of power, he resolved to rise above them. "No one supports my aspirations. I shall tread through the snow to the summit." At that moment, a booming voice echoed through the reinforced glass. "Chen Xiaochuan, you are surrounded. I advise against futile struggles that may endanger those around you." These words repeated ominously. Upon hearing them, Chen Xiaochuan furrowed his brow, and Hongjie, without a second thought for her attire, rushed to the window, parting the curtain to peer outside. Her heart seized in alarm. "Xiaochuan, there are countless soldiers outside and helicopters overhead. My heavens, their display is even more formidable than last time. You must call Captain Yang of the riot squad for assistance." Realizing that the forces of the Qingyun Marquis had arrived, Chen Xiaochuan recalled Zhang Xiong's words about the Marquis' return today. A smile crept upon his lips. He had finally come. Calmly, he reassured Hongjie. "Do not be anxious or afraid. They are but a disorganized rabble. Come, help me dress. Your exquisite form should not be laid bare for other men to see. Such a sight would leave me feeling cuckolded." With a laugh, Hongjie acquiesced, understanding his sentiment, and knelt beside him to pick up the discarded underwear, assisting him in dressing. Together, they strode out of the night enchantment bar, and those who witnessed their emergence might have mistaken it for a red carpet event. That young man, striding with such swagger. How audacious, especially with a beautiful woman at his side, seemingly unaware that the Qingyun Marquis had come to eliminate him. Perhaps he was aware that today he could not escape death. Thus he chose to abandon himself, to revel in his last moments, and to put on a facade before his demise. His brother had a point. When Zhang Xiong saw Chen Xiaochuan and Hongjie emerge, a flicker of resentment crossed his eyes as he addressed the figure in the car, saying, "My lord, that brat is Chen Xiaochuan." Qin Yunho nodded. Although he had seen Chen Xiaochuan through photographs and videos, this was the first time he laid eyes on him in person. "Open the door," Qin Yunho commanded nonchalantly. "Yes, my lord." Zhang Xiong exited the vehicle and personally opened the rear door. The gleaming tip of Qin Yunho's polished shoes emerged from the car and touched the ground, revealing his imposing presence to the crowd. Zhang Xiong's aide, Lu Hai, promptly draped a black trench coat over Qin Yunho's shoulders. In that moment, the onlookers surrounding Qingyun City could not help but feel a deep reverence for Qin Yunho, captivated by his formidable aura, their eyes filled with awe. "Chen Xiaochuan, this is our lord." Zhang Xiong sneered. "To have our lord personally come to deal with you is an honor, even in death." Chen Xiaochuan's gaze then locked onto Qin Yunho, and at that instant, Qin Yunho's eyes met his in a fierce collision. The air seemed to freeze in that moment. On the surface, Qin Yunho exuded perfect calmness, mastering the aura of a powerful figure. Yet internally, he was slightly astonished that Chen Xiaochuan could remain unyielding beneath his oppressive gaze. As for Hongjie, who had linked her arm with Chen Xiaochuan's, she felt her legs weaken and her body tremble slightly in the presence of Qin Yunho's overwhelming aura. Having heard tales of this legendary figure from Qingyun City, today was her first encounter, and she finally understood the meaning of a person's name casting a shadow. Qin Yunho was indeed not a mere big shot to be compared with others. In the distance, Yang Yan's lips twitched slightly when she saw Chen Xiaochuan emerge with Hongjie. That brat is indeed a lecher, and he has a thing with that bar owner, she thought. Meanwhile, a flash of anger crossed Linghua's eyes, not due to Chen Xiaochuan's closeness with Hong Jie, but because she recalled the incident where he had seen her undressed, filling her with loathing. At that moment, Qin Yunho spoke, his voice low and commanding. Chen Xiaochuan, I care not for your reasons. Having killed my men from Shueiyue Mountain Villa, I have come today to send you on your way. Not even the emperor can save you. He raised his hand, and at least 100 submachine guns aimed at Chen Xiaochuan, a dense array of red dots converging upon him. Hong Jie, being next to Chen Xiaochuan, was also targeted by numerous dots. At this moment, Chen Xiaochuan was less than 10 meters away from Qin Yunho. When Qin Yunho commanded his soldiers to open fire, it would not take more than a second. Within that second, Chen Xiaochuan had to cover the distance to seize Qin Yunho, the linchpin of this confrontation, thereby gaining control of the situation. Is that so? Chen Xiaochuan smirked. Qin Yunho ceased his words, suddenly pressing his hand downward. Hundreds of soldiers simultaneously pulled their triggers. Bang, bang, bang. The muzzles of hundreds of submachine guns erupted in a blaze, enhanced bullets hurtling toward Chen Xiaochuan's position. Yet in the very instant Qin Yunho gave the order, Chen Xiaochuan vanished from sight. He wrapped an arm around Hong Jie's soft waist, her delicate form pressing tightly against him. Hong Jie felt a blur before her eyes, accompanied by the sound of rushing wind. After embracing Hong Jie, Chen Xiaochuan lunged toward Qin Yunho. In the blink of an eye, he pounced like a fierce beast, one hand reaching for Qin Yunho's throat. Upon witnessing this, Qin Yunho's eyes glinted with sharpness. Impudent, you little beast, let me show you what I can do. Zhang Xiong, quick to react, darted forward, unleashing his martial prowess as a novice martial arts master. He delivered a powerful punch, a torrent of internal energy manifesting as a fierce blow. The shockwave surged, a deep sound explosion resonating. Chen Xiaochuan's claw met Zhang Xiong's fist, gripping it tightly before he suddenly crushed it. Crack! Zhang Xiong let out a scream akin to a slaughtered pig, his fist mangled and bloodied, agony flooding through him. His eyes widened, trembling all over. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Xiaochuan kicked him squarely in the chest. Zhang Xiong was sent flying as if struck by a freight train, his internal organs shattered in an instant. After crashing into several soldiers, he lay on the ground, blood spewing from his mouth, eyes wide open, lifeless. One strike had incapacitated Zhang Xiong, a novice martial arts master, and he had done so while carrying a burden. My heavens, this was utterly outrageous. The thousands present stood in stunned silence, their mouths agape. Chapter 23, The Exemplary Man. After dispatching Zhang Xiong, Chen Xiaochuan did not halt his onslaught. His fingers swirled, producing a sound that sliced through the air. A phantom of 5 claws appeared, darting toward Qin Yunho's throat with lightning speed. Seeing Chen Xiaochuan advance again, a cold glint passed through Qin Yunho's eyes. To have me, Qin Yunho, personally intervene. You shall die with honor. A terrifying aura erupted from Qin Yunho, fully unleashing his late-stage martial arts mastery. In an instant, he too formed his fingers into claws, striking toward Chen Xiaochuan. The next moment, their claws collided violently. Crack! A sharp sound echoed. Qin Yunho screamed in agony as Chen Xiaochuan's grip shattered his hand. Bones crushed beyond recognition. A tempest of shock surged within him. My heavens! A late-stage martial arts master, couldn't even withstand a single move from this opponent? As he recalled his previous bravado, he felt a burning shame on his face. Immediately following, Qin Yunho felt a tightening in his throat as Chen Xiaochuan successfully grasped it. An overwhelming sensation of suffocation washing over him, while the crowd was still reeling from Chen Xiaochuan's effortless dispatching of Zhang Xiong. They were unprepared for the shocking spectacle of Qin Yunho being subdued. Meanwhile, where Chen Xiaochuan had stood moments before, countless golden bullets had carved a half-meter deep crater into the ground, turning cobblestones to dust. Upon seeing Qin Yunho captured, the soldiers instinctively ceased fire. This scene profoundly shocked Hong Jie. She finally comprehended that when Chen Xiaochuan spoke of killing, he had been entirely serious. This lad was indeed a martial arts master. No wonder his prowess in the bedroom was so formidable. Finally, the realization dawned upon me. The Li family's capitulation was not rooted in reason. The Qingyu Marquis, a master of martial arts at the pinnacle of his craft, could not withstand even a single move from that young man. Indeed, he had attained a level of combat prowess comparable to the zenith of martial masters, perhaps even the initial stage of a martial king. Linghua clicked her tongue, feeling an undeniable dryness in her throat. With the Qingyun Marquis' defeat, it seemed futile to hope for his victory over that young man. A flicker of disappointment crossed Yang Yan's eyes. One could only say that the Qingyun Marquis had miscalculated, affording that young man the opportunity to capture the leader first. Had the Qingyun Marquis positioned himself further away, leveraging the formidable firepower of the Qingyun Legion, it would have been a miracle for that young man to escape this encirclement. With a hint of regret, Ling Hua lamented. After capturing the Qingyun Marquis, Chen Xiaochuan refrained from ending his life on the spot, instead donning an innocuous smile. You took my 2 kidneys. Where are they now? Yours? Huh. Those must belong to your twin brother. A being as formidable as you in Qingyun City has surely not been subjected to anyone daring enough to take your kidneys, right? Once Qingyun Marquis had regained his composure, he began to exhibit his defiant, heroic demeanor. Clearly, he had conducted an investigation into Chen Xiaochuan and arrived at conclusions mirroring Ling Hua's deductions. Chen Xiaochuan was momentarily taken aback, but soon comprehended the reasoning behind such deductions. Had he been in the same position, he too would find it hard to believe that a person, discarded just 20 days prior, could return and become invincible. Regardless of who I am, all you need to do is tell me where those 2 kidneys are. Chen Xiaochuan stated dismissively. Those kidneys are in the hands of Yi Xiao from the Yi family in the capital. If you have the ability, go retrieve them from Yi Xiao. The Qingyun Marquis regarded Chen Xiaochuan with disdain, perceiving him as nothing more than a slightly more robust ant in the face of the Yi family from the capital, and thought it absurd that this young man would dare venture there. He was courting death. Slap. Chen Xiaochuan delivered a resounding slap to the Qingyun Marquis' face, exclaiming, You, a defeated foe, a fish in a barrel, still so arrogant. You truly cannot discern between your own stature and that of others. The Qingyun Marquis' eyes glinted with resentment. Had he not underestimated his opponent and granted him the chance to capture the leader first, he would never have found himself in such a humiliating position. You. The Qingyun Marquis' lips quivered, overwhelmed by indignity. At that moment, Lu Hai, Zhang Xiong's deputy, bellowed, Kid, release our Marquis at once, or you shall find yourself with no place to be buried. Chen Xiaochuan turned his gaze towards Lu Hai, who instinctively retreated, gripping his firearm tightly, fear evident in his eyes. After all, his cultivation was below that of a master, and he lacked the confidence to confront Chen Xiaochuan directly. I hereby command the Qingyun Legion to withdraw immediately. Otherwise, I shall crush your Marquis. Chen Xiaochuan's grip tightened, causing the Qingyun Marquis' face to swell, turning a dark shade of purple. Lu Hai's eyes remained glued to the Qingyun Marquis, hesitant to take any initiative. The Qingyun Marquis sensed Chen Xiaochuan's murderous intent, feeling a chill run down his spine, realizing that survival was paramount. Retreat. The Qingyun Marquis managed to force out 2 words. Yes, Marquis, Lu Hai Gong Li. Knowing that with Zhang Xiong deceased, he was the highest-ranking member left. Subsequently, over 5,000 members of the Qingyun Legion withdrew in an orderly manner, and the armed helicopters in the sky receded from the area, ultimately vanishing into the horizon. Such bravado. I had thought you were truly unafraid of death. Chen Xiaochuan scoffed at the Qingyun Marquis before releasing his hold on Hong Jie's soft waist and cheerfully instructing, Sister Hong, please fetch a vehicle. We must depart from here. Understood. Hong Jie was still in a state of exhilaration. To her, today's predicament had seemed like a certain death trap, yet unexpectedly, Chen Xiaochuan had single-handedly turned the tide, defeating the illustrious Qingyun Marquis and forcing back 5,000 soldiers. He was both brave and cunning, and most importantly, strikingly handsome, a true exemplar of masculinity. Hong Jie gazed at Chen Xiaochuan with adoration, wishing fervently to have him beneath her, to spur him on. Soon, she arrived in a BMW 5 Series in front of Chen Xiaochuan. He opened the door, ushering the Qingyun Marquis into the back seat, and with a decisive slam, the door shut behind them. Xiaochuan, where to? To the mountainside villa. All right. The engine roared to life as Hong Jie drove away, leaving the scene in a cloud of dust. The prominent figures who had gathered were left utterly astounded by this outcome. Although the Qingyun Marquis had been captured, it was evident that the young man dared not kill him, clearly wary of the consequences. Indeed, to slay the Qingyun Marquis would undoubtedly invite the wrath of the Qingyun Legion's formidable firepower. It suggested that the young man possessed a degree of intelligence. By sparing the Qingyun Marquis' life, he ensured that the Qingyun Legion would hesitate to act, allowing him to depart safely. However, while he had seized the Qingyun Marquis and dared not kill him, keeping him was akin to holding a hot potato. It was evident that he was embroiled in a precarious situation, as the Qingyun Marquis had connections in the capital. Once those in the capital learned of this incident, they would undoubtedly dispatch powerful warriors to Qingyun City, escalating the situation further. Only the Li family, led by Li Zhongtian, let out a silent sigh of relief. For now, it seemed Chen Xiaochuan held the upper hand, but they understood that should the forces behind the Qingyun Marquis intervene, Chen Xiaochuan would likely be unable to withstand the onslaught. Thus, the Li family discreetly melted into the crowd, preparing for contingencies. Should Chen Xiaochuan fall, they would ensure the survival of the Li family's legacy. For a cunning hare has several burrows. Inside the BMW, Chen Xiaochuan appeared remarkably at ease. He released his grip on the Qingyun Marquis's throat, adopting an air of nonchalance, unconcerned about any potential escape. Ah, this desert eagle looks rather special. It must have been enhanced. Yes? Chen Xiaochuan remarked, admiring the dark-hued firearm in his hand. Upon entering the vehicle, Chen Xiaochuan did not feel the need to guard himself, while a flicker of surprise flitted across the Qingyun Marquis's face. He had intended to burst through the door to flee, but seeing the confidence radiating from Chen Xiaochuan, he resigned himself to abandoning that thought. This is a specialized handgun for martial artists, indeed enhanced. Even masters below the martial king level cannot withstand it. The Qingyun Marquis gazed longingly at his beloved weapon, now grasped by Chen Xiaochuan, feeling a profound sense of loss, yet finding himself utterly helpless. Very nice, very nice. I appreciate your generous gift, Qingyun Marquis. Chen Xiaochuan unceremoniously tucked the handgun into his waistband. Despite being a cultivator now, firearms still held a potent allure for him. He recalled the thrill of receiving a plastic BB gun as a child during the New Year, a cherished memory. Now, the opportunity to hold a real weapon filled him with excitement. The Qingyun Marquis's lips twitched, exasperated. When did I say it was a gift to you? You truly have no sense of shame. What? Did you say you wanted me to slap your face? Very well. I find great joy in assisting others. So allow me to endure a slight inconvenience for your desires. Clap, clap, clap. A warm smile still adorned Chen Xiaochuan's face. Yet he unleashed a torrent of slaps upon Qin Yunho, the resounding impact echoing loudly. In no time, Qin Yunho's visage turned red and swollen, blood streaming from his nose. Moreover, the onslaught showed no signs of abating. Qin Yunho, being no fool, quickly deduced the reason for his punishment after several blows and hastily exclaimed, Stop, stop. I have remembered. The gun was indeed a gift for me. Only then did Chen Xiaochuan cease, responding with a gracious, thank you. He turned to Hongjia, saying, See, our Lord Ho is a reasonable man. While driving, Hongjia chuckled softly, her admiration for Chen Xiaochuan reaching new heights. Had it not been witnessed firsthand, who would dare believe that the formidable Qin Yunho of Qinyun City could be reduced to such a pitiable state? Encountering someone like Chen Xiaochuan truly marked his misfortune. No need for thanks. Qin Yunho seethed with rage, yet dared not express it openly. He had never experienced such humiliation in his life. The hatred he harbored was palpable. Upon returning to Villa No. 1 on the mountainside, Chen Xiaochuan confined Qin Yunho in the basement. A glance at the basement structure brought a flicker of hope to Qin Yunho. It was not a purely steel structure. Could this truly hold him? It seemed there might be an opportunity for escape tonight. Once back at the military camp, he would ensure this young man would not have the chance to seize him first. He would dispatch troops to obliterate this place and crush him into dust. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Xiaochuan suddenly struck with lightning speed, sealing several of Qin Yunho's acupuncture points with a technique known as the sealing finger from the realm of celestial martial arts. Fear not. I have merely sealed your points to prevent you from channeling your inner energy. Do not attempt to break free. Doing so will lead to your demise. With a snap of his fingers, Chen Xiaochuan declared, Now, you may settle comfortably here. After uttering those words, he turned to leave the basement. Wait, Qin Yunho. His face ashen, called out to Chen Xiaochuan. What do you intend to do with me? Can we come to a swift resolution? Continuing this way benefits no one. It's not that I look down upon you, but the Yi family from Kyoto is not an entity you can afford to provoke. Having been confined in the basement, fear began to creep into Qin Yunho. His previous bravado had vanished. What do I want? I shall not hesitate to reveal it. Chen Xiaochuan regarded Qin Yunho with a playful demeanor, dismissing the Yi family entirely. As a practitioner of celestial arts, I fear no one. A glimmer of realization sparked in Qin Yunho's eyes. He understood he must employ cunning to persuade this young man to release him, thereby enabling him to rally the army against him. He needed to play his cards carefully. Reconciliation? That is utterly impossible. Yet, Chen Xiaochuan added, however, I am not in the mood to discuss this now. Bang! The heavy iron door slammed shut. Chen Xiaochuan strode away, leaving Qin Yunho alone in the frigid basement, stunned. Upon entering the villa's chamber, Chen Xiaochuan found Hongjia already reclining on the bed, exuding a languid charm in a pink nightgown that left little to the imagination regarding her voluptuous figure. Chen Xiaochuan gulped, then pounced, pinning her beneath him. Rip! The sound of the cotton and silk blanket tearing filled the air as he seized Hongjia's nightgown, ripping it into shreds, revealing her flawless form. Chen Xiaochuan's gaze ignited with desire, his excitement soaring to a crescendo. Hongjia let out a soft moan, her delicate arms instinctively encircling Chen Xiaochuan's neck. her sultry eyes shimmering as she whispered, Xiaochuan, now that you've captured Qin Yin Ho, what do you plan to do with him? Well, at present, I am quite preoccupied with you, so you shall be my priority. Ah, mem, yu. Chapter 24. Do you consider yourself strong? Although the Qin Yin Legion had retreated in full, this was merely a facade. In the shadows, numerous scouts continued to monitor Chen Xiaochuan's every move. On the surface, Qin Yin City appeared tranquil, yet beneath, turbulent currents surged. Within the mountainside villa district, a serene atmosphere prevailed, with even the dogs too lethargic to open their eyes. Yet, unbeknownst to them, the perimeter of the villa had been covertly encircled. At 8 o'clock, Lu Hai established a temporary rescue command center, coordinating various forces throughout Qin Yin City. Just moments ago, the leadership had tasked him with assisting Lu Hai in rescuing Qin Yin Ho. Yang Yan's lips twitched in annoyance. Although she despised Chen Xiaochuan, she held no favorable opinion of Qin Yin Ho, a criminal involved in organ trafficking. Well, you could refuse. Linghua chimed in cheerfully. The price of refusal is that someone else will take my place as the riot squad captain, and I will be reassigned to a clerical position. If I persist, I will be ordered to take a leave of absence for reflection. Yang Yan bit her lip in frustration, her anger palpable. Will you go or not? Linghua blinked her enchanting eyes. I suppose I shall go and put on a show. Yang Yan replied, exasperate. Meanwhile, at the rescue command center, in addition to the elite bomb disposal team Yang Yan had brought, Xia Dongqing, the president of the Qingyun Martial Arts Association, also arrived with a dozen elite members. After exchanging pleasantries with Lu Hai, they swiftly delved into the matter at hand regarding the kidnapping of Qin Yin Ho. Captain Yang, I am aware of your connection to the kidnapper, so I hope you can persuade them to release him. This way, we can avoid unnecessary casualties and achieve a win-win situation. Lu Hai's gaze subtly lingered on Yang Yan's figure, a flicker of heated desire flashing in his eyes as he inwardly mused. This Yang Yan has an irresistible allure. It's driving me wild. Yang Yan's expression remained frosty as she replied, I am not familiar with that brat. Even if I implore him to release the hostage, he would not heed my request. My previous intervention was due to sensitive core secrets that I cannot disclose. Lu Hai nodded, understanding that Captain Yang would do her utmost. Hence he did not place all his hopes solely on her, which was also the reason for inviting President Xia. Xia Dongqing regarded Lu Hai with a knowing smile. What is it that Commander Lu requires of me? Lu Hai stated, President Xia, your martial prowess is unparalleled in Qingyun, so I hope that should Captain Yang's negotiations fail, you will intervene and subdue that brat. If capturing him proves difficult, simply restraining him will suffice. In the meantime, we can dispatch a strike team to storm in and rescue Lord Ho. According to our investigations, Villa Number 1 currently only houses Chen Xiaochuan, Hongjia, and Lord Ho. Hongjia is merely a bar owner. Aside from her alluring beauty, she poses no significant threat to us. Yang Yan nodded. This plan appears feasible. But if I am to cooperate, I have one request. Captain Yang, please speak. Do not hesitate to present a request, be it 1, 10, or even 100 demands. Our Qingyun Corps shall certainly fulfill them, Lu Hai asserted, nodding his head as a mischievous thought stirred within him. If your request is for me to labor through the night, then that would be delightful. I assure you, I will comply. Yang Yan remarked coldly. Should you capture that young man subsequently, I wish to handle him for a day. After that day, I will return him to you. Excellent. No problem at all. Lu Hai zdd gui. I have no objections. I shall cooperate fully. Xia Dongqing's eyes flickered, half open and half closed. He surmised that Chen Xiaochuan was a formidable martial artist. Thus, even without this matter at hand, Xia Dongqing would seek an opportunity to spar with Chen Xiaochuan. After all, he prided himself on being invincible in Qingyun City and could not allow anyone to challenge his authority in martial arts. Since we have reached a consensus, let us depart now, Lu Hai exclaimed with excitement. He understood that if he successfully rescued the Qingyun Marquis, it would be a significant achievement, likely leading to his promotion to Zhang Xiong's position as the second-in-command of the Qingyun Corps. However, to ascend to that position, beyond merit, a stringent requirement existed. One must possess martial arts mastery, starting from the realm of a grandmaster. Typically, out of 10,000 peak heavenly stage warriors, only a handful could ascend to the level of a martial arts grandmaster. Hence, every grandmaster is a rare talent in the martial arts world. Nevertheless, Lu Hai was also aware of a certain type of grandmaster, known as the pill-consuming grandmaster. Although they could not compare to the exceptional few who advanced through their own efforts, they could easily overpower the majority of heavenly stage warriors with relative ease. The pill in question was called the Breaking Master Pill, which, when consumed, allowed a peak heavenly stage warrior to effortlessly enter the grandmaster realm. The Qingyun Marquis possessed such pills, and Zhang Xiong's attainment of the early grandmaster stage was also due to receiving a Breaking Master Pill from the Qingyun Marquis. Once he accomplished his mission, The requirement for Grandmaster status could be resolved with just one breaking master pill. The position of second in command was assured. Before long, Yang Yin, Lu Hai, and Xia Dongqing arrived at the entrance of Villa Number 1 on the mountainside. Yang Yin cleared her throat and called out loudly, "Chen Xiaochuan! Chen Xiaochuan!" After shouting for over 10 minutes with no response, Yang Yin felt parched, her throat burning as if scorched by fire. The soundproofing of this villa is quite effective. "It's no surprise we hear nothing," Xia Dongqing remarked. Lu Hai promptly handed a large megaphone to Yang Yin. "Captain Yang, try this. Its penetrating power is strong. It can even pierce through 10 layers of soundproof glass." Yang Yin nodded, grasped the megaphone, and resumed her shouting. "Chen Xiaochuan! Chen Xiaochuan!" Inside the room where Chen Xiaochuan resided, the air was filled with seductive sounds, each wave more intoxicating than the last. Suddenly, the alluring voice of Hong Jie halted. "Xiaochuan, it seems someone is calling for you, and it's a girl-esque voice. I heard it too. Could it be that our commotion was so great that the girl outside couldn't bear it and wishes to join us?" Chen Xiaochuan replied with a grin. Hong Jie immediately blushed. "I don't want anyone else joining." Chen Xiaochuan chuckled. "I'll go see if the girl is pretty. If not, we can always split into 2 rooms. I can run between them without issue. You men, always wanting more, gazing at what you can't have." Hong Jie released her arms that were entwined around him, allowing Chen Xiaochuan to escape. He approached the massive floor-to-ceiling window and opened a small gap in the curtains, spotting Yang Yin and the others. Thus, he called Hong Jie over to don a pair of shorts for him, while simultaneously lighting a cigar. Exhaling a puff of smoke towards Hong Jie's lips, he mused, "I was mistaken. They're likely not here to join us, but are here for the Qingyan Marquis. You continue to rest. I shall meet with them." "Okay." Hong Jie nodded, admiring Chen Xiaochuan's roguish demeanor, brimming with masculine charm. Chen Xiaochuan exited the room, making his way to the expansive terrace on the villa's top floor. With his upper body bare and clad only in shorts, he stood against the wind, casting a sidelong glance at Yang Yin. "Captain Yang, what brings you to my doorstep so late at night, calling out for me?" Upon hearing this, Yang Yin wished she could imprint the heel of her high-heeled shoe onto Chen Xiaochuan's face. "You insolent fool, I have business to discuss. May I come down to speak with you?" Yang Yin managed to keep her composure. With a sigh, Chen Xiaochuan exhaled another plume of smoke. "You come up." "Very well." Yang Yin nodded, employing her lightness skills to leap gracefully into Chen Xiaochuan's presence. "Could you not wear a shirt?" Yang Yin exclaimed, noticing that Chen Xiaochuan was dressed so scantily, with certain parts very much on display, making it almost as if he were not wearing anything at all. It was quite an eyesore. "What is the matter, Captain Yang? Am I not allowed to dress as I please in my own home? Even if I were to run naked, who could interfere?" Chen Xiaochuan responded playfully, "Or is it that my 8-pack abs are too much for you to handle?" Yang Yin covered her eyes, silently turning away, presenting her alluring silhouette to Chen Xiaochuan. "I do not wish to engage in trivialities with you. I have come tonight for one matter only. I hope you will release the Qingyan Marquis. Of course, this is my duty. I am compelled by my superiors to be here. Whether you release him or not is of no consequence to me." Yang Yin slowly articulated, striving to steady her emotions. "Ah, I anticipated that. However, I did not foresee that you were coerced. I had assumed you were in cahoots with one another," Chen Xiaochuan remarked, observing the curvature of Yang Yan's back with a hint of astonishment. "Will you release him or not?" Yang Yan pressed on. "Certainly not. Unless, of course, Captain Yang, you come over and kiss me. Say what you will, and I shall comply. Not only can I release him, but I would also have no objections to creating a legacy with you," Chen Xiaochuan teased, pointing to his lips. "You are utterly incorrigible." Yang Yan's lips twitched in irritation. "Huh, if a man isn't a rogue, he isn't matured properly." Chen Xiaochuan took another drag from his cigar, exhaling slowly. Yang Yin, unwilling to prolong the conversation, turned away and glided back to Lu Hai and Xia Dongqing, shaking her head. "That fellow refuses to release him. I have done my utmost." Lu Hai note that. Turning to Xia Dongqing, "President Xia, the decision rests with you." Xia Dongqing nodded, his figure flickering as he dashed toward the terrace where Chen Xiaochuan stood. Lu Hai's eyes narrowed slightly. Once Xia Dongqing engaged with Chen Xiaochuan, he would issue orders for an incursion, apprehending Hong Jie and rescuing the Qingyan Marquis. If the Marquis were liberated and Xia Dongqing could not subdue Chen Xiaochuan, Lu Hai's forces stationed around the villa would initiate a saturation assault on Villa Number 1, effectively neutralizing Chen Xiaochuan. "What martial artist?" Xia Dongqing thought scornfully as he approached Chen Xiaochuan, sensing no trace of martial aura from him. It appeared he was merely a brute force practitioner. Xia Dongqing concluded, "Surrender quietly. Do not resist needlessly." A flicker of disdain passed through Xia Dongqing's eyes. In his perspective, external martial artists, though they represented an alternative path for those unable to cultivate internal energy, were inherently limited in their potential. He held a profound contempt for such practitioners. After all, Xia Dongqing was a peak master of martial arts, with aspirations to ascend to the title of martial king in his lifetime. He possessed a pride unique to himself. Chen Xiaochuan, observing the approach of this audacious individual, felt utterly bemused by the fact that he was rendered defenseless. Was this fellow truly so formidable? With a hint of amusement, he regarded his opponent. Xia Dongqing sneered, proclaiming, "In Qingyun, I am invincible, beneath the martial king. I am the foremost, and above the masters, I will exchange one for one." "Oh, is that so? When I was at Shuiwa Villa, that fellow named Chao Jian boasted similarly, only to meet his demise at my hands." Chen Xiaochuan rolled his eyes dramatically. Xia Dongqing's lips twitched slightly. How could a mere low-level practitioner like Chao Jian be compared to him? Did you know that in addition to being the strongest in Qingyun, I am also the president of the Martial Arts Association? Very well then, allow me to provide you with a chance to demonstrate your prowess. Come, strike me. Chen Xiaochuan beckoned with a finger. It appeared that you were inviting trouble instead of accepting hospitality. With a sudden shift, Xia Dongqing unleashed the full force of his peak martial arts mastery, charging forth like a ferocious beast. He aimed to teach Chen Xiaochuan a lesson, to let him understand the weight of his title as Qingyun's strongest. As the confrontation commenced, Lu Hai drew his sidearm, issuing a command. A sharp crack resonated through the air. Xia Dongqing lunged towards Chen Xiaochuan, a tempestuous aura enveloping him. Yet, he was abruptly met with a sharp slap to the face, propelling him back through the air, landing with a thud in front of Lu Hai and the others. Xia Dongqing felt a fiery sting on his cheek. With a splatter, he coughed up blood and several teeth followed suit. Chen Xiaochuan stood on the terrace above, casting down a mocking gaze. Is this the invincibility of Qingyun? Upon hearing Chen Xiaochuan's derisive tone, Xia Dongqing's heart felt as though it had been cleaved in two. He could hardly accept that as a peak master of martial arts, he had been utterly unable to discern his opponent's movements before being struck down. Lu Hai and Yang Yin exchanged shock glances. It was hard to believe that even if President Xia was outmatched, he would fall so quickly. Damn it, I was just careless. Boy, I want to grant you another chance. Xia Dongqing, fueled by indignation, gathered his strength and propelled himself forward like a cannonball. He refused to believe he could be so weak. Surely, even a martial king in their early stages could not defeat him with a single blow. Yang Yin and Lu Hai silently nodded, acknowledging his error. Another sharp crack echoed as Xia Dongqing charged at Chen Xiaochuan once more, yet again. He failed to see how the latter struck, receiving another resounding slap. This time, his opposite cheek swelled in symmetry, and like a kite severed from its string, he was sent crashing back to the ground, creating a crater upon impact. Dust billowed around them as Lu Hai and the others stood frozen in disbelief. Chapter 25. Kneel and call me master. Embedded in the crater, Xia Dongqing questioned his existence. I was taking this seriously, yet I still couldn't comprehend how he executed his strike. Just one slap. Merely one slap had sent him flying, leaving him disoriented. How could that young man possess such strength? The invincible facade of Qingyun was ruthlessly shattered by Chen Xiaochuan. Disheveled, Xia Dongqing crawled from the pit, and suddenly, he broke down in tears, wailing and then frantically racing away. President, hurry after him. Upon witnessing this, Yu Zifeng quickly rallied the members of the Martial Arts Association to pursue him, soon vanishing without a trace. Yang Yan's lips twitched in astonishment. That young man had actually reduced the president of the Qingyun Martial Arts Association to tears. His strength indeed matched the assessment of senior sister Linghua, having reached the realm of a martial king. This was utterly astonishing. Thankfully, he was merely an external martial artist. The early stages of the martial king were his limits. Otherwise, I could never dream of surpassing him, let alone catching up. Lu Hai's subordinates turned toward him, silently questioning whether they should still charge in. Chen Xiaochuan stood on the terrace, gazing at Yang Yin and Lu Hai with an air of nonchalance. Are you here to entertain me? Even if you wish to rescue someone, at least bring a competent team with you. For today, out of respect for Captain Yang, whose bosom exceeds mine, I shall let you leave. Should you return, our conversation shall not be so amicable. Yang Yan's eyes flared with indignation as she realized she had once again fallen prey to Chen Xiaochuan's teasing. That fellow's true nature was undeniably that of a rogue. Lu Hai's lips twitched in disbelief. The foremost expert of Qingyun and the female titan of the riot squad, along with the Qingyun Legion, were regarded as a joke in his eyes. We retreat. Lu Hai gritted his teeth, issuing the order. Dressed in casual shorts, Chen Xiaochuan returned to his room, once again pinning Hong Jie beneath him, continuing their unfinished business until the dawn approached, at which point they finally settled down into slumber. The following afternoon, Chen Xiaochuan and Hong Jie stirred awake leisurely. What would you like to eat? I shall prepare something for you. Hongjie gently poked his forehead with her finger. I desire a large bun. Chen Xiaochuan grasped her hand with a mischievous grin. Stop teasing. I would rather eat from below. Hongjie blushed and scurried away. Ha, all right. Remember to add eggs. I need to replenish my protein. Chen Xiaochuan cheerfully replied. 20 minutes later, 2 steaming bowls of fragrant egg noodles were presented on the dining table. Chen Xiaochuan indulged heartily, savoring every bite. Xiaochuan, you have yet to mention how you intend to deal with the Qingyun Marquis, Hongjie inquired between mouthfuls. Originally, I should have killed him, but regarding my kidney incident, the true culprit has already met their end, and the Qingyun Marquis was merely an accomplice, not the mastermind. Thus, he does not necessarily need to die. Leaving him alive could serve to temper his disposition, and perhaps he could be turned into a loyal subordinate. After all, he commands 30,000 troops of the Qingyun Legion. No matter how exceptional one person may be, they cannot handle everything single-handedly. It is far too troublesome to establish one's own power. It is much quicker to subdue an existing one. Chen Xiaochuan replied while eating. Hongjie's eyes sparkled. If he truly is willing to become your subordinate, indirectly controlling 30,000 troops of the Qingyun Legion would be incredibly impressive. Indeed, it's a certainty. Unless he seeks his own demise, Chen Xiaochuan declared with unwavering confidence. At the headquarters of the Martial Arts Association, Xia Dongxing wailed pitifully, his cries echoing with heart-wrenching despair. If his opponent had been a seasoned martial arts expert, his defeat might have been more palatable. However, the individual in question was merely a young man in his early 20s, and moreover, a martial artist of considerable prowess. Xia Dongxing found it exceedingly difficult to come to terms with this reality. Particularly striking were the bold characters emblazoned on the headquarters of the association. Qingyun, unrivaled. To Xia Dongxing, this was not a mark of honor, but rather a source of profound humiliation. The outcome of battles is a common affair for leaders in the martial world. There's truly no need to dwell on it excessively. Yu Zifeng consoled from aside. Wow, Yu Zifeng. It is not you who was beaten, so of course you can stand there unscathed and speak. Woe is me, Xia Dongxing lamented, tears flowing more freely. Sighing helplessly, Yu Zifeng could do nothing but accompany Xia Dongxing in silence as he wept. 3 days slipped by in the blink of an eye. During this time, Chen Xiaochuan had not left the villa on the mountainside. Given the current turmoil in Qingyun City, Hongjie had refrained from her usual shifts at the night enchantment bar, instead choosing to remain at Chen Xiaochuan's side, indulging in the pleasures of life and becoming quite entranced by the experience. Meanwhile, Qingyun Ho in the secret chamber was on the brink of despair. After 3 days of hunger, with his stomach clinging to his back, Chen Xiaochuan had not deigned to show himself. Qingyun Ho was filled with suspicion, pondering whether he had been forgotten by Chen Xiaochuan. Could it be that the esteemed Qingyun Ho is destined to perish from starvation? He despaired, pounding on the iron door. Chen Xiaochuan, come out. I demand you show yourself. Approximately 2 hours later, the iron door of the basement finally creaked open. Chen Xiaochuan emerged. Quickly, give me something to eat and drink. I can't bear it any longer. Qingyun Ho's eyes sparkled with desperation as he pleaded. Chen Xiaochuan casually tossed a meat bun onto the ground. Qingyun Ho hurriedly scooped it up, devouring it ravenously. What exactly do you want from me? Qingyun Ho inquired weakly after swallowing a bun, feeling slightly relieved. Qingyun Ho, I am well aware that you are neither the perpetrator nor the mastermind behind the incident involving my kidney. You are merely a pawn in this affair, so I do not feel compelled to end your life. However, as a participant, you cannot absolve yourself from responsibility. I offer you a chance at survival. Become my subordinate, follow my commands, and I shall allow you to return. If you refuse, I will ensure your demise. Chen Xiaochuan squatted down, regarding Qingyun Ho with a bemused expression. Subordinate? Qingyun Ho was momentarily taken aback. The insult of such a title weighed heavily upon him. Indeed, do you wish to be sworn brothers with me instead? You ought to take a good look in the mirror and consider whether you are worthy. Chen Xiaochuan retorted mockingly. Fine, I accept, Qingyun Ho said, regaining his composure and nodding, though his mind was busy calculating. I will agree to this for now, escape this place, and once I return to the military camp, I'll sever ties with him. At that point, I shall unleash a torrent of firepower to eliminate this brat. His agreement was merely a tactical maneuver. Suddenly, Chen Xiaochuan struck with lightning speed, utilizing his qi to pierce Qingyun Ho's body. Do not move. I have released the pressure points I had sealed on you. But you have also fallen victim to my 18 evil cloud needles. You will require my assistance to suppress it once a month, or you shall perish in excruciating agony. Thus, it would be prudent for you to set aside your scheming and serve me dutifully. In an instant, Qingyun Ho felt the flow of internal energy within him unrestrained, his meridians unblocked, and a sense of relief washed over him. Now allow me to let you experience the sensation of my 18 evil cloud needles. With a deft flick, Chen Xiaochuan activated the needles. A piercing pain surged through Qin Yunho, causing him to convulse and writhe on the ground in agony. Each second felt like an eternity of torment. After 10 seconds, Chen Xiaochuan tapped him again, and the pain vanished as quickly as it had come. How's that feel? Quite pleasant, I presume? Chen Xiaochuan asked with a grin. Indeed, the technique passed down by my master was remarkably effective. At that moment, Qin Yunho was drenched in cold sweat, recalling the sheer agony he had just endured. He shivered and reluctantly nodded. I am willing to sincerely submit. Good. Now kneel and call me master so I can hear it. Chen Xiaochuan urged with a smile. A flicker of struggle crossed Qin Yunho's features, but ultimately he complied, kneeling before Chen Xiaochuan and uttering, Master, splendid. You are now free. Return and rest well. In a few days, I shall have you escort me to the Yi family in Kyoto. Chen Xiaochuan waved his hand cheerfully. What nonsense about Qin Yunho being a significant figure. He is nothing but a dog kneeling before me, calling me master. Qin Yunho felt a chill run down his spine. He had intended to caution Chen Xiaochuan that the Yi family in Kyoto was no simple matter, but upon reflection, he thought it unnecessary to intervene in what could be a suicidal venture. For now, it was merely a matter of biding his time. Master, I take my leave, Qin Yunho said with forced respect, the memory of the agony from the 18 evil cloud needles still fresh in his mind, sending shivers down his spine. 3 days prior, following the failed rescue, Lu Hai had deliberated and resolved to personally seek assistance from the Yi family in Kyoto. After all, Qin Yunho was within their sphere of influence. Little did he know, just as he formed this intention, a subordinate came to report. Lord Ho has returned. What? Lord Ho has returned? Lu Hai leapt from his seat and hurried out, soon spotting the familiar figure of Qin Yunho. Lord Ho, you have finally returned. Lu Hai et Golim, tears of joy streaming down his face. I knew that brat would not dare lay a finger on you. Lord Ho, give the order now. I shall take my men and eradicate that scoundrel. However, Qin Yunho waved his hand dismissively. Relay my command to halt all actions against Chen Xiaochuan. A what? Lu Hai asked, bewildered. This is an order. Qin Yunho's gaze sharpened. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Lu Hai quickly replied, Yes, Lord Ho. All right, you may leave. I wish to be alone for a while. Qin Yunho gestured for Lu Hai to exit. Yes. Lu Hai complied and exited. Next, Qin Yunho retrieved the office's landline and dialed a special number. The call connected swiftly. A youthful voice came through the receiver. Qin Yunho, what is the matter? Ye Shao, I have encountered a problem here. Qin Yunho relayed the situation regarding Chen Xiaochuan in detail. To his surprise, the so-called loser turned out to have a remarkably skilled martial brother, indicating that this individual, who claimed to be Chen Xiaochuan, might indeed be of use to him. Since he intends to come to the Yi family seeking trouble, simply bring him along. I will refrain from sending anyone to greet him. As for the techniques he has on him, they're inconsequential to the Yi family. When the time comes, I can resolve that in an instant. Yi Shao became animated on the other end of the line. Understood, Yi Shao. A glimmer of cold light flickered in Qin Yunho's eyes. Chun, do you truly believe you can become my master? Huh. The news of Qin Yunho's return to Shuiwen Mountain Villa soon spread throughout the upper echelons of Qingyun City. Indeed, the esteemed Lord Qingyun, despite the formidable prowess of that young man in martial arts, remains but a rootless drifter, compelled to bow before the might of authority. It appears that Lord Qingyun has also made concessions, choosing not to pursue the matter concerning that young man. Indeed, otherwise, the recent tranquility would have been a mere facade. I never anticipated that the situation would conclude thus. At Villa Number 1 on the mountainside. Is it comfortable? Quite. Chen Xiaochuan reclined upon Hong Jie's lap, thoroughly enjoying her massage services. Chen Xiaochuan, come out. At that moment, a booming voice resonated from outside. It sounded like Captain Yang. Hong Jie chuckled. It's not just a resemblance. It is indeed her. She is back. A real tenacious one. Chen Xiaochuan rolled his eyes and sat up. Hong Jie hurriedly lit a cigarette for him. Hong Jie, please open the door and let her in. Chen Xiaochuan instructed. Understood. Hong Jie nodded, clad in a loose nightgown, and stepped outside. Soon, the door swung open, revealing Yang Yin standing at the threshold with a megaphone in hand. Good morning, Captain Yang. Hong Jie greeted with a smile. Is Chen Xiaochuan here? Yang Yin inquired coldly, her gaze sweeping over Hong Jie's outfit, noticing the lack of modesty. Internally, she scoffed. As expected, she is a woman of the nightlife. How reckless. No wonder that young man is utterly captivated. Yes, he is here. He asked me to invite you in. Hong Jie gestured gracefully, her voice soft. Please, Captain Yang, come inside. Yang Yin nodded and stepped in. However, after just 2 steps, she halted, recalling something, and promptly asked, Is that young man dressed? No, he is only wearing a pair of shorts. Hong Jie replied candidly. Yang Yin's lips twitched. Then just guide me to his door. Certainly. Hong Jie nodded. Before long, Yang Yin arrived at the door of Chen Xiaochuan's room. Hongjie entered, but Yang Yin halted, turning her back to the doorway. Just as she was about to speak, a figure flashed by. Chen Xiaochuan appeared before her. "Hello, Captain Yang. Long time no see. Your figure is becoming increasingly stunning." You. Yang Yin quickly shielded her eyes. For today, Chen Xiaochuan was bare-chested and, astonishingly, wore nothing but a pair of red shorts. Quite the sight for sore eyes. Captain Yang, I admit, my physique, with 8-pack abs and a broad back, is indeed impressive, but surely it's not unbearable to glance at. Why don't I indulge you a bit? Let you touch and satisfy your curiosity? Chen Xiaochuan grinned mischievously, taking a drag from his cigarette. Beside him, Hongjie's eyes gleamed with fervor as she mused. I see him daily, and even I can hardly withstand it. It's only natural for Captain Yang to struggle with such a display. This fellow has no clue how overwhelming his masculine form is to a woman's senses. Yang Yin closed her eyes. The image of Chen Xiaochuan in those snug red shorts only grew clearer in her mind, making her flustered. Who want to touch? You're unbelievable, she retorted playfully. All right, I understand your embarrassment. Let us get to business, Captain Yang. What brings you here? If it's inconvenient with Hongjie present, I can ask her to leave. Chen Xiaochuan continued with a grin. Hearing this, Yang Yin remembered her purpose for visiting. Still facing away from him, she inhaled deeply, exhaling slowly to compose herself before speaking. Hongjie need not leave. There's nothing inappropriate between us. Oh, Chen Xiaochuan nodded, exhaling a smoke ring. Then please go on. Listening. Yang Yin continued. I wish to know what transpired between you and Lord Qingyun. Previously, you were so vociferous in your threats, yet after 3 days, he departed unscathed, without any retaliation against you. Since Lord Qingyun's return to Shueiyue Villa, Yang Yin had pondered the situation, finding numerous inconsistencies that plagued her sleep. Driven by curiosity, she couldn't resist coming here in search of answers. So, this is the reason for your visit. I shall tell you without reservation. My decision not to eliminate Lord Qingyun was not out of fear of his status or the 30,000 troops at his command, but rather because my kidney was taken by young Master Yi of the Yi family in Kyoto. Lord Qingyun was merely a messenger in this affair, not the mastermind. Thus, he was not destined for death. Naturally, as a messenger, he bears some responsibility. As the saying goes, a death sentence can be avoided, but lesser crimes are hard to pardon. Hence, I offered him the chance to be my subordinate, which he accepted, leading to his release. What? Lord Qingyun is to be your subordinate? Initially, Yang Yin maintained her composure, but upon hearing the term subordinate, her eyes nearly popped out, and she swiftly turned around, only to be met with another eye-popping sight, forcing her to shield her eyes once more. It's well known that Lord Qingyun reigns as a local sovereign in Qingyun City. How could he stoop to be a subordinate to this unknown youth? This world is utterly insane. Indeed, why do you doubt it? Chen Xiaochuan nodded nonchalantly. I truly do not believe it. Yang Yin took a moment to regain her composure, feeling that Chen Xiaochuan was merely spouting nonsense. Chen Xiaochuan chuckled. What is the harm? I'll call him right now, and you'll see whether I'm boasting. Hongjie, could you fetch my phone? Sure. Hongjie responded, her slippers clattering against the floor. Before long, Hongjie handed the phone to Chen Xiaochuan. In front of her, he dialed Lord Qingyun's number and switched to speaker mode. It wasn't long before the call connected. Master, Lord Qingyun's voice came through the receiver. Lord Qingyun, I have a friend who refuses to believe you're my subordinate. Please clarify, is it true or not? Chen Xiaochuan asked directly. Master, I am undoubtedly your subordinate. Lord Qingyun responded with remarkable calmness. All right, you're free to go now. I'm hanging up. Chen Xiaochuan promptly ended the call. Upon hearing Lord Qingyun's response, Yang Yin was left in utter disarray. She recognized his voice unmistakably. Heavens, Lord Qingyun truly has become this young man as subordinate? The once lofty Lord Qingyun had suddenly become so subservient? Now, would you believe it? Chen Xiaochuan chuckled, flicking the ash from his cigarette, while Hongjie promptly caught the ash in an ashtray. Yang Yin remained silent for a moment before speaking. I suspect Lord Qingyun's apparent humility is part of a larger scheme. You should exercise caution. Not necessarily. After all, we are all reasonable individuals. Lord Qingyun is not that kind of person. Chen Xiaochuan nonchalantly remarked. Yang Yin was speechless. This fellow appeared unreliable yet remarkably astute, and now he seemed like a fool, so naively innocent. Upon hearing Chen Xiaochuan speak of reasoning, Hongjie rolled her eyes in exasperation. Here we go again. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Yin posed her final question. Chen Xiaochuan took a puff of his cigarette and replied, as a practitioner of external martial arts, to what realm of internal energy practitioners can you compare yourself? Yang Yin bit her lip, articulating the query that weighed heavily on her mind. Well, Chen Xiaochuan exhaled a thick cloud of smoke. aware that both external martial artists and internal energy practitioners were irrelevant to him, for he was a cultivator. Presently, he had reached the 10th level of the Qi refinement stage. He was uncertain as to which realm of martial artists he could be compared with. To him, even a peak martial arts master like Xia Dongxing seemed rather weak. At this moment, the voice of the infinite purgatory tower echoed in Chen Xiaochuan's mind. Master, based on your recent encounters with martial artists, I believe your strength at the 9th level of the Qi refinement stage is comparable to that of a peak martial arts master. Moreover, since you cultivate an immortal technique, the true energy you refine is of a far superior quality compared to the internal energy of martial artists. Thus, at the 9th level of Qi refinement, you can indeed dominate peak martial artists. Now that you have reached the 10th level, if my estimation is correct, your combat prowess is akin to that of a martial artist in the early stages of the martial king realm. However, due to your identity as a cultivator, you can still easily overpower martial artists of the same level. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiaochuan's lips twitched slightly, incredulously responding, no way. My 10th level of Qi refinement only allows me to defeat an early martial king? I must be incredibly weak. If other martial artists were to hear this, they would likely wish for death. You think you're weak at the martial king level? What about the rest of us? If you can successfully establish your foundation and utilize celestial powers, talismans, etc., I believe even a peak martial king would be within your grasp. As for those above the martial king realm, only by witnessing them can one make an accurate judgment, the infinite purgatory tower slowly replied. It seems I cannot remain preoccupied with the pleasures of the flesh. I must diligently cultivate. Otherwise, I might find myself fleeing in disgrace. Chen Xiaochuan inhaled sharply, pondering that the Yi family in the capital undoubtedly had numerous formidable martial kings, even those beyond that realm. Should he provoke them, it would be akin to delivering himself to disaster. They had influence, while he had but a shadow. Aside from cultivating his strength, he had no other recourse. What? Are you unable to speak? Yang Yin noticed Chen Xiaochuan lost in thought, her brows slightly furrowing. Chen Xiaochuan regained his senses, gazing at Yang Yan's alluring figure. What was there to hide? He was probably at the early martial king level. Early martial king? Upon hearing this answer, Yang Yan remained astounded, confirming the speculations of her senior sister Linghua. Indeed, he was comparable to an early martial king. Such a young martial king. No wonder he was so arrogant. Yes, that should be the case. Chen Xiaochuan nodded emphatically. At your age, possessing such cultivation is indeed rare. In Qingyun City, you could easily reign supreme. However, even if you were a peak martial king, before the Yi family in the capital, you would merely be a slightly stronger ant. Therefore, exercise caution and avoid rash actions. That is all I have to say. Farewell. After uttering these words, Yang Yin covered her face and hurried towards the door. Chen Xiaochuan shrugged, calling out to her retreating figure. Hey, why are you leaving? Stay here for a late-night snack. Show me some courtesy. Go eat your own big-headed ghost. Yang Yan's voice echoed from the doorway, and soon the sound of her car engine roared to life as she sped away, vanishing without a trace. Chen Xiaochuan pouted, extinguishing his cigarette in the ashtray, and through Hong Jie's neckline, he sneakily glanced at her, saying, Hong Jie, come on, continue my massage. Remember, it must be a full-body massage. Not a single spot can be neglected. Hong Jie's face flushed slightly, but she obediently replied, you rascal. I know without you saying. On j'y understand. Chen Xiaochuan wrapped an arm around Hong Jie's waist, guiding her inside. As he reveled in Hong Jie's massage, Chen Xiaochuan delved into deep contemplation. His 9-yang harmonization technique required the absorption of the primordial yin from a maiden to cultivate. However, Hong Jie's primordial yin had already been absorbed by him. If he were to draw from women who were not maidens, the effectiveness of their yin energy would be significantly diminished. Moreover, should he drain them completely, they would perish. His master once mentioned that this dual cultivation technique was regarded as an evil practice by righteous individuals. This was due to past practitioners who had exploited countless women, draining them dry and leaving a trail of corpses, thus earning the title of demonic violator. In truth, whether a practice is deemed righteous or evil lies not in the technique itself but in the practitioner. The 9-yang and 9-yin harmonization technique created by his master and mistress was originally intended to provide impoverished cultivators with an opportunity to ascend to immortality, as the resources required for cultivation were beyond the reach of the average person. In this era of depleted spiritual energy and scarce spirit stones, the superiority of dual cultivation techniques became evident. However, he could not tread the path of demonic violators, indiscriminately gathering women as his cauldrons for cultivation, leaving a trail of female corpses in his wake. Before venturing to the Yi family in the capital, he must enhance his strength. Otherwise, it would be a self-imposed torment. It seemed that the only solution was to become acquainted with more beautiful women, engaging in mutual desire. Currently, besides Hong Jie, the only beautiful women Chen Xiaochuan knew were three: the fierce Yang Yin, Ling Hua, and the class beauty Hu Xiao. The latter had already gone to America. Yang Yin and Ling Hua were evidently untamable wild horses. Unless he resorted to force, they would be difficult to manage. Chen Xiaochuan sighed inwardly, pondering, must I resort to paying for companionship? However, those courtesans had likely been with countless men, and the residual yin within them would undoubtedly be scant. To avoid draining them dry, he would likely need to entertain hundreds just to match the essence of a maiden. If each woman cost 500, 100 would total 50,000. Currently, he had only about 100,000, and crucially, even if he were to forego sleep and entertain 12 women a day, it would take over a week to reach 100. This meant his cultivation efficiency would be abysmally low. Moreover, the 10-odd thousand he had would be depleted in less than half a month. Damn it. Even relying on paid companionship for cultivation would require substantial financial backing. Indeed, economic foundations dictate the superstructure. History and political science do not deceive me. With this thought, Chen Xiaochuan slowly opened his eyes, a hint of astonishment crossing his features as he hastily adjusted his pants. Hong Jie, I asked for a massage, not for you to nibble on me. Is that your habitual action? Hong Jie lifted her head, grinning as she replied, my hands are sore. Can I switch it up? Besides, just tell me, are you comfortable? Well, that goes without saying. All right, you can stop for now. I have some questions for you. Chen Xiaochuan gestured for Hong Jie to sit on his lap. Hong Jie blinked her eyes, shifted her hips, and settled onto Chen Xiaochuan's lap, her delicate hands gently massaging his temples. Xiaochuan, feel free to ask me anything. Hong Jie, as a businesswoman with your experience and insight, what do you believe is the quickest way to earn money in today's society with minimal investment? Chen Xiaochuan inquired earnestly, wrapping his arms around her slender waist. Hong Jie blinked again and replied softly, well, if we're talking about the fastest way to make money, it's no different from engaging in illicit activities like gambling, drugs, or prostitution. Take my bar, for instance. If there are no dancers, relying solely on couples and gatherings will leave my establishment with nothing but the bitter winds of the Northwest. However, if I can manage the regulatory relationships and have more ladies in a bar, I believe it would be hard to incur losses. Profits would come easily. At present, my bar can only flirt with the edges of legality. I dare not fully engage in those activities, or I would be swiftly shut down, as I lack powerful backing. Many times, I contemplate closing it altogether and switching to selling clothing instead. At least then I wouldn't starve and could treat it as a job, free from substantial risks or worries of being targeted. Chen Xiaochuan nodded thoughtfully. And if you were to operate freely without fear of inspection, how much could your establishment earn in one night? Well, I think earning over 100,000 in a night wouldn't be an issue, Hong Jie estimated. A mere 100,000? That seems rather paltry. Chen Xiaochuan's enthusiasm waned instantly. What would you consider a satisfactory amount? Hong Jie asked, her curiosity piqued. At least starting from 7 figures. Chen Xiaochuan mused after a moment's contemplation. That level of profit is only achievable in major cities. I've heard that the infamous Tianshang run Jin in Kyoto could net over 10 million in a single night. Hong Jie market. Chen Xiaochuan nodded, his eyes suddenly alight with inspiration. I've just thought of an even quicker way to make money. Is there something that surpasses the speed of illegal activities? Hong Jie's beautiful eyes sparkled with intrigue. What method do you have in mind? Chapter 27, Robbery. A smirk tugged at the corners of Chen Xiaochuan's lips as he uttered a single word. Rob. Huh, that's illegal. Hong Jie rolled her eyes dramatically, having expected Chen Xiaochuan to present a clever scheme, only to be met with the idea of robbery. Such a notion was even less reliable than illicit activities. While those were merely covert violations, robbery was a blatant disruption of societal order. Illegal? Haha, if it were straightforward robbery, that wouldn't suit my style. What I mean is black eats black. There are certainly gangsters in this world, and I intend to prey on them. Chen Xiaochuan chuckled, a mischievous glint in his eye. Black eats black? Won't you risk getting hacked to pieces by a gang? Hong Jie's lips quirked slightly, acknowledging that such a path could indeed lead to rapid wealth acquisition, as the dealings in the underworld were often darker and less visible. Haha, Hong Jie, you might be underestimating me. The Qingyun Ho would kneel before me and call me master. The local gang leaders in Qingyun City are nothing to me. If the likes of Chun Haonan or Shan Ji came, they would be powerless against me. Chen Xiaochuan boasted with a confident swagger, casually brushing his hand against Hong Jie's thigh. Hong Jie snapped back to reality, nodding in agreement. Yes, I almost forgot. You are skilled in martial arts. And even Captain Yang has said that no one in Qingyun City can rival you. However, even the strongest fist cannot contend against many hands. And they're bound to have firearms. I think this is still too risky. Chen Xiaochuan rose, adjusting his pants. I have firearms too. Who is afraid of whom? There is no day better than today. Tonight, I'll go and rob them. You rest for a while. I'll be back in a few hours. Kikutang, Yunlong Society. Here I come, ha! Kikutang and Yunlong Society were well-known entities in Qingyun City. During his university days, Chen Xiaochuan had learned about these two major gangs, which were dominant forces in the underworld. When it came to discussions of organized crime, these two factions were always mentioned. Just be cautious. Hong Jie knew she couldn't change Chen Xiaochuan's mind and could only offer her silent support. Dressed and ready, Chen Xiaochuan secured the handgun he had acquired from Qin Yun Ho at his waist and drove away in Hong Jie's BMW 5 Series, heading straight for the heart of Qingyun City. Qingyun City, Royal No. 1 Foot Bath, a property under the domain of Kikutang. A white BMW 5 Series elegantly drifted to a stop at the entrance. Boss, please come in. A server promptly approached, personally opening the door for Chen Xiaochuan. As he exited, he pulled out a comb, tidying his slightly disheveled hair. News of Chen Xiaochuan's arrival at Royal No. 1 Foot Bath quickly reached Winshan, the leader of Kikutang, known in the underworld as Brother Wen. The infamous figure has come to our Royal No. 1 Foot Bath. Quickly, I must personally greet him. Winshan, lying amidst two voluptuous women in a drunken stupor, sprang to his feet upon hearing Chen Xiaochuan's name. He hastily dressed and rushed out of the opulent private room. Even as a prominent figure in Qingyun City's underworld, Winshan felt a twinge of fear at the mention of Chen Xiaochuan, a man who had faced Qin Yun Ho and emerged unscathed. Winshan was no fool. His current position was not achieved through naivety. He was astute, well aware of whom to provoke and whom to avoid. As Chen Xiaochuan entered the grand hall of Royal No. 1, his eyes widened. The hall was no less than 500 square meters, resplendent and opulent. The scent of money was palpable, accentuated by the rows of tall, stunning women clad in low-cut, ultra-short dresses, each standing at no less than 7 meters tall, their long legs captivating under the dim, seductive lighting. The moment the women laid eyes on Chen Xiaochuan, their eyes sparkled. He was undeniably handsome, reminiscent of a superstar. They wondered which fortunate sister would capture his attention. It was Chen Xiaochuan's first visit to such a lavish venue, and he couldn't help but feel dazzled, thinking to himself, damn, the lives of the wealthy are truly extravagant. No wonder Royal No. 1 Foot Bath is in a league of its own. Hong Jie's bar pales in comparison. This Kikutang must have raked in a fortune over the years. Sir, would you prefer a foot massage or wellness treatment? A server inquired cautiously as she followed Chen Xiaochuan. Snapping back to reality, he smiled nonchalantly, about to say boss, when a hearty voice rang out across the hall. Mr. Chen, your presence here is an immense honor for Royal No. 1. A man in his 50s, standing around 8 meters tall, approached with an entourage of imposing men. Upon his arrival, the hall fell silent, and the atmosphere shifted as fear filled the gazes of those present. The servers averted their eyes, unwilling to meet his gaze. This man was none other than Winshan, the current head of Kikutang. Winshan approached Chen Xiaochuan with enthusiasm, extending a large hand adorned with a green ring. Chen Xiaochuan cast a fleeting glance at him, questioning, "Who are you?" The moment those words escaped his lips, several attendees erupted in disbelief. What? This fellow doesn't even recognize our illustrious Brother Wen? Winshan nearly stumbled back in shock. His entourage narrowed their eyes, scrutinizing Chen Xiaochuan, as many had just returned from their travels and were meeting this rising star for the first time. They felt no trace of martial prowess emanating from him. Winshan forced a smile. Mr. Chen, allow me to introduce myself. Chen Xiaochuan nodded slightly. I am Winshan, the leader of the Seven-Mouth Hall, and also the owner of this Royal No. 1 establishment. Winshan introduced himself with a tone that was neither submissive nor arrogant. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiaochuan's eyes lit up. So you're the big boss of the Seven-Mouth Hall. I was just about to seek you out. Seek me out? A flicker of surprise crossed Winshan's face. That would indeed be my honor. Mr. Chen, feel free to enjoy yourself tonight as if this were your own home. All expenses are on the house. Chen Xiaochuan patted Winshan on the shoulder, smiling as he said, Boss Wen, may I ask you a rather personal question? Of course. Mr. Chen, feel free to inquire about anything, even about my wife's allure. Winshan replied heartily. To him, brothers were like family, while a wife was merely an accessory. Friends are indispensable, but clothing could be changed. Selling one's wife? He wouldn't even bat an eye. What kind of profit does this establishment rake in for a single night? Chen Xiaochuan's gaze swept across the opulent hall, a smirk playing on his lips as he directed his question at Winshan. To be honest, on an average night, we start at 500,000. Sometimes, when a big spender comes in, like a few years ago when our national darling spent over 2 million in one night, the best record stands at 360,000 for a single evening. Winshan answered without hesitation. It seemed this rising star had aspirations regarding the foot massage business, How much has your establishment earned in total since its inception? Chen Xiaochuan inquired, nodding in satisfaction. In a second-tier city like Qingyun, such revenue was indeed impressive. Wenshan stroked his chin. We've been operating for 5 years, and our earnings are around 1 billion. After taxes and expenses, the net profit is comfortably 200 million. You've made 200 million in 5 years from a single venue? Then surely the combined revenue from all 7 mouth hall establishments must be in the hundreds of billions? Chen Xiaochuan felt a surge of excitement. This was far more exhilarating than robbing a bank. Moreover, it was a case of black eating black. There was no need to fear confrontation with the current Dragon Kingdom. Wenshan laughed heartily. I have too many brothers to feed. Without such scale, no one would want to associate with me. He didn't answer directly, but it was a veiled admission. If Mr. Chen is interested in the foot massage business, I can offer you advice and even arrange for skilled practitioners from my establishment to assist you. However, Chen Xiaochuan waved his hand dismissively, saying, I have no interest in opening a foot massage parlor. You misunderstand me. What then, Mr. Chen, is your purpose for such knowledge? Wenshan was taken aback, confusion evident in his eyes. I'm merely assessing the financial strength of the 7 mouth hall, for I have come here tonight with the intent to rob. Chen Xiaochuan stated nonchalantly. At this proclamation, Wenshan and his entourage's expressions shifted dramatically. The servers and the 2 rows of beautiful women displayed shock. They had no knowledge of Chen Xiaochuan's recent exploits. This young man intended to rob Brother Wen? Had he lost his mind? Robbery? Wenshan was momentarily stunned before regaining his composure. Chuckling, Mr. Chen, you certainly have a knack for humor. Yet Chen Xiaochuan's demeanor turned grave. Boss Wen, I am not jesting. Transfer 80 billion to my account immediately. Damn it. I've heard you can defeat masters in an instant. I, Scorpion, do not believe it. I'm merely at the initial stage of mastery. Let me see you try to rob us at the 7 mouth hall. A man from Wenshan's side, brimming with murderous intent, lunged towards Chen Xiaochuan. Bang! A gunshot rang out. A bullet struck Scorpion between the eyes, exiting through his skull, leaving a spray of crimson in its wake. Scorpion's eyes widened in shock before he collapsed lifelessly to the floor. Damn it, resorting to guns? How uncivilized. Chen Xiaochuan remarked coolly, blowing the smoke from the barrel of his gun. Who challenges anyone to a duel these days? Fool! Following the gunfire, chaos erupted throughout the hall. Wenshan quickly realized that Chen Xiaochuan was not joking. A glint of sharpness flickered in his eyes. His men swiftly drew their firearms, aiming at Chen Xiaochuan. Reacting swiftly, Chen Xiaochuan pressed his gun against Wenshan's forehead. If you don't comply, I'll take you down and your entire family will perish. He turned to the others. You lot, put your guns away and kneel, calling me Brother Chuan. Otherwise, this day next year will mark your demise. Wenshan's lips twitched slightly. If I recall correctly, neither I nor the 7 mouth hall have wronged you, Mr. Chen. Why do you wish to make enemies out of us? Chen Xiaochuan smiled nonchalantly. I simply wish to engage in a bit of black-on-black crime. What, are you unwilling? Wenshan was taken aback by Chen Xiaochuan's blatant disregard for reason. Life or money, a straightforward choice. I won't eliminate you outright. Instead, I propose that 80% of the 7 mouth hall's future earnings flow into my account, while you keep the remaining 20. That way, you won't starve. You see, I can actually be quite reasonable. Chen Xiaochuan grinned. Wenshan's mind raced with information, particularly considering that Chen Xiaochuan had the audacity to kill even the Marquis of Qingyun and had captured him. Although the Marquis later returned safely, he did not retaliate against Chen Xiaochuan, indicating that this individual was not only highly skilled, but also possessed a remarkable identity, one that the 7 mouth hall could not afford to provoke. The situation had become clear. This young man had his eyes set on the 7 mouth hall, but was also offering a lifeline to allow them to survive. He was not employing the domineering tactics typical of influential figures. Otherwise, the entirety of the 7 mouth hall's assets would be wiped out, leaving them powerless to resist. Facing annihilation. On the surface, it appeared as if they were being robbed. Yet, upon reflection, wasn't this an opportunity to ally with a more powerful figure? These thoughts flashed through Wenshan's mind, leading him to a swift decision. Wenshan raised his hand, signaling his men to lower their weapons and take a step back. Everyone, follow my lead. After his subordinates lowered their guns, they all turned to Wenshan, who bowed deeply. Brother Chuan. His men hesitated momentarily before echoing, Brother Chuan. Chen Xiaochuan grinned broadly and holstered his gun. Now that's the spirit. Those who recognize the times are true gentlemen. Very well. If you all work diligently for me in the future, I shall ensure you have a morsel to eat. Indeed, Brother Chuan. Although Wenshan felt a pang of reluctance, he had no choice but to comply. Following this, Wenshan arranged a lavish banquet, inviting Chen Xiaochuan to attend, while simultaneously entrusting him with the management of the company's accounts, stating, Brother Chuan, here are the company's accounts. I leave them in your capable hands. Spend as you wish. If you desire to transfer funds to your own account, feel free to do so." With a hearty laugh, Chen Xiaochuan glanced at the account balance, an astonishing 10,300,000,000, and his mood instantly brightened. The tales of a certain Tianshan in Kyoto earning millions in a single night paled in comparison to the exhilaration of having just acquired over 100 billion in one fell swoop. "Brother Chuan, I just received word from the staff that 3 new technicians have arrived at Royal Number 1 tonight. Fair-skinned and voluptuous, truly exceptional. Would you care to try a session?" When Shan eagerly suggested. Upon hearing the description, Chen Xiaochuan's eyes sparkled with interest. The vivid memory of the 2 rows of long, supple legs he had encountered at Royal Number 1 flooded his mind, leaving him feeling parched with anticipation. "A session? Let's take a look." Chen Xiaochuan found it impossible to refuse. He relished this indulgent, hedonistic lifestyle. Seeing Chen Xiaochuan's acceptance, Wen Shan silently exhaled in relief. No matter how impressive one may be, as long as they are human, they cannot escape the cravings for pleasure and revelry. Inside an opulent private room, this exclusive space within Royal No. 1 was not open to the public. Even super VIP members were barred from entry, reserved solely for the elite class that Wen Shan entertained. Chen Xiaochuan reclined comfortably on a plush sofa, crossing his legs. Wen Shan promptly offered him a cigar, meticulously lighting it for him. "Brother Chuan, the 3 new technicians are preparing and will be here shortly." Chen Xiaochuan nodded, savoring a deep puff of the cigar, powerful and satisfying. Within minutes, he heard the unmistakable sound of high heels clicking on the floor outside the room, each step resonating like a heartbeat in the guests' chests. Chen Xiaochuan swallowed hard. During his college days, he had often heard the adage that wise men do not fall in love, while adults indulge in foot massages. He had once contemplated experiencing the thrill of selecting a consort, but as a financially constrained student, he could only dream. Little did he expect that shortly after graduation, he would be reclining in this private chamber at Royal Number 1, enjoying the pinnacle of service. Soon after, a gentle knock echoed through the room. "Come in." When Shan clapped his hands, the door swung open to reveal 3 stunning women, each bearing a small case and striding in on 10-centimeter heels. Chen Xiaochuan felt as though he had been magnetically drawn to them, his gaze riveted as he found it impossible to look away. They were clad in identical short skirts, their long legs adorned with black stockings, perfectly curvaceous with low-cut necklines that revealed enticing cleavage. Each technician stood over 168 meters tall, exuding an alluring fragrance that was utterly intoxicating. Upon entering, the 3 beauties positioned themselves gracefully before Chen Xiaochuan, bowing in unison, their sweet, inviting voices chiming. "Good evening, sir." As they bowed, Chen Xiaochuan caught a fleeting glimpse of a sight that sent his heart racing. Their skin was as smooth and flawless as jade. However, this glimpse lasted but a second. The sheer impact of that brief visual encounter was far more potent than a prolonged gaze, igniting his imagination. "Brother Chuan, what do you think of these 3? When Shan inquired, though he already anticipated the answer based on Chen Xiaochuan's expression. If they were not exceptional, he would not have dared to suggest a session. Indeed, they are exquisite. Chen Xiaochuan licked his lips, feeling the fervor within him surge. His body responded with an intensity he had never experienced before. "Haha, as long as Brother Chuan is satisfied. Now you 3. Ensure that Brother Chuan is well taken care of tonight. Showcase the skills you have been trained in, should Brother Chuan feel discomfort or criticize your attitude. You are well aware of what that entails." Wen Shan chuckled heartily before seriously instructing the 3 exceptional women before him, though a subtle hint of regret flickered in his eyes. It was important to note that these 3 technicians were originally intended for Wen Shan's own enjoyment on the evening of his 52nd birthday, just 3 days away. However, to please Chen Xiaochuan, he had to part with them, albeit reluctantly. At worst, I could send someone to find and prepare more. In this world, no girl remains 18 forever, but there are always 18-year-olds to be found. Rest assured, Brother One, we will attend to this gentleman with the utmost care. The 3 female technicians' eyes brightened as they looked towards Chen Xiaochuan. Young, handsome, and exuding vitality. He could even make a powerful figure like when Shan acquiesced. He was indeed the epitome of youthful excellence. For them, having their first session with such a captivating individual was a delightful surprise, far more gratifying than serving a man in his 50s. When Shan nodded in satisfaction and addressed Chen Xiaochuan, "Brother Chuan, I shall take my leave now and not disturb your enjoyment." Chen Xiaochuan's gaze remained fixed on the 3 female technicians when he suddenly recalled something and spoke. "However, I fear these 3 may not quite meet my requirements." Upon hearing this, Wen Shan's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Could it be? Such exceptional beauties, and yet they do not meet your standards? Surely, your demands are a tad excessive. The 3 female technicians were expressions of disbelief as well. How could someone of their caliber not suffice? Was this handsome man jesting? What, they wondered, could possibly fulfill Brother Chuan's criteria? When Shan hesitantly opened his mouth, carefully inquiring further, Chen Xiaochuan raised 2 fingers, and when Shan, understanding the cue, presented a cigar, producing a lighter to ignite it personally. After taking a drag, Chen Xiaochuan continued, "As for their skills, I cannot comment without experiencing them firsthand. However, given Royal No. 1's reputation in the foot massage industry, I have no doubt the service will be exceptional. Their beauty and figures are undeniably striking, and any normal man would undoubtedly be captivated. But I must ask, are these 3 still virgins? If they have been with others, I fear I cannot accept that." The very thought of these 3 women's bodies having been with various men sent a shiver down Chen Xiaochuan's spine. After all, this was his first foray into such indulgences. Upon hearing this, when Shan burst into laughter, Brother Chuan, to be honest, all 3 of them are indeed untouched. They are pure and innocent maidens. Even their training instructor is a seasoned female technician. This is why I was eager for you to sample their company. Really? Is that so? Chen Xiaochuan listened in disbelief, pondering whether, in this day and age, a female technician could still possess an innocent existence. It could only be said that his horizons had been broadened. If this is a lie, then shoot me in the head, when Shan declared with unwavering confidence. Chen Xiaochuan beckoned, "You 3 come here," with just a sniff. "I shall discern the truth." The 3 female technicians obediently approached him, their alabaster thighs mere inches away. Chen Xiaochuan closed his eyes, wrinkled his nose, and inhaled deeply the fragrance that wafted from them. Indeed, it was remarkably pure. In that case, there is nothing more to discuss. You shall stay here tonight, Chen Xiaochuan proclaimed, elated. This method of his was termed identifying women by scent, a fundamental skill in the dual cultivation curriculum. Is it really possible to discern with just a sniff? When Shan and the 3 female technicians were momentarily taken aback, but soon dismissed the notion, deeming it entirely unscientific. This fellow was undoubtedly putting on an act, merely seeking a way out. Yet, unspoken among them, they chose to play along, feigning belief. "Brother Chuan, you're incredible. You can tell just like that." When Shan exclaimed, giving a thumbs up, "Hey, this is child's play." Chen Xiaochuan grinned. "Well then, I shall take my leave. Brother Chuan, enjoy yourself." When Shan quickly rose, his face beaming with a smile. Off you go." Chen Xiaochuan waved his hand dismissively. When Shan carefully exited the private room, closing the door behind him. This left Chen Xiaochuan alone with the 3 female technicians, the dim lighting, the delightful maidenly fragrance, and the vividly beautiful women combined to elevate the atmosphere in the room to an unprecedented level of intimacy. "Brother Chuan, would you prefer a foot massage or wellness treatment?" One of the technicians teased as she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, sweetly inquiring. "Show me everything you've learned. I wish to experience it all," Chen Xiaochuan said, pulling 2 beauties into his embrace, his heart racing with excitement. "Goodness, I never imagined I would have the pleasure of such indulgence. How delightful. Very well. We shall ensure Brother Chuan is thoroughly satisfied." The 3 female technicians giggled. "Let's start by giving you a bath." "Oh, that would be splendid. I appreciate your efforts." "Ladies." After when Shan left the intimate space, his group of subordinates expressed their discontent. "Why should so many of us, armed with so many weapons, submit to a mere boy?" One grumbled. When Shan raised his hand, "Let me ask you, how do we compare to the Qinyan Marquis?" "The Qinyan Marquis is the supreme figure in Qinyan City. We cannot possibly measure up," a subordinate replied. "And yet, the Qinyan Marquis is willing to bow to that boy. If we confront him, we would surely meet our end. That boy undoubtedly possesses a profound background that we know nothing about. Shifting perspectives, we are not surrendering. We are merely aligning ourselves with a formidable ally. Do you still feel uneasy?" Upon hearing this, the group fell into stunned silence, as if struck by enlightenment. It dawned upon them that such a powerful figure, capable of bending the knee of the Qinyan Marquis, was not someone to be trifled with. Moreover, the business remained in their hands. In future dealings, if they could encourage clients to pay 30% in cash, they could retain a substantial amount while treating this alliance as a protective charm. When Shan, with hands clasped behind his back, wore a sly smile akin to that of an old fox. "Brother, you truly are the wisest among us. With this revelation, our discomfort dissipates." Brother, while that lad, no. Brother Chuan, enjoys himself with the ladies inside. Let us also indulge and unwind. Right. The sound of flowing water filled the air as the 3 female technicians helped Chen Xiaochuan undress and eased him into the bathtub, where they began to cleanse him, one washing his hair, another tending to his body, and the last attending to his feet. "By the way, I still don't know your names," Chen Xiaochuan said, comfortably closing his eyes. "I'm Xiaoxian Ko," replied the technician washing his hair. "Em Qdonat?" The one washing his body softly answered. "I'm Xiaobei, The one washing his feet chimed in with a smile. Chen Xiaochuan was momentarily taken aback, realizing they had introduced themselves with their stage names rather than their real names. However, he quickly understood that this was all part of the charade. There was no need to press for the truth. After all, a foot massage or a wellness treatment would not spark romance. Soon the bathing concluded, and Chen Xiaochuan wrapped himself in a towel, lying down on the massage table as directed by the 3 technicians. Brother Chuan, shall we begin with a foot bath? Our techniques will be demonstrated before we proceed to the wellness treatment. Is that acceptable? Hunan inquired gently. I shall wholeheartedly follow your lead. Chen Xiaochuan casually let his hands rest on their legs, gently caressing them. After the foot treatment came the wellness session. Throughout the process, the technician's skills were indeed exceptional, and Chen Xiaochuan finally understood why so many men enjoyed foot massages. Following that, he relished an aromatic oil back massage that extended to his entire body. He marveled at the expertise of the golden tier technicians. Every inch of his skin and every pore felt utterly relaxed, a sensation that was simply beyond exhilarating. 3 hours later, after completing both major treatments, Xiaoxian Ko began to shed her clothing. Chen Xiaochuan sensed that the most intimate service was about to commence, and his heart raced with anticipation. Wait, hold on a moment. He suddenly called out, recalling something. As the strap of her top slipped from her shoulder, Xiaoxian Ko halted, her heated gaze fixed upon Chen Xiaochuan. Brother Chuan, what is the matter? Do you wish to take matters into your own hands? Chen Xiaochuan rolled his eyes and replied, not at the moment. I just recalled when Shan mentioning that you were university students. I shall not pry into your university or real names. I respect your privacy. I merely wish to ask if you're doing this of your own volition. If you're being coerced, I can help you. And I assure you Shan will not harm you. Brother Chuan, we are not being forced. We are here willingly, so you need not feel any burden. They assured him. Indeed, in this era, earning a living is no easy feat even if we graduate from university. What does it matter? The competition for public service positions is fierce, and all jobs are highly competitive. We might as well take advantage of our youth and earn while we can. To put it bluntly, rather than being deceived by some boyfriend, it is better to capitalize on our value. You may look down upon us, but as long as we have money and live well, we can eventually transition to a different circle, and who would know our pasts? Besides, we never expected to encounter such a young and handsome guest like you, so we consider ourselves fortunate. Xiaoxian Ko, Chilaner, and Xiaobei spoke candidly, clearly in need of money, having been brainwashed and accepting of this line of work. Chen Xiaochuan nodded. Since you all think this way and are not coerced, I can accept your services with a clear conscience. As the saying goes, everyone has their own aspirations. I shall not be polite. Come on, my darlings. Brother Chuan, it tickles. Brother Chuan, no, Brother Chuan, you're pulling my hair. Chapter 29. Boasting? Are you convinced now? No way. The Qinyan Marquis is actually playing the sycophant to that kid. Yang Yin returned to her apartment and relayed the information she gathered from Chen Xiaochuan to Linghua. Upon hearing it, Linghua's face was filled with disbelief. Indeed, he even made a call to the Qinyan Marquis right in front of me. That was undeniably his voice. It sounded like boasting, yet turned out to be true. I'm at a loss for words. The Qinyan Marquis has sunk so low as to accept the title of sycophant. It is utterly absurd. Yang Yin plopped down onto the bed, casually removing her outerwear, revealing her voluptuous upper body to the air. I believe the Qinyan Marquis is playing a larger game. Linghua rested her chin on her hand, her eyes sparkling with intelligence. Yes, I did remind that kid, but he paid no heed. It seems he is imbued with an inexplicable confidence. By the way, I also found out about that kid's combat prowess. It aligns closely with your estimation, sister. He is a martial artist of the horizontal practice variety, comparable to an early-stage martial king in internal cultivation. Yang Yin nodded slowly and then spoke. Thus, it is only natural that we cannot defeat him. We lost without grievance. However, according to our investigation, the real Chen Xiaochuan, a farmer's child, has an unremarkable life history apart from being handsome and having decent grades. The most notable achievement was being recognized as an outstanding student every year in elementary school, then an excellent member of the Communist Youth League in middle school. And during university, he developed a passion for sanda, freestyle fighting, and boxing. His learning method involved watching short videos and learning from various influencers, ultimately leading to his girlfriend leaving him. There is no existence of any twin children unless they were taken away on the very night they were born. Therefore, the living Chen Xiaochuan, possessing combat abilities comparable to a martial king, must have formidable backing or a master who should not be underestimated. Yet, it is perplexing that we cannot find a trace of this person, as if he materialized out of thin air. Nevertheless, regardless of his identity, we must avenge the humiliation inflicted upon our sisterhood. Now that we can ascertain his strength, it will be all the more manageable. Linghua frowned slightly, a look of confusion on her face, But as she finished her sentence, a subtle smile graced her lips, lending her an alluring charm. Indeed, we shall not rest until we exact this revenge. The mere mention of being spanked by Chen Xiaochuan ignited Yang Yan's anger. Well then, we must not delay. Sister Yang, I have been here for several days. I must return to gather allies. Before I bring hell back, keep a close watch on that kid's movements. As Ling Hua began to pack her belongings, preparing for an overnight journey, Yang Yan nodded in agreement. By the way, what is that kid doing now? Is he entangled with that bar owner named Hongjia? Ling Hua casually inquired. Tonight, he is not with Hongjia. He has gone to Royal Number 1. Yang Yan replied softly, shaking her head. Royal Number 1? What kind of place is that? Ling Hua blinked her captivating eyes, curious. What else could it be but a place for men to seek pleasure? Yang Yan retorted indignantly. A nightclub? Ling Hu is long here ilvit bay over her shoulder. A foot massage parlor. Yang Yan corrected. TSK. It seems that kid is tired of sleeping with Hongjia every day and is seeking a new thrill. Men truly are all the same. Once that bug gets into their heads, they find beauty in even the most unlikely places. A trace of disdain for men flickered in Ling Hua's eyes as she continued. All right, Sister Yang, I must trouble you to take me to the airport. MHM, Yang Yan Nodet, Royal Number 1. In the opulent private room, Chen Xiaochuan and 3 female technicians were engrossed in their activities. Suddenly, Chen Xiaochuan's phone began to ring, halting their movements. Blinking, he picked up his phone, seeing 2 characters on the screen. Hongjia. At this moment, it was just past 2 o'clock in the morning, 38 seconds. Chen Xiaochuan was taken aback, wondering what Hongjia was calling him for at this hour. He swiped the screen and answered the call. Hello, Hongjia, what's up? Chen Xiaochuan said directly, putting the phone on speaker as he lay on the bed. Xiaochuan, are you all right? Hongjia's gentle voice carried a hint of urgency. I'm Yufine. What could possibly happen to me? Chen Xiaochuan chuckled. Then why haven't you come back yet? I thought something had happened to you. Hongjia said, patting her chest softly. I have something on tonight, so I won't be coming back. You should rest early. Be good. MHM. Chen Xiaochuan didn't want to elaborate further. All right then. Hongjia's tone held a touch of disappointment before she hung up. A sense of frustration bubbled within her. You promised to come back and keep me company tonight. I prepared everything, and yet you didn't come. What is that kid up to? Isn't he the type to be distracted by any pretty flower? Or has he grown weary of me after spending time together? Brother Chuan, who is Hongjia? The delicate Xiao, lying on Chen Xiaochuan's left, asked softly. On his right, Qilan remained silent, quietly observing him. Hongjia is my lover. No, wait, I am her lover. Chen Xiaochuan replied with a mischievous grin. Oh, I knew it. Brother Chuan is indeed an experienced driver, clearly not lacking in female company. Xiaobai couldn't help but chuckle. Are you all getting jealous? Chen Xiaochuan laughed heartily. No. We just want you to compare us with your Hongjia to see who offers a better experience. Yes, this must be evaluated. After all, this is not only our first encounter, but also the most precious moment of our lives. Xiao and Qilan chimed in. Well, since we're just beginning this experience, it's not appropriate to make a judgment yet. We can evaluate it after tomorrow morning. Chen Xiaochuan's eyes sparkled with joy, feeling both emotionally and physically elated. No way. You can play until tomorrow morning? Yes. Although we are also inexperienced, we may not have eaten pork, but we have seen pigs walk. How could such a thing happen? Brother Chuan can actually boast. Indeed, you men are all the same in this regard. You will never concede defeat. You can talk grandly, but once it comes to action, some are done in just 2 minutes, left gasping for breath, unable to rise. Don't say that. Brother Chuan is not boasting. This is just joking. Haha. Brother Chuan, forgive me for laughing a bit. The 3 girls bantered back and forth, creating a lively atmosphere. Hearing their comments, Chen Xiaochuan's lips twitched slightly. What's there to boast about? I am such an honest and straightforward person. I never boast. Alas, it appears that I have been underestimated by the 3 of them. Very well, so this is how we shall play. The moment for you to witness a miracle has now arrived. The following noon, the 3 young ladies lay languidly on the bed, weary from the previous night's escapades. Chen Xiaochuan, however, remained as vigorous as ever. He could continue without any issue. Do you still think I am merely boasting? He surveyed the 3 of them with a smug expression and proclaimed, Last night, you dared to think I was bragging. Now, let us see if you can still flaunt your confidence. Brother Chuan, we concede. You are simply otherworldly. It's terrifying. Even Cheat Song pales in comparison to you. The 3 girls, with heavy eyelids, yearned for a moment of repose. The experiences of the previous night would linger in their memories for a lifetime. Chen Xiaochuan chuckled, then sat cross-legged. Last night, his intentions extended beyond merely enjoying their services. He had also practiced the 9-yang harmonization technique. Naturally, he maintained exquisite control. Otherwise, the 3 of them would not have survived the encounter. Holy cow! Little tower, I feel my cultivation has grown stronger. Have I successfully established my foundation? Chen Xiaochuan sensed his own cultivation, and a wave of elation surged within him. Master, your Dantian still harbors true qi, with no signs of foundational establishment. The enigmatic voice of the infinite purgatory tower echoed in his mind. Surely not. I employed the 9-yang harmonization technique and absorbed the primordial yin from the 3 ladies. Yet I cannot establish my foundation. What realm am I in now? Chen Xiaochuan's lips twitched, feeling as though he'd been doused with a bucket of cold water. Lost in a whirlwind of confusion. You are at the 14th level of the qi refinement stage, replied the infinite purgatory tower. What the hell? Why am I stuck in this qi refinement stage indefinitely? Is it possible that the 9-yang harmonization technique contains a bug, requiring it to be paired with the 9-yin harmonization technique for foundational establishment? Chen Xiaochuan could not help but feel despondent. Unable to break through the most fundamental realm of a cultivator, what sort of cultivator was he? Damn it, I had envisioned flying with a sword, summoning the winds and rains, wielding lightning, and vanquishing demons. Master, this situation is unprecedented. I cannot provide answers. Perhaps your master's wife can elucidate this for you, as this technique was developed by her and your deceased master. Moreover, your master's wife must sense your pinnacle foundational cultivation to awaken and engage in dual cultivation with you. Thus, if you cannot establish your foundation, you cannot awaken her, which is rather disheartening. The infinite purgatory tower expressed its inability to assist. Hearing this, Chen Xiaochuan felt a pang of sorrow. If he could not establish his foundation, would he and his master's wife never be able to joyfully dual cultivate again? Would the first time be the last? However, master, I believe that even if you are at the qi refinement stage, as an anomaly, you cannot remain in this state forever. Perhaps at the 15th level, or even the 25th level, you shall find an end to this. Moreover, with each level you ascend, your combat prowess increases correspondingly. It was not in vain to absorb the lady's primordial yin, the infinite purgatory tower continued. Indeed, you make a valid point. Even if I feel frustrated, it will not resolve anything. I cannot establish my foundation immediately. As the saying goes, quantitative changes lead to qualitative changes. I shall see how far I can cultivate in this qi refinement stage. I refuse to believe I cannot establish my foundation. With this thought, Chen Xiaochuan's gloom dissipated, and he felt a renewed sense of clarity. At 14 levels of qi refinement, does that not equate to the combat prowess of a peak martial king? In the same realm, I am invincible. Even peak martial kings would kneel and call me father. With a newfound determination, Chen Xiaochuan opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing through his dark pupils as he gazed at the 3 female technicians who had already drifted into slumber. He swallowed hard and ultimately resisted the urge to pounce upon them, for he was not devoid of compassion. Afterward, Chen Xiaochuan dressed himself and exited the opulent private room. Brother Chuan, you've emerged. Winshan suddenly approached, bowing and scraping. Seeing the scene, Chen Xiaochuan realized that Winshan had been lounging on the sofa outside since last night. Yes. Chen Xiaochuan nodded. I'm feeling a bit hungry. Hurry and arrange a sumptuous feast for me. I want a grand meal. Brother Chuan, it has been prepared. Follow me. Winshan beamed, exuding enthusiasm. Oh, splendid. Well done. Chen Xiaochuan clapped Winshan on the shoulder as a gesture of approval. As they left the private room, Winshan inquired, Brother Chuan, how did you find those 3 ladies? Are you satisfied? Very good. However, they are exhausted. Let them rest well. No one should disturb them, understood? Chen Xiaochuan gave him a thumbs up. Understood, Brother Chuan. Winshan sighed in relief, now aware of Chen Xiaochuan's soft spot. Soon, Chen Xiaochuan followed Winshan into a luxurious dining hall within Royal No. 1. A grand table was laden with an array of delectable dishes: Australian lobster, black gold abalone, dompa pork, Yangzhou lioness head, and more. The enticing aromas wafted through the air. Chen Xiaochuan gulped, nearly drooling, and promptly took a seat to feast heartily, reveling in the culinary delights. After satisfying his hunger, Chen Xiaochuan rubbed his distended belly and let out a contented belch. He then beckoned Winshan over. Winshan was the largest foot bath establishment in the Yunlong Society. The largest foot bath establishment in the Yunlong Society is the Golden Jade Abundant Hall in the southern city. Its popularity rivals that of our Royal No. 1, Winshan replied cautiously. However, typical foot bath establishments generally do not feature virgin technicians. So if Brother Chuan wishes to experience it, it may be a fruitless endeavor. In truth, in Qingyun City, Winshan's territory lay in the northern city, while the Yunlong Society had its domain in the southern city. This division represented a tacit agreement between the 2 major factions. Under normal circumstances, minor frictions were common, but major conflicts were rare. Neither could overpower the other, maintaining a delicate balance. You might be mistaken. I have no intention of experiencing their technicians. Chen Xiaochuan's lips curled slightly. Then what is your purpose? Wen Shan inquired, intrigued. Of course, I intend to seize the Yunlong Society. Chen Xiaochuan casually patted Wen Shan's shoulder, delivering his revelation with nonchalance. Gah! Wen Shan's body trembled, his pupils constricting in horror. Chapter 30. The Unemployed Wanderer, Part-Time Robber. Wen Shan, did I frighten you? After all, you have experienced a robbery. Your mental fortitude should be quite resilient. Moreover, I am not robbing you again, so why the tension? Come, let us go. Drive me over quickly and provide me with support. Chen Xiaochuan remarked, noticing Wen Shan's stunned expression. Wen Shan snapped back to reality and swallowed hard. Yes, Brother Chuan. After last night's robbery, he felt utterly baffled and unfortunate. Why is it that everyone else operates in the underworld, yet this fellow chooses not to target the Yunlong Society, but instead sets his sights on our Kikotang? Now, Chen Xiaochuan unexpectedly declares his intention to seize the Yunlong Society, and Wen Shan's composure finally finds balance. Just as he takes a few steps, Chen Xiaochuan suddenly recalls something and glances at Wen Shan. Under Chen Xiaochuan's scrutinizing gaze, Wen Shan feels as though he has been targeted by a venomous predator, an inexplicable dread creeping over him. Brother Chuan, what is wrong? Wen Shan's voice falters. As a prominent figure in the underworld of Qingyun City, you must possess the phone number of the leader of the Yunlong Society, correct? Chen Xiaochuan inquires with an air of nonchalance. Why, yes. Wen Shan nods vigorously. With a snap of his fingers, Chen Xiaochuan declares, then that's settled. Forget about the so-called Jin Yu Mantang. Just call their leader to come and meet me. Understood, Brother Chuan. Wen Shan replies, promptly pulling out his phone and making a call. On the other end is Yun Song, the current head of the Yunlong Society. Wen Shan, what is it? Yun Song's icy voice emanates from the receiver after the call connects. Mr. Chen Xiaochuan wishes to see you at the Royal One in the Foot Massage City. Wen Shan states directly. Chen Xiaochuan? All right, I'll be right there. Yun Song responds before abruptly hanging up. Half an hour later, Yun Song arrives before Chen Xiaochuan, accompanied by several high-ranking members of the Yunlong Society. Filled with curiosity about this ruthless individual who dared to kill even the esteemed Qin Yunho and emerged unscathed, Yun Song is eager to learn the purpose of this meeting. Greetings, I am Yun Song, the leader of the Yunlong Society. May I inquire why Mr. Chen has summoned me? He asks respectfully, cautious not to overstep, devoid of any semblance of the arrogance typically associated with a black market overlord. Coupled with his scholarly appearance, it is hard to associate him with a ruthless crime lord. Taking a sip of tea, Chen Xiaochuan looks at Yun Song and calmly states, I shall not beat around the bush. Last night, I took over the Kikotang. As you are the counterpart of the Kikotang, the Yunlong Society cannot be an exception. This reflects my fair and just approach to business. Transfer the management rights of your Yunlong Society's accounts to me, and you may continue your operations to earn money. I will allocate 20% for your sustenance. My request is entirely reasonable. Who is in favor and who is against? Upon hearing this, the expressions of Yun Song and his associates shift dramatically. They could not have anticipated that Chen Xiaochuan's proposal was to seize their assets. This is outright blackmail. Mr. Chen, you truly have a sense of humor, haha. A burly man named Zhang Guangliang beside Yun Song can no longer contain himself. They refuse to believe that Chen Xiaochuan is serious, judging by Wen Shan's expression. It appears more likely that Wen Shan and Chen Xiaochuan have colluded to intimidate the Yunlong Society in a scheme. Wen Shan, the cunning old fox, is undoubtedly up to something. Without hesitation, Chen Xiaochuan raises his hand and fires a gun. Bang! The gunshot rings out. A gaping wound appears in the center of Zhang Guangliang's forehead, blood gushing forth as the bullet pierces through his skull. He collapses to the ground, eyes wide open, lifeless. I do not have time for jokes. Is there anyone else who believes I am jesting? Raise your hand. I am a person who values reason. Chen Xiaochuan remarks, idly playing with the smoking desert eagle in his hand, whistling as he gazes at Yun Song and the others. Yet, to them, his smile resembles that of a demon, sending chills down their spines. To kill while bantering, this man is terrifyingly ruthless. Although it is not Wen Shan's first encounter with Chen Xiaochuan's brutality, and he knows the target is not himself, he still feels an inexplicable shock, his hands and feet growing cold, his scalp tingling. Yun Song stares at Chen Xiaochuan in disbelief. The cold barrel of the gun is pressed against his head. Do you have any objections? Chen Xiaochuan inquires, smiling at Yun Song. I am in favor. Yun Song stammers in response. He realizes that if he does not express his agreement directly, his head will be the next target. He recognizes this handgun. It is the standard issue of the Qin Yunho, a specialized weapon designed to take down martial artists. A master-level martial artist would not withstand its impact. Being shot in the head means certain death. The mere presence of this gun in the hands of Chen Xiaochuan indicates his extraordinary status, enough to make even the Qin Yunho tremble. In Qingyun City, If the Qing Yunho intends to wipe out the Yunlong society, then the society must comply without a hint of resistance. Yin Song quickly grasps this reality, prompting his immediate agreement. This demonstrates that those capable of rising to power are inherently astute. Exactly. Chen Xiaochuan taps the gun barrel against Yin Song's face before holstering at his waist and resuming his seat. Soon, Yin Song hands over the Yunlong Society's total account to Chen Xiaochuan, a staggering sum of 7 billion, surpassing the Kikutang by an additional 400 million. Thus, Chen Xiaochuan now possesses a colossal fortune of 21 billion. Wen Shan, Yin Song, since you are now my subordinates, certain regulations must be redefined. The businesses you manage should steer clear of drugs. I have a strong aversion to that trade, Chen Xiaochuan states earnestly. Upon hearing this, Wen Shan, Yin Song, and the high-ranking members of both gangs standing before Chen Xiaochuan are left dumbfounded. We are in the underworld. Avoiding drugs? What nonsense is this? Such a lucrative business. Besides, you, a blackmailer, aren't exactly a saint either. Isn't it unreasonable to impose such demands? Yet, no one dares to voice dissent. The body of Zhang Guangliang, who was just shot, still lies warm on the ground. Brother Chuan, we will certainly comply with your request, but if we refrain from engaging in this area, there will undoubtedly be other unsavory individuals who will take advantage, and the profits will flow to them instead. Consequently, you stand to lose at least 200 million annually. To put it plainly, we are in this line of work, and engaging in such businesses is normal, when Sean cautiously points out. Damn, losing that much money? Chen Xiaochuan feels a pang of regret, stroking his chin before responding. How about this? You cannot sell to the Longwa people. As for whom you sell to, that is your prerogative. All right, let us settle this matter and not dwell on it further. Understood, Brother Chuan. Wen Shan and Yun Song's eyes light up at Chen Xiaochuan's concession. Apart from the Longwa, there are other nations to consider. As long as the routes remain open, there are opportunities to explore. After all, in this business, their side stands to gain a 20% profit, and, with cash transactions available, the money left over will indeed be substantial. Now that we have all acknowledged my proposal, Wen Shan, arrange for the technicians to pamper my loyal subordinates from the Yunlong Society. We shall enjoy a celebratory dinner together later, Chen Xiaochuan commands. Yes, Brother Chuan. Wen Shan promptly replies. Yun Song and his associates exchange glances, their mouths twitching in disbelief. What? Loyal subordinates? The appellation is rather unflattering. Even if you refer to us as your little brothers, it ought to be more pleasing to the ear. We have been robbed, and yet we are expected to celebrate? Damn it. This is clearly an affront to our dignity. Though resentment simmers within, we can only endure with gritted teeth, suppressing any sign of dissatisfaction, and must feign smiles while expressing our gratitude. Chen Xiaochuan patted his backside and returned to the secluded, opulent private room. At that moment, Xiao and Shilan were soundly asleep, their delicate forms nearly bare due to the room's comfortable temperature. Chen Xiaochuan smacked his lips, unceremoniously squeezing himself between them, inhaling the delightful fragrance of their bodies. After the tumult of the previous day extending into the afternoon, he found himself quite drowsy. Why not indulge in a brief nap? Around 6 in the evening, the three young ladies gradually awoke, spotting Chen Xiaochuan nestled comfortably among them. Alas, our connection with Brother Chuan is but a fleeting romance. What a fleeting romance it is. We are essentially selling ourselves, merely a case of rotten peach blossoms. But can we truly call it rotten? After all, we were innocent until this point. Unable to resist, Xiao leaned down and gently kissed Chen Xiaochuan on the lips, whispering, though I am compensated for my services, I cannot deny my fondness for Brother Chuan. Alas, fate has not favored us. Yet to have experienced this moment is sufficient. Indeed, I share your sentiment. Shall we nodded softly. I feel the same, Xiaolan added, pursing her lips. Unbeknownst to them, Chen Xiaochuan had already awakened but pretended to be asleep, keenly absorbing every word they exchanged. He mused to himself. Goodness, after merely washing a foot, these foot massagers have developed feelings for me. What a cursed charm I possess. He feigned sleep for a while longer before yawning and exclaiming, Oh, you're all awake. Why not sleep a little longer? Once awake, slumber eludes us. Brother Chuan, we are merely a tad fatigued. Unlike you, who has endured both exhaustion and loss. It is you who ought to sleep more. Xiao giggled. By now, they had dressed and were tidying up, preparing to leave. Hey, just a night's labor hardly counts as exhausting. Chen Xiaochuan sat up, lit a cigarette, and inhaled slowly. Mr. Chen, we are taking our leave now. Should you wish to see us again, feel free to call for us. I am number 888, Xiao spoke softly. I am number 666. Xiaolan followed. I am number 999. This summer, we will all be working part-time here. After school starts, we might be off, we concluded. Chen Xiaochuan nodded and then said, Hold on, don't rush to leave just yet. Please provide me with your bank account details. I shall reward each of you with 10 million. At this proclamation, the three young ladies' eyes widened in disbelief. What? 10 million? Is this real? Or a jest? I assure you, I am serious. I am not joking. Your services are worth every bit of 10 million, so there is no need for formality. Chen Xiaochuan replied with utmost sincerity. 10 million each? That amounts to 30 million. A trivial sum indeed. After all, over 2 billion was acquired through less than honorable means. I feel no remorse when spending. No, Brother Chuan, that is far too much. Even if you bestow such a fortune upon us, we fear we may not live to spend it. Indeed, Brother Chuan, it is excessive and daunting, the three young ladies murmured. To them, being willing to work here as foot massage therapists and earning 30 to 50,000 during this holiday would be deemed quite successful. Then, how much do you believe is appropriate? Chen Xiaochuan inquired further. 1 million at most. Anything more would be too much for us to accept. Yes, 1 million is sufficient. Very well. I shall grant each of you 1 million. Now, please provide your account details. Chen Xiaochuan agreed readily. Without a doubt, the value extracted from these three young ladies, enhancing his cultivation to the 14th level of qi refinement, far exceeds mere monetary worth. It was only when the three young ladies truly received 1 million in their bank accounts that they realized Chen Xiaochuan was not jesting. He was genuinely rewarding them. Their astonishment grew as they caught sight of the numerous zeros in his account, leaving them utterly speechless. They believed that had they dared to accept 10 million, he would have certainly transferred it without hesitation, for the zeros indicated a wealth that began in the hundreds of millions. Goodness, this lad is extraordinarily wealthy, young, handsome, and affluent. Could he be the heir of a hidden magnate from Kyoto? It is said that those of the celestial realm live in such opulence that their faucets run with water year-round, and their wiring is fashioned from gold. A lifestyle that could dazzle countless eyes. Brother Chuan, may I boldly inquire about your profession? How do you possess such wealth? Of course, if it is inconvenient to share, feel free to disregard my question, Xiaochao bravely asked, curiosity evident in her tone. Xiaolan and Xiaowei perked up their ears, eager to hear the answer to a question they too wished to pose. Chen Xiaochuan took a drag from his cigarette before tucking his phone back into his pocket. Smiling as he replied, what is there to hide? Currently, I am a carefree vagabond, moonlighting as a robber. Ha. Brother Chuan certainly has a flair for humor. Chapter 31. Each with their own charisma at 6:30 in the evening at Royal No. 1, in an opulent dining hall, a table laden with exquisite delicacies awaited. Chen Xiaochuan confidently occupied the seat of honor, flanked by Wenshan and Yun Song, two of the top figures in Qingyun City's underworld. The remainder of the attendees were leaders from Chico Hall and Yunlong Society. A total of 19 individuals had gathered. Behind each leader stood a tall, elegant woman clad in a qi pao, the high slits revealing flawlessly long, white legs that were utterly captivating and tantalizingly alluring. Chen Xiaochuan, however, stood apart. Behind him were two heavily made-up women, distinguished by their exceptional beauty and poise, the finest among the gathering. For Chen Xiaochuan, the only drawback of these two women was that they were no longer virgins. However, as they served tea, poured drinks, and assisted with the meal, their virginity was of no consequence, nor was it required for intimacy. Thus, Chen Xiaochuan felt no aversion to the arrangement, clearly demonstrating that Wenshan had put thought into the setup. Gome, let's not be reserved. Let's raise our glasses. Here's to my successful robbery. Chen Xiaochuan lifted his glass, inviting everyone with a grin. Wenshan and Yun Song, along with the other 18, wore expressions more akin to mourning than joy. Yet they had no choice but to raise their glasses in unison. Look at this. Is this even human language? Having robbed us of our present, now he seeks to rob us of our future, and expects us to celebrate alongside him. Brother, this is not how one plays the game. Congratulations, Brother Chuan. Brother Chuan, you are magnificent. Wenshan and Yun Song hastily offered their congratulations. Haha, I'm deeply grateful for everyone's affection. Come, let us raise our glasses together. Chen Xiaochuan was in high spirits, regardless of whether those around him were feeling down. Everyone clinked their glasses in unison. As they set their cups down, the alluring waitress behind them promptly refilled their drinks. Chen Xiaochuan playfully caressed the hand of the waitress pouring his drink, exclaiming, miss, your hands are remarkably smooth. The waitress responded with a bright smile. Thank you for the compliment, Brother Chuan. Splendid. I appreciate your service. Now, please open your mobile banking payment codes. I wish to reward you with a tip. Chen Xiaochuan declared, brandishing his phone with an air of confidence. Upon hearing this, the two waitresses beamed with delight as they revealed their payment codes. Thank you, Brother Chuan. Ding. A notification from Industrial and Commercial Bank. 100,000 yuan received. Ding. Another from Construction Bank. 100,000 yuan received. The two waitresses were struck with disbelief. In their minds, Chen Xiaochuan's tip could only amount to a few hundred at most. Little did they know, he had generously gifted them a staggering sum. They scrutinized their screens repeatedly, confirming the 100,000 was indeed credited. A sharp bite of their tongues brought them back to reality, ensuring this was not merely a dream. Their bodies quivered slightly with excitement. "Brother Chuan, this is far too generous," exclaimed one waitress. "Indeed, Brother Chuan, after the banquet, we shall serve you splendidly." They quickly realized that Brother Chuan had taken a particular interest in them. Such a hefty tip undoubtedly came with expectations. If they were to act thoughtlessly after receiving his money, they might find themselves facing dire consequences. Did they not see Brother Chuan sitting there? While the local gang leaders had to sit aside, unbeknownst to them, Chen Xiaochuan waved his hand dismissively. "You misunderstand me. My tip is merely a token of my joy for your attentive service, not an invitation for you to accompany me later." His words made the waitresses hastily apologize, feeling the weight of their assumptions. Being around the affluent certainly brought immense pressure. Who could withstand such extravagant tips? Yet questions lingered in their minds. If he had no desire for intimacy, then why touch their hands? The other waitress cast an envious glance at Chen Xiaochuan's companions, pondering why such fortune had eluded her. "Our hands are quite smooth as well." Wen Shan and Yun Song felt a pang of regret, cursing inwardly that the money spent on tips was theirs. Chen Xiaochuan continued, "Come, everyone, let us raise our glasses once more. This is my first heist, and I lack experience, so please bear with me. Of course, being the recipient of my generosity is your privilege." Wen Shan, Yun Song, and their companions could only smile weakly. Their smiles strained. Throughout the meal, Chen Xiaochuan remained jovial, while the remaining 18 felt as though they had swallowed bitter bile. Burp. Satisfied, Chen Xiaochuan stretched out 2 fingers, and the waitress promptly offered him a cigarette, lighting it with a snap of her lighter. Post-meal smoke was truly divine. "Well then, let us conclude our dinner here. Wen Shan, stay behind. Everyone else, please disperse." As the crowd began to leave, Wen Shan cautiously approached Chen Xiaochuan, bowing and smiling. "Brother Chuan, is there anything else you require?" Chen Xiaochuan took another drag from his cigarette before replying, "The 3 technicians who accompanied me last night may only serve female clients here. Their commission should be split 2 to 8, 20% for Royal Number 1 and 80% for them. Their share does not need to be divided with me." "Understood. I shall remember your instructions, Brother Chuan." Wen Shan nodded eagerly. "Very well, that will be all. I must take my leave now. Ensure you all perform well in the future." Chen Xiaochuan extinguished his cigarette on the table and departed. "Brother Chuan, allow me to see you off." Wen Shan quickly followed Chen Xiaochuan, escorting him to the entrance of Royal Number 1. Chen Xiaochuan slipped into Hongjia's BMW 5 Series, only then realizing he was under the influence of alcohol, and instructed Wen Shan to arrange for a subordinate to take him back to the villa. Phew, at last, that troublemaker has been sent away. Wen Shan exhaled a sigh of relief, feeling immense pressure since yesterday. He then returned to the opulent private room where Chen Xiaochuan had spent the night. After dismissing everyone, he downed 2 bottles of Matai and collapsed onto the wellness bed, unable to contain his emotions, and began to weep uncontrollably. Chen Xiaochuan, I will have your head for this. You robbed me and humiliated me as a lackey. Damn your ancestors for generations. I will have my revenge." A similar scene unfolded for Yunlong's society as Yun Song, who, upon returning home, locked himself away and cried like a child, feeling utterly humiliated. After years of intimidation and violence, now he found himself at the mercy of a mere child, threatened at gunpoint. What kind of underworld boss is this? That brat had the audacity to rob the 2 powerful leaders, Wen Shan and Yun Song. Upon receiving this intel from his subordinates, Qing Yunho's eyes flickered with surprise. Indeed, he just left Royal Number 1. "Continue monitoring him. Report any developments immediately," Qing Yunho commanded, waving his hand. "Yes, my lord." The subordinate disappeared into the shadows. Gazing out at the star-studded sky, Qing Yunho muttered to himself, "If it weren't for your wicked 18 evil needles technique, I could easily dispatch a few snipers to eliminate you. Let you enjoy your remaining days." When Chen Xiaochuan returned to the villa, it was already past 9 in the evening. "Hongjia, I'm back," he exclaimed, embracing Hongjia, who was engrossed in her phone and planted a fervent kiss on her cheek. Feeling his strong masculine presence, Hongjia melted in his arms. "You scoundrel, you've been gone for an entire day and night. Do you have any idea how worried I was?" She set her phone down, wrapping her delicate arms around his neck, her breath fragrant and gentle. Fret not. Me perfectly fine. It was just a little heist. Nothing to worry about. You can check for yourself. All my parts are intact, and the most important one remains." Chen Xiaochuan took her hand, guiding it to his robust physique. Hongjia rolled her eyes dramatically. "Did you succeed in your heist?" "Of course. Such trivial matters are easily accomplished," he replied nonchalantly. And how much did you manage to steal? Hong Jie inquired, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Just a couple of small targets. Chen Xiaochuan extended 2 fingers and rested them on Hong Jie's chin. Hiss! Upon hearing this, Hong Jie gasped, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief. 200 million? My heavens, no wonder it's all about the heist. Her mind raced as she calculated. Even if she ran this bar until the age of 100, she would never amass 100 million. 200 million? Hong Jie, do you truly underestimate me? I'm at 2 billion. Chen Xiaochuan rolled his eyes, correcting her. What? 2 billion? Hong Jie trembled, her ample bosom quivering, saliva pooling in her mouth. Isn't 1 billion just a small target? You're talking about 200 small targets. Yet, Chen Xiaochuan shook his head, clarifying that those were merely other small targets. My small target is 100 billion, so do not use their standards to define me. As he spoke, Chen Xiaochuan opened his phone, revealing the accounts of 2 prominent organizations, each boasting over 100 billion. With a smile, he declared, "This money is all mine. I can spend it however I wish. Here, Hong Jie, let me transfer you 1 billion. Please provide your bank account receiving code. 1 billion? I. Hong Jie felt as if she were in a dream, utterly unreal. What is that too little? Then let it be 10 billion. Chen Xiaochuan swiftly added. And no, that is too much. Just 1 billion is fine. Hong Jie felt her throat dry up. Subsequently, Chen Xiaochuan transferred 1 billion to her. Where did you sleep last night? After receiving 1 billion, Hong Jie's emotions were in turmoil. She had just become a wealthy woman with assets surpassing 1 billion, and she was immensely grateful. In Royal Number 1, that when Sean arranged for me 3 technicians to test the clock. Chen Xiaochuan replied candidly. What? You actually went to engage in such activities? Hong Jie's mouth fell open in astonishment. That's called testing the clock, not engaging in such activities. Those 3 girls are still innocent maidens. Chen Xiaochuan corrected her. Hong Jie's lips twitched slightly, and she playfully stuck out her delicate tongue, feeling a twinge of jealousy. No wonder you didn't return. It turns out you had a romantic liaison. Haha, what can I do? I can't clone myself. Otherwise, I do have to bring a clone back to fulfill my lover's duties. Chen Xiaochuan laughed heartily. Yet, he secretly pondered. As a practitioner of cultivation, once I reach a certain level, creating a clone should be childish play. But if I have the clone accompany Hong Jie, wouldn't that be akin to cheating on myself? Or can I experience what the clone does from afar? No. Thinking about this is too unrealistic. I haven't even solidified my foundation yet. A clone? Nonsense. Between me and those 3 girls, whom do you prefer more? Hong Jie softly inwarded. They each possess their own charms. They're all quite delightful. Chen Xiaochuan replied, his interest piqued. Hong Jie rolled her eyes dramatically. This is just typical of men. You left me lonely last night. Tonight, I shall make it up to you, hee. Chen Xiaochuan's gaze intensified, transforming him into a wolf among sheep. Before Hong Jie could prepare herself, her luscious lips were seized with overwhelming force, her teeth capitulating under the siege. In mere seconds, her eyes fluttered closed. This man was intoxicating, utterly addictive. The next noon, Chen Xiaochuan gently covered Hong Jie with a thin summer blanket, revealing her exquisite, porcelain-like form. At this point, she had already drifted into slumber. After all, in a contest of stamina with Chen Xiaochuan, she stood no chance. Chen Xiaochuan sat beside her, unclothed, lighting a cigarette. Hissing as he inhaled deeply, he mused to himself, I am currently at the 14th level of qi refining, equivalent to the pinnacle of a martial king. In this Qingyun city, the peak of the Grandmaster realm is already the strongest existence. Martial kings of that caliber would disdain mingling in this place. And in the capital, which is the heart of the Dragon Kingdom, an international metropolis, hidden dragons and crouching tigers abound. Even a peak martial king might lack the capacity to dominate there. If I were to venture with my current strength, I risk facing dire consequences. After all, the deeper the waters, the larger the fish. It seems I need to test the clock a few more times to elevate my prowess. Even if I cannot solidify my foundation, I must at least possess the strength to contend with the Yi family. I must not take reckless steps, or I risk catastrophic failure. Now, I should seek out a martial artist to thoroughly comprehend the various realms of martial cultivation. Whom should I consult? Chapter 32. Is living not good enough? Young Yan? No, that girl has an extraordinarily voluptuous figure, especially in uniform. Gazing upon her stirs one's passions, and yet, engaging with her is not advisable. What about that fellow who claims to be the president of the Martial Arts Association, Xia Dongqing? He is at the peak of the martial arts Grandmaster realm, albeit a defeated foe of mine. However, in the martial world of Qingyun City, he is still a notable figure. Let him enlighten me. With that thought, Chen Xiaochuan retrieved his phone and directly called Qingyun Ho. Upon seeing Chen Xiaochuan's call, Qin Yunho's lips twitched. Despite his reluctance, he answered. Master. Qin Yunho greeted respectfully. Yes, please inform Martial Arts Association President Xia Dongqing to come see me. Tell him I have matters to discuss. Chen Xiaochuan stated plainly. Understood, Master, Qin Yunho replied. After which, a busy tone resonated. Chen Xiaochuan had already hung up. Qin Yunho took a deep breath, suppressing his murderous intent before contacting Xia Dongqing. When Xia Dongqing learned that Chen Xiaochuan wished to see him, he was quite resistant. No, I refuse to meet. President Xia, could you do this as a favor for Qin Yunho? Qin Yunho recalled the excruciating pain of Chen Xiaochuan's 18 needles of evil clouds, and his soul trembled. Fine, I'll grant you this favor. After a moment's hesitation, Xia Dongqing relented. He had also heard about the situation between Qin Yunho and Chen Xiaochuan and was curious about their current dynamics. Yet, he ultimately refrained from asking. Some things are better left unknown. Xia Dongqing was a seasoned fox, wise beyond measure. Chen Xiaochuan encountered Xia Dongqing in the hall of Villa No. 1 on the mountainside. Mr. Chen, is this how you entertain guests? Xia Dongqing's lips twitched in irritation. Finding Chen Xiaochuan seated in the main position without even extending an invitation for him to sit, Xia Dongqing stood there, feeling 1,000 frustrations surge within him. Chen Xiaochuan sipped his tea, gazing at Xia Dongqing. What is wrong with my hospitality? Could he not invite me to sit and talk? Is it appropriate for me to stand here like this? I am the president of the Martial Arts Association in Qingyun City. After all, Xia Dongqing's nostrils flared in indignation. Oh, is that what you meant? I was just wondering if you had the audacity to ask. You, a defeated foe, still wish to sit down? I've seen some thick-skinned individuals, but you take the cake. If I were defeated by you, I'd be too embarrassed to sit. Chen Xiaochuan rolled his eyes. Puffed. Xia Dongqing was so enraged that he nearly spat blood. Since that is the case, I shall take my leave. Goodbye. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, Xia Dongqing clutched his somewhat painful chest, swinging his hand as if to leave. Damn it, this brat surely harbors ill intentions. He is simply bored and called me here to humiliate me. Unless I consent to your departure, you had better not step outside. Otherwise, do you believe I want to break your legs? Chen Xiaochuan's sinister voice echoed from behind. Xia Dongqing's footsteps abruptly halted as he turned around, glaring at Chen Xiaochuan in fury. You Chen have gone too far. Even if you were to break my legs, I would never submit to your humiliation here. Oh, you have quite the backbone. Then I shall break your third leg as well. Then you can crawl out on your hands. Chen Xiaochuan pulled out a cigarette, lighting it up and smoking leisurely, adopting a cat-and-mouse demeanor. You. Xia Dongqing's legs instinctively tightened, feeling a chilling sensation in a certain area. He was not afraid of losing his legs, but losing that particular appendage would be catastrophic. It is the source of all life's joys. You're ruthless. Xia Dongqing dared not leave, standing there in a huff. I was merely joking. I am not that cruel. Don't be too anxious, Xia, Chen Xiaochuan said teasingly. Xia Dongqing chose to close his eyes, inwardly muttering, I trust you as far as I can throw you, you scoundrel. All right, let us get down to business. The primary reason I summoned you today is to ask you a few questions. Once I'm done, you can leave, and we can consider your actions that night settled, allowing you to continue on your own path while I pursue mine. Chen Xiaochuan continued. Xia Dongqing's eyes suddenly widened, remaining silent but curious about what questions this fellow had for him. My inquiries are quite simple. I would like you to explain the classification of martial artist realms. Starting from the master level, Chen Xiaochuan elaborated. A flicker of surprise crossed Xia Dongqing's eyes, completely taken aback that Chen Xiaochuan would pose such a rudimentary question. My cultivation is somewhat different from yours, and being new here, I am not entirely familiar. Chen Xiaochuan explained. Realizing this, Xia Dongqing understood that this fellow was a practitioner of external martial arts, not internal energy martial arts. It was not surprising he would ask such a question. Above master is the martial king, followed by the martial sovereign. The realm above martial sovereign is called the transcendent realm, followed by the celestial realm, harmonization realm, sacred realm, returning to origin realm, divine concealment realm, entering the Tao realm, and finally the divine Tao. Xia Dongqing promptly replied. Chen Xiaochuan's lips twitched slightly, inwardly exclaiming, wow, I never expected there to be 9 major realms above Martial King. Thank goodness I didn't impulsively head to the capital, or I would have been crying for my teacher's wife to save me. Then, what about the most powerful president of the Martial Arts Association? What realm is he in? Chen Xiaochuan asked, momentarily stunned before regaining his composure. Peak of the Celestial Realm. Xia Dongqing answered without hesitation. Only the peak of the Celestial Realm? Chen Xiaochuan was somewhat taken aback. From Master to Divine Tao, there are a total of 11 realms. But in the current world, the peak of the Celestial Realm is essentially the pinnacle of martial power. The harmonization realm is practically non-existent, almost extinct. As for those above harmonization, they exist only in historical records. The spring and autumn period was truly an era of divine martial artists. After all, in this age, martial arts have declined. Otherwise, the master realm wouldn't be capable of bearing such weight. With a sigh, Xia Dongqing expressed a longing for the highly developed martial age. Chen Xiaochuan nodded slightly. Well, I have finished my inquiries. You may leave. After Xia Dongqing departed, Chen Xiaochuan stroked his chin, beginning to ponder calculations. Martial sovereign, transcendent. Celestial. Each realm is divided into 4 levels, totaling 12 levels. This means that even if I cannot establish a foundation by the time I attempt 12 more sessions, I can achieve strengths comparable to the peak of the celestial realm. However, it would be best to elevate my cultivation to the level of the peak of the transcendent realm for utmost security. Thus, I would need to attempt 16 more sessions. Cultivation is simply that straightforward and exhilarating. Just as Chen Xiaochuan was about to call Wen Shan to arrange a trial session, Hongjie rushed down from the upstairs room in a frenzy. Every inch of Hongjie's body was familiar to Chen Xiaochuan, having long since become accustomed to it. But at this moment, she dashed out completely naked, and the sight left Chen Xiaochuan momentarily stunned, the visual impact overwhelming. Hongjie, even at home, there's no need to be so uninhibited. You really should rein in this penchant for running around naked. Chen Xiaochuan swallowed hard, remarking, Xiaochuan, it's bad, very bad. Hongjie lunged into his arms, speaking urgently. What's wrong? Chen Xiaochuan, embracing the beautiful woman, was utterly perplexed. Just now the staff from the bar called, saying 3 people are causing trouble and have destroyed many things. Several employees have even been slapped. They're shouting your name, demanding that you come out. Hongjie gasped, her breath quickening. No way. In Qingyun City, there are actually people bold enough to seek trouble with me? Chen Xiaochuan's mouth twitched. He simply could not comprehend how there could be someone even more audacious than the Qingyun Marquis, who had already backed down in his presence. Yes, Xiaochuan, your reputation in Qingyun City is so significant now, and they still dare to come, so they must be well prepared. It would be best for you to hide and avoid the storm. As the saying goes, a wise man does not suffer losses in front of him, Hongjie said, her eyes filled with concern. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiaochuan found a reasoning sound. He had just gained insight into the various realms of martial artists in this world, and at best, he was at the peak of Martial King. If the opponents were of the martial sovereign level, even a novice in that realm would be beyond his capacity to fight. Under normal circumstances, Chen Xiaochuan would avoid confrontation, preferring not to engage in battles without confidence. But now, they had come to his doorstep, explicitly calling him out. What can be tolerated can no longer be tolerated. There was no way he could cower like a turtle. Chen Xiaochuan could not endure such humiliation, even if he could not win. He needed to familiarize himself with them for future revenge. It's fine. Let me go meet them and see who they really are, Chen Xiaochuan said, patting Hongjie's delicate shoulder. I'll go with you. Hongjie insisted strongly. No way. Chen Xiaochuan refused. Why not? Hongjie's eyes widened. You're not even dressed. I don't want you to go out like this for everyone to see. If you want to go, hurry and put on some clothes, Chen Xiaochuan said, giving her a playful smack on her tender rear, enjoying the feel. Oh, wait for me. Hongjie's face flushed as she swiftly left, soon returning dressed in a myriad of charms. All right, we can set off now. When Chen Xiaochuan and Hongjie arrived at the night mealy bar, the atmosphere inside was already thick with chaos. Within the confines of the bar, the waitstaff, battered and bruised, huddled on the ground with their heads cradled in their arms. Trembling in fear, 3 men, clad in retro attire, lounged arrogantly on a plush sofa, exuding an air of dominance. Several barmaids, with cautious demeanor, attended to them, offering massages and kneading their legs, while a few others busied themselves peeling grapes for their indulgence. The expressions of the 3 vintage men were a blend of ferocity and lewdness, as they brazenly groped the women beside them, exhibiting a flagrant disregard for propriety. Hey you, though not particularly stunning, you've got quite the bosom. I like it. Come on, strip for me, so I can have a good look. Barked the man seated at the center, addressing the barmaid perched on his lap. The barmaid, caught in a dilemma, hesitated. Her primary duty was to serve drinks, and being subjected to such lewd advances was already humiliating enough. The thought of being coerced into stripping in public was utterly mortifying. Slut. Consider it an honor to strip for me. How dare you stutter and hesitate? You're simply asking for trouble. The retro man unleashed a resounding slap across the barmaid's face, leaving a crimson mark that swelled immediately. At that moment, Chen Xiaochuan entered the bar and witnessed the scene unfold. Are you 3 dimwits looking for me? He inquired, narrowing his eyes as they fell upon the 3 retro men. The eldest among them appeared to be over 60, while the other 2 were around 35, looking significantly younger. With a keen sense of perception, Chen Xiaochuan swiftly assessed the situation. The elder possessed the highest martial prowess, reaching the initial stage of martial king, while the other two were considerably weaker, merely at the early stage of heavenly level, even inferior to Yang Yan. Is this it? Simultaneously, he recognized their attire as somewhat familiar, reminiscent of the garments worn by Wang Kuei, one of the two men he had slain after climbing up from the Cliff of Souls. It was evident that these three hailed from the same sect, the Holy Hand sect. Understanding their intent to confront him, Chen Xiaochuan voiced his curiosity. How did you manage to track me down? His mind raced. Wang Kuei had perished in the remote mountains. Could he have survived? Otherwise, how could they have pinpointed him as the murderer? My disciple's bank card was used, and through the transaction records and surveillance footage, we confirmed you as the killer. As they say, the heavens have a way of revealing the guilty. You didn't see this coming, did you? The elder from the Holy Hand sect regarded Chen Xiaochuan with a cold, unfeeling gaze reserved for the condemned. He had come to this conclusion after extensive investigation, realizing that the most formidable in Qinyun City was none other than Xia Dongqing of the Martial Arts Association, a peak master. Thus, one would need to be at least at the initial stage of martial king to command respect and maintain the Holy Hand sect's reputation in Qinyun City. I never anticipated that a weakling would be followed by 3 more weaklings seeking their demise. Why not relish life instead? Living allows one to enjoy exquisite food, fine drink, and the company of beautiful women. What a delight. Chen Xiaochuan remarked casually, giving a playful smack to Hong Jia's rear. Stand back, Hong Jia. I wouldn't want any blood splattering on your clothes. Chapter 33. External Energy Release. I could do that too. Seeing Chen Xiaochuan dismiss the 3 men with such nonchalance, Hong Jia felt a weight lift from her heart, realizing they were likely no match for him. She nodded lightly, pursing her lips as she retreated to the edge of the bar's hall. What? We are weaklings? I, Zhao Shun, am one of the 10 elders of the Holy Hand sect. How dare you label me as such? The elder, infuriated, struggled to accept Chen Xiaochuan's disparagement. He pointed at his 2 disciples. You may consider them mere heavenly level warriors, but I am far from weak. You underestimate my abilities. A martial king is a weakling? What a joke. The 2 disciples flinched at their master's words, feeling as though they had been struck by a heavy blow. Master, you often praise our exceptional martial talent and our potential as the pillars of our sect. How can you now label us as weaklings? How dare you, boy? You have a death wish. The 2 disciples, unable to disrespect their master, redirected their frustrations towards Chen Xiaochuan, lunging at him with the speed of leopards. Zhao Shun, arms crossed, believed that engaging personally would diminish his status. This boy, he thought, lacked any martial aura. The only way he could have killed Wang Kuei was through underhanded tactics, perhaps by drugging him. As the 2 disciples charged at Chen Xiaochuan, he rested his hand on the grip of his gun, not needing to rely on his chi refining skills. He could easily dispatch even 2 peak masters with a well-aimed bullet. At that pivotal moment, a voice echoed in Chen Xiaochuan's mind. Master, these 3 possess the aura of spirit stones. The revelation sent a jolt through Chen Xiaochuan's frame. What? Spirit stones? The very essence of cultivation. Just then, the 2 disciples of the Holy Hand sect lunged toward him. Chen Xiaochuan abandoned the idea of shooting them, swiftly evading their strikes. With a series of loud crashes, the tables and chairs in his vicinity were shattered by the force of their attacks. You call us weaklings? Why not stand your ground and face us? One of the disciples taunted. Master, this fool is nothing but trash. There's no rush to kill him. We should capture him alive and savor the torment, or our resentment will remain unquenched. As Chen Xiaochuan evaded their onslaught, the 2 disciples felt a surge of triumph, unaware that they had narrowly escaped death. Chen Xiaochuan, somewhat exasperated, faced their renewed assault. With a swift motion, he delivered 2 resounding slaps, sending both disciples spinning like tops, dazed and unsteady, until they collapsed onto the ground. With a resounding gasp, blood and fallen teeth erupted simultaneously. In that fleeting moment, both disciples found themselves utterly bewildered, questioning their identities and surroundings. Zhao Shun, momentarily stunned, couldn't help but smirk as he observed Chen Xiaochuan's reluctance to confront the 2 disciples head-on. Little did he anticipate that, shortly thereafter, Chen Xiaochuan would deliver a pair of slaps that sent his own disciple sprawling. The onlookers struggled to catch a glimpse of Chen Xiaochuan's swift movements. Zhao Shun, a formidable martial artist at the early stages of the martial king realm, managed to perceive only the fleeting afterimage of Chen Xiaochuan's strike. He couldn't help but marvel at the astonishing speed. Yet, he still failed to detect any fluctuations of inner energy emanating from Chen Xiaochuan. It dawned on him that this youth was a practitioner who had honed his physical prowess to the extreme. Young man, I previously remarked that those 2 were indeed weaklings, but I'm not like them. Come, allow me to showcase the unparalleled techniques of our Sacred Hand sect. Sacred Hand, Thunder Palm, Xiaochuan proclaimed, thrusting his palm toward Chen Xiaochuan from afar. A hum resonated as invisible inner energy surged forth from Xiaochuan's palm, accompanied by a sound reminiscent of thunder. The energy materialized in the air, forming an ethereal palm imprint. Should a knowledgeable martial artist, such as Xia Dongqing, have been present, they would have been astounded. The manifestation of inner energy was the hallmark of a martial king, a pinnacle that Xia Dongqing had persistently sought to transcend, but remained ensnared by the shackles of his own limitations. This marked Chen Xiaochuan's inaugural encounter with a martial artist of the martial king tier. Quite intriguing. Alas, it changes nothing about your feeble nature. A playful glint flickered in Chen Xiaochuan's eyes. Simultaneously, he clenched his right hand into a fist and unleashed a powerful strike. Boom! A torrent of true energy erupted forth, transforming into a shadow of a fist that surged to meet the attack. The two forces collided violently in the air with a resounding blast. The energy exploded, and Zhao Shun's palm imprint was utterly obliterated. His pupils dilated in disbelief. How is this possible? You two are a martial king? Zhao Shun attempted to evade, but it was too late. The exchange transpired in the blink of an eye. The ferocious force of the punch slammed into Zhao Shun's chest. Bang! He felt as though he had been struck by a speeding train, his body soaring backward like a marionette with severed strings, crashing against the bar's concrete wall with a muffled thud. The wall instantly bore a web of cracks resembling a spider's nest. Zhao Shun, slumped against the wall, slid down, revealing a dented imprint of a fist on his chest, with several ribs shattered. Coughing up a mouthful of blood, Zhao Shun collapsed to the ground, his eyes filled with incredulity. At this juncture, the two disciples began to regain their senses, witnessing their master being bested by a single punch from Chen Xiaochuan. Their eyes nearly popped out of their heads, their minds swirling with disbelief. Heavens! Our martial king master has been defeated by that kid with just one punch. That kid can also manifest inner energy, making him a martial king? He seems far younger than us. As Chen Xiaochuan effortlessly dealt with the trio, Hong Jie gazed at him with increasing fascination. This young man is incredibly captivating. Truly, he is the first man I have ever slept with. Chen Xiaochuan retracted his fist, remarking, manifesting inner energy? Who cannot do that? You claim to be different from them, yet is it not the same? It all comes down to a single strike. Upon hearing this, Zhao Shun spat another mouthful of blood, his face burning with embarrassment at his previous words. Chen Xiaochuan seized Zhao Shun from a distance, gripping his throat, while his other hand inched toward his body. However, he quickly reconsidered, realizing that this elder was male. It would be inappropriate to touch a man, as it could lead to misunderstandings. Young brother, I concede. Surely, Wang Kuei was blind and offended you. His fate is well-deserved. Let's put an end to this matter here. Zhao Shun's voice strained as he squeezed the words out, sensing the icy coldness in Chen Xiaochuan's gaze, recognizing him as a seemingly amiable yet bloodthirsty individual. Damn it, intelligence can be treacherous. Zhao Shun lamented inwardly. Was it not said that the strongest martial artist in Qingyun City is merely at the pinnacle of the Grandmaster level? Huh, how naive you are. If you cannot defeat me, then let us end this matter here. Chen Xiaochuan scoffed, reflecting on the harsh reality. In a world where the strong prevail, one must be prepared to kill their adversaries while the latter still seek to justify their actions. By the way, we are willing to compensate tenfold for the damages caused in this bar tonight. Moreover, should you choose to sever ties with our Sacred Hand sect, it will not bode well for you. I advise you to think carefully, young brother. Zhao Shun added hastily. Sacred Hand sect? Is that truly impressive? Pray tell, what is the highest martial realm among you? Chen Xiaochuan inquired with a playful glint in his eyes. Typically, the leader of a sect may not be the strongest, as hidden bosses often lurked in the shadows. Zhao Shun assumed that his opponent was intimidated by the Sacred Hand sect's reputation, given that it was not merely a martial arts sect, but also a preeminent force in the medical field. Most sects would show deference to the Sacred Hand sect. Even in the secular medical community, their members enjoyed a prestigious standing. The strongest among us in the Sacred Hand sect is an ancestor who has been in seclusion for many years. If all goes well, he should have reached the level of Martial Venerable, Zhao Shun boasted with pride. Martial Venerable? Chen Xiaochuan nodded, realizing that his current capabilities were insufficient for a direct confrontation. Otherwise, he risked a disastrous outcome. Young brother, let us reach an amicable resolution. Zhao Shun believed that his background had sufficiently intimidated Chen Xiaochuan, allowing him to relax. Huh, an amicable resolution? That is utterly impossible. Chen Xiaochuan suddenly struck, using a pressure point technique to incapacitate Zhao Shun, rendering him unable to resist. He then called out to Hong Jie, who was standing nearby. Hong Jie, Fetch me a longer rope or perhaps a dog leash. Oh, certainly. Hong Jie snapped out of her daze and nodded vigorously, quickly procuring a sturdy rope. What are you planning to do? Zhao Shun's expression shifted dramatically. Chen Xiaochuan grinned widely. You will find out shortly. He then proceeded to bind Zhao Shun and his 2 disciples. Turning to the injured waitstaff and barmaids, he declared, These 3 brutes bullied you earlier. Now you may come and vent your frustrations. Fear not. Should anything happen, that towering figure, Yao will have your backs. The bar's staff, having witnessed Chen Xiaochuan's formidable presence, were left in awe, their spirits ignited with fervor. They finally understood why Hong Jie had fallen under the spell of that young man. Initially, they thought it was merely his handsome appearance and charm. Now, they recognized that Chen Xiaochuan's allure was such that not only women, but men too found themselves enchanted. The 3 gentlemen clad in vintage attire, who had just been subjected to bullying, were now seething with pent-up fury. Seizing the opportunity for retribution, they charged forward, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks upon Zhao Shun and his companions. Some even wielded bar stools, delivering relentless blows. How dare you slap me, you old dog? I'll make you pay. One of them bellowed. You filthy beasts, you dare to touch me inappropriately. I'll make you regret it. Zhao Shun, despite being in the initial stage of martial king, remained undaunted. Although his martial prowess was sealed, his physical strength and resilience had not waned. Against the onslaught of these ordinary individuals, he felt nothing but humiliation, devoid of any real pain. Conversely, his 2 disciples, both at the early stage of heavenly realm, were far less fortunate. With their abilities sealed, they cried out in agony, their shrieks echoing through the bar's hall like the wails of slaughtered pigs. The waitstaff and barmaids reveled in their triumph, their frustrations alleviated significantly, continuing their assault until their hands ached and they could muster no more strength. Hey, could you please search them for anything of value? Chen Xiaochuan instructed a waiter. Of course, Brother Chuan, the waiter replied eagerly. Soon, he unearthed a plethora of items from the trio, mobile phones, bank cards, and several milky white stones. Xiao Ta, these white stones must be spirit stones, right? Chen Xiaochuan's gaze intensified with fervor. As a cultivator, he could sense the alluring aura radiating from these stones. It was evident that they were infused with spiritual energy. Albeit they are merely low-grade spirit stones. Yet, in this age of spiritual deficiency, encountering such stones is indeed commendable, the infinite refinement tower responded. After counting, Chen Xiaochuan found there were 9 spirit stones, which he packaged carefully, entrusting the remaining phones and cards to Hongjie for safekeeping. Little brother, you've vented your frustrations now. Can we go? Zhao Shun asked, his tone laced with desperation. Release you? Absolutely not. Chen Xiaochuan grinned, tugging the trio forcibly along, ultimately cramming them into the back seat of Hongjie's BMW 5 Series. Hongjie, drive. Back to the hillside villa. Chen Xiaochuan settled into the passenger seat, snapping his fingers with delight. All right. Hongjie nodded, fastening her seatbelt before pressing the accelerator, the car roaring onto the asphalt road leading back to the hillside villa. Upon returning, Chen Xiaochuan confined Zhao Shun and his disciples in the very basement where Qingyun Marquis had been held. Now, tell me, where did you acquire these items? Chen Xiaochuan brandished a spirit stone before them, smiling as he inquired. This is a medicinal stone used by our sect for pharmaceutical research. It has special effects on several ailments. According to our studies, carrying this stone can also nurture the body. Sect disciples receive a few each month. Zhao Shun replied earnestly, eyeing the stone in Chen Xiaochuan's hand. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiaochuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. So, your sect possesses a considerable quantity of these stones? Not in abundance. Mind you, this has been acquired sporadically over the last decade during our leaders' explorations of secret realms. We currently have about 10,000 stones in stock. Zhao Shun responded candidly. Although the stone could confer certain medicinal benefits and bodily nourishment, the Sacred Hand sect regarded it as nothing more than a trinket. Hence, many disciples, having claimed a few, lost interest in further collection. As martial artists, they rarely faced health issues. One stone sufficed for body nurturing, rendering excess stones largely useless. Zhao Shun never anticipated that Chen Xiaochuan would take an interest in such stones. Upon hearing about the stock of 10,000, Chen Xiaochuan's eyes gleamed. The allure of 10,000 low-grade spirit stones far surpassed a value in the hundreds of billions for him. Excellent. Then have your sect deliver 10,000 of these medicinal stones to redeem your freedom. I will grant you 7 days. Should I not see the stones by then, I shall tear up the agreement. Chen Xiaochuan returned Zhao Shun's mobile phone and added, make the call. This. Zhao Shun hesitated, knowing that if his sect learned he had brought his 2 disciples into the secular city only to be captured, it would be a tremendous embarrassment. Little brother, this. Zhao Shun's expression was one of despair. Who are you calling little brother? Refer to me as young Master Chen. Chen Xiaochuan interrupted. Young Master Chen, how about this? Release me to return alone, and let my 2 disciples remain here as hostages. I will personally procure the 10,000 stones for you. Zhao Shun mustered his courage to propose. That won't do. What if you flee, abandoning your disciples? Wouldn't that be playing me for a fool? If you refuse to contact your sect, I will gladly send all 3 of you on a one-way trip below to reunite with Wang Kuei. No need to thank me. Chen Xiaochuan's eyes flashed with murderous intent, causing the temperature in the basement to plummet. Zhao Shun and his companions shuddered at the sudden chill. All right, I will call. Zhao Shun conceded. He then dialed the number for the leader of the Sacred Hand sect. Elder Zhao, what is it? A deep voice emanated from the phone. Leader, I'm currently in Qinyan City, that. Zhao Shun stammered. Chen Xiaochuan, unable to watch any longer, snatched the phone, declaring greetings. Leader of the Sacred Hand sect, your subordinate, Zhao Shun, along with his 2 disciples, attempted to kill me in Qinyan City, but were captured due to their inadequate cultivation. I require 10,000 medicinal stones for their release. You may deliver them personally or send someone. I grant you 7 days. If the stones are not received by then, I shall tear up the agreement. The location is Hillside Villa No. 1 in Qinyan City. Having finished his statement in one breath, Chen Xiaochuan hung up, uninterested in engaging in further verbal sparring. In any case, if the spirit stones were not received within a week, he would carry out his threat. The leader of the Sacred Hand sect stared at his phone, momentarily stunned by the busy signal. Rage soon coursed through him, his fists clenched as veins bulged, cracking ominously. Zhao Shun and his disciples were captured? They expect me to use medicinal stones for their release? That arrogant brat hung up without allowing me to speak. He clearly holds our Sacred Hand sect in disdain. After this, Chen Xiaochuan exited the basement. Brother Chuan, dinner is served. Hong Jie had prepared an exquisite feast. Wonderful. Chen Xiaochuan approached, taking a seat. This meal was specially prepared by the chef of a 5-star hotel in Qinyan City. Deer tendon soup, beef tendon soup, mutton tendon soup, and goji berry lotus root porridge. Make sure to eat well. Hong Jie sat beside Chen Xiaochuan, her gentle voice flowing like honey. Why is it all tendon? Chen Xiaochuan's lips twitched slightly. You, my young friend, are still in the bloom of youth, and while it is indeed a time for unrestrained indulgence, one must not neglect the importance of self-care and health preservation. Consuming these nourishing delicacies will aid in your well-being. Otherwise, you may find yourself lamenting in your later years for having squandered your youth in excess, shedding tears over fleeting pleasures. With a gentle touch, Red Sister placed her finger on Chen Xiaochuan's brow and softly remarked, You are my beloved, and I would not want other women to whisper behind my back that I have drained you of your vitality and lodged complaints against me. A lover, much like a vehicle, requires proper handling and diligent maintenance, ensuring that the next driver can experience its optimal performance. I, Red Sister, am not a selfish individual. Chen Xiaochuan felt a warmth in his heart. He had not anticipated such thoughtfulness from her, which far surpassed that of his previous troublesome girlfriend, Guiyu Jiao. Yet, he was also conscious that Red Sister's tenderness towards him was not solely due to his exceptional prowess, but also his formidable standing in the realm of Qinyan City. Women, after all, are drawn to strength. Had he remained the same hapless university student of yore, he would have had no intersection with a beauty like Red Sister. Red Sister, perhaps you could treat me to some seafood, abalone, hairy crabs, and lobsters, for instance. I shall forego the nourishing broth. My health is robust, and I currently do not require any supplementation. Chen Xiaochuan declined a restorative soup, confident in his virility, which he felt needed no enhancement. Red Sister's gaze drifted downwards, and her fair face flushed. She realized that his masculine vigor was rather overwhelming, restless even. Very well, I shall call for a new delivery, she replied, not pressing Chen Xiaochuan further. As for the extravagant broth, whether it was wasted or not was of no concern to her. After all, she was now a person of considerable wealth, and these funds were acquired through conquest, not through her own sweat and toil, rendering her untroubled by expenditure. 3 hours later, Chen Xiaochuan wiped his mouth, satisfied after a sumptuous meal, and with a contented burp, he took a drag from his cigarette and commanded, Red Sister, those 3 fools in the basement need only a bowl of water daily. Let us not feed them anything else. After all, they can survive for a week on just water. As long as they can breathe, it suffices. During his university days, he had learned that a person could survive on water alone for approximately 60 days. Indeed, Red Sister nodded, harboring no sympathy for the 3 members of the Holy Hand sect. As night descended at 8:27, she glanced at the darkening sky and said, Brother Chuan, I shall go take a bath and await your return. I might need to practice a bit. I cannot guarantee I will join you under the covers. Chen Xiaochuan replied, eyeing Red Sister's alluring figure. Red Sister bit her lower lip and said, Very well, you may practice. I shall sleep alone. Subsequently, Chen Xiaochuan ascended to the rooftop terrace of the villa, sitting cross-legged as he retrieved 9 inferior spiritual stones he had acquired from Zhao Shun and his companions. As a dual cultivator, perceived by others as an unorthodox practitioner, he relied on the technique of absorbing the primordial yin from women when he lacked cultivation resources. However, with resources such as spiritual stones or the inner cores of spiritual beasts, he could also utilize them for cultivation. Once Chen Xiaochuan had calmed his mind, he placed a spiritual stone in his palm, initiating the operation of the 9-yang harmonization technique, drawing the spiritual energy from the stone into his body, transforming it into a continuous flow of true energy. He consumed 1 stone approximately every minute. Within 10 minutes, he had concluded his cultivation. It seems I have significantly enhanced my strength, yet I still have not reached the foundation establishment stage. Chen Xiaochuan opened his eyes, accustomed to the fact that he had not yet established his foundation, and felt little disappointment. Little Tower, reveal to me my current level of qi refinement. He inquired. Master, you can simply introspect your dantian to ascertain this. Each layer corresponds to a vortex, and in the future, you can observe it yourself without my assistance. Came the voice of the infinite purgatory tower within his mind. Chen Xiaochuan promptly directed his gaze inward to examine his dantian, discovering that the previously 14 vortices had increased by 1, now totaling 15. Qi refinement stage 15. It appears my strength rivals that of a novice martial sovereign. He mused. 9 inferior spiritual stones had elevated him by 1 layer. Perhaps when my dantian can no longer accommodate additional vortices, that will signal my successful foundation establishment. Cultivating immortality is indeed a formidable challenge. But wait, once I acquire the tens of thousands of spiritual stones from the Holy Hand sect, even if I cannot successfully establish my foundation, I will still be at the qi refinement stage of over 1,000 layers. Goodness, in that case, the divine warriors of the spring and autumn period would be as insignificant as ants. A mere breath from me could extinguish them. Moreover, my dantian will surely struggle to contain over 1,000 layers of qi refinement. Thus, foundation establishment will be an inevitable outcome. I must secure those 10,000 inferior spiritual stones. Thanks to Elder Zhao Shun of the Holy Hand sect, who has unfurled this carnival of opportunity. With this thought, Chen Xiaochuan's spirits surged, invigorated as if he had received a shot of adrenaline. Since he had completed his cultivation and lacked further resources, he recalled Red Sister's earlier words, and her alluring form flooded his mind. He hastily ascended the stairs and dashed into the room. Red Sister, I have arrived. Why are you not out yet? He called out to her as she bathed in the bathroom. Upon hearing his voice, Red Sister was momentarily taken aback. Did you not go to practice? I have completed my practice. Chen Xiaochuan replied. Really? So soon? Red Sister was at a loss for words. It had only been about 10 minutes. You must have been rather lackadaisical in your training. That is essential. He insisted. Hurry and open the door. Let us wash together. And I shall scrub your back. Chen Xiaochuan knocked on the glass door of the bathroom, catching a glimpse of her enchanting silhouette, causing his mouth to dry. With a click, the lock disengaged, and Chen Xiaochuan quickly slipped inside. In the days that followed, Chen Xiaochuan's life was peaceful and untroubled, characterized by a languid state of existence. However, he soon grew restless, for Red Sister was on her period. After several days of waiting, Qin Yunho became increasingly anxious, pacing back and forth in his home, muttering to himself, that little rascal Chen Xiaochuan. Did he not say he would go to Kyoto to confront the Yi family? Why have 5 days passed with no sign of him? Could it be that he has learned something and is now afraid? With this thought, Qin Yunho picked up his phone and made a call. Young Master Yi, it seems that the little brat has changed his mind. He has not mentioned going to Kyoto to settle accounts with you. He must have learned about the Yi family's reputation through some channel and now dares not approach. What do you suggest we do about this matter? Qin Yunho relayed the current situation along with his suspicions. He genuinely wished for young Master Yi to send powerful individuals from the Yi family to handle the matter, but did not dare to state it outright. Clearly, Qin Yunho was adept at navigating conversational nuances and understood his position well. Recently, the Yi family is not in a position to deploy anyone. Let us wait about 10 more days. If that boy still does not dare to come to Kyoto, I will naturally send someone to deal with him. Just ensure you keep track of his movements. Do not let him suddenly disappear without a trace. Ye Xiao spoke slowly. Yes, Ye Xiao. Qin Yunho replied respectfully. The call came to an end. On the 6th day, Chen Xiaochuan was tormented beyond measure by the restless Qilin Kidney. In the bathroom, the cold water from the faucet sprayed onto Chen Xiaochuan's body, yet it did little to alleviate the uncomfortable restlessness he felt. Damn it, at this rate, I'll be consumed by the malevolent fire released by the Qilin Kidney. But I can't let my own predicament ruin Hongjia. His master was still in slumber. Who can share this long night with me? Suddenly, he remembered the 3-foot massage therapist, Xiaochuan, and her companions. How could I almost forget them? Chen Xiaochuan thought, quickly taking out his phone to call Wen Shan. Brother Chuan, what can I do for you? Wen Shan asked cautiously over the phone. Have the 3 technicians you arranged for me started working yet? Chen Xiaochuan inquired urgently. Well, Brother Chuan, ever since that day, they resigned. I thought they were under your protection, so I didn't dare to keep them and respected their wishes, Wen Shan replied, taken aback, then answered earnestly. What? They resigned? Chen Xiaochuan's lips twitched, but he soon realized that the 3 girls had each received $1 million in tips, and since they had initially entered the business for the money, it was natural they would leave once they had it. Indeed, Wen Shan continued seriously, if Brother Chuan needs, I can send someone to find them immediately, but it might take 3 to 5 days at best, or even 10 to 8 days to bring them back. 3 to 5 days? 10 to 8 days? The opportunity will have passed, Chen Xiaochuan thought. Moreover, by then, Hongjia's red rest period would also be over. Whether they could be found would be irrelevant. Besides, since the 3 had chosen to leave the profession, Chen Xiaochuan genuinely felt happy for them. Such beautiful girls, still in college. It would be a pity for them to remain in such a line of work. Forget it, no need to find them. However, you can look for a few more girls like them, on a voluntary basis, pure and unblemished, beautiful faces and alluring figures. Do you understand? Chen Xiaochuan promptly instructed seriously. Brother Chuan, I understand. In fact, during this time, I have been searching for such talents for you. But to be honest, even among university students, it is rare to find girls who can maintain their purity. Girls with beautiful faces, good figures, and willing to enter the industry are incredibly hard to come by. It can be said that they are a rarity. But rest assured, Brother Chuan, once I find them, you will be the first to be invited for a trial. Wen Shan said carefully over the phone. All right, I appreciate your efforts, Chen Xiaochuan said with a twitch of his lips before hanging up. As a recent university graduate, he understood that Wen Shan was speaking the truth. In this era, it was no longer uncommon for students to engage in secret relationships. He thought to himself, I had initially planned to ask those gang leaders to help me find a batch of technicians like Xiaoxiangxiao for trial purposes, while simultaneously improving my cultivation. It seems that the path of trial, like spiritual stones, is scarce and hard to come by. Fortunately, I found news of spiritual stones from the disciples of the Holy Hand sect. Otherwise, my journey of cultivation would have to be put on hold. I certainly can't expect to recover my 2 kidneys in the short term. Ye family, just you wait. Once I obtain the spiritual stones and enhance my cultivation, prepare for a chorus of submission before me. Tomorrow was the final day. He wondered if the people from the Holy Hand sect would deliver the spiritual stones he desired. Just as Chen Xiaochuan was lost in thought, a plane from Shudi landed at the airport in Qingyan City. The heavy cargo door slowly opened, releasing an indescribable aura that permeated the air. The temperature around seemed to drop a few degrees. Ji Yuanshan, the leader of the Holy Hand sect, stepped out of the cabin, accompanied by 3 elder subordinates. Chapter 35, Unconventional Moves. Qingyan City, Public Security Bureau. Ji Yuanshan's first stop upon arriving in Qingyan City was here. At that moment, Yang Yin was on duty and greeted Ji Yuanshan. Call your bureau chief out to speak with me. You are not qualified. Yi Yuanshan sneret, looking down at the young girl before him, who possessed merely mid-tier heavenly stage cultivation, clearly considering her beneath his notice. The 2 elders behind him also exhibited a haughty demeanor. Yet, none of them could have anticipated that when they beheld Yang Yin, they would be struck by her astonishing beauty and commanding figure. This girl had a slim waist and ample bosom, with curves that were nothing short of exquisite. It was impossible to resist the impact of such beauty and physique, even for a normal man. However, these 3 old fellows conceal their thoughts well. As befits the leaders of the Holy Hand sect, their true feelings not easily revealed. Yang Yin initially thought 3 mad old men had come to cause trouble. Upon realizing they were from the Holy Hand sect, her rising anger subsided. The Holy Hand sect was different from other martial arts sects. It was a sect that practiced both medicine and martial arts, existing in a semi-reclusive state with a unique status and many connections to prominent figures in Long Country. Moreover, since the sect leader had personally come, she, the captain of the riot squad, truly felt unqualified to address them. Yang Yin quickly said, Gentlemen, please remain calm. Our bureau chief is currently attending a meeting in the provincial city and will not return until next Monday. If you wish to see him, please come back next week. Upon hearing this, Ji Yuanshan was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure and asked, Then who is in charge here? He thought it was a joke. He had come specifically for Elder Zhao Shun and his 2 disciples, and tomorrow was the final day of the deadline. If he waited until next week, the opportunity would be lost. Who would have thought Yang Yin pointed to her own extraordinarily beautiful, unadorned face and calmly stated, I am. What? You? Ji Yuanshan's lips twitched slightly. What? Even if your holy hand sect leader has an expansive reach, you cannot dictate our bureau's personnel matters. Yang Yan retort sharply. Ji Yuanshan quickly regained his composure. Since you are in charge, then very well. I shall get to the point. I am here to report a case. Elder Zhao Shun of the Holy Hand sect, along with his 2 disciples, has been kidnapped in your Qingyun city. Kidnapped? Yang Yan's lips twitched slightly. She understood that anyone who could kidnap an elder of the Holy Hand sect must at least be a martial artist of the king level. A king-level warrior could dominate in Qingyun city. She simply could not fathom who in Qingyun city possessed the capability to kidnap a martial arts powerhouse from the Holy Hand sect. Suddenly, a despicable face flashed through her mind. Yes, that guy, what was his name? Chen Xiaochuan. He demanded 100,000 in medicinal stones for their release. At the address of Villa No. 1 on Half Mountain. That kid has engaged in kidnapping and extortion. His actions are heinous and must be punished severely, Ji Yuanshan stated directly, a cold smile creeping into his heart. Humph. Attempting to extort the sect leader? How naive. I could easily handle you without lifting a finger. Boy, you are too green to play this game. Yang Yin was momentarily taken aback, never anticipating that it would indeed be that rascal. I thought as much. In Qingyun city, even Xia Dongqing from the Martial Arts Association lacks the capability to abduct a senior elder from the Sacred Hand sect. If it were that young man, everything will make sense. Very well. Please leave your contact numbers. You may choose to wait here or depart. We will reach out to you once we have news. After regaining her composure, Yang Yin spoke in a formal tone. In her heart, although Chen Xiaochuan was quite shameless and a notorious rogue, she believed he would not arbitrarily kidnap someone from the Sacred Hand sect. There must be some underlying circumstances. Indeed, Yi Yuanshan noted, then proceeded to take notes in accordance with the regulations of the Public Security Bureau. After leaving their contact information, he departed the bureau with the 2 elders. Master, where shall we go now? One elder inquired. Having made the arduous journey to this mundane city, we shall seek a public restroom to change our appearances, find a place, and indulge ourselves. That female captain of the riot police stirred my ire. I must find a venue to alleviate my frustration. The women available in this secular world are far more enticing than the antiquated women from our sect. It would be a shame not to enjoy ourselves. Ji Yuanshan remarked nonchalantly, though his eyes betrayed a fervent desire upon seeing beautiful women. We shall comply with the Master's arrangements. Yes, indeed, without hesitation. The 2 elders' eyes sparkled with excitement. Meanwhile, Yang Yin, after a brief exchange, drove a riot vehicle straight to Chen Xiaochuan's residence, Villa No. 1 on Half Mountain. The reason for not bringing anyone along was that Yang Yin was too familiar with Chen Xiaochuan and knew that if he chose not to cooperate, the personnel she brought would be utterly powerless against him. Ah, Captain Yang, what brings you back to my abode? Don't tell me you miss me, Chen Xiaochuan exclaimed, his throat dry, his Qilin kidney stirring with an insatiable restlessness, causing waves of temptation that threatened his composure. Internally, he cursed, damn it, why does the stunning Yang Yin keep coming here, tormenting me and making it difficult to maintain my self-control? If I inadvertently harm her, that would be disastrous. Yet, he could not express, Captain Yang, do hurry and leave. I am currently yearning for a woman. Otherwise, if I were to force myself upon you, you must not hold it against me. Humph. Yang Yin scoffed, you are truly narcissistic. Even a pig Wu Ti desires someone like you. I am here because someone reported that you've abducted Zhao Shun and his 2 disciples from the Sacred Hand sect and extorted them for 10,000 medicinal stones. Is there any truth to this? Chen Xiaochuan was taken aback. He had never expected that members of the esteemed Sacred Hand sect would not resolve their issues themselves, but instead resort to filing a report. The sect master truly was cunning, playing by unconventional rules. How intriguing. Yes, they indeed visited me. I did not abduct them. Rather, upon arriving in Qingyun city, they vandalized my lover Hong Jia's establishment, harassed the bar's female staff, and even threatened to kill me. Consequently, I had no choice but to invite them to my home. You see, I did not kill them. I merely requested the Sacred Hand sect to send 10,000 medicinal stones for their release. According to the rules of the martial world, does this constitute kidnapping and extortion? Upon hearing Chen Xiaochuan's explanation, Yang Yin realized that the situation was indeed more complicated than she had initially thought. Members of the Sacred Hand sect had engaged in such misconduct, vandalizing and harassing women, abusing their status as martial artists to bully ordinary people. This was crossing the line. Anger began to flicker in her eyes. She had no reason to doubt Chen Xiaochuan's words, for she understood him well. A practitioner comparable to a martial king would have no need to fabricate such tales. I see. In that case, this matter falls beyond the jurisdiction of the Public Security Bureau. My apologies for the intrusion. Yang Yin turned on her heel and left. Chen Xiaochuan watched her shapely figure depart, swallowing hard. Captain Yang, why not have some water or fruit before you leave? I have fresh bananas. Would you care to try? However, Yang Yin did not respond, hastily exiting and driving away. Sighing, Chen Xiaochuan glanced at a certain spot, contemplating how he had troubled her these past few days. If she had lingered any longer, he feared he would have lost control. Damn it. This Qilin kidney bestowed upon me by my master can conquer women and bring me pleasure, but it also brings me torment. Indeed, fortune and misfortune are intertwined, much like trying to discern flowers through fog. Upon returning to the Public Security Bureau, Yang Yin inquired, "Are they gone?" Captain Yang, after filing their report, "The three of them have left." A male colleague responded. "Call them back," Yang Yin instructed. "Understood, Captain Yang." Her colleague replied promptly, "Bring me your best two ladies." Ji Yuan Shan, accompanied by two trusted elders, walked into a massage parlor, adopting the demeanor of a seasoned patron, addressing the staff. "Boss will take two." Yes. One is simply not enough for a thrill." The two elders also began to refer to Ji Yuan Shan as boss. It must be said that martial artists of this era, even those from hidden sects, have adapted to contemporary times, utilizing smartphones, donning suits and ties, and indulging in essential oil massages as standard practice. They blend seamlessly with ordinary folk, showcasing none of their extraordinary martial prowess as they walk the streets. "Please wait a moment. I will arrange for you." The shop owner cheerfully responded, thrilled at the prospect of 6 clients. Ji Yuan Shan reclined comfortably, preparing to don the shop's blue shorts when his phone rang. Upon answering, he discovered it was a call from the Public Security Bureau. After learning that he was requested to return, he simply replied, "Okay," before hanging up. Indeed. Filing a report was the best course of action. I haven't even changed yet, and they've already resolved the case. Ji Yuan Shan exclaimed joyfully after ending the call. "Shall we head back now?" one elder cautiously asked. With a slight smile, Ji Yuan Shan replied, "We've come this far. There's no rush. Let us enjoy ourselves first before we go." At this, the two elders chuckled heartily. 3 hours later, Ji Yuan Shan, accompanied by the two elders, reappeared before Yang Yin at the Public Security Bureau. "Captain Yang, thank you for your hard work," Ji Yuan Shan said with a polite smile. After 2 hours of indulgence, he was far more composed in the presence of the enchanting Yang Yin. Yang Yin's expression was frosty as she spoke in a cold voice. "I have investigated the matter. It was your elder Zhao Shun who attempted to kill someone but was unfortunately outmatched and captured. Moreover, your people dared to assault ordinary citizens and even harass women in bars. This is beyond acceptable limits. I will report this incident to the Martial Arts Association, and how they choose to handle it is their affair. However, I warn you, if the Sacred Hand sect allows such behavior to persist without regulating its members' conduct in the secular world, I, Yang Yin, will be the first to hold you accountable." Does that mean you haven't apprehended the criminals, Captain Yang? Yuansvanis Lipstvichet. Chen Xiaochuan is also a martial artist. Why not resolve the matter according to the customs of the martial arts world? Yang Yin scoffed lightly, declaring that she had work to attend to and would not linger, leaving them to their own devices. With that, she turned on her heel and entered the office, slamming the door shut behind her. Ji Yuanshan's expression darkened considerably. He had initially believed he could leverage the Qingyun City Public Security Bureau to handle the situation, but to his dismay, Zhao Shun and his companions had committed such a foolish act. Not only had they failed to kill, but they also stooped to the disgraceful act of molesting barmaids. Such foolishness! With a mere few coins, one could easily indulge in the company of attractive women in this mundane world. There was no need for such shoddy tactics. "What shall we do now, Sectmaster?" an elder inquired. Ji Yuan Shan narrowed his eyes slightly, regardless of Zhao Shun's misdeeds. He remained one of their own from the Shengshou sect. Even if he erred, it was their prerogative to punish him, not that impudent Chen Xiaochuan. "Let us personally pay a visit to Villa Number 1 at Banshan. I am eager to ascertain the true nature of this Chen Xiaochuan." With the Shengshou sect standing in the martial world and its intricate web of relationships, Ji Yuan Shan felt confident. Even a martial sovereign would treat him with deference. Subsequently, Ji Yuan Shan departed the Public Security Bureau, hailing a ride directly to Banshan Villa. Once Yang Yin entered her office, she promptly dialed the number of Xia Dongqing, the president of the Qingyun City Martial Arts Association, recounting the events involving the Shengshou sect members. Upon hearing the name Shengshou sect, Xia Dongqing was momentarily taken aback. After all, he had a rather amicable relationship with certain individuals from that sect. It was unexpected that they would commit such a blunder. In this world, women could be easily acquired for a price. Moreover, those barmaids were hardly virtuous. A simple transaction would suffice to indulge in their company. Why resort to such underhanded means? Was this not putting me in a difficult position? This situation left Xia Dongqing feeling quite trapped. Firstly, he had no desire to apprehend members of the Shengshou sect, for he would undoubtedly require their assistance in the future, should he or his family encounter any ailments. However, failing to act would render the martial arts association utterly meaningless, and he himself would be guilty of dereliction of duty. As he paced back and forth, an idea struck him. He could approach the barmaids. If they were willing to forgive, the matter could be easily resolved. He could then have Xiaochuan and his group apologize, and all would be well. However, when Xia Dongqing approached the barmaids at the Hongji Mealy bar, he found them demanding a hefty sum in exchange for a letter of forgiveness. Furthermore, they hinted at potential coercion, suggesting that should they refuse, they might face retaliation from the Shengshou sect. For the sake of their own and their family's safety, it would be wise to take a step back. Coincidentally, these words were overheard by Hongjia, who had arrived for an inspection. Fear not, everyone, she reassured. Once those individuals are inside, they will find it exceedingly difficult to escape. Retaliation is not a concern, especially since they must possess the capability to confront us. With Mr. Chen backing us, no one can prevail against us. We women shall not allow ourselves to be bullied so easily. Hongjia then rallied the spirits of the barmaids. Upon hearing the name Mr. Chen, the barmaids envisioned Chen Xiaochuan's formidable presence, straightening their spines and resolutely declaring they would never forgive. They urged President Xia to adhere to the regulations of the Martial Arts Association. Xia Dongqing was left speechless. He realized he was being roasted over a fire. Ultimately, he could only grit his teeth and depart in frustration. Meanwhile, Ji Yuanshan arrived at the entrance of Chen Xiaochuan's villa. Chen Xiaochuan stood on the terrace, looking down at the three men. I know you reported this matter, haha, the esteemed leader of the Shengshou sect. Do you not feel ashamed? Faced with Chen Xiaochuan's mockery, Ji Yuanshan's face twitched. Kid, I did not wish to bully you, which is why I allowed the Public Security Bureau to handle this matter. To avoid future rumors that I, Ji Yuanshan, bullied a younger generation. Since the Public Security Bureau insists we resolve this according to martial arts traditions, I have come personally. Release them, and I will consider this matter as if it never happened. Chapter 36. Call me brother. I am quite magnanimous. Hand over the medicinal stones I require, and I will release them. As long as your people refrain from provoking me further, I will not make things difficult for them. Chen Xiaochuan replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Ji Yuanshan's lips twitched slightly. He had not anticipated that even after his generous offer, this kid would still demand medicinal stones. This was simply outrageous. You really are asking for trouble. You should be grateful for my leniency. Ji Yuanshan's gaze darkened, and with the aura of a late-stage martial king, a wave of pressure emanated from him, causing the surrounding air to resonate ominously. Haha, you wish to take advantage of me? I see you are the truly shameless one. Chen Xiaochuan scoffed, waving his hand dismissively. Since you did not bring the medicinal stones, then return whence you came. You have one day, by midnight tomorrow. If I do not see the medicinal stones, I shall act according to my own rules and take action. You, Yuansfanes Fury ignited. Did this guy not realize that I intended to strike at the first sign of disagreement? What do you mean by you? Get lost. Do you wish to fight me? Chen Xiaochuan regarded Ji Yuanshan with a bemused expression. Although Ji Yuanshan possessed the strength of a late-stage martial king, he was the strongest martial artist Chen Xiaochuan had encountered since being revived by his martial aunt. Had this confrontation occurred when he was still in the 9th layer of Qi refinement, he would have certainly been at a disadvantage. However, Ji Yuanshan had arrived too late. Now, even a peak martial king posed no threat to him. In Chen Xiaochuan's eyes, Ji Yuanshan's display of power was a foolish and laughable endeavor. Scaring child. A fight? I was just thinking of that. Since you managed to capture one of our Shengshou sect's elders, it indicates your strength is not to be underestimated. Thus, if you can withstand 3 of my strikes, I shall exchange the medicinal stones for your release. If you cannot endure, I shall not hold back. And you may let me take my people away. We can part ways peacefully thereafter. Ji Yuanshan replied nonchalantly, though his tone was filled with confidence. He perceived Chen Xiaochuan, being so young, to possess at most the strength of a mid-stage martial king. Easily subduing him would be a piece of cake. Of course, Ji Yuanshan refrained from using lethal force, as he was wary of the formidable power behind Chen Xiaochuan. A young martial king of such caliber could not be an ordinary individual. Even the Shengshou sect, adept in various medical practices, could not produce such exceptional talent. Taking a step back, should he truly be unable to subdue this young man, obtaining the medicinal stones for the release would not be a loss of face. As an old hand in the martial world, Ji Yuanshan considered all angles. How about we add another wager? If you cannot defeat me, you shall acknowledge me as your elder brother. Chen Xiaochuan rubbed his nose and said earnestly. Ji Yuanshan was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated Chen Xiaochuan would propose such a condition. And if you lose, what will I gain as a wager? He inquired. You can propose it yourself. I'm not acquainted with your preferences. Chen Xiaochuan remarked with a light and carefree smile. After a brief moment of contemplation, Ji Yuanshan spoke up, "If you lose, you shall join my sacred hand sect as an outer disciple, obeying my commands and directives." For Ji Yuanshan, capturing such a young martial king would be a significant achievement, one that he could boast about for years to come. "No problem," Chen Xiaochuan replied without hesitation, nodding in agreement. After all, he had no intention of losing. Not only would he not mind becoming an outer disciple, but he would even tolerate worse indignities if it meant victory. Ji Yuanshan was slightly taken aback, not expecting Chen Xiaochuan to agree so readily. "All right, you may strike first. Otherwise, you may lose your opportunity." Chen Xiaochuan extended a finger, beckoning provocatively at Ji Yuanshan. Ji Yuanshan's face twitched slightly. How dare this young man look down upon him? Such an affront was utterly humiliating. The two elders beside him also felt their faces burn with shame. It was evident that Chen Xiaochuan held them in contempt. This kid is rather arrogant. Indeed, once the sect master subdues him, we shall see how long he can maintain that arrogance. Youngsters who advance too quickly in their cultivation often become overly proud. Let's witness how the sect master teaches him a lesson. The two elders of the Sacred Hand sect could not contain their sarcastic remarks. "Humph." Ji Yuanshan let out a heavy snort. "Boy, do not be so arrogant." With a thunderous shout, Ji Yuanshan bent his legs slightly before launching himself forward like a dart, instantly covering a distance of 15 meters. With a delicate push off the wall of the villa, he soared upward, resembling a great rock taking flight. Reaching a height of 8 meters above Chen Xiaochuan's head, his gaze swept across the scene like lightning. Ji Yuanshan's fingers formed a blade, and he unleashed his inner energy, transforming it into a sword-like force that hurtled toward Chen Xiaochuan. The sword aura sliced through the air at lightning speed, emitting a piercing shriek. Remarkably, Ji Yuanshan's initial strike embodied the grace of a martial arts master, his movements exuding flair, and the transformation of his inner energy into a sword aura was truly awe-inspiring. "Come down from there. Why jump so high?" Chen Xiaochuan's lips curled into a slight smirk as he unleashed a punch. His true energy erupted, creating a shadow of his fist that surged upward. In the next moment, the sword energy and the force of his punch collided violently in midair. With a resounding explosion, energy erupted and shock waves rippled outward. Ji Yuanshan's sword energy was utterly crushed beneath the might of Chen Xiaochuan's punch, bursting apart like fireworks. Yet, the strength of the punch showed no signs of waning, continuing its relentless advance toward Ji Yuanshan. After releasing the sword energy, Ji Yuanshan felt the pull of gravity and began to descend. Upon witnessing his sword energy shattered so easily by Chen Xiaochuan's punch, a grave look finally crossed Ji Yuanshan's eyes. It should be noted that he had exerted 50% of his strength in that previous attack. Could it be that this young man possessed the same level of prowess as himself, a late-stage martial king? Soon, however, Ji Yuanshan regained his composure and did not succumb to despair despite being overwhelmed in a single exchange. Boom! Ji Yuanshan continued to channel his inner energy, striking downward with a palm. This time, he unleashed 90% of his strength. The force of his palm descended like an avalanche. Even the two elders watching from the villa entrance felt an unprecedented sense of suffocation from Ji Yuanshan's powerful strike. That young man has compelled our sect master to exert such force. Even in defeat, he is worthy of respect. Indeed, it has been years since we have seen the sect master fight with such intensity. He usually dispatches opponents with ease. It was no wonder that the young man had the audacity to challenge our sect master. He indeed possessed some remarkable capabilities. The two elders could not help but express their admiration. In an instant, Ji Yuanshan's overwhelming palm strike collided once more with Chen Xiaochuan's punch. Bang! Another deafening explosion rang out. The ferocious palm strike shattered instantly. With Ji Yuanshan unable to leverage any force in midair, he descended helplessly, trailing behind the violent force of his own palm. After shattering Ji Yuanshan's palm strike, Chen Xiaochuan's punch landed squarely on Ji Yuanshan's chest. Bang! Ji Yuanshan was struck hard. His descent abruptly halted, and he was sent flying backward, a mouthful of blood erupting from his lips. My heavens! The late-stage martial king sect master has been defeated by that young man in a single blow. The two elders of the Sacred Hand sect were left wide-eyed, their hearts churning in disbelief. As Ji Yuanshan flew backward, he too questioned his existence. I have been defeated by that young man. In one blow, he could distinctly feel several of his ribs had fractured, the broken shards piercing his lungs, sending waves of excruciating pain coursing through him, making even breathing a struggle. Yet, before he could fly more than 20 meters, Chen Xiaochuan reached out, pulling Ji Yuanshan back with a fierce grip, the rush of wind roaring past his ears. In the next moment, his throat tightened, and an overwhelming sense of suffocation engulfed him. Chen Xiaochuan had seized Ji Yuanshan by the throat, holding him as easily as one would hold a chick. Is it time to call me big brother now? Chen Xiaochuan beamed at the captive Ji Yuanshan. Ji Yuanshan's eyes widened in disbelief. Now injured and held captive, he felt like a lamb awaiting slaughter. What realm are you in? Yi Yuanshan lamented internally. He regretted not considering the implications when he had so confidently accepted the challenge. His overconfidence had led him to this dire situation. How could I have been so foolish? I've truly made a grave miscalculation. You are already my defeated foe. My realm undoubtedly surpasses yours. As for what realm, does it truly matter? Chen Xiaochuan refrained from providing a direct answer, not wishing to reveal his identity as a cultivator. Do you expect me to respond to every question you pose? What do you take me for? Ji Yuanshan's lips twitched as his head hung low, resembling a defeated rooster. What is this? The sect master of the Sacred Hand sect cannot bear defeat and refuses to admit it? Since you wish to act dishonorably, I shall send you to the king of hell to repent. Chen Xiaochuan tightened his grip around Ji Yuanshan's throat, gradually applying more pressure. Ji Yuanshan felt his breathing grow increasingly labored, enveloped in the aura of impending death. He could sense that this young man was genuinely intent on ending his life. BB brother. Ji Yuanshan managed to squeeze out, his voice strained. Call me big brother, and you may live. Even a fool would know how to make the right choice. Haha, that is more like it. My dear younger brother. Chen Xiaochuan released his grip on Ji Yuanshan's neck and cheerfully patted his shoulder. The sight of a young man calling a man in his 60s dear brother was utterly ludicrous. Cough, cough, cough. Once free, Ji Yuanshan began to cough violently, blood spilling from his mouth. He hurriedly pulled out a vial of healing elixir from his pocket and swallowed a pill. Chen Xiaochuan observed the indentation of a fist mark he had left on Ji Yuanshan's chest and silently mused. Fortunately, I held back. Otherwise, a single punch could have pierced through this so-called leader of the Holy Hand sect's chest. In that case, I would never be able to recruit this little brother. Brother, could you kindly provide me with the 10,000 medicinal stones now? Chen Xiaochuan extended his hand and asked with a smile. Brother, to speak candidly, I did not plan to exchange medicinal stones for a person during this outing, so I did not bring any. Yi Yuanshan replied helplessly. Oh, then quickly have your disciples bring them over. Until then, I must inconvenience you and your two companions to temporarily reside in my humble abode. Chen Xiaochuan immediately beckoned to the two elders of the Holy Hand sect at the door, cheerfully calling out, Come in, all of you. At the same time, he took out his phone and opened the door with a simple command. The two elders exchanged glances, a sense of unease washing over them at Chen Xiaochuan's unsettling smile. Ji Yuanshan followed suit and said, Come on in. He understood that Chen Xiaochuan intended to confine them here. However, as a defeated foe, could he resist? Since resistance was futile, it was wiser to comply, which might lessen their suffering. As for Chen Xiaochuan's reference to his humble abode, Ji Yuanshan inwardly scoffed. This guy lives in a villa, yet claims it is a humble dwelling. Isn't this modesty a bit excessive and insincere? But soon, Ji Yuanshan was forced to confront his own thoughts, for Chen Xiaochuan led them directly to the basement where Zhao Shun was imprisoned. Indeed, this place was shabby and wretched. It turned out that the brat was not being modest at all. He was simply a man of his word. All Ji Yuanshan could think was, What the hell, leader? You finally came to rescue us. Zhao Shun exclaimed, rushing toward Ji Yuanshan upon seeing him and the others. However, Ji Yuanshan and the others instinctively stepped back, creating distance. Who are you? Zhao Shun asked, pointing to himself. I am Zhao Shun. These two are my disciples. Leader, don't you recognize us? Ji Yuanshan's mouth twitched as he took in the sight before him. The trio of Zhao Shun looked emaciated, their forms gaunt and skeletal, resembling human-shaped skeletons draped in skin. A truly eerie sight. Brother, they're here on a diet plan of mine. They haven't eaten for almost a week. Chen Xiaochuan interjected from the side. Ji Yuanshan winced at the revelation, feeling a pang of sympathy for the sect elder, and he began to grasp the true meaning of Chen Xiaochuan's humble abode. Damn it, this brat is utterly inhumane. He has imprisoned them and even denied them food. Leader, yes, we haven't eaten for over 6 days. Quickly take us out so we can feast. Zhao Shun's stomach growled audibly. Elder Zhao, you might be mistaken. Your leader cannot take you out just yet. Chen Xiaochuan replied with a cheerful demeanor. Why not? Zhao Shun asked, bewildered. Because your leader stated that as his subordinates. You're fortunate to be training your bodies and losing weight in such a place. He wishes to try it himself, so he intends to accompany you for a few days. Chen Xiaochuan responded with a grin. Zhao Shun and his disciples were left utterly flabbergasted, their eyes widening in horror as they realized a terrifying and exaggerated truth. Their leader had also been captured by this brat. Upon closer inspection, they noticed the blood at the corner of Ji Yuanshan's mouth, the indentation on his chest, mirroring their own, and his spirit visibly diminished. Zhao Shun's vision darkened, and he fainted. Chapter 37. Whatever you say, I believe. The remaining two disciples stood frozen like statues, stunned by the realization that such a formidable figure as their sect leader had become a captive of this young man. The world had become utterly insane. At that moment, Ji Yuanshan felt as though his dignity had been ground into the dirt beneath Chen Xiaochuan's heel, leaving him with nothing but a thin veneer of pride. His heart ached. If only he could turn back time, he would have brought the medicinal stones and taken his people away without a word. Now, his dignity was trampled, and he had become a captive. Brother Ji, I must apologize for the conditions here, Chen Xiaochuan remarked with a smile, swiftly sealing their cultivation abilities with a flick of his wrist. Ji Yuanshan's expression darkened, and he chose not to respond, knowing that speaking would only invite further humiliation. By the way, Brother Ji, you haven't called your people to send over the medicinal stones yet. You wouldn't want to overstay your welcome here, would you? According to our agreement, if the items do not arrive by tomorrow, I will renege on our deal. However, considering you regard me as your elder brother, I shall extend your deadline by 3 days. If the stones do not arrive by then, I will no longer recognize you as my brother, and I will revoke the deal. Chen Xiaochuan declared in a tone that was half joking, yet his seriousness was unmistakable. Ji Yuanshan and the others sensed the gravity of his words. Ji Yuanshan took out his phone and, in front of Chen Xiaochuan, called another elder of the Holy Hand sect, instructing him to deliver the 10,000 medicinal stones to Villa No. 1 on the mountainside of Qingyan City. Brother, rest assured, the items you requested will certainly arrive. Ji Yuanshan sighed with relief after hanging up the call. He could hardly wait for his subordinates to deliver the stones. Eager to escape this wretched basement filled with cold air and foul odors, devoid of sunlight, far removed from the comforts of wellness centers and five-star hotels. Chen Xiaochuan nodded. Brother, I shall not disturb your rest any longer. He then took Ji Yuanshan's phone, turning to the two elders with a smile. Gentlemen, please surrender your phones as well. Otherwise, your trio's phone usage might disrupt Zhao Shun's rest. I am someone who treats everyone equally and will not show favoritism. Your cooperation is appreciated, though reluctant. The two elders surrendered their phones to Chen Xiaochuan, acutely aware of the truth of the saying, under the eaves, one must bow their head. All right, rest well. I'll take my leave. Chen Xiaochuan cheerfully exited the chamber. With a loud clang, the iron door to the chamber slammed shut. Ji Yuanshan glanced at the unconscious Zhao Shun, then sat cross-legged on the floor in silence, clearly in a state of utter despair. Zhao Shun gradually regained consciousness, and upon realizing that their leader and the others were indeed trapped here, he felt an overwhelming sense of disbelief, as if caught in a dream. Yet, he understood that it was no dream. Elder Zhao, how did you end up entangled with such a freak? Lu, an elder who had accompanied Ji Yuanshan, glared reproachfully at Zhao Shun. Zhao Shun winced and proceeded to recount the events that led to their predicament, though Ji Yuanshan kept his eyes closed. He listened intently to Zhao Shun's account. This brat, I can tell he is not a senseless killer. Your disciple must have provoked him. He is a peak-level martial king, and when challenged by a weaker opponent, one must expect dire consequences. After listening, Ji Yuanshan opened his eyes and reached a conclusion about the matter. If Chen Xiaochuan were to hear these words, he would undoubtedly feel a profound sense of emotion. Indeed, as long as one possesses sufficient prowess, success will attract the attention of esteemed scholars to elucidate one's actions. Zhao Shun was slightly taken aback, yet he could only manage a bitter smile in acceptance. He recognized that Ji Yuanshan's remarks stemmed primarily from an inability to confront the situation. If the opponent were merely a master-level warrior, Ji Yuanshan would have certainly spoken differently, asserting that even if a disciple of Shengshou's sect dared, it was not for just anyone to pass judgment, a blatant insult and violation of Shengshou's sect that warranted death for the offender, regardless of who they were. Very well. Once our people deliver the medicinal stones, we shall take our leave. Upon returning to the sect, Elder Zhao, you must submit a letter of repentance. Ji Yuanshan stated calmly. Understood, sect master. Zhao Shun could say no more, merely enduring in silence. Meanwhile, Chen Xiaochuan, whistling, returned to the luxurious living room of the villa. He retrieved a cigarette from the coffee table, lit it, and inhaled greedily, quickly saturating the space with a subtle scent of tobacco. He then sank into the soft, comfortable sofa, exhaling clouds of smoke, reveling in the moment. Just then, Hongjie glided into the room like a butterfly from the kitchen, a delightful fragrance wafting through the air. She settled onto Chen Xiaochuan's lap, wrapping her arms around his neck, her scent akin to orchids and musk, intoxicatingly pleasant, with a cigarette dangling from his lips. Chen Xiaochuan's strong hand encircled her delicate waist. The instant she perched herself, he could not help but stir with excitement, his entire being aflame with restlessness. Before Chen Xiaochuan could utter a word, Hongjie spoke first, her gentle voice flowing from her enticing red lips. Xiaochuan, I have good news for you. What good news? Chen Xiaochuan inquired, curiosity piqued, though he tightened his embrace, drawing her closer. My relatives have left. Hongjie replied softly, her eyes shimmering like autumn waters, captivating and full of allure. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiaochuan's last bastion crumbled. After nearly a week of restraint, he could hardly contain himself. Hum. Hongjie let out a soft moan as Chen Xiaochuan pressed her down onto the sofa. An exquisite tableau of passion unfolded abruptly within the living room. It wasn't until midnight that they finally settled down. Hongjie lay exhausted atop Chen Xiaochuan's strong chest, breathing lightly. She understood that this was merely intermission. Xiaochuan, I know you spare those old men in the basement because you want their medicinal stones. Are you planning to eliminate them once they hand them over? Hongjie gently posed her curious question. Chen Xiaochuan's hand glided softly over her tender skin as he responded with a smile. No, because their lives still hold significant value for me. As long as they heed my words and satisfy me, what harm is there in sparing them? Hongjie nodded, her gaze dreamy, and after a moment's thought, she said softly, thinking back, when we first met, you claimed you would kill, and I didn't believe you at all. But later, I realized you were indeed speaking the truth. How foolish I was. And what about my claim of being an immortal? Do you believe it now? Chen Xiaochuan's hand slid down her neck, his palms sinking into her softness. Hongjie bit her lip and nodded gently. Though it sounds absurd, I do believe it now. Grasping objects from a distance is certainly beyond the capabilities of mere mortals. That is the domain of immortals. But why can't you fly? Or is it that you're simply modest and don't wish to show off? She continued, I always thought flying was a fundamental ability of immortals. Chen Xiaochuan chuckled heartily. Not all cultivators possess the ability to fly, just as a child does not walk immediately upon birth. Can one then claim that a child is not human? Hongjie, quick-witted, grasped his meaning, her beautiful eyes blinking as she caught hold of his wandering hand. Gently admonishing, are you suggesting that your current cultivation level prevents you from flying? Yes, Chen Xiaochuan nodded. It seems I can no longer doubt your words. Otherwise, I might end up feeling like the fool in the end. I never imagined my lover to be an immortal. Now I understand why you are so formidable. It is because you are not of this world. Hongjie exclaimed, laughter bubbling forth uncontrollably, her body quivering with mirth. Indeed, I am one who speaks the truth and acts with integrity. However, I must clarify that not all immortals are equally proficient in that regard. Chen Xiaochuan's hands once again began to wander restlessly. His words were not mere boasting. He understood that his prowess in that domain was significantly attributed to the Qilin Kidney. The late master had procured it, indicating his dissatisfaction with his own abilities. That deceased master, in comparison to Chen Xiaochuan now, was undoubtedly a giant among cultivators. Thus, it was clear that his strength in this aspect was far from unfounded. Hongjie, still smiling, remarked, Now whatever you say, I dare not disbelieve, even if you claim to have been with an alien. Chen Xiaochuan rolled his eyes dramatically. Aliens? Your imagination knows no bounds. By the way, being an immortal, have you ever encountered an alien? Hongjie pondered aloud. Never. If aliens truly exist, I would be quite curious to know what kind of beings they are, and whether I could defeat them. A flicker of anticipation gleamed in Chen Xiaochuan's eyes. If cultivators could exist, then the existence of aliens was not entirely implausible. Would you want to engage with aliens? Hongjie leaned in, her lips almost brushing against Chen Xiaochuan's. Upon hearing her words, Chen Xiaochuan's heart raced. He was drawn to her audacious demeanor, so bold and uninhibited. If aliens were as beautiful and well-shaped as you, with a similar softness, I would certainly consider it. However, for now, let us savor this delicacy first. Thus, the second act commenced. The following midday, barely an hour after Chen Xiaochuan had dozed off, the sound of the doorbell roused him. Hongjie's eyes remained shut, having not slept a wink throughout the night. Even doing nothing would lead one to a state of exhaustion. You rest well? I'll go see who it is, Chen Xiaochuan said, slipping into a pair of shorts, lighting a cigarette, and nonchalantly heading out. He found an elderly man, around 60, standing at the door, flanked by 8 robust young men, each shouldering a massive verdant box that appeared quite heavy. Chen Xiaochuan recognized their attire immediately. They were undoubtedly from Xingshou sect. Well, I didn't expect the people from Xingshou sect to be so efficient when it comes to business, he thought, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Inside those green boxes lies the coveted spirit stones. You must be from the Sacred Hand sect, correct? Chen Xiaochuan inquired politely. Indeed, we are from the Sacred Hand sect. Dispatched by the sect master to deliver items, the old man replied, lifting his gaze to Chen Xiaochuan, his voice resonating with vitality. Splendid. I shall inform your sect master at once. Please wait a moment, Chen Xiaochuan said, taking a deep drag from his cigarette before discarding it on the ground and extinguishing it. A gust of wind swept through as he descended into the basement. Creak! The iron door of the basement swung open, finally allowing a glimmer of light to penetrate Ji Yuanshan and the other's line of sight. They beheld Chen Xiaochuan entering, clad in slippers, his footsteps echoing lightly against the floor. Dear brother, did you rest well last night? Chen Xiaochuan approached and embraced Ji Yuanshan in a masculine manner. Yuansfanis malt tvichet. In this frigid, foul-smelling basement, you inquire about my rest? How utterly humiliating. Nevertheless, I concede. I cannot best you. I shall endure. Remaining silent signifies my satisfaction, does it not? Well, everyone, let us not be so solemn. Relax a bit. Come, let us share a smile, as the saying goes. A smile can take 10 years off one's life. Chen Xiaochuan released Ji Yuanshan, sweeping his gaze across the others with a cheerful demeanor. Zhao Shun and the others were inwardly frantic. Is this solemnity? We are infuriated, disgruntled, and aggrieved. Yet, none dare to voice their thoughts. You are about to leave, and yet you are not happy? It appears you prefer remaining here. Very well, you may stay. After all, this basement is vacant anyway. A glimmer of mischief flickered in Chen Xiaochuan's eyes as he spoke earnestly. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the group brightened. What? We can leave? Mr. Chen, are you saying we can truly go? Zhao Shun could not contain himself, inquiring eagerly. Chen Xiaochuan smiled. Of course it is true. Your companions have arrived at the door, each resembling a fool, shouldering a large box, most likely the medicinal stones I sought. Ah, my apologies. I am blunt. I retract the full remark. Ji Yuanshan's eyes finally sparkled. The disciples had arrived sooner than he had anticipated. However, he was left worrying whether this seemingly unreliable young man would honor the agreement and allow their departure. Chapter 38. A Reluctance to Part. Ji Yuanshan was acutely aware that if Chen Xiaochuan failed to uphold the agreement, intending to breach it, he would be powerless, even if the future disciples of the Sacred Hand sect were confined. After all, this young man's martial prowess had reached a terrifying pinnacle, far surpassing them all combined. This was an undeniable and stark reality. The sensation of being toyed with in such a manner made Ji Yuanshan's heart bleed, and he regretted his choices anew. How had he entangled himself with such a troublesome individual? Splendid. Upon hearing the news, Zhao Shun and his two disciples were instantly elated. Finally, they could escape this place, enjoy a hearty meal, take a proper bath, and restore their weight to normal. They wished to leave this wretched place without delay. All right, I shall take you to inspect the goods. Ji Yuanshan took a deep breath and addressed Chen Xiaochuan. No need for that. I shall open the door and have them bring the items here for inspection. I see you all wearing such forlorn expressions, reluctant to leave. Hence, you need not venture out. I am magnanimous. I shall bear some loss, and you may stay here for free. Chen Xiaochuan waved his hand, declining Ji Yuanshan's offer to exit. At these words, Ji Yuanshan's heart sank heavily. What was feared had come to pass. This young man truly had no intention of letting them leave. The others also grasped the gravity of the situation, their expressions akin to having consumed a putrid fly. Mr. Chen, this is most unreasonable. Your words lack integrity. Zhao Shun was on the verge of tears. How have I spoken dishonorably? If you wish to leave, why not smile? Come, show me a smile, and those who do may accompany me out, Chen Xiaochuan said with a teasing smile. Zhao Shun paused. Could a smile truly grant them passage? This must be a jest. Yet, he resolved to take a chance, forcibly conjuring a strained smile, more grotesque than tears. Well, it's a feeble smile, but it counts. You may exit with me. As for the rest of you, if you don't smile, I shall take Zhao Shun and leave, implying you prefer to remain here. Chen Xiaochuan glanced at the others. One by one, the other four reluctantly followed suit, smiling. Decent. You all need to smile more sincerely. Chen Xiaochuan nodded approvingly. His gaze eventually rested upon Ji Yuanshan, the sect master of the Sacred Hand sect. Ji Yuanshan's face twitched, a forced grin emerging. It seems you all still wish to leave. Very well, let us proceed. Chen Xiaochuan declared, raising his hand and leading the way. Ji Yuanshan followed suit, trailed by the three elders and the two disciples. Despite being captured and rendered prisoners, they remained mindful of the hierarchy. When Ji Yuanshan and his group stepped out of the basement and into the open air at the villa's entrance, they breathed in the fresh atmosphere and confirmed they had truly escaped that dreadful place. It seemed this young man intended to honor his word. The grand entrance of the villa slowly opened. Sect Master, the lead elder swiftly stepped forward to pay his respects. I have brought the items you requested. Ji Yuanshan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding the demeanor of a sect master. Entirely devoid of the disheveled air one might expect after emerging from subterranean chamber. Ji Yuanshan nodded and commanded, Elder Huang, you have worked hard. Please bring the items inside and place them in the courtyard. Yes. Elder Huang raised his hand, and 8 disciples of the Sacred Hand sect proceeded to carry the boxes inside, carefully setting them down in a neatly arranged row. Brother, the items have arrived. Please inspect them. Ji Yuanshan nearly faltered at addressing him as brother in front of so many witnesses. However, he understood that if he did not present himself adequately, risking this young man's dissatisfaction could result in a significant loss, not to mention the inability of his people to leave. Upon hearing Ji Yuanshan refer to Chen Xiaochuan as brother, the newly arrived Elder Huang and others nearly dropped their jaws in shock. What? The sect master is calling that young man brother? This is utterly unprecedented. They thought, bewildered. Yet, Elder Huang soon realized that the sect master was not addressing him as brother in the conventional sense. Rather, the young man's name was indeed brother. What a cheeky name to exploit someone else's advantage. Does he not fear the heaven's wrath? Why not name himself father? Goodness. However, the sect master remained silent on the matter. Elder Huang could only stifle his frustration, intending to return secretly after this matter had settled, to teach that impudent youth a lesson. His gaze shifted to Zhao Shun and his companions, noticing the excitement in Zhao Shun's eyes as he looked toward him. Elder Huang, it has been quite a while. Zhao Shun greeted warmly, his eyes brimming with tears. As the saying goes, when fellow villagers meet, tears flow abundantly. Elder Huang shuddered, a wave of goosebumps rising on his skin, and he quivered. Who are you? Are we so familiar? Zhao Shun was momentarily taken aback, then forced a wry smile. It's me, Zhao Shun. Elder Huang. How could you forget so easily? Damn. Zhao Shun, Elder Zhao, what happened to you? Have you been practicing some sinister technique? Elder Huang was instantly taken aback, realizing why Zhao Shun's voice sounded so familiar. Zhao Shun hesitated, only managing a bitter smile and shaking his head. It's a long story. We can discuss it in detail later. Elder Huang, filled with confusion, nodded knowingly, being an old hand. He understood that there were matters not suitable for discussion in that moment. I see. Chen Xiaochuan nodded, grinning. Let me take a look. This box seems to be made of jade? Yes. These medicinal stones contain special energy and must be preserved in jade boxes to prevent the energy from dissipating. Otherwise, they would turn into worthless rocks, Ji Yuanshan explained as he followed closely. Chen Xiaochuan gazed at the spiritual stones within the box, nodding inwardly. No wonder the aura of these stones was far denser than the 9 previously acquired. This was the fundamental reason. This item is rather particular. Do you want to pour it out and count to see if there's enough? Ji Yuanshan inquired further. No need. These 8 boxes are more or less the same. And besides, I trust that your subordinates would not dare to deceive you. Chen Xiaochuan replied, closing the box with a heart full of joy, akin to the exhilaration of a night spent with numerous beautiful women. Can we leave now? Ji Yuanshan asked in a low voice. Dear brother, why don't you all stay a few more days? It's rare for you to visit. My humble abode, though modest, can certainly accommodate you all, Chen Xiaochuan suggested, patting Ji Yuanshan on the shoulder. Ji Yuanshan nearly lost his balance, his face contorting with discomfort. Well, big brother, we appreciate your kindness. But the sect has numerous matters to attend to, so we cannot stay, he quickly replied. Understood. Chen Xiaochuan nodded. In that case, I will not keep you. He then lightly tapped a few points on Ji Yuanshan and the others, releasing their pressure points. Whenever you come to Qinyan City, do visit. You are always welcome here. I will make sure to visit the Holy Hand sect as well. We must maintain our connections. Chen Xiaochuan said with a reluctant expression, his tone heartfelt. Elder Huang and the others, not fully grasping the situation, thought Chen Xiaochuan was quite a decent fellow, aside from his somewhat peculiar name. However, Ji Yuanshan and his companions felt a chill run down their spines, thinking, only a fool would wish to return to this cursed place. They concluded that Chen Xiaochuan was not someone to be trifled with and wished to distance themselves, pretending they had never met. Definitely, Yi Yuanshan replied sortosely, leading his group toward the door, secretly thinking, you'd best not come to our Holy Hand sect. We do not welcome you. Chen Xiaochuan accompanied them to the entrance, waving farewell. Just as Ji Yuanshan and his group stepped out of Chen Xiaochuan's villa, they were suddenly surrounded by Xia Dongqing and dozens of enforcers from the Martial Arts Association. Xia Dongqing had been present for some time, intending to capture Zhao Shun and his companions for their transgressions. Since these offenders had been confined within the villa, and Xia Dongqing was no match for Chen Xiaochuan, he could only wait at the entrance, biding his time either for the criminals to emerge or for Chen Xiaochuan to leave before making his move, all the while avoiding direct confrontation. Ji Yuanshan furrowed his brow. What does the Martial Arts Association want from us? As a late-stage martial king, he naturally did not regard the president of a second-rate martial arts association as a threat. A peak master level was merely laughable. To put it bluntly, even if the Martial Arts Association was apprehending individuals, Xia Dongqing was not qualified to do so. Xia Dongqing's gaze fell upon Zhao Shun and his two disciples, stating, Lord Ji, I'm not here for you today, but for these three. He pointed at Zhao Shun and his disciples. What is the matter with them? Yi Yuanshan replied coldly. They are suspected of indecent behavior towards ordinary women within my jurisdiction. Thus, I must arrest them. I hope Lord Ji can facilitate this. Xia Dongqing said earnestly. Ji Yuanshan's lips twitched in disbelief, realizing that leaving Chen Xiaochuan's humble abode would result in the martial arts association taking them away. Zhao Shun suddenly burst into laughter. President Xia, although I am currently injured and weakened, I certainly am not someone a mere master like you can apprehend. I stand here. Let us see if you have the capability to take me. His eyes brimmed with disdain for the weaker opponent. Ji Yuanshan and the others also smirked, refraining from commenting on Zhao Shun's words. A flicker of humiliation crossed Xia Dongqing's face. Indeed, at his level, capturing a martial king-level criminal was beyond his reach. Yet he had appeared, relying on his own trump card. You are correct. Capturing your disciples is within my capability, but seizing you would be self-deprecating, Xia Dongqing acknowledged. No, you are mistaken. You cannot capture me, nor can you apprehend my disciples. Today, you will not take anyone from here. Zhao Shun retorted with a cold smile. His two disciples felt an overwhelming sense of pride and security, basking in the protection of their master. Xia Dongqing smiled indifferently, turning his gaze to Chen Xiaochuan. Mr. Chen, these individuals caused a disturbance at your sister Hong's bar and harassed the barmaids. I wish to apprehend them, but I lack the ability, so I seek your assistance. Would you be willing to lend a hand? This was the reason Xia Dongqing could face Zhao Shun and the others with such composure. Upon hearing this, Zhao Shun and his companions felt an icy chill surge from their feet to the crown of their heads, shivering as though they stood naked in the dead of winter. Ji Yuanshan's lips moved as if to speak, but ultimately, he said nothing, wishing only to protect himself and not be dragged down by the foolish actions of Zhao Shun and his disciples. He even suspected that Xia Dongqing's arrival was orchestrated by Chen Xiaochuan, a trap set for them to fall into. This young man was far too cunning. Chen Xiaochuan never anticipated that Xia Dongqing would suddenly seek his assistance. Yet, Ji Yuanshan unexpectedly sprang into action, his form flickering as he appeared before Zhao Shun and his two companions. With lightning speed, he subdued the trio and unceremoniously tossed them at Xia Dongqing's feet, speaking slowly. President Xia, I never imagined that our Sacred Hand sect would harbor such despicable miscreants, scum of society, a veritable disgrace to our sect. There is no need for Mr. Chen to intervene. I shall personally deliver them to you, and I hope you will administer justice impartially, for the sake of those young women who were violated. Xia Dongqing was taken aback by Ji Yuanshan's sudden shift in demeanor. Chen Xiaochuan was momentarily stunned, but quickly discerned the underlying motives, choosing to remain silent. Zhao Shun and his companions were utterly dumbfounded, petrified at the prospect of the sect leader personally handing them over to the Martial Arts Association. Who could elucidate the situation? They were astonished by Ji Yuanshan's apparent selflessness, filled with admiration. Once Xia Dongqing regained his composure, he promptly clasped his fists in a gesture of mutual flattery. Ji Yuanshan waved his hand dismissively. No need for concern. Do these individuals still possess any criminality? Xia Dongqing shook his head. Just these three. Very well. I bid you farewell, Ji Yuanshan declared, his eyes flashing with a glint of coldness. He made a mental note to remember Xia Dongqing, ensuring that any of his relatives seeking aid from the Sacred Hand sect due to illness will be placed on a blacklist, receiving no treatment. Moreover, he would mobilize the sect's connections to impose comprehensive sanctions against Xia Dongqing. If the opportunity arose, eliminating him would not be out of the question. A mere president of an association. Did he think he was on par with someone as formidable as Chen Xiaochuan? Farewell. Xia Dongqing realized that he had irreparably offended the Sacred Hand sect. However, given his identity and the pressure from Yang Yin of the Public Security Bureau and the barmaid's refusal to sign a waiver, he found himself ensnared in a precarious situation. Of course, he could appeal to the higher echelons of the Martial Arts Association, but doing so without any wrongdoing might portray him as inept, jeopardizing his position as president and relegating him to a mere enforcer. Thus, even in the face of a martial arts master, he had to adhere to the established protocols. Chen Xiaochuan fixed his gaze on Xia Dongqing's face, inquiring with an air of detached calmness, President Xia, may I ask what penalties these three criminals might face under the regulations of the Martial Arts Association after you take them into custody? Chapter 39. Return to the village. Xia Dongqing met Chen Xiaochuan's gaze and replied, they will likely have their cultivation sealed, sentenced to 1 year in prison, during which they will be made to operate a sewing machine for approximately a year, given that their offenses are of a lewd nature rather than rape. Otherwise, it would be a minimum of 3 years. Chen Xiaochuan nodded, then turned his attention to Zhao Shun and his companions, smiling as he said, "You three, upon your entry, make sure to engage in diligent reform. After a year, you can emerge as upstanding men. It's not worth it to get caught for the sake of saving a couple of hundred yuan." Zhao Shun and his companions were reluctant to engage with Chen Xiaochuan, but knew that refusal to cooperate would likely mean returning to this room after a year. Thus, despite their discontent, they forced smiles and promised to amend their ways, vowing never to commit such a foolish mistake again. They acknowledged the truth in Chen Xiaochuan's words. The barmaids were indeed a bit reckless, and for a small tip, one could easily be taken advantage of. It was a classic case of losing a watermelon to gain a sesame seed. "Ah, it seems your awareness has been raised. Follow President Xia." Chen Xiaochuan waved his hand. At Xia Dongqing's command, "Cuff them." 6 enforcers rushed in, seizing Zhao Shun and his cohorts, fastening them with specially designed handcuffs. "President Xia, we haven't eaten for nearly a week. Could you please take us for a meal and a shower first?" Zhao Shun pleaded, looking at Xia Dongqing with pitiful eyes. Xia Dongqing's lips twitched as he realized that the trio had grown so thin due to starvation. Otherwise, he might have thought they were exceptionally gifted individuals with unique appearances. His heart constricted painfully. Chen Xiaochuan was indeed ruthless to have left these fellows starving for a week. After a moment of surprise, Xia Dongqing nodded. Thank you. Thank you." Tears welled in Zhao Shun's eyes, grateful for the prospect of a hearty meal. "Please, take me away. Mr. Chen, I apologize for the intrusion. Farewell." Xia Dongqing offered a respectful bow to Chen Xiaochuan. Chen Xiaochuan smiled, waving his hand. "Not at all. I am a law-abiding citizen and will certainly cooperate with the Martial Arts Association in enforcing the law. It is our duty and responsibility as citizens." Xia Dongqing nearly stumbled in disbelief. Soon after, he gathered his team, and they swiftly vanished from Chen Xiaochuan's sight. Chen Xiaochuan retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, placing one between his lips. With a flick of his lighter, flames danced forth, igniting the cigarette. He inhaled deeply, savoring the moment, before turning to close the door. Glancing at the 8 boxes of spirit stones in the courtyard, stretching his limbs, he personally transported the 8 boxes back into the villa. This was a windfall. As Chen Xiaochuan set down the final box of spirit stones, a surge of excitement coursed through him. He then sat cross-legged in the villa, entering a state of cultivation. This world was perilous, and its depths were unfathomable. Chen Xiaochuan understood that whenever an opportunity to enhance his strength arose, even with 100 exquisite beauties laid before him, he would opt for cultivation over indulgence. With sufficient power, countless beauties would be at his disposal in the future. He was well aware of what truly mattered. Before long, 9 spirit stones were absorbed into Chen Xiaochuan's dantian through the cultivation technique of nine-yang harmony. Wow, these spirit stones possess a far richer aura than the previous 9, and they yielded 15 spirals. What is going on? Chen Xiaochuan was taken aback. "Master, if I'm not mistaken, although you remain in the qi refinement stage, the resources required to ascend even a single level of strength will only increase as you progress. This is a normal phenomenon. Just as you would find that even an untouched maiden cannot elevate your cultivation level at this point." The voice of the endless refinement tower resonated in Chen Xiaochuan's mind. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiaochuan came to a realization. Indeed, the further one advanced, the more resources would be required. This was fundamental logic. Otherwise, there would be no reason for future levels to be more formidable. With his confusion dispelled, Chen Xiaochuan immersed himself once more in his training. This time, he absorbed a total of 100 spirit stones, finally elevating his cultivation to the 16th level of qi refinement. To his surprise, the resources expended were nearly tenfold that of the 15th level, and he was still in the foundation building stage. Nevertheless, this 16th level of power should be comparable to mid-tier martial artists, right? After the enhancement, the rate of spirit stone absorption noticeably quickened, quite promising. Chen Xiaochuan contemplated silently. This particular session of cultivation consumed nearly 2 hours of his time. He took a brief respite midway, sipping from a glass of water and indulging in a cigarette, before resuming his practice. Subsequently, Chen Xiaochuan continued his cultivation. This time, he expended a total of 1,000 spirit stones to reach the 17th layer of the qi refinement stage. His combat prowess now comparable to that of a late-stage martial sovereign. Chen Xiaochuan was quite taken aback by this outcome. Once again, a tenfold disparity. However, he was relieved to possess over 10,000 spirit stones, all of which had come to him with little effort, so he felt no pangs of regret. If this trend continued, he would soon find himself with less than 9,000 spirit stones remaining, which meant that the remaining stones would be insufficient to elevate him to the next level. At this thought, A slight twitch played at the corner of Chen Xiaochuan's mouth. Nevertheless, he did not cease his cultivation, continuing to absorb the spirit stones for his practice. During this time, apart from meals and bathroom breaks, he hardly paused for rest. It took him over 3 days to fully absorb and refine the nearly 9,000 spirit stones at a pace of about 2 stones per minute. As Chen Xiaochuan had anticipated, this substantial number of spirit stones failed to elevate his cultivation to the 18th layer of the qi refinement stage. And as for the stirring of foundation establishment, not even a hint was detected. Chen Xiaochuan did not harbor expectations of achieving foundation establishment through mere incremental advancements. During these days, aside from preparing meals for him, Hong Jie did not interrupt Chen Xiaochuan's training. She was witnessing his relentless dedication for the first time and couldn't help but reflect. Indeed, one cannot comprehend the immense effort behind the success of those they do not know well, nor have they entered their lives. No one achieves success without considerable toil. It is a profound truth. Xiaochuan, will you continue your cultivation after lunch? Hong Ye invited Ginti, approaching him with a warm towel to wipe the beads of sweat from his forehead. Chen Xiaochuan gestured towards the empty boxes and replied, I have exhausted my spirit stones. Attempting to cultivate now would be like cooking without rice. Therefore, I can afford to take a break. All right, then make sure to rest well. Hong Ye nodded vigorously. Chen Xiaochuan embraced her, knowing that her company was essential. I am aware, Hong Jie, that you respond better to firmness than softness. Later, I must ensure you enjoy a sumptuous meal. After halting his training, the suppressed desires of his Qilin kidney began to protest once again. However, during this cultivation phase, Chen Xiaochuan noticed that as long as he remained focused, his body, save for instinctual responses, kept the Qilin kidney in a state of tranquility, preventing him from succumbing to overwhelming desires. How vexing! Hong Jie's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, her bashfulness accentuating her charm, exuding an allure that was irresistible. The following day, Chen Xiaochuan resolved to visit his hometown before heading to Kyoto to see his parents. After all, he was now a billionaire and held a unique status in Qingyun City, akin to a local magnate. While it might not be a grand return, it certainly signified success. Xiaochuan, why don't I accompany you back to visit Uncle and Auntie? Hong Jie suggested tentatively. Chen Xiaochuan shook his head. No need. I can manage on my own. Should any trouble arise in my absence, just call me immediately. Rest assured, I will take good care of myself. Hong Jie assured him with a gentle nod. As Chen Xiaochuan donned his shoes and stepped out of the villa, he was greeted by Li Zhongtian, Li Yunfei, and others approaching him. Master, Li Zhongtian and Li Yunfei bowed respectfully. Over the past week, they had observed that Chen Xiaochuan remained unperturbed, and there had been no news from the Qingyun Marquis, which underscored the extraordinary nature of his background. Despite the tumult surrounding him, he remained unscathed, truly a remarkable individual. Consequently, the Li family decided to cease their observation and approach him directly to solidify their alliance. Seeing Li Zhongtian and his entourage, Chen Xiaochuan felt no surprise. His mood was as tranquil as still water, devoid of any agitation. He acknowledged them with a nod and a soft grunt. Is there something you need? Master, there is nothing pressing. We merely wish to pay our respects after some time apart. Li Zhongtian responded earnestly. Chen Xiaochuan nodded, initially intending to convey that he appreciated their gesture and they could take their leave. However, a thought crossed his mind, prompting him to inquire, by the way, I want to ask about the Bai General from the Shenlong group. Why has he promoted a university student named Lu Deming to the position of manager? Li Zhongtian appeared momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend why Chen Xiaochuan was inquiring about Bai General, who was, to put it bluntly, merely a pawn of the Li family. Well, Li Zhongtian began, preparing to explain his lack of knowledge and promising to investigate upon returning. Yet, Li Yunfei interjected, Master, I have some insight on that. Then please enlighten me. Chen Xiaochuan's gaze fixed on Li Yunfei. Yes, Master. Bai General, whose real name is Bai Shijing, is 33 years old and possesses late-stage yellow rank cultivation. He promoted Lu Deming because he is, in fact, homosexual. When Lu Deming applied to the company, Bai Shijing took a liking to him, and after some flirtation, Lu Deming was swayed, leading to his rapid promotion. Bai Shijing even provided him with a car. Their relationship is one of lovers, although they present themselves as superior and subordinate. This has become an open secret within the Shenlong group. While no one speaks of it publicly, it is the subject of much private gossip. It is said that many employees have sought to curry favor with Bai Shijing, but have been rebuffed. Does Master disapprove of their actions? If so, I will handle it however you wish. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiaochuan was left speechless. He had meticulously calculated every aspect, yet he never anticipated Lu Deming's rise would be attributed to such circumstances. I see. There is no need for any action. I was merely curious. Chen Xiaochuan nodded, preparing to dismiss them. But then he recalled something else and asked, by the way, have you heard of something called medicinal stones? Medicinal stones? I have heard of them. According to the masters of the Holy Hand sect, they can nourish the body and assist in treating certain special ailments. However, they are scarce and not particularly effective. Chen Xiaochuan couldn't help but chuckle, to suggest that spirit stones hold little value. Yet, it was understandable. Only cultivators could truly appreciate their worth, and in this era of decline, it was not surprising that warriors lacked understanding. If you encounter any medicinal stones, regardless of the cost, you must procure them for me. I need them, Chen Xiaochuan commanded. Understood, master. Li Zhongyun and the other's eyes lit up, finally grasping what their master desired. Soon after, Chen Xiaochuan climbed into Hong Jie's BMW 5 Series, departing from the hillside villa and heading toward Xinghua village. Over 500 kilometers away, that was his hometown, an inconspicuous and remote mountain village in Zhejiang province. Upon returning this time, he resolved to carve out some time to purchase a car of his own. As he sped along, the prospect of acquiring a vehicle moved to the forefront of his mind. As the dominant figure of Qingyun City, it seemed incongruous for Chen Xiaochuan to possess not even a single vehicle. One afternoon, he steered his car into the village path of Xinghua village. The road leading into the village remained unpaved, a mere dirt track. Fortunately, it had not rained, thus preventing any potential slippage. As the wheels rolled over the ground, dust was kicked up, swirling in the breeze like a sudden sandstorm. From a distance, the scene bore a striking resemblance to a battlefield, filled with the clamor of steel and valor. The sound of the car's engine shattered the tranquil atmosphere of Xinghua village. The cacophony of barking dogs erupted, reverberating through the surroundings. Many villagers paused, peering out with curiosity, only to behold a small sedan laboriously making its way into the village. At such a late hour, was a town leader still conducting work in the countryside? That couldn't be a town leader. I recognized the vehicles of our officials, and this car, clearly a BMW, is far superior to those of the town leaders. What? A BMW? Goodness gracious, who would have thought a wealthy individual driving a BMW would visit our village? Indeed, such a sight is rare. I wonder which relative it could be. Perhaps they have come to purchase medicinal herbs. But no family in our village possesses such affluent relatives. Otherwise, we would not still be traversing dirt roads. It is true, while BMWs may be commonplace in large cities, even in county towns, they remain an extraordinary luxury brand for rural inhabitants, evoking admiration beyond measure. Soon, under the gaze of hundreds of villagers, the white BMW came to a steady halt at the entrance of Chen Xiaochuan's home. Chapter 40. The Exceptional Village Woman. This was a dilapidated, two-story tile-roofed house, with 3 rooms, a structure that had clearly endured decades. It was the home where Chen Xiaochuan had grown up playing in the mud. Though somewhat worn, it filled him with warmth and nostalgia. Among the onlookers was, of course, Chen Xiaochuan's father, Chen Daqiang, and his mother, Zhang Yufeng. The couple, happily munching on sunflower seeds, gazed enviously at the dust-laden BMW, chatting cheerfully like spectators at a grand event. However, when the BMW drove onto their yard, the couple was left utterly bewildered. What was happening? The BMW, the center of the village's attention, had arrived at their doorstep. A scene unfolded that left them slack-jawed in disbelief. The car came to stop, the engine silenced, and the door swung open. A young and handsome man emerged from the vehicle, sporting a warm smile. Dad, Mom. He then moved to the trunk, retrieving gifts he had brought for his parents. Chen Daqiang and Zhang Yufeng's eyes widened in astonishment, their sunflower seeds spilling everywhere. The couple was filled with incredulity. Could it be? My heavens! The person driving a BMW is none other than our son, Chen Xiaochuan? Surely, this must be a dream. Hearing his son's familiar voice snapped them back to reality, and they responded in unison. Oh, Xiaochuan, you're back. Upon seeing their son approach, Chen's mother's heart raced, her trembling hands momentarily at a loss. Indeed, what is the meaning of this? Chen Daqiang stuttered, pointing at the BMW parked in their yard. It's been a long time, and I missed you both, so I came back to visit. Chen Xiaochuan replied with a cheerful demeanor, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. He noticed the deepening wrinkles around his parents' eyes and the thickened calluses on their hands, stirring a wave of emotion within him. Dad, here's some Huazi cigarettes and Matai liquor I bought for you. The cigarettes are quite good. See if they suit your taste. This liquor is also delightful and smooth on the throat. Mom, I brought you some skincare products, imported ones. To use them to take care of yourself. And here's some bird's nests for beauty and nourishment. Chen Xiaochuan presented the carefully chosen gifts to his parents. You little rascal. Having graduated for less than a month, where did you get the money for these extravagant gifts? Did you steal them? Chen Daqiang suddenly recalled something, his eyes widening in a fierce glare. His mother's outstretched hand retreated, Xiaochuan, you mustn't engage in illegal activities. Chen Xiaochuan chuckled softly, Mom and Dad. I was just lucky. A week ago, I bought a scratch-off ticket on the street and won 20,000 yuan. This ISNT stolen. A win? Well, that's more acceptable. But have you sorted out your job yet? Chen Daqiang finally accepted the gifts Chen Xiaochuan had offered. His mother's face brightened with relief as she accepted them as well. Not yet. I'm still searching for employment. In today's competitive society, even a bachelor's degree doesn't guarantee a job. If all else fails, I'll resort to delivering takeout, Chen Xiaochuan said earnestly. Then you should return these gifts. Save the money for your future wife. There's no need to buy such expensive items. Chen Daqiang mused, shoving the cigarettes and liquor back. Those can't be returned. Besides, even if they cost a fortune, it won't help me find a wife. Nowadays in the city, one must have a car and a house. The bride price is at least 168,000 yuan to even stand a chance at marriage. It's not like in your day when any able-bodied man could get married, regardless of their circumstances. Unless one is as fortunate as the yuan, it's easy to remain single for life. Chen Xiaochuan pushed the gift back. Don't worry. Once I return, I will find a good job and work diligently. Upon hearing that the gifts couldn't be returned, the couple reluctantly accepted them, though their eyes betrayed their reluctance. As for Chen Xiaochuan's remarks about the current marriage requirements, they had gleaned some understanding from television and recognized that he was not exaggerating. Sigh, Xiaochuan, your mother and I have not accomplished much. We cannot provide you with a better life. In the future, if you wish to start a family, it will be up to you. I'm sorry for bringing you into such a poor household, Chen Daqiang said, his voice choked with emotion. Zhang Yufeng's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she discreetly wiped them away. Chen Xiaochuan nearly succumbed to tears himself, but managed to hold back. Mom and Dad, being your son is my greatest joy. Even if you were beggars, I would never feel ashamed. I will strive to give you a better life, but please, don't speak like that again. Otherwise, it feels as though you're distancing yourselves from me. Meanwhile, as Chen Xiaochuan exited the vehicle, the entire village erupted in chatter. No way. Is it really Chen Daqiang's son returning? Our village's only university graduate. It should have been obvious. Indeed, only he could have the opportunity to drive a BMW back to the village. This is truly a matter of pride for us. However, if I'm not mistaken, he graduated just under a month ago. How could he be so successful already? I find it hard to believe. Exactly. I've seen the news that many of our village's workers say today university graduates are worthless, graduating only to face unemployment. There are plenty who end up working in factories. That lad driving a BMW might just be showing off. Let us go over and see what's really going on. The villagers, stirred by curiosity, quickly congregated at the entrance of Chen Xiaochuan's yard. Xiaochuan, long time no see. You're back. Someone greeted him with a smile. It's good to be back and see my parents. I hope everyone in the village is doing well. Chen Xiaochuan promptly replied, engaging warmly with the villagers. Xiaochuan, you've returned in a BMW. You've really made something of yourself. Indeed, Xiaochuan, what are you doing for work these days? The crowd eagerly chimed in, their gazes tinged with envy and admiration as they looked at the BMW. I'm currently unemployed. I graduated less than a month ago, and finding a job isn't easy. Chen Xiaochuan replied candidly, feeling no shame in his situation. At this, a wave of derisive murmurs erupted. See, I knew it. Although Xiaochuan has graduated from university, it's impossible for him to secure a job immediately. I suspect that car is merely rented for show. Indeed, our village's only college graduate is putting on airs, which is quite a disgrace for us. If I had a son like that, I would certainly give him a few slaps. Such remarks left Chen's parents deeply embarrassed, wishing they could disappear into the ground. However, Chen Xiaochuan responded with a light-hearted smile. This car isn't rented. I borrowed it from a friend, so please don't misunderstand. So it's borrowed. No different from renting. Exactly. If you can't afford it, don't drive it. You've made us believe this is our village's pride, only for it to turn into a shame. Xiaochuan, heed my advice. One must be sincere in life. While it's acceptable to maintain one's dignity, it is vanity without substance that leads to mockery. Chen Xiaochuan nodded vigorously in agreement, acknowledging their words. You're right. Next time, if I can't afford a car, I want to rent or borrow one. I'll walk back. At that moment, the village chief approached Chen Xiaochuan, his gaze piercing. Xiaochuan, did you just say this car is borrowed from a friend? Yes, Chen Xiaochuan nodded. What is the matter, chief? The village chief, an elderly man in his 50s, appeared somewhat stooped from years of laboring in the fields. Since you know affluent individuals, could you persuade them to donate to our village? We desperately need to pave the road into the village, so we don't have to wade through mud during the rainy season. Of course. I'll contact her right away. Chen Xiaochuan readily agreed. In truth, he had already contemplated this upon entering the village. In front of everyone, he called Hongjia, Hongjia. Our village chief asked me to inquire if you could donate some funds to help pave our village road. I envision purchasing sand, cement, and other materials directly, and providing some funds as wages for the villagers who will work on it. What do you think? On the surface, he was seeking her opinion, but in reality, he had already made arrangements. He merely required her cooperation. Hongjia, though robust, was no fool. She quickly grasped Chen Xiaochuan's intentions and recognized that this arrangement was to prevent the chief from embezzling funds, ensuring the road would indeed be built rather than squandered. I have always been fond of philanthropy, supporting poverty alleviation, and sponsoring students. Since your hometown needs assistance, I am grateful for the opportunity to contribute. Let me know how much is required. Even if I can't cover it all myself, I will mobilize my connections to gather donations. Upon hearing her response, the chief and the villagers were electrified with excitement. Chen Xiaochuan turned to the chief. How much do you think we need? I believe at least 3 million would suffice. The chief replied, trembling as he raised 3 fingers. 3 million? That seems too little. Let us go for 10 million. 5 million for materials and 5 million in cash to ensure everyone is paid for their work. We must ensure that the road into the village is fully funded by my friend. Upon hearing that 3 million was deemed insufficient, Chen Xiaochuan decisively pledged 10 million. That is far too much. We won't be able to distribute 5 million in wages. The chief stammered. Don't worry, the remainder can be shared among us. A token of my friend's generosity, Chen Xiaochuan reassured him. He then turned to Hongjia on the phone. Hongjia, what do you think? 10 million is certainly within my means. Let us finalize this. I'll contact the cement and sand suppliers to place orders, and I will transfer the remaining 5 million to you for distribution. Hongjia readily concurred. The villagers erupted in jubilation upon hearing her response, realizing that Xiaochuan's extraordinary connections hinted at a promising future for him. Their gazes toward Chen Xiaochuan grew fervent once more. Those who had previously mocked him were now struck silent, realizing the implications of his actions, yet they couldn't help but consider their potential share of the 5 million. They began to awkwardly apologize to Chen Xiaochuan, claiming their earlier remarks had been overly harsh and imploring him not to take it to heart. Daqiang, you Feng, you've raised a remarkable son. Indeed, he is the pride of our village. Feeling buoyed by the villagers' admiration, Chen's parents basked in the warmth of their newfound status. Thank you all for your kindness. The couple grinned widely. Subsequently, Chen Xiaochuan retrieved 2 packs of cigarettes from the car, distributing them among the villagers. He bore no ill will towards their earlier jeers. His heart brimmed with understanding for his fellow countrymen, knowing their words stemmed from a place of rural authenticity. Moreover, he had contemplated not allowing his parents to work, intending to hire laborers instead. Ultimately, he dismissed that thought, deciding instead to contract all the land in the village under the guise of a friend, appointing his parents as overseers while the other villagers labored. After all, he was not lacking in funds at present. Later, Chen's parents prepared a feast of hometown delicacies. Chen Xiaochuan savored each bite, relishing the taste that reminded him of his parents. He was acutely aware that, had it not been for his benefactor's intervention, he might never have had the chance to see his parents again. He could have been forever separated from them. This realization tugged at his heartstrings with bittersweet sorrow. Xiaochuan, if your friend is so wealthy, I wouldn't oppose you aligning with her. However, I must reiterate, no amount of money surpasses the value of power. Your mother and I still hope you will seize the opportunity to become a civil servant, Chen's father said earnestly. Chen's mother remained silent, absorbed in her meal. Yes, I will strive to prepare for the civil service exam. While working, Chen Xiaochuan readily agreed. Seeing their son's compliance brought immense comfort to Chen's parents. After dinner, it was already past 9 in the evening. The moon hung high, and the air was thick with heat, creating an oppressive atmosphere. After helping his parents wash the dishes, Chen Xiaochuan announced, Mom, Dad, it's too hot. I'm going to take a bath in the river. Go ahead. Just be careful. Don't forget to bring some soap. His mother waved him off. All right, I understand. Chen Xiaochuan was enveloped in the warmth of this familial atmosphere. Feeling utterly content, he then made his way in the dark to the Xinghua River, located 3 miles beyond Xinghua Village. This is the place where he grew up playing in the water. Thus, arriving here felt like a familiar journey. Under the moonlight, the river's surface shimmered with glimmers, reflecting both the moon and the stars. The gentle breeze caressed his face, providing an exceptionally refreshing sensation. Chen Xiaochuan stripped off his clothes and trousers, donning only a pair of red swim trunks, and leaped directly into the water. With a splash, water erupted around him. Immersed in the river, Chen Xiaochuan felt an unparalleled comfort. Haha, what a thrill! He exclaimed, surfacing and wiping his wet hair back, before beginning to swim joyfully in the river. Just as he had swum less than 10 meters, a dark-haired head suddenly emerged from the water ahead of him, followed by a stunningly beautiful and innocent face of a woman. Who is that? As Chen Xiaochuan gazed at her, she too met his eyes, and they locked gazes. The woman let out a surprised gasp. Chen Xiaochuan quickly swam over and placed his hand over her mouth. Sure, it's me, Hua Hua. Xiaochuan. The woman before him was Lu Hua Hua, whom Chen Xiaochuan recognized. She was a married woman who had moved from a neighboring village 3 years prior. 3 years his senior at 25. Her figure was alluring, with fair skin and striking beauty, though her attire was somewhat rustic, failing to conceal her stunning grace. She was regarded as the most beautiful woman in Xinghua village, the dream of countless men. The epitome of village beauty, indeed. When Chen Xiaochuan had returned home during the holidays and first laid eyes on Hua Hua, he was utterly captivated by her beauty, standing at attention and awe, even dreaming of her that very night. The man she married, Chen Diyuan, whom Chen Xiaochuan called Diyuan Go, was a simple and honest man. Many envied Chen Diyuan, wondering if he had saved the galaxy in a past life to deserve such a beautiful wife. Upon hearing Chen Xiaochuan's name, Lu Huahua, who had been struggling in the water, suddenly calmed down, her sparkling eyes fixed intently on him. Chapter 41. Understanding Boss Chow. Chen Xiaochuan then released his grip on her mouth, feeling a twinge of guilt as he said, Phew, Huahua, I'm sorry, I didn't know you were here. Lu Huahua smiled charmingly. Xiaochuan, what are you saying? This Xinghua River isn't mine. Just because I'm here doesn't mean you can't swim. As she spoke, her limbs began to move rhythmically, keeping her afloat. Amidst this movement, illuminated by the moonlight, Chen Xiaochuan beheld a scene that sent his heart racing. Below the water's surface, a pair of pale, youthful forms emerged, exuding vitality like deep-water torpedoes. Instantly, Chen Xiaochuan felt a stir within him, his blood boiling like molten lead. Goodness! Sister Huahua is swimming nude? He noticed a sudden change in his expression. Lu Huahua, with a playful smile, teased, What's wrong? Am I mistaken? Chen Xiaochuan swallowed hard, feeling parched. Normally, he had a certain shyness around women, but in Lu Huahua's presence, he discovered that his principles and boundaries crumbled effortlessly. He finally comprehended the historical fascination of Boss Chow. No wonder he was so enamored with the likes of Xiao Qiao. Mature women indeed possess an irresistible allure that can ensnare any normal man, especially in such an enchanting setting. Flowers and moonlight, water and beauty. Even without the influence of youthful vigor, Chen Xiaochuan would find it difficult to resist. True, but sister, it's late at night. It's not appropriate for men and women to be so close. I don't mind, but for you as a woman, it would tarnish your reputation, he stammered, unable to look directly at Lu Huahua while stealing glances at the breathtaking view beneath the water. 2 words, exhilarating. Of course. Chen Xiaochuan was also moving his arms and legs to keep himself afloat, while the surface between them rippled, creating an ambiguous scene that sparked wild imaginings and tempted the heart. It's late, and there's no one else around. As long as you don't say anything, no one will know. Besides, even if someone does, we can just dive into the water and swim to the shore, hiding in a grassy spot. With such a vast river, it would be impossible to get caught. Lu Huahua giggled, her laughter causing her delicate form to sway gently. Although Chen Xiaochuan was listening, his gaze and thoughts were predominantly fixated on this exquisite village beauty, stealing glances, his mind wandering dangerously. Several times, he nearly lost control and acted upon his desires in the water. Yet, Lu Huahua seemed oblivious to his internal struggle, her enchanting eyes glimmering with mischief. Sister Huahua has a point, Chen Xiaochuan replied, feigning indifference. Lu Huahua bit her lips softly, her voice tender. Xiaochuan, you become quite the celebrity in our village. Knowing such a wealthy boss who is willing to repair the roads for us, your contributions are invaluable. Chen Xiaochuan chuckled. Oh, it's no big deal. Once the roads are repaired, it will be more convenient for everyone. As a villager, it's my duty. He recalled the time when the villagers had gathered at his family's terrace. Lu Huahua hadn't been present, but he sensed she had been observing from afar. It takes skill to bear such responsibility. You're the only college student in our village and managed to secure 10 million for road repairs, which isn't something just anyone can do. Lu Huahua's gaze remained soft and fixed on him. Chen Xiaochuan smiled awkwardly. I believe that in the future, our village will have more college students. I may be the first, but I certainly want to be the last. As long as there are children with good grades, I will ensure they receive support. We must not let our children fall behind due to financial constraints. Yes, you're right. I hope more talents emerge from our village. Lu Huahua nodded eagerly. Though the topic had shifted, Chen Xiaochuan's focus never wavered. He found himself teetering on the brink of losing control, aware that if this continued, he would inevitably succumb to base instincts and harm Sister Huahua. Thus, after swallowing hard again, he declared, Sister Huahua, I'll swim for a bit longer, just a stretch. Wait, Lu Huahua called out, stopping him. What is it? Chen Xiaochuan couldn't resist stealing another glance, again and again. Lu Huahua suddenly displayed a pained expression. My left leg is cramping. Could you help me massage it? Chen Xiaochuan's mouth twitched, his heart racing. That might not be very convenient. In the heart of the river, as I attempt to draw myself deeper, my strength wanes, and I risk drowning in these waters. Shall you truly stand by and watch me perish? Moreover, there is no one else here. Your assistance is indeed a boon, and our conscience remains unburdened, rendering matters of convenience irrelevant. Lu Huahua spoke with a tone both delicate and pitiful. Chen Xiaochuan's gaze inadvertently fell upon the rippling scene beneath the water, and he mused. What unburdened conscience! I find myself incapable of such resolve. Even a eunuch would find it hard to remain indifferent in the presence of such beauty. Hold on a moment. I shall assist you, Chen Xiaochuan declared, taking a deep breath before plunging into the water, diving down to Lu Huahua's feet. As he surfaced, he was met with the sight of a deep water bomb swaying beneath the surface. Chen Xiaochuan choked on a mouthful of water, quickly collecting himself as his gaze descended. It was a revelation. Upon closer inspection, he was taken aback. Lu Huahua's boldness and unique proclivities were unexpected, truly befitting her name, as she played with abandon. Fortunately, the few gulps of water he had inhaled jolted him back from the brink of collapse. He swiftly gathered his focus, grasping her delicate ankle, and began to massage. Lu Huahua emitted a gentle sigh of pleasure, albeit muffled by the water. Yet, the sound reached Chen Xiaochuan's ears, stirring ripples within his heart. After approximately half a minute, he released her smooth ankle and emerged from the water, panting as he gazed at the enchanting beauty before him. Sister Huahua, do you feel better? Suddenly, Lu Huahua leapt into Chen Xiaochuan's embrace, holding him tightly. I feel somewhat better, but I lack the strength now. Xiaochuan, please support me and take me back to the shore. I do not wish to drown. In that moment, as Lu Huahua clung to Chen Xiaochuan, he felt a jolt of electricity coursing through him. Despite the river's coolness, he could distinctly sense the warmth radiating from her body. Instinctively, he lifted Lu Huahua, cradling her legs with his hands, feeling her soft, elastic form as her feet moved in a scissor-like motion, treading water to prevent sinking. Her warm breath cascaded against his neck. You'd best hold steady. Chen Xiaochuan could do little but adopt a backstroke position, swimming towards the riverbank. Lu Huahua lay against him, her awareness of his physical response evident, though she feigned ignorance, a glimmer of mischief dancing in her eyes. In under 5 minutes, Chen Xiaochuan guided Lu Huahua to the shallows and paused. He was intimately familiar with the depths of Xinghua River, having spent his childhood alongside its banks. He could navigate its waters even with his eyes closed. Why have you stopped? We are still over 10 meters from shore. Lu Huahua pouted, her tone resembling that of a lover's playful whine. Reluctantly, Chen Xiaochuan set her down, stating, This is the shallow area. You cannot drown here. You may walk the rest of the way. Lu Huahua slid off him, standing in the water, which lapped just beneath her neck. Chen Xiaochuan, being taller, found the water only reaching his chest. Their shared awkwardness was concealed beneath the surface. Lu Huahua bit her lip, nodding, Well, thank you. Do not mention it, Sister Huahua. You are right. I cannot stand idly by and watch you perish, Chen Xiaochuan replied, feeling overwhelmed as he splashed water on his face. Trying to quell the rising heat within him, he silently lamented. Had he known, he should have brought Hongjie along. His current state was almost unbearable. Lu Huahua suddenly wrapped her arms around Chen Xiaochuan's neck, asking, What did you see beneath the water? Chen Xiaochuan was taken aback by her sudden inquiry, his mind momentarily blank. However, he quickly regained his composure. I saw everything, he replied, a smile masking his anxiety. So tell me, sister, am I beautiful? How do I compare to the college beauties in the city? Lu Huahua inquired, her breath fragrant and her advances relentless. You are indeed remarkable, far surpassing the average university student. Chen Xiaochuan nodded instinctively. Guiyu Jiao is quite lovely. Isn't she? He mused, recalling his girlfriend, yet she paled in comparison to Lu Huahua. Lu Huahua's beauty and physique were at least on par with the campus belle, Huasiu, but the unique allure of her rustic maturity was unmatched. Each had her own merits. Hee, no wonder you are a university student. Your words are so delightful. I adore hearing you cultured folks speak. Lu Huahua beamed, her spirits evidently lifted. Sister Huahua, now that the water is shallow, it's rather inappropriate for you to cling to me like this. Chen Xiaochuan, though tempted to welcome her embrace, felt the need to caution her against potential misunderstandings. Xiaochuan, was it appropriate when you carried me over here? Lu Huahua teased, her laughter lighthearted. Chen Xiaochuan understood her implication. As a normal man, how could he remain unaffected by her captivating beauty? How can I not be drawn to you? He retorted, Do you harbor feelings for me? Do you wish to take our relationship further? Lu Huahua's tone shifted to one of earnestness, her gaze soft yet penetrating. Chen Xiaochuan's heart raced. He had not anticipated her bluntness. Even he, in his naivete, comprehended her sentiments. If I claimed otherwise, it would be a lie, but we cannot. We would betray Yuan. He gently pried her hands away, creating distance, his rationality still holding sway. Thankfully, they were in the water. Had they been on land, the situation might have spiraled out of control. No one will know if you don't speak of it. There is no betrayal involved. Lu Huahua pressed closer, her voice a mere whisper. Do you know? From the moment I arrived in Xinghua village and laid eyes on you, I found myself enamored. Do you think I am so easily swayed? There have been many men trying to woo me secretly, yet I have given none of them a favorable glance. Xiaochuan. As she gazed up at him, her lips glistening in the moonlight, Chen Xiaochuan's last vestige of rationality crumbled. In a moment of fervor, he seized Lu Huahua's delicate waist beneath the water, leaning in to capture her fiery lips with his own. Lu Huahua's eyes sparkled with joy, and she closed her eyes, awaiting the tempest of passion. Their lips drew closer in the moonlight, inching nearer and nearer, from 30 centimeters to 20, to 10, 5, and finally to 2 centimeters, their noses almost touching, breathing in one another's essence. Yet, just as their lips were a mere millimeter apart, an abrupt voice rang out from the riverbank. Huahua! Huahua! Chen Xiaochuan and Lu Huahua's bodies stiffened in unison. A mere millimeter of distance, yet it felt insurmountable. Chen Xiaochuan instinctively released Lu Huahua, his body recoiling backward before plunging into the water. Lu Huahua's flushed cheeks quickly returned to their natural hue, but her eyes betrayed a hint of frustration as she lamented internally. Just a moment longer, and I would have subdued that boy. All my preparations for tonight have gone to waste. Dumb da Yuan. The voice that echoed was unmistakably that of Chen Diyuan. Soon, Chen Diyuan appeared at the riverbank, glancing towards Lu Huahua. What is the matter? Why the loud screams? Are you calling for help? Lu Huahua retorted with dissatisfaction. Huahua, I'm quite hot too. I do like to take a swim. Chen Diyuan chuckled as he removed his vest and shoes, donning a pair of shorts before splashing into the water with a plop. Chapter 42. The Dignity of Three. Lu Huahua rolled her eyes and dove into the water. When she resurfaced, she had changed into a swimsuit, modest yet unable to conceal her alluring figure. She swam towards the riverbank, climbed out, and without a care for her wet attire, slipped on her clothes before turning to Chen Diyuan, calling out, I'm no longer hot. I'm done swimming. I'm heading back. Enjoy yourself. Chen Diyuan, joyfully swimming, surfaced and waved at Lu Huahua. All right, you go ahead. I'll swim for a while longer and come back when I cool off. Lu Huahua, ignoring him further, swayed her hips and turned away, her graceful silhouette vanishing into the moonlit night. Meanwhile, Chen Xiaochuan remained submerged, carefully observing the situation above water while distancing himself from Chen Diyuan. Regardless of his current status as a cultivator, even in the past, holding his breath underwater for several minutes had been effortless. Now he discovered he could hold his breath for at least half an hour, if not longer. After swimming for a while, Chen Diyuan returned to the shore, dressed himself, and glanced at the clothes and pants Chen Xiaochuan had left behind, a slight smile gracing his lips as he approached to gather them. Sensing Chen Diyuan's departure, Chen Xiaochuan finally emerged from the water. The Xinghua River was now devoid of anyone but him. Although he remained in a heightened state, the absence of Lu Huahua's immediate presence dulled his agitation. A refreshing river breeze wafted by. With a butterfly stroke, he swam towards the bank and sat down. In his mind, the image of Lu Huahua's tantalizing form, partially submerged, resurfaced, igniting a restless yearning within him. Had it not been for Diyuan's sudden appearance, he might have made a grave mistake with Huahua. Chen Xiaochuan's thoughts were tumultuous. He felt that succumbing to temptation would betray Diyuan, yet resisting would be a disservice to himself. Thus, he resolved to light a cigarette to ease his mind. Well, my clothes? My pants? Chen Xiaochuan rose, intending to retrieve a cigarette from his pocket. To his dismay, he found nothing after searching around. I distinctly remember leaving them on that stone slab. He exclaimed. Could Huahua have hidden them to avoid Diyuan seeing? TSK, typical of women, so meticulous. With a furrowed brow, an idea struck him, and he relaxed his expression. Chen Xiaochuan began searching barefoot among the bushes and grass along the riverbank. After a thorough search, he still found nothing. What the hell? Did Huahua take them with her? He fumed. Huahua, you teased me with your body and then pulled this prank. How unkind. Clad only in damp red briefs, the wind sent chills through him. Taking advantage of the night, he stealthily made his way home, moving like a thief. At the slightest rustle, he would swiftly hide, his speed making it nearly impossible for an ordinary person to catch sight of him. As he entered the village, he concealed himself in the shadows of a building at each turn. Though the villagers were mostly at home and asleep, the streets were deserted except for him. Yet, he did not dare let his guard down. Should someone unexpectedly appear and see him parading in his underwear, his reputation would be utterly ruined. Better safe than sorry. Soon, he was just 50 meters from home. Phew, finally safe. Chen Xiaochuan took a deep breath, preparing to sprint the last 50 meters as swiftly as possible. Suddenly, a large yellow dog came barreling towards him, barking furiously from the shadows. Damn it, De Huang, you're asking for it. Chen Xiaochuan muttered in exasperation. He recognized this dog as one of Lu Huahua's 3 ferocious canines, named De Huang. The other 2 were De Hua and De Hui. It was precisely because of these 3 dogs that no ill-intentioned individuals dared to approach her home. For a woman as stunning and fragrant as her was hard to resist. Da Huang's raucous barking triggered a chain reaction, prompting other village dogs to join in, creating a cacophony of barks that echoed through Xinghua village. This commotion roused many villagers from their slumber, and the sound of creaking doors filled the air. What the hell? Chen Xiaochuan felt a surge of anger towards Da Huang. He then heard numerous footsteps approaching. What is going on? Why are the dogs barking so fiercely tonight? Is there a cow in the village? Could it be that Xiaochuan has returned his BMW and some thieves are after his car? Murmured the villagers. The once peaceful mountain village bustling with activity. Chen Xiaochuan sensed the villagers converging towards his location, along with a pack of local dogs rushing in his direction. Had this been the past, he would have been trapped. But now, as a cultivator, he had the means to resolve the situation. Chen Xiaochuan bent his legs slightly, then sprang into action, launching himself onto the rooftop of a nearby house. From there, he leapt again, landing on a tree 10 meters away, then onto another tree. In no time, he found himself perched atop the tree in front of his own home. Meanwhile, the pack of local dogs continued to bark furiously at the rooftop where he had first landed. Unbeknownst to anyone, Chen Xiaochuan slipped through a window, changed into some tattered clothes he had left from high school, and lay down on a bed covered in straw. Inhaling the scent of rice straw and letting out a silent sigh of relief, contemplating his situation. At last, I have managed to escape this calamity. However, my clothes and trousers have been taken by Sister Huahua. How shall I retrieve them? In truth, the loss of my garments and shoes matters little. But my phone is of utmost importance. It harbors a plethora of vital information, as well as countless cherished photographs and videos from my university days. Alas, women can indeed be quite troublesome. If she were before me now, I would surely give her a sound thrashing. How dare she toy with me? Chen Xiaochuan, as if unaware of my prowess. Oof. Meanwhile, at least a dozen villagers had gathered atop the roof where Chen Xiaochuan had recently taken refuge, which belonged to the venerable Mr. Song. Mr. Song, these dogs have been barking incessantly at your rooftop. Could it be that a thief has climbed up there? What could there possibly be to steal from my home? Even the mice that venture in leave in tears. Regardless, I suggest we take a look. Perhaps the thief was merely seeking refuge from the dogs and had no intention of stealing anything. Indeed. With Mr. Song's consent, the intrepid villagers scoured Mr. Song's residence, including the rooftop, yet found nothing of interest. The pack of mutts continued to bark furiously, leaving everyone perplexed. We searched thoroughly and found no signs of life. Yet these dogs persist in their uncharacteristic uproar. This is quite unusual. Indeed, it is said that dogs can perceive things invisible to our human eyes. Might Mr. Song's abode be haunted? Oh, do not frighten me. Then explain why these dogs continue their relentless barking. Mr. Song, I suggest you consult a Taoist priest tomorrow. Sacrifice a chicken and perform a rite to dispel any misfortune. Well, it seems we have no choice. Better to believe than to disbelieve. On another front, upon returning home, Lu Huahua was overwhelmed by frustration. Spotting the boisterous Da Huang bounding towards her, she kicked him aside. Get away, I am in no mood. Da Huang, hurt and bewildered, rolled on the ground, eyes filled with confusion. Why had his master struck him when he was merely wagging his tail in greeting? Meanwhile, Da Hua and Da Hui, initially eager to curry favor with their owner, recoiled at the sight of Da Huang's punishment. With a creak, Lu Huahua pushed open the door and entered a room. Collapsing onto the bed, her mood still tumultuous. That Chen Diyuan, that foul Chen Diyuan, will he perish if he doesn't tea-bathe tonight? Tossing and turning, she found herself unable to sleep. The visage of Chen Xiaochuan, the handsome face, the powerful chest, and those exhilarating 8-pack abs, haunted her thoughts. And the lingering scent of his masculine essence seemed to fill her senses, causing her legs to instinctively squeeze together. After a while, she heard the sound of the door opening. Chen Diyuan had returned. Her irritation flared, and she shouted towards him, Dun, I am hungry. Oh, what would you like to eat? He inquired, his voice still earnest and unassuming. I want fish. Hurry to the river and catch me some. Lu Huahua snapped. Very well. I shall go catch some for you shortly. Chen Yin entered the room, a smile on his face, and exclaimed, Huahua, guess what I found by the riverside? With that, he tossed Chen Xiaochuan's clothes, trousers, and shoes before her. Lu Huahua immediately recognized them. She had seen them clearly when he had entered the village earlier. Whose clothes are these? she asked, her gaze flickering, a hint of guilt creeping in. Chen Xiaochuan sat on the edge of the bed, still smiling. These belong to Chen Xiaochuan, Huahua. You certainly know how to feign innocence. What do you mean? Lu Huahua's expression darkened. In truth, I witnessed everything. Chen Xiaochuan sighed. Lu Huahua's body trembled in shock. She had never anticipated such a revelation. Her heart raced, and she cautiously inquired, "What did you see?" "I saw everything you said and did," he replied, a shadow of sadness crossing his features, his voice growing hoarse. Lu Huahua was momentarily taken aback. "Could you elaborate?" This was a typical case of not giving up until the bitter end. What if Chen Xiaochuan was merely pretending to know about Chen Xiaochuan's clothes, attempting to deceive her? Why had he not confronted her then? As this thought crossed her mind, Lu Huahua regained her composure. This Chen Xiaochuan had become unexpectedly shrewd. He had changed. With a bitter smile, he continued, "You two embraced in the water. Whether you admit it or not, no one would see. You mentioned that from the moment you set eyes on Chen Xiaochuan after marrying me, you fell for him, correct?" At his words, Lu Huahua's heart plummeted, her countenance paling. "Then why didn't you expose it at the time?" she asked, feeling despondent. But soon, she reasoned, she could always divorce and seek work in the city. Chen Xiaochuan took her hand. "Marrying you is the greatest fortune of my 10 lifetimes. Yet I am but an unworthy man who has failed to provide you with the joys of womanhood. Being with me is a burden. You have chosen the most promising man in our village. If you truly have feelings for him, while it would pain me, I would accept it. Xiaochuan is a talent and a benefactor of our village. He is the only one deserving of my concession. In truth, when I secretly witnessed you two together, I felt both joy and sorrow. Ultimately, I could not bear to see you two flaunting your affection before my eyes, which is why I made noise." Lu Huahua was once again taken aback, realizing that Chen Xiaochuan had been lurking in the shadows, aware of everything. She had thought only she and Xiaochuan knew, but it appeared Yuan was in the know as well. "I had no need to expose you both, for that would only humiliate us three. This is my final act of dignity for us all." Chen Yuan continued, "I also understand that Chen Xiaochuan is hiding beneath the water, so when I left, I deliberately took his clothes as a means of annoyance. After all, that rascal nearly cuckolded me." Lu Huahua was astonished. She had never imagined Chen Yuan would harbor such thoughts, implying he was not averse to her potential entanglement with Chen Xiaochuan. Ultimately, he simply could not bear to witness his own humiliation. "Huahua, if you wish to pursue a relationship with that lad, I do not oppose it. But I have but one request. Do not divorce me. Let us maintain the facade of a married couple, shall we? My actions stem not from a lack of love, but from an abundance of it. I do not wish for you to suffer or to live as a widow." Chen Yuan spoke earnestly. Lu Huahua inhaled deeply, her chest rising and falling slightly as she regarded Chen Yuan with a complex gaze. As if truly seeing the man she had married for the first time, her lips moved as if to speak, yet ultimately, no words escaped. She merely sighed softly. Chen Yuan then released her hand. "You mentioned being hungry and wanting fish. I shall go catch some for you. You rest here, and I shall return shortly." As she watched Chen Yuan's departing figure, Lu Huahua's heart was a tumultuous mixture of emotions, leaving her uncertain of her own feelings.